The last thing Su Muwan heard in her first life was the rain striking the broken windows of the Su family estate. The house had once been bright enough to host half of Jiang City's elite. Now its chandeliers were dark, its doors hung crooked, and muddy footprints crossed the marble floor where her grandfather used to receive honored guests. Her father had been arrested 3 days earlier. Her grandfather was dead. The relatives who had once praised her martial talent had divided what remained of the family and fled. Qin Luo had died on the road outside Jiang City, buying her less than 5 minutes to escape. It had not been enough. Su Muwan sat beneath the ruined family portrait with blood darkening the sleeve of her dress. Beyond the open doors, black vehicles filled the courtyard. Men carrying the crest of the Hua Martial Council moved through the rain without hurry. They no longer needed to hurry. Everything belonging to the Su family had already fallen into Lu Tian's hands. A man stopped outside the hall. "Young Lady Su," he said, "it's over." Su Muwan looked at the empty place beside her. Qin Luo had stood there for years. He had accepted every unreasonable order she gave. He had endured insults meant for her. He had taken responsibility whenever one of her schemes failed. She had called him useless, slow, and stupid more times than she could remember. Yet when the Su family collapsed, the useless lackey had been the last person who stayed. Her vision blurred. If she could return to the beginning, she would not challenge Ye Chen at the Grand Phoenix Hotel. She would not insult Lin Fan when he came to treat her grandfather. She would not use the Su family's power to crush Zhao Tianming. She would never send people after Jiang Mo. Most of all, she would force Qin Luo to leave before her fate dragged him into the grave with her. The footsteps entered the hall. Su Muwan closed her eyes. "If heaven gives me another life," she whispered, "I will not provoke any of them." The darkness came before the final strike. Then someone knocked on her bedroom door. "Young lady, are you awake?" Su Muwan's eyes opened. Sunlight lay across an unbroken ceiling. For several seconds she could not breathe. The crimson silk blanket covering her was one she had thrown away years ago. Her vanity table stood beside the window, crowded with the perfumes and jewelry she had once collected. On the wall, her calendar displayed a date she would never forget. The Grand Phoenix banquet, the day everything began. Su Muwan tore the blanket aside and nearly fell while getting out of bed. Her maid entered just as she reached the door. "Young lady, what year is it?" The maid froze. "What? The date?" "Tell me the date." After the maid answered, Su Muwan gripped the doorframe. 3 years. She had returned 3 years before her death, before the Su family's collapse, before her grandfather's final illness, before Lu Tian entered Jiang City, before Qin Luo died. "Where is Qin Luo?" The urgency in her voice frightened the maid more than the strange question. "Assistant Qin was involved in a road accident this morning. He's at the family clinic, but the doctor said." Su Muwan was already running. Qin Luo woke to the smell of disinfectant and the sight of a translucent blue screen floating above his bed. He stared at it for 3 silent seconds. Then he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the screen remained. Ultimate Lackey System activated host. Qin Luo current rank. Street Lackey current master. Unconfirmed Lackey points. 0. A dull ache pulsed beneath the bandage wrapped around his head. Qin Luo raised one hand, then stopped when unfamiliar memories surfaced. Jiang City. The Su family. A black sedan sliding through an intersection that morning. A truck emerging from the side road. After that, nothing. The memories gave him facts without emotions. He knew where the Su estate was, how to enter the family's office building, and which coffee Su Muwan preferred. He knew the names of the household staff and the password to his work phone. But these were not his memories. Qin Luo had never worked for the Su family. He had never lived in Jiang City. He had gone to sleep in another world after reading an urban fantasy novel, whose author appeared determined to place every possible protagonist inside one city. The book had contained a hidden dragon king, a miracle doctor, a reborn businessman, secret martial families, and several rich young masters who seemed unable to survive a meal without offending someone. Su Muwan was one of the early villains. Beautiful, talented, and born into one of Jiang City's 4 leading families, she possessed every advantage except the ability to leave dangerous men alone. She humiliated the hidden dragon king. She insulted the miracle doctor. She suppressed a businessman who knew the future. By the time Qin Luo stopped reading, the Su family was already approaching destruction. The character named Qin Luo barely appeared. He was Su Muwan's follower, usually mentioned whenever she needed someone to threaten another character. A minor lackey serving a doomed villainess. Qin Luo studied the blue screen. Of course, he had entered an urban fantasy novel and had not received a divine emperor system, unlimited wealth system, or heaven-defying cultivation system. He had received the ultimate Lackey System. A second panel appeared. System purpose: a worthy master requires a worthy subordinate. Protect your master. Defend their legitimate authority. Execute their orders. Remove direct threats to their future. Increase voluntary loyalty toward them. Successful service earns Lackey points. False threats, manufactured incidents, meaningless cruelty, and actions against your master's legitimate interests produce no reward. Qin Luo read the rules twice. The name was humiliating. The conditions were excellent. Su Muwan stood at the center of nearly every early conflict in the novel. Serving her meant standing directly in the path of several chosen protagonists. It also meant endless opportunities for rewards. The clinic door flew open. A young woman in a pale sleeping robe stopped in the doorway, breathing hard. Long black hair fell loosely around a face Qin Luo recognized immediately. Even without makeup or her usual cold expression, Su Muwan possessed the kind of beauty the novel had described far too often. But nothing in the book had mentioned the terror in her eyes when she saw him. Qin Luo. She crossed the room before he could answer and caught his wrist. Her fingers pressed against his pulse, alive. Warm, real. The tension holding her upright disappeared all at once. Qin Luo looked down at her hand, then at the thin blue screen beside her. Suitable master detected Su Muwan's status. Eldest daughter of the Su family threat level. High future threat exposure. Extreme compatibility with ultimate Lackey System. 100% that settled it. Qin Luo had found his master. Su Muwan released him and recovered enough composure to remember that the clinic staff were watching from the corridor. What did the doctor say? A mild concussion. Qin Luo answered, using the information left in the body's memories. I can leave today. The doctor entered behind her. He was extremely fortunate. The first scan looked much worse than the second. We thought there might be serious damage, but the swelling decreased unexpectedly. Qin Luo touched his bandage. The system had probably done more than merely introduce itself. Su Muwan listened to the doctor's instructions without interrupting. In her previous life she would have complained that they were wasting time. Now she asked about warning signs, medication, and follow-up scans. When the doctor left, she turned back to Qin Luo. You're coming with me. Of course, young lady. Her eyes tightened at the familiar answer. An hour later, Qin Luo stood inside Su Muwan's private sitting room at the family estate. She had changed into a dark red dress and restored the controlled appearance expected of the Su family's eldest daughter. Only the shadows beneath her eyes remained. On the table between them sat a bank card, an apartment deed, a recommendation letter, and a signed release from Su family service. Qin Luo looked from the documents to Su Muwan. She pushed them toward him. There are 5 million yuan on the card. The apartment is in the Eastern District. It has no mortgage. The recommendation letter will get you a management position in one of our partner companies. Qin Luo glanced at the blue screen that had appeared the moment he entered the room. Emergency loyalty trial. Your prospective master is offering wealth and freedom in exchange for your departure. Abandonment at the beginning of service will permanently close the ultimate Lackey System. Remain and formally acknowledge Su Muwan as your master. Why? Qin Luo asked. Su Muwan had prepared several explanations. Because he had been injured. Because the position was dangerous. Because she no longer needed a personal assistant. None of them sounded convincing after she had sprinted into the clinic looking as though the world would end if he stopped breathing. You have worked for the Su family long enough, she said. Take the money and begin a different life. That was almost exactly what she had wanted to tell the original Qin Luo before he died. Leave. Forget the Su family. Live somewhere none of the chosen protagonists would ever find him. Qin Luo rose from his chair. Su Muwan's heart loosened. Then he walked around the table and dropped to one knee. Young lady, I cannot accept this. Her heart tightened again. Qin Luo placed one hand over his chest. The Su family gave me a place when I had nowhere else to go. You trusted me when others looked down on me. If I leave the moment danger appears, how could I call myself your subordinate? Su Muwan stared at him. This conversation had never happened in her first life. The Qin Luo she remembered had always been loyal, but he had rarely said why. She had never cared enough to ask. You don't understand. She lowered her voice. Remaining beside me may cost you your life. Qin Luo looked up. Then I should become strong enough that it doesn't. Loyalty trial completed, master confirmed. Su Muwan ultimate Lackey System fully activated. Su Muwan opened her mouth, but another voice came from the doorway. Well said. Old Master Su entered with Su Muwan's father, Su Jiansheng, beside him. The old man wore a traditional dark jacket, and although his hair had turned white, his back remained straight. His gaze moved from Qin Luo to the unsigned release documents. Su Jianqing picked up the recommendation letter. Muwan. Why are you dismissing him? Su Muwan could not explain that Qin Luo would die 3 years later while protecting her from enemies she had not yet made. He was injured this morning, and still came back to work. Old Master Su said, that is not a reason to discard him. I'm not discarding him. It looks remarkably similar. Qin Luo remained on one knee, presenting the perfect image of a loyal subordinate unfairly driven away. Su Muwan wanted to kick him. Old Master Su considered Qin Luo for a moment. Your current position is junior assistant? Yes, Old Master. From today onward, you will serve as Muwan's personal assistant and driver. Continue your bodyguard training as well. Your salary will triple. Su Muwan's attempt to send Qin Luo far from danger ended with him being placed permanently at her side. Grandfather, the matter is decided. Old Master Su left with the calm satisfaction of a man who believed he had solved a small family problem. Su Jianqing followed, taking the apartment deed with him before Su Muwan could offer it again. The door closed. Silence settled across the room. Qin Luo rose and straightened his clothes. Su Muwan stared at him. You did that intentionally. Young lady, that speech, every word came from my heart. His expression was too calm. Su Muwan pointed toward the door. Get out, Qin Luo bowed. As you command. After he left, she lowered her head into her hands. She had been reborn for less than 2 hours. Already, heaven was working against her. The Grand Phoenix Hotel belonged to the Su family, and its top-floor banquet hall had been prepared for that evening's charity dinner. By sunset, the entrance was crowded with black cars. Qin Luo sat behind the wheel of Su Muwan's sedan, while she rested in the rear seat. She had spent the afternoon reviewing everything she remembered about the banquet. Ye Chen had appeared as a temporary security consultant. A junior employee had been accused of theft. Su Muwan, already angry after fighting with her fiancé, ordered security to throw the employee out. Ye Chen blocked her. She insulted him, and the conflict escalated until she slapped him before the entire hall. At least, that was how Su Muwan remembered it. The details surrounding the employee were less clear. At the time, she had considered the woman too unimportant to remember. That alone made Su Muwan ashamed. She closed her eyes. She only intended to rest for a moment. The rain returned immediately. Qin Luo lay beside the ruined road, blood running from the corner of his mouth. He was trying to say something, but she could not hear him over the engines approaching behind them. Then his hand slipped from hers. Qin Luo. She woke with her body leaning forward and one hand pressed against the glass partition. The car was stationary beneath the hotel entrance. Qin Luo had turned in the driver's seat. For one unguarded second, Su Muwan could not separate the man before her from the body she had left behind on that road. I'm here, he said. The simple answer brought her fully back to the present. She sat upright and fixed the fall of her dress. I know. Qin Luo watched her for another moment. You called my name. I was making sure you had not wandered off. I'm driving. That has never prevented you from causing trouble. Qin Luo turned toward the windshield again. Su Muwan had not yet seen him cause any trouble in this life. Whatever frightened her came from somewhere else. She opened the door before he could ask. Before we go inside, I have rules. Qin Luo stepped out and came around the car. Su Muwan raised one finger. First, you are not allowed to attack anyone. A second finger. Second, you are not allowed to threaten anyone using my name. A third. Third, you are not allowed to approach Ye Chen. Qin Luo's attention sharpened. You know Ye Chen? Su Muwan realized her mistake. He is the new security consultant. And why am I forbidden from approaching him? Because I said so. The system displayed. A warning beside her. High-value target detected nearby identity. Ye Chen known role. Hidden Dragon King current relationship. Neutral Qin Luo almost smiled. He had found the novel's first protagonist. Su Muwan saw the slight change in his expression and felt something inside her chest sink. Repeat the rules. No attacking. No threats using your name. And no approaching Ye Chen. Good. What if he approaches me? Su Muwan paused. That will not happen. Qin Luo opened the hotel door for her. As you say, young lady, the banquet began without disaster. For Su Muwan, this alone felt miraculous. She greeted guests without looking down on anyone. When an elderly server spilled tea near her dress, she stepped back instead of demanding his dismissal. When a poorly dressed young businessman presented an invitation at the wrong entrance, she told security to verify it instead of throwing him out. Every act of ordinary courtesy created another round of whispers. Is she ill? Maybe the Su family is preparing something. She has never been this patient. Su Muwan heard enough to understand that repairing her reputation would take more than enough to understand that repairing her reputation would take more. One evening, Qin Luo followed half a step behind her. He wore a fitted black suit provided by the Su household. His head injury was hidden beneath his hair, and his calm expression made it difficult to tell that he had learned how to fight only through a system message waiting to be purchased. Across the hall, Ye Chen stood near one of the side entrances. He wore the hotel's black security uniform without the posture of an ordinary guard. He was taller than most of the men around him, and his gaze moved through the hall with controlled awareness. Su Muwan's fingers tightened around her glass. The last time she had seen Ye Chen in her first life, he had stood inside the Su estate while Dragon Palace forces pulled down the family crest. She forced herself to look away. Ye Chen noticed he had accepted the hotel assignment for 2 reasons. First, Dragon Palace was expanding its operations into Jiang City, and someone had been using its name to secure illegal contracts. Second, a junior employee at the Grand Phoenix Hotel had contacted one of his people with evidence of financial abuse. The employee claimed Han Jiwei, Su Muwan's fiancé, had stolen Su contracts and threatened her when she refused to alter records. Ye Chen expected Su Muwan to protect Han. Everything he had learned about her described an arrogant heiress who valued family reputation above ordinary people. Instead, she apologized to a server. Ye Chen did not trust sudden kindness. At the center of the hall, Han Jiwei raised a glass and approached Su Muwan. He was handsome, well-dressed, and practiced at appearing sincere. In Su Muwan's first life, she had defended him long after the evidence against him became obvious simply because admitting she had chosen badly felt like humiliation. Muwan, Han smiled. You should have told me you were changing your personal assistant. Qin Luo glanced at him. Han's smile did not change, but his eyes paused briefly on the bandage hidden beneath Qin Luo's hair. That pause was enough to make Qin Luo remember the truck, not the impact. Only the instant before it, when the original body's hands tightened around the steering wheel. A junior event employee approached carrying a velvet jewelry box. Her face was pale. Young Lady Su, I need to speak with you. Han turned before Su Muwan could answer. What are you doing here? The employee held out the box. I found this in the private preparation room. Han opened it. Inside lay a diamond bracelet belonging to his mother. His expression hardened with perfect speed. This disappeared an hour ago. I didn't take it. You entered the preparation room without permission. You told me to collect the contract folder. I told you no such thing. Guests nearby began began. Watching. Su Muwan remembered the scene now. She had assumed the employee was lying. Han encouraged her anger, and when Ye Chen stepped forward, she treated his interference as an insult. In the present, she looked at the employee instead. What contract folder? Han's jaw tightened. The employee swallowed. The Eastern Logistics Renewal. Mr. Bright. Han asked me to remove it before the board review. That is ridiculous, Han said. She was caught carrying stolen jewelry and is inventing a story to protect herself. Su Muwan handed her glass to Qin Luo. Seal the preparation room. Preserve the hallway footage and entrance records. Qin Luo nodded. Han moved closer. Muwan, this is a simple theft. There is no need to create a scandal. That is exactly why we should check the evidence. The employee's fear shifted into fragile hope. Su Muwan gestured for her to follow. They had taken only 2 steps when Ye Chen left his position near the door. Stop. Su Muwan's body went cold. Ye Chen approached without raising his voice. The employee remains part of a security investigation. She cannot be taken into a private room by someone connected to the accusation. I am taking her somewhere safe until the footage is secured. That is your explanation. Ye Chen looked at the employee. The woman had already told one of his contacts that she feared the Su family would silence her. Allowing Su Muwan to remove her privately would be a mistake. Su Muwan understood the suspicion. In her first life, she had earned it. We can speak here, she said. I will not remove her from the hotel. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This was not the response he expected. Han watched from behind them, irritation hidden beneath concern. The scene was supposed to be simple. Su Muwan would lose her temper. The unknown security consultant would resist her. Han would step in, defend her, and have the employee removed before she could expose the contracts. Instead, Su Muwan was listening. Han spoke quietly to the security supervisor beside him. The supervisor moved toward the employee. "We'll take her downstairs." The employee recoiled. Su Muwan stepped between them. "No one takes her anywhere until my order is carried out." Ye Chen caught Su Muwan's wrist. The movement was fast and controlled. "Then remain here." The entire hall seemed to stop. Su Muwan looked down at his hand. In her first life, she had slapped him for less. This time, she forced herself to remain calm. "Release me." Ye Chen did not. He was watching her carefully, testing whether the famous Su family heiress' sudden patience was real or only a performance. Qin Luo moved. Su Muwan saw him coming and understood exactly what he intended to do. Qin Luo daunt. The slap cracked across the banquet hall. Ye Chen's face turned with the impact. 100 guests stared in silence. Qin Luo stood between him and Su Muwan, one hand still raised. "So you're the Dragon King, huh?" Ye Chen slowly turned back. Only a handful of people in Jiang City knew that title. Han took one unconscious step backward. Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo. Then at Ye Chen. Then at Qin Luo again. The blue system screen appeared before Qin Luo. Valid mission conditions confirmed physical protection of Su Muwan, defense of legitimate authority, confrontation with a genuinely dangerous target, mission reward. 500 Lackey points available, purchase. Basic combat foundation. 500 points. Qin Luo purchased it immediately. Knowledge entered his body without turning him into a master. His balance adjusted. His shoulders loosened. He understood how to guard his center, how to move his feet, and how to strike without breaking his wrist. It was the foundation of a trained fighter. Nothing more. Ye Chen could still kill him with one hand. Qin Luo met his gaze anyway. "My young lady told you to release her." Su Muwan's lips parted. That was the last thing she remembered before the room tilted. For the first and only time in her second life, Su Muwan fainted from pure frustration. She regained consciousness in the hotel's private lounge. Her father stood near the window speaking on the phone. Su Qingya, her younger cousin, sat beside the sofa. Qin Luo stood near the door, alive, uninjured, far too calm. Su Muwan sat up. "Where is Ye Chen?" "He left the banquet floor," Su Qingya said. "He didn't retaliate. That was worse." Ye Chen rarely retaliated immediately. He allowed people to believe they had escaped, then revealed enough power to make resistance meaningless. Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo. "Why did you slap him?" "Had grabbed you. I told you not to attack anyone. I purchased the ability after the slap. That is not what I meant." Su Qingya's eyes moved between them. Qin Luo considered the order carefully. "You also told me not to approach Ye Chen." "Yes. He approached you." Su Muwan pressed one hand against her forehead. "And you were forbidden from threatening anyone using my name." "I didn't threaten him, anyone using my name." "I didn't threaten him." "Using your name." "I only stated that you ordered him to release you." "That is somehow worse." Su Qingya lowered her face, pretending to adjust her sleeve so they would not see her smile. Su Jianshan ended his call. "The security footage confirms Ye Chen grabbed you. We can control the public version." "No," Su Muwan said. "Preserve the complete footage. Do not edit anything." Her father studied her. "That includes Qin Luo striking a security consultant. It also includes the employee's accusation and Han's involvement." Su Jiansheng's expression changed. Su Muwan stood. "Where is the employee?" "In a protected room with 2 female managers." Qin Luo answered. "The preparation room has been sealed. Copies of the hallway footage are being made." He had carried out her earlier order despite the chaos. Su Muwan looked at him for a second longer than necessary. Good. It was the first praise she had given him in this life. Qin Luo noticed. So did Su Muwan. She immediately turned away. "Bring me everything." The hotel's underground parking level was nearly empty when Qin Luo reached his car after midnight. He had spent 3 hours collecting access records, camera footage, witness names, and the temporary security roster. Ye Chen's employment record was clean at first glance. Too clean. The company that assigned him had existed for only 6 months, yet its staff had access to several protected events. Its insurance documents referenced an overseas security group Qin Luo recognized from the novel as one of Dragon Palace's covers. He had no evidence analysis ability. He did not need one to understand that the new security consultant was not ordinary. Footsteps sounded behind him. 3 men moved out from between the concrete pillars. They wore dark civilian clothes rather than hotel uniforms. Qin Luo closed his car door. "The parking exit is that way." The man in front rolled his shoulders. "Ye Chen wants to know who told you his title. So he sent 3 people to ask. He sent us to determine whether you're worth asking twice." Qin Luo glanced toward the nearest security camera. The second man noticed. The cameras are under maintenance. Qin Luo had checked them 10 minutes earlier. That meant the men had prepared the area, but preparation left records. You're not Dragon Palace's core people, Qin Luo said. The leader's expression shifted. If you were, you wouldn't need 3 men to test someone who suffered a head injury this morning. The third man attacked first. Basic Combat Foundation gave Qin Luo the correct response. It did not give him the speed to execute it perfectly. He raised his arm, redirected the punch, and still felt the impact travel into his shoulder. He stepped aside before the second strike and drove his palm into the attacker's chest. The man moved back half a step. Only half. Qin Luo understood the difference immediately. These men had real experience. He had movements without experience. The leader came from his left. Qin Luo lowered his center, avoided the first swing and took the second against his ribs. Pain tore through his side. The system offered no emergency rescue. He had spent every point. Qin Luo retreated around a parked sedan, forcing the men to approach through narrower spaces. When one tried to circle, Qin Luo kicked the car's alarm sensor. The horn exploded through the garage. Red lights began flashing. The men hesitated. Qin Luo used that moment to slam the car door into the nearest attacker's knee. The man went down. Qin Luo seized his wrist, turned the joint, and drove him into the concrete pillar. The second man rushed him. Qin Luo stepped aside and pulled the first attacker into the path. Their shoulders collided. The leader remained calm. He kicked Qin Luo's injured ribs, sending him against the sedan. Qin Luo tasted blood. "You're not strong," the leader said. "No," Qin Luo wiped his mouth. "But you disabled the cameras." The leader's gaze flicked upward. A small green light had appeared on the nearest unit. Qin Luo had restarted the circuit using the emergency alarm connection. "And now," Qin Luo continued, "you're 3 men attacking the personal assistant of Su Muwan inside a Su family hotel." The leader understood the trap. If they continued, the incident would no longer be a private test. It would become a recorded attack against the Su family. Qin Luo straightened despite the pain. "Tell Ye Chen that if he wants to ask me something, he can come himself." The leader looked at the 2 injured men. Then he smiled without warmth. "This isn't finished. It rarely is with protagonists." "What?" "Nothing." The 3 men withdrew before hotel security arrived. Qin Luo waited until they disappeared up the ramp. Then he leaned against the car and exhaled. Basic foundation was not enough. But it had kept him standing. For a first purchase, that would do. At 9 the next morning, Su Muwan entered her office and found Qin Luo waiting with a folder. A bruise darkened one side of his jaw. She stopped. "What happened?" "3 of Ye Chen's contractors tested me in the parking area." Su Muwan crossed the room. "You fought them?" "They started it. You were injured yesterday morning." "I remembered. Did that memory arrive before or after someone kicked you in the ribs?" Qin Luo placed the folder on her desk. "The cameras recorded enough to prove they attacked first." Su Muwan wanted to shout at him. Instead, she opened the folder. The contents included the contractor company's false employment history, the employee's statement, suspicious changes to the logistics contract, and a list of people who accessed the preparation room. Han Jiwai's assistant appeared in every record. "You found this overnight?" "I had help from hotel security. The work was organized, but not impossibly perfect." Several questions remained unanswered. Qin Luo had collected facts without pretending they formed a complete solution. Su Muwan looked at the bruise again. "Sit. I'm fine." That was not a question. Qin Luo sat. Su Muwan called the family doctor and ordered an examination. When she ended the call, Qin Luo asked, "Are you always this concerned about your assistants?" "No." "Then I'm honored." "You should be frightened." "That too." Su Muwan looked down at the records. She remembered Han betraying her family late in the original timeline. He had supplied Lu Tian with information about Su businesses after their engagement ended. She had blamed him for cowardice. Now the evidence suggested his betrayal had begun much earlier. "What do you recommend?" she asked. "Expose him today." "That will only catch Han." Qin Luo waited. Su Muwan tapped the altered logistics contract. Someone inside the Su family approved these changes. "If Han believes we have only the employee's statement, he will contact whoever helped him. You want to let him think the copied records are still missing." "Yes." Qin Luo considered the risk. "He may target the employee. She and her family will be moved to a protected Su property." "Quietly. He may target me." Su Muwan's fingers stopped. "That is why you will remain at the estate. I can draw out his people." "No." "It would improve the plan." "No." Qin Luo met her gaze. Su Muwan understood that if she refused to explain, He would continue searching for a way to interfere. You were struck by a truck yesterday, she said. Today, 3 men attacked you. I will not use you as bait. The words came with more emotion than she intended. Qin Luo watched her carefully. Was my accident connected to Han? I don't know yet. That was true, but fear had already settled in her stomach. Qin Luo nodded. Then, I'll stay at the estate. Su Muwan was surprised by the easy agreement. You will? You explain the reason. A small distinction. A significant one. Su Muwan returned to the evidence. Han likes controlling what other people know. We'll give him information he cannot resist correcting. By afternoon, Han Shivai had received 3 different rumors. The first claimed the hotel employee had copied financial records onto a drive. The second claimed the records were stored in the Grand Phoenix manager's office. The third claimed Qin Luo had removed them before his road accident. Each rumor went to a different person connected to Han. Only the third produced movement. A Su family administrator contacted an outside number. That number belonged to a transport company involved in Qin Luo's accident. Su Muwan stared at the call record in silence. Qin Luo stood across from her desk. Han arranged the truck. It appears so. The original Qin Luo had discovered the contract theft before the banquet. Han tried to kill him. Su Muwan had been given another life so she could save Qin Luo, yet he had already died before she even opened her eyes. She did not know the full truth of his survival, but the possibility hollowed something inside her. Qin Luo saw the color leave her face. You expected this. No. You're a poor liar. You are becoming too familiar. Occupational requirement. Su Muwan forced herself to focus. The administrator will attempt to retrieve whatever Han believes. You copied. We give him an opportunity. And follow him to the rest. Yes. Qin Luo looked pleased. Su Muwan pointed at him. You are not the bait. His expression changed only slightly. I said you were becoming too familiar. That evening, the Su family announced an internal review of the Eastern Logistics contract. Han requested a private meeting with Su Muwan at the Grand Phoenix Hotel. He arrived carrying flowers. Qin Luo received him outside the executive meeting room. Han's gaze moved over Qin Luo's bruised jaw. You recover quickly? I've been told I'm fortunate. Accidents can be unpredictable. So can investigations. Han's smile thinned. Where is Muwan? My young lady is reviewing evidence. You speak essays. Though you've been with the family for years, the body had. Qin Luo had been there for 2 days. I learned quickly. Inside the meeting room, Su Muwan sat at the head of the table with her father, 2 family lawyers, the protected employee, and 3 executives connected to the contract. Han entered and placed the flowers aside. Muwan, this has gone far enough. The employee stole from my family and created false accusations. If we handle it privately, my parents are willing to overlook the insult. Su Muwan opened a folder. The bracelet was placed in the preparation room 30 minutes before she entered. Han's expression did not change. The camera angle is unclear. The person who placed it used your assistant's access card. Then questioned my assistant. We did. Han looked toward the door. His assistant had not arrived with him. Su Muwan continued. The Eastern Logistics contract transferred Su routes to a company connected to your mother. The rates were changed after my father approved the original agreement. Han remained silent. The administrator who made the change accessed Qin Luo's office 3 times last week, she said. This morning. He contacted the company responsible for Qin Luo's accident. That produced the first real crack in Han's composure. You're accusing me of attempted murder based on a phone call. No. No. I'm allowing the police to investigate attempted murder based on the driver's confession. The meeting room door opened. 2 officers entered with the Su family's legal representative. Han stood. His hand moved toward his phone. Qin Luo, waiting beside the door, removed it from his reach. Han turned on him. You dare touch me? Qin Luo examined the phone. You attempted to kill me. I think we have moved beyond normal manners. Han looked at Su Muwan. You are choosing a servant over the Han family. Su Muwan rose. I am choosing evidence over you. She removed the engagement ring from her finger and placed it on the table. Rice? Engagement ends today. The employee watched without speaking. For her, this was not a game between rich families. It was the first time anyone with power had listened when she said something was wrong. Su Muwan understood that now. Han's parents would retaliate. The relatives who helped him would hide. The scandal would damage the Su family. But accepting those costs was part of correcting the future. The officers escorted Han out. Qin Luo followed long enough to hand over the phone. Reporters were already gathered in the hotel lobby. Su Muwan had invited them to announce the contract review only after the evidence was secured. She intended to give a short factual statement. Before she reached the microphones, a familiar voice came from the edge of the crowd. You moved quickly. Ye Chen stood near a marble pillar in a dark jacket. He no longer wore the hotel's security uniform. Su Muwan stopped. Ye Chen looked toward Han being led outside. I intended to expose him last night. The employee had contacted his organization first. Ye Chen had collected enough evidence to reveal Han during the banquet, protect the employee, and introduce Dragon Palace's influence to Jiang City. Qin Luo's slap had disrupted the timing. Su Muwan's investigation had taken the victory away entirely. Ye Chen looked at Qin Luo. How did you know my title? Qin Luo smiled faintly. You're not worthy of hearing my young lady's secrets. Su Muwan turned her head sharply. She had specifically forbidden him from threatening anyone using her name. Technically, that had not been a threat. It was worse. Ye Chen's gaze returned to Su Muwan. Until that moment he had considered the possibility that her changed behavior was sincere. Now another explanation appeared. She had known his identity. She had known about Han. She had placed Qin Luo at her side the same day. Perhaps the arrogant heiress had never been as simple as Jiang City believed. Su Muwan stepped toward the microphones before Qin Luo could say anything else. She gave a direct statement. The contract had been altered. The employee had been falsely accused. The engagement was terminated, and the Su family would cooperate with the investigation. She claimed no brilliant plan. She presented no dramatic victory. When she finished, a reporter called out, Miss Su, did you arrange last night's confrontation to force Mr. Han's partners into revealing themselves? No. Did your assistant act under your orders when he confronted the security consultant? No. Then how did he know the investigation was connected to Dragon Palace? Su Muwan hesitated. Qin Luo stepped beside her. My young lady saw through the entire scheme before anyone else. Su Muwan looked at him. The reporters began shouting questions. Was the banquet a trap? Did Miss Su know about the contract theft in advance? Is the Su family preparing to act against Dragon Palace? Qin Luo calmly guided Su Muwan away from the microphones. She maintained a composed expression until the elevator doors closed. Then she turned on him. Why did you say that? It strengthened your authority. It made me sound like I arranged my own fiancé's crimes. No one believes that. They believe I predicted them. That is better. How? People respect foresight. Ye Chen now thinks I planned to humiliate him. He already thought that. He was uncertain. Qin Luo considered this. Then I removed his uncertainty. Su Muwan stared at him. When the elevator opened, she stepped out without another word. Qin Luo followed. He had fulfilled the spirit of a loyal lackey perfectly. That was the problem. 3 days later, Su Muwan received a message that made her blood turn cold. Driver Gao would transport the original contract records from the Grand Phoenix Hotel to Su Medical Group at 7 that evening. In her first life, Zhao died during that journey. His vehicle was forced from an elevated road and burned before emergency teams could reach him. Everyone believed Dragon Palace arranged the attack in retaliation for Ye Chen's humiliation. Su Muwan had accepted that explanation because it suited what she already believed. She entered the estate's security office. Cancel Gao's route. Qin Luo looked up from the temporary security roster. Why? The records can be transferred tomorrow. Someone is monitoring the transport. Su Muwan did not answer quickly enough. Qin Luo stood. You know the road is dangerous. I received information. From whom? That does not matter. It matters if we're changing a protected transport based on it. Su Muwan hated that his questions were reasonable. Use the westerns were reasonable. Route, she said. Move Gao into the second vehicle. Put the records in the first. Qin Luo examined the roadmap. If the attackers are watching departure rather than the route, they'll adjust. Then what do you suggest? Change the driver, the vehicle, the destination, and the time. Su Muwan looked at him. Qin Luo pointed toward an old hotel service van. The visible convoy leaves at 7 without the records. Zhao leaves at 6:30 wearing a technician's uniform. The documents go through the hotel's internal courier system to a neutral law office instead of Su Medical Group. And the visible convoy? I'd be inside. No. It is the only part the attackers need to believe. You are not using yourself as bait. This is not Han's investigation. You believe someone will kill Gao tonight. I said no. Qin Luo's system remained silent. Su Muwan had given no order that placed him in danger. He could ignore her and create no valid mission. Or he could understand what she actually wanted. Protect Jiao. Preserve the evidence. Prevent another attack on her authority. There's another option. Qin Luo said, we let them discover the van is empty before they attack. Then follow whoever checks it. Su Muwan considered the plan. No confrontation unless we confirm the target. Understood. And you do not leave the surveillance vehicle. Understood. And if anything changes, and if anything changes, you call me. Qin Luo paused. You're coming? I'm directing the route change? That sounds dangerous. Su Muwan's eyes narrowed. Do you want to repeat that? No, young lady. At 6:45. Gao left the Grand Phoenix Hotel through a maintenance exit. He wore a gray technician's jacket and carried an empty tool case. The original records had already been transferred into Madame Lia's legal office through a bonded courier. Su Muwan watched the hotel entrances from an unmarked van parked across the street. Qin Luo sat beside her. Two security officers monitored cameras from the rear. At 7, the visible convoy departed. A black motorcycle followed for 2 streets, then turned away. A white utility vehicle remained behind. License plate? Su Muwan asked. Registered to a company dissolved last month, one officer answered. The utility vehicle drove into the Grand Phoenix loading entrance. A man in a maintenance uniform entered the service corridor and checked the empty transport case left behind as bait. When he discovered it was empty, he made a call. Qin Luo watched the camera feed. The man's jacket shifted. A Dragon Palace emblem was sewn inside. Su Muwan's hands went cold. The same emblem had been found near Jeo's burned vehicle in her first life. I was right, she whispered. Qin Luo studied the symbol. Something was wrong. Dragon Palace's real documents used a 4-clawed emblem in the early novel. The mark inside the man's jacket had 5. A counterfeit made by someone who knew the name but not the organization. He isn't Dragon Palace, Qin Luo said. The man left the loading entrance. The white vehicle pulled away. They followed. The vehicle did not pursue Jeo. It drove toward the bonded courier route. They know where the evidence went, Su Muwan said. Someone inside the Su family's courier office had informed them. The white vehicle accelerated. Qin Luo called the law office. No answer. Su Muwan gave the order immediately. Stop them before they reach the courier. The system appeared. Major Lackey mission: protect a person Su Muwan has chosen to save. Preserve evidence supporting her legitimate authority. Remove a direct threat to her future. Mission target. Prevent the planned attack and identify its sponsor. The surveillance van accelerated. The white vehicle turned into an industrial road where 2 motorcycles waited. One motorcycle sped toward the courier van ahead. The second moved to block Su Muwan's vehicle. Qin Luo opened his door. Su Muwan caught his sleeve. I ordered you not to leave the vehicle. You ordered me to stop them. I meant with the security team. The security team is driving. The motorcycle approached. Qin Luo waited until it passed the van's front corner, then shoved the door open. The edge struck the rider's shoulder. The motorcycle tilted and slid across the road. Qin Luo jumped out before the van stopped completely. Su Muwan closed her eyes for half a second. When this was over, every future order would require written definitions. The fallen rider rolled onto one knee and drew a metal baton. Basic combat foundation gave Qin Luo the correct stance. His parking garage fight had given him the first taste of timing. He avoided the baton, struck the man's forearm, and took a glancing blow across the shoulder. The second swing came lower. Qin Luo trapped the wrist and drove his knee into the man's chest. The rider fell. Ahead, the first motorcycle reached the courier van. The passenger raised a bottle filled with fuel. Su Muwan stepped out of the surveillance van. One of the security officers shouted for her to remain inside. She ignored him. A small stone left her hand. It struck the bottle before the attacker could throw it. Glass shattered against the road. Fuel splashed harmlessly across the pavement. Qin Luo looked back. The throw had been too accurate and too powerful for an ordinary heiress. Su Muwan met his gaze. Move. Questions could wait. Qin Luo seized the fallen motorcycle and lifted it upright. The engine was still running. He accelerated after the courier van. The attackers tried to force it toward the barrier. Qin Luo came alongside and kicked the rear passenger's leg. The man lost his balance and grabbed for the driver. The motorcycle swerved. Both attackers crashed into a stack of empty road barriers. The white utility vehicle tried to escape. Su security blocked the road behind it. Police units, warned before the operation, closed the next intersection. The driver surrendered after realizing every exit was covered. No one died. The records remained intact. Jay reached the safe location without ever seeing the attack. Inside the utility vehicle, officers found counterfeit Dragon Palace uniforms, fuel bottles, copied courier schedules, and a phone containing messages from Han Jivai's remaining contract manager. Su Muwan stood beside the open vehicle, staring at the false emblem. In her first life, she had blamed Ye Chen for Gao's death. Then she retaliated against Dragon Palace. Ye Chen answered. Another piece of the future had been built on a lie. Qin Luo approached with blood on one sleeve. Su Muwan looked at the injury. "It is not serious," he said. "You jumped from a moving vehicle, a slowly moving vehicle. You drove a stolen motorcycle, temporarily borrowed. You disobeyed my order. You gave 2 orders." She understood odd. "Immediately. Remain inside. Stop them." He had chosen the one that mattered more. Before she could answer, the system sounded inside Qin Luo's mind. Major Lackey mission completed, protected Uncle Gao, preserved evidence, prevented damage to Su Muwan's legitimate authority, identified the true sponsor behind a future threat reward. 12,200 Lackey points. Qin Luo opened the upgrade menu. Basic physical improvement. 300 points. He purchased it. Warmth spread through his muscles and bones. The change was not dramatic, but the pain in his shoulder became easier to bear. His breathing steadied. Remaining Lackey points. 900. Another notification appeared. Rank advancement. Street Lackey. Personal henchman. New rank benefit. Minor danger awareness when a confirmed threat approaches Su Muwan. Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan. She stood beneath the industrial lights, holding the false dragon palace emblem. "You saved him," she said. "We saved him." In her first life, Gao's death had been a single line in a much larger disaster. Now he was alive. The evidence remained safe. The future was not fixed. Su Muwan closed her hand around the emblem. "We need to tell Ye Chen someone used Dragon Palace's name. You want to speak to him?" "No." "No? You are still forbidden from approaching him. What if he approaches me?" Su Muwan pointed at him. "Do not begin." Ye Chen received the counterfeit emblem the following morning. He stood inside the temporary office of his Jiang City security company, while Tang Hao placed the seized photographs on the desk. The men admitted they were hired through Han Zhaivai's contract manager. Tang Hao said, "They expected the Su family too." Believe Dragon Palace ordered the attack. Ye Chen examined the false 5-clawed mark. Dragon Palace protected its own people. That protection depended on fear, loyalty, and a name others understood. Allowing outsiders to use that name weakened all 3. Find the local contact who sold them the emblem. We already have him. The man was brought in 10 minutes later. He dropped to his knees. "Dragon King. I didn't know they planned to kill anyone. You sold my name. They paid me. I thought it was only to frighten the Su family." Ye Chen looked toward Tang Hao. "Return the money to every client he cheated. Close his company. He will never work in security again." The man began pleading. Ye Chen did not raise his voice. "You used the protection earned by my people without accepting any of its burdens. You are not one of us." Tang Hao removed the man. Ye Chen returned to the photographs. Su Muwan had discovered Han's contract theft, protected the employee, saved the driver, preserved the evidence, and separated the counterfeit attack from Dragon Palace. That did not match the arrogant woman described in every report. Qin Luo appeared in several photographs, always close to her, a minor assistant who knew Ye Chen's title. A man who had survived an arranged truck accident. A newly promoted personal henchman who fought as though he had learned the basics overnight. Ye Chen placed the false emblem on the desk. "Investigate Qin Luo," he said. Tang Hao paused, and Su Muwan. Ye Chen looked toward Jiang City skyline. "She is the one behind him." The media called Han Zhiwai's arrest the first move in an elaborate Su family purge. Commentators claimed Su Muwan had staged the banquet confrontation, baited Han's contract partners, exposed false Dragon Palace agents, and protected a key witness within 3 days. Su Muwan denied planning any of it in advance. Nobody believed her. When she entered the family breakfast room, Old Master Su was reading an article titled, "Black Rose of the Su Family. Heiress destroys fiancé's network in 72 hours." Su Muwan stopped. "Black Rose." Old Master Su lowered the tablet. "It appears the reporters have become imaginative. This is Qin Luo's fault." Qin Luo entered behind her, carrying a document. "Case. I did not write the article. You told them I saw through everything. You did. I learned about half of it after being attacked. You still saw through it." Old Master Su hid a smile behind his teeth. Su Jiancheng took the document case from Qin Luo. The police confirmed Han's connection to the truck. His family is attempting to distance itself, but the engagement termination will stand. Su Muwan sat. "And the relatives who helped him?" "Still under review." Qin Luo placed a second folder before her. Inside were the preserved contracts, Gao's witness statement, and the first list of internal contacts. Su Muwan looked toward the courtyard. In her first life, this breakfast happened after Gao's funeral. Her father had been furious. Her grandfather had blamed Dragon Palace. She had demanded retaliation. Now Zhao was home with his family. Han was under arrest. Ye Chen had punished the person who misused Dragon Palace's name. The same people occupied the same city, but their choices were already creating another future. Her grandfather reached for his tea. The cup slipped from his fingers. It shattered against the floor. Old Master Su's other hand pressed against his chest. "Grandfather." His face had gone gray. Su Muwan caught him before he fell from the chair. The room erupted into movement. Su Jiansheng called the family doctors. Qin Luo cleared the space around the old man and opened the doors for the emergency team. Su Muwan knelt on the floor, holding her grandfather's hand. She knew this scene. The illness, the hospital, the poor medical student carrying an ancient needle case. Another chosen protagonist was coming. Old Master Su was rushed to Su Medical Group's private hospital. By the time Su Muwan reached the emergency floor, doctors were already arguing outside the treatment room. A slim young man in simple clothes stood at the end of the corridor. An old leather needle case rested in his hand. Lin Fan looked past the doctors and directly at Su Muwan. "I can save your grandfather," he said. Behind Su Muwan, Qin Luo's system sounded. High-value target detected. Su Muwan's grip tightened around his sleeve before he could take a single step. "Qin Luo," she whispered. "You are not allowed to provoke this one either." Qin Luo looked down at the hand gripping his sleeve. "You said that about Ye Chen, and you slapped him. He grabbed you." Su Muwan tightened her hold before he could move toward Lin Fan. "This time you will remain beside me. Keep your mouth closed, and do exactly what I say." Qin Luo glanced past her. Lin Fan looked no older than a university student. His clothes were simple. His old needle case was worn at the corners, and nothing about him suggested that he possessed a medical inheritance capable of changing Jiang City's balance of power. The system's warning suggested otherwise. High-value target Lin Fan on roll. Successor of the ghost physician current relationship. Neutral threat to Su Muwan's future. Developing understood, Qin Luo said. Su Muwan did not release his sleeve. "You agreed too quickly. I can disagree if that would reassure you. Just stand there." The emergency doors opened before Qin Luo could answer. A woman in a white coat stepped into the corridor. Her long dark hair was tied behind her head, and the identification card on her coat marked her as Chen Xu, Deputy Director of Pharmaceutical Research. She was also the eldest daughter of Chen Medical Holdings. In the original novel, she had been one of the first powerful women to recognize Lin Fan's ability. "Old Master Su's heart rhythm is stable for the moment," Chen Xu said. "But the blockage isn't behaving like an ordinary clot. His internal energy is gathering around the chest meridian and resisting the medication." Su Jiansheng came down the corridor with 3 senior doctors. "What do you recommend? Modern treatment can stabilize his heart, but forcing the blockage may rupture the meridian." Chen Xu looked toward Lin Fan. He recognized the condition before the scans were complete. One of the older doctors frowned. Recognizing something and treating it are not the same. Lin Fan opened his needle case. Rows of old silver needles rested inside. "Your equipment is treating the heart as the cause," he said. "It is only where the damage has gathered. The real blockage begins below the left shoulder and crosses 3 damaged meridians." The senior doctor's expression hardened. "That conclusion is not supported by any scan, because your machines cannot detect internal energy. We are in a hospital, not a martial arts school." Lin Fan did not argue. He simply turned to Su Muwan. "If I do nothing, your grandfather will suffer another collapse within 2 hours. The second one will be worse." Su Muwan remembered that second collapse. In her previous life, she had stood in the same corridor and demanded that security throw Lin Fan out. He returned only after old Master Su's condition became critical. By then, the Su family had no choice except to accept every condition he set. This time she bowed her head slightly. "Dr. Lin, please save my grandfather." The corridor became silent. Lin Fan studied her. He had heard enough about Su Muwan to expect contempt, not respect. "I need the treatment room cleared," he said. "No hospital doctors, no cameras, and no interruptions." "No." The answer came from Su Muwan, without hesitation. Lin Fan's brows moved slightly. She continued. "Chen Xu remains. The heart team remains outside with full monitoring. The cameras stay on. You asked me to save him, and I am giving you access to the patient. I am not giving you complete authority over this hospital. If they interfere, I won't accept responsibility. If you refuse treatment because qualified medical staff are monitoring the patient, then say so clearly." Lin Fan's gaze cooled. Qin Luo remained beside her, saying nothing. He was impressed. Su Muwan had managed to refuse Lin Fan without insulting his skill or denying the danger. She had also left him with two choices: treat old Master Su under reasonable conditions, or walk away in front of witnesses after claiming he was the only person who could help. Lin Fan closed the needle case. Shen Shu can remain. The others stay outside. Su Muwan released Qin Luo's sleeve. Prepare the treatment room. Qin Luo had no medical knowledge. The system did not suddenly provide it. He spent the 20 minutes before treatment checking who had entered old Master Su's private room, which nurses handled his medication, when the medicine carts arrived, and which cameras covered the hospital's restricted floors. Su Muwan's authority opened the records for him. Ordinary observation revealed that something was wrong. The electronic access log showed 4 people entering old Master Su's room after his last examination. The nurses remembered 5. One junior physician's entry had disappeared from the digital record, despite appearing on 2 hallway cameras. Qin Luo found Chen Shu outside the preparation room. Someone removed an access record. She accepted the tablet he offered. Which room? Old Master Su's private recovery suite. Yesterday, at 11:42, Chen Shu compared the footage with the medication schedule. He received his evening meridian stabilizer 20 minutes later. Can you check it? The remaining doses are in the controlled pharmacy. They reached the pharmacy before the treatment began. The sealed package appeared intact, but Chen Shu noticed that the identification strip had been warmed and attached again. She opened 1 dose under camera supervision. The color was slightly darker than the approved medication. Qin Luo saw the difference only after she placed the 2 samples beside one another. What does the replacement do? It accelerates circulation. Chen Shu's voice became colder. For most people, that would increase energy and reduce fatigue. For someone with old Master Su's damaged meridians, it would push more internal force into the blockage, enough to cause today's collapse. Possibly. Can it cause another? Chen Shu looked toward the treatment floor. Yes. Qin Luo checked the time. Then Lin Fan was right. About the second Lin Fan was right. Collapse. He predicted it before seeing this medicine. Chen Shu understood the implication. Either Lin Fan's diagnosis was extraordinary, or he knew more than he had admitted. They returned to the treatment room. Lin Fan stood beside old Master Su with 2 needles already placed near the shoulder. He glanced at the altered medication in Chen Shu's hand. For the briefest moment, recognition appeared in his eyes. Qin Luo saw it. He could not prove what it meant. Not yet. The medication was changed, Chen Shui said. Someone gave him a circulation enhancer instead of the prescribed stabilizer. Lin Fan remained calm. That explains the speed of the blockage. You knew another collapse was coming. I could feel the pressure in his pulse. Did you know the medicine had been changed? No. The lie was smooth enough that Chen Shu could not challenge it without evidence. Qin Luo watched Lin Fan's face. The young doctor did not appear surprised that someone had endangered old Master Su. He appeared irritated that the altered medicine had been discovered before the second collapse. Su Muwan entered behind them. Does this change the treatment? Lin Fan considered his answer. No, it makes immediate treatment more important. Then, begin. Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo. No one enters or leaves without my approval. Preserve every record, the system responded. Standard Lackey mission executes Su Muwan's direct order. Protect the treatment room. Preserve witnesses and evidence. Reward determined by outcome. Qin Luo took his position beside the door. Lin Fan opened the needle case. The first needles entered points across old Master Su's shoulder and chest. For several minutes the monitors showed gradual improvement. His heart rhythm steadied. The dark color around his lips faded. Even the senior cardiologist watching from the observation room stopped criticizing the procedure. Lin Fan's skill was real. That made his choices more dangerous, not less. A junior physician hurried down the corridor. He was the same man missing from the access record. Qin Luo stepped into his path. The treatment room is closed. I assisted Dr. Lin during an earlier case. He may need me. Your access record to old Master Su's room was deleted. The physician stopped, only for a moment. Then he forced an offended expression. I don't control the hospital system. You did enter the room? I checked the patient. Why didn't the nurses remember you? They see dozens of people every day. Qin Luo held out one hand. Your phone. What authority do you have to take it? The authority to prevent you from entering. The physician looked past him toward the treatment room. Inside, Lin Fan placed the 7th needle. Old Master Su's pulse began climbing. The physician moved as though preparing to leave. Then his hand darted toward the emergency control panel beside the door. Qin Luo caught his wrist. The physician twisted, striking toward Qin Luo's throat with 2 fingers. Not an ordinary doctor. Qin Luo stepped back, redirected the hand and drove the man against the wall. The attack had been fast enough to expose martial training, but not strong enough to overcome Qin Luo's improved body and foundation. Hospital security rushed forward. The physician shouted, "He attacked me!" Qin Luo turned his wrist until a keycard fell from his sleeve. It belonged to the restricted pharmacy. Inside the treatment room, the monitors began sounding. Old Master Su's heart rate surged. The second collapse had arrived. Lin Fan had expected it. The altered medication had pushed too much energy against the damaged meridians. Once his needles opened the upper path, that pressure would rush forward. He had known the risk the moment he read Old Master Su's pulse. He could have warned Chen Shu before beginning. He could have adjusted the early needle placement to release the pressure gradually. But if the treatment proceeded smoothly, the Su family's cardiologists would claim their equipment contributed to the recovery. Chen Shu would receive credit for identifying the altered medicine. If the old man collapsed while every monitor failed to help, Lin Fan would become the only person capable of saving him. The risk was controlled. He had resolved more dangerous complications. The heart monitor climbed past the point he expected. Old Master Su's internal force struck the blocked meridian like water against a sealed gate. Lin Fan placed 2 more needles. The pressure should have divided. It did not. Old Master Su's red shadow art reacted to the foreign circulation enhancer and forced energy back through the path. Lin Fan had opened. The old man convulsed. "His pressure is falling," Chen Shui said. "I know. The lower meridian is reversing. I said I know." Lin Fan changed the angle of one needle. The heart rhythm worsened. Chen Shu studied the monitor and the movement beneath Old Master Su's skin. The blockage crosses behind the shoulder, but the return flow is entering from below. Your third needle is holding the wrong path open. Lin Fan's hand paused. He had diagnosed the primary blockage correctly. He had missed the scarred lower meridian created by an injury decades earlier. Removing the third needle too quickly could release all the pressure into the heart. Leaving it would allow the reversal to continue. Chen Shu reached toward the emergency medicine. Lin Fan caught her wrist. "That will interfere with the needle field. If his pressure falls any further, there won't be a field to protect. I can correct it. You said the complication was controlled." Lin Fan released her. For the first time, the cameras recorded uncertainty on his face. Su Muwan stood on the other side of the observation glass. She could not hear every word, but she saw Chen Shu point toward the lower monitor. "Let her help," Su Muwan ordered through the room speaker. Lin Fan looked toward her. The decision took less than a second. Pride yielded to necessity. "Half the normal emergency dose," he told Chen Shu. "Inject below the left shoulder, not through the arm." Chen Shu prepared the medication. Lin Fan shifted the 7th and 9th needles while she administered the dose. The drug reduced the heart strain. The needles redirected the internal force. Old Master Su's body went still. One heartbeat passed, then another. The monitor settled into a stable rhythm. Lin Fan removed the final needle after 12 minutes. Old Master Su remained unconscious, but the immediate danger had passed. The treatment room doors opened. Qin Luo was waiting outside with the junior physician restrained by hospital security. Su Muwan entered. "How is he?" "He will live," Lin Fan said. Chen Shui added, "He needs observation. The blockage has been released, but the meridian damage will take time to heal." Su Muwan looked between them. "You both treated him?" Lin Fan closed his needle case. Her intervention was useful. Chen Shu did not respond to the limited acknowledgement. Qin Luo placed the junior physician's keycard on the table. "This man entered Old Master Su's room yesterday and had access to the restricted pharmacy." Lin Fan's gaze moved to the physician. The man lowered his head. He admired Lin Fan and had learned enough about the ghost physician's inheritance to recognize the opportunity Old Master Su's condition could provide. Altering the medicine had been his own decision. Lin Fan had not instructed him. But Lin Fan had recognized what happened and chosen silence. The junior physician looked toward him, expecting protection. Lin Fan said, "I have never seen that keycard." It was technically true. The physician's face changed. Qin Luo noticed. So did Su Muwan. "Secure him separately," she ordered. "No private visitors. Hospital security removed the man." Lin Fan wiped his needles. "I saved your grandfather. I assume the Su family will not allow a minor distraction to overshadow that." Su Muwan looked through the glass at Old Master Su. "You did save him." Lin Fan's posture relaxed slightly. "Chen Shu also saved him," she continued. "The hospital staff identified the altered medicine." Qin Luo stopped someone from interfering with the room. "Every person's contribution will be recorded accurately." Lin Fan closed the case. Accurately. Yes, that was not the recognition he wanted. But refusing it would make him appear unreasonable after receiving public credit. "I will return tomorrow to check his meridians," he said. "The hospital will arrange access." Lin Fan left. The system sounded inside Qin Luo's mind. The system sounded inside Qin Luo's mind. Standard Lackey mission completed protected. The treatment room executed Su Muwan's direct orders, preserved witnesses, prevented removal of Chen Shu reward. 700 Lackey points current balance. 1600 Lackey points a new operator. Upgrade appeared. Evidence analysis. 900 points improves the host's ability to compare timelines, records, physical inconsistencies, and witness statements. Does not provide hidden facts or specialist knowledge. Qin Luo purchased it. The documents he had reviewed did not suddenly reveal new information. Instead, he understood how poorly they had been organized. The access record, medication schedule, footage, and keycard were 4 parts of one timeline. Evidence analysis would help him identify where future accounts failed to match. Remaining balance, 700 Lackey points. Su Muwan approached him. "Are you injured?" The physician tried to enter. I stopped him. "That was not my question." Qin Luo checked his arms. "No new injuries." "Good." She looked toward the treatment room. I treated Lin Fan respectfully. He still allowed the situation to become dangerous. He wanted the second collapse. Su Muwan turned. "You're certain?" "I cannot prove he caused it. I don't think he did. But he recognized the changed medicine before Chen Shu explained it. Why would he allow my grandfather to collapse? So only he could save him." Su Muwan remembered her first life. Lin Fan had arrived during the second collapse and pulled Old Master Su back from death. The entire Su family treated him as their greatest benefactor. When he requested access to Su laboratories, her grandfather granted it. When he recommended changes to the family's medical group, no one challenged him. Perhaps the opportunity had never been as accidental as she believed. This time he needed Chen Shu. Su Muwan said. And everyone saw it. That mattered. Lin Fan had saved Old Master Su without becoming irreplaceable. The future had changed again. Old Master Su regained consciousness the next afternoon. Lin Fan returned to examine him under hospital supervision. The old man listened to the complete account before offering payment. Lin Fan declined the money. "I did not treat you for a fee. What do you want?" Old Master Su asked. "Access to the Su Medical Group's rare herb stores, use of 2 research laboratories, and cooperation with Chen Medical Holdings." Chen Shu stood near the window. Su Muwan sat beside her grandfather's bed. "Cooperation on what terms?" she asked. Lin Fan looked at her. "I am developing treatments ordinary doctors cannot understand. Excessive restrictions would make the cooperation meaningless. Then provide a research plan, patient safety rules, ownership terms, and the names of everyone involved. You want me to place an ancient inheritance under hospital review? If you want hospital laboratories, hospital patients, and hospital funding?" "Yes." Lin Fan's voice remained controlled. "I saved the head of your family, and the Su family will pay a fair price for that service. Some debts cannot be measured with money." Old Master Su watched the exchange without interfering. Su Muwan said, "Then tell us the exact debt you believe we owe." Lin Fan had expected gratitude to create cooperation, without forcing him to name its value. A named debt could be negotiated. An undefined debt could last forever. "I will prepare a proposal," he said. "Good." Lin Fan left without accepting payment. Old Master Su waited until the door closed. "You handled that better than I expected." Su Muwan adjusted his blanket. "You expected me to insult him. I expected you to dislike being told you owed someone. The old Su Muwan would have denied the debt, simply because Lin Fan spoke as though he owned it. The new Su Muwan said, "We owe him for what he did. Not for everything he may want afterward." Old Master Su nodded once. "Remember that distinction." Chen Shu remained near the window after Su Muwan's grandfather fell asleep. "You should know something," she said. "Lin Fan once saved my father. Muwan already knew. Chairman Chen had suffered a rare poisoning. Lin Fan cured him when every hospital failed. Chen Medical Holdings then funded Lin Fan's rise. How much does your family believe it owes him?" Su Muwan asked. "My father says our lives would be different without Lin Fan. That is true. He also believes that means I should transfer my mind. Research whenever Lin Fan asks. That is not the same thing." Chen Shu gave a tired smile. "Try explaining that to someone who believes gratitude is the reason he is still alive." "What do you want?" The question surprised her. Most people asked what the Chen family wanted, what Lin Fan wanted, or what arrangement would benefit Su Medical Group. "I want to finish the treatment platform my team has spent 3 years developing," she said. "I want it tested properly. I want the researchers who built it to retain credit, and I don't want it absorbed into someone else's inheritance because my father feels indebted." Su Muwan remembered Chen Shu's future. In her first life, Chen Xiu became known as Lin Fan's medical partner. No one mentioned the research she created before joining him. I can give you access to every record from my grandfather's treatment, Su Muwan said, including the altered medication and Lin Fan's intervention. Why? Because if you decide to work with him, you should decide with complete information. And if I refuse, I will not punish you for making your own choice. Chen Xiu studied her face. You really have changed. Su Muwan looked through the glass toward Qin Luo, who was questioning hospital security about the deleted access record. I'm trying, the junior physician confessed after 48 hours. He admitted altering old Master Su's medication. He had discovered Lin Fan's inheritance months earlier, and believed Jiang City's hospitals were deliberately ignoring a medical genius because of his age and background. Creating a crisis would force the Su family to recognize him. Lin Fan had not ordered the change, but the physician also testified that Lin Fan recognized the altered circulation during his first examination, and told him privately not to say anything until treatment ended. That statement was difficult to prove. Lin Fan denied it. The hospital suspended the junior physician and submitted the medicine alteration to ordinary law enforcement. The Hua Martial Council requested a separate copy because the incident involved internal energy and inherited techniques. It was Qin Luo's first clear view of the line between the two worlds. Ordinary law could punish medicine tampering, false records, and harm to a hospital patient. The Martial Council could decide whether Lin Fan retained the right to practice hidden medicine among martial families. One system could not replace the other. Lin Fan remained free. His skill guaranteed that powerful people would continue seeking him. 3 days after old Master Su left intensive care, advertisements appeared for the Jiang City Medical Innovation Conference. The main attraction was Lin Fan. He intended to demonstrate a treatment capable of repairing damaged martial meridians without months of recovery. His promotional image showed him standing alone beneath the words, "When modern medicine fails, the ghost physician succeeds." Qin Luo brought the conference file into Su Muwan's office. He learns quickly. Su Muwan read the patient selection forms. The conference had been planned before old Master Su's collapse, but Lin Fan's new fame moved his demonstration into the main hall. Chen Xiu entered carrying a second set of documents. His treatment might work, she said. Qin Luo looked at her. That sounded reluctant. Bad ethics do not make every idea wrong. Lin Fan's method uses acupuncture to open damaged meridians before injecting a regenerative compound. If the sequence is correct, recovery could become much faster, and if it is wrong, the compound spreads internal damage through every opened path. Su Muwan turned to the consent forms. Do the patients know? The approved candidates do. Approved. Chen Xiu placed another file beside the first. The patient Lin Fan intends to treat publicly is not the patient listed here. Evidence analysis organized the contradiction immediately for Qin Luo. The consent form belonged to a middle-aged martial artist with a stable shoulder injury. The demonstration schedule listed only a patient number. A private message recovered from the conference coordinator referred to a younger fighter with severe damage across multiple meridians. A more dramatic case. A more impressive rescue. Did the second patient consent? Qin Luo asked. He signed a general treatment agreement, Chen Xiu said. The document doesn't explain the compound's experimental status or the risk of spreading the injury. Then we stopped spreading the injury. The demonstration. Su Muwan did not answer immediately. Qin Luo looked at her. You want to let it continue? If we cancel it now, Lin Fan will say the Su and Chen families suppressed a treatment that threatened our businesses. That is better than allowing him to risk a patient. We are not allowing him to risk the patient. Su Muwan examined the conference schedule. Well, approve the public demonstration using the patient named in the proper consent form. He may change the patient at the last moment. He will. You sound certain? He needs the impossible case. A safe demonstration will not give him the recognition he wants. Chen Xiu understood first. You want him to make the substitution in front of documented witnesses. Yes. Prepare an independent emergency team. Test every compound before it enters the hall. Preserve the consent records and camera footage. If Lin Fan follows the approved plan, we do nothing. If he substitutes the patient, we intervene before permanent damage. Qin Luo still disliked the risk. What if he changes the compound? Then evidence analysis earns its price. She slid the files toward him. You will control access to the hall records. You will control access to the hall records. Monitor the treatment materials and stop anyone from removing evidence. The system responded. Standard Lackey mission executes Su Muwan's conference plan. Protect her medical authority. Preserve evidence of unauthorized treatment. Qin Luo accepted the files. If Lin Fan harms the patient, I reserve the right to introduce him to the floor. No. The wall? No. Hospital bed? Qin Luo? I'm clarifying the order. No violence unless someone is in immediate danger. He nodded. As you command. Su Muwan watched him leave. Chen Shui waited until the door closed. Does he always negotiate your orders like that? He believes instructions are puzzles. You could dismiss him. I tried. The memory of Qin Luo kneeling before her and transforming dismissal into a promotion remained painful. Chen Shu almost smiled. I heard. Everyone heard. The medical conference filled the largest auditorium inside Su Medical Group. Doctors, martial family representatives, investors, and journalists occupied the seats. The Hua Martial Council sent 2 observers because Lin Fan's treatment involved internal energy. Su Muwan sat in the front row beside Old Master Su, who had insisted on attending despite his recovery. Chen Shui waited behind the stage with the emergency team. Qin Luo stood near the control area with access to camera feeds, patient files, supply records, and the hall's entry logs. Evidence analysis did not tell him who was guilty. It made inconsistencies difficult to ignore. At 9:12, the approved patient entered the preparation room. At 9:18, a conference coordinator sent a message saying the patient had developed a fever. At 9:19, a second patient arrived through a side entrance despite not appearing on the public schedule. At 9:21, Lin Fan's assistant changed the patient number on the treatment display. Qin Luo preserved copies of each record before the demonstration began. Lin Fan stepped onto the stage to applause. He spoke well. He explained how modern treatment stabilized the body while ignoring the pathways carrying internal force. He did not dismiss hospitals entirely. He described them as incomplete. Then the second patient was brought forward. The young martial artist walked with difficulty. An old injury had damaged several meridians across his back and left one arm nearly useless. Lin Fan introduced him as the approved candidate. Qin Luo sent the evidence to Su Muwan. She read it on her tablet. The substitution was confirmed. She did not stop the demonstration yet. Lin Fan needed to administer the unauthorized treatment before the violation became undeniable. Chen Shu's team had already replaced the dangerous compound with a correctly prepared version, reducing the immediate risk. The patient removed his shirt and lay face down. Lin Fan inserted the first needles. The hall became silent. His hands moved with precision. Even doctors who disliked his attitude watched closely. After opening the damaged meridians, Lin Fan injected the regenerative compound. The patient's injured arm moved. A wave of applause spread through the auditorium. Lin Fan helped him sit up. Raise your hand. The patient lifted his arm above his shoulder for the first time in years. Journalists surged closer. Lin Fan had his heroic image. Then the patient's hand began shaking. Chen Shui saw it from behind the stage. Pressure reversal. Lin Fan noticed as well. He could have stopped immediately. But the cameras were still capturing the patient's raised arm. The audience was still applauding, and several investors had already stood. Keep it raised, Lin Fan said quietly. The shaking is normal. It was not. 3 seconds passed. The tremor reached the patient's shoulder. 5 seconds. Dark lines appeared along the opened meridians. 7. The patient collapsed. Chen Shu moved before Lin Fan could begin his planned correction. Her emergency team entered from both sides of the stage. Lin Fan turned. This is part of the treatment. The damage is spreading toward his spine. I can stop it. You already delayed. Chen Shu checked the patient's pulse and ordered the emergency compound administered. Lin Fan reached for his needles. She did not block him. This requires both methods, she said. Unless you would rather argue while he loses the use of both arms. The entire exchange was recorded. Lin Fan knelt beside the patient. He closed 3 meridians while Chen Shui's team stabilized circulation. This time, he did not exclude them. The patient regained consciousness after 11 minutes. His original injury remained, but the spreading damage stopped. No one applauded. The conference investigation began before the auditorium emptied. Lin Fan argued that the treatment itself was valid, the complication was manageable, and Chen Shui's team interfered before he could demonstrate the complete method. Evidence analysis allowed Qin Luo to present the event in order. The patient named in the approved consent form entered at 9:12, he said. At 9:18, your coordinator reported a fever without any doctor examining him. At 9:19, an unapproved patient entered through the east door. At 9:21, his patient number replaced the approved number. The medical board reviewed the access records. Qin Luo continued. The second patient signed a general treatment document. The experimental compound, the chance of expanded meridian damage, and the possibility of paralysis were not listed. Lin Fan looked toward the conference coordinator. The man lowered his eyes. Chen Shui placed the medical record on the table. The The complication was visible 5 seconds before the patient collapsed. "You cannot diagnose internal flow from video," Lin Fan said. "The camera recorded the patient's hand shaking, the change in skin color, and you telling him to keep his arm raised. I was monitoring him. You were facing the journalists." That answer came from Su Muwan. Lin Fan turned toward her. She sat beside the medical board rather than at its head. Su Medical Group owned the venue, but she had invited independent doctors and Martial Council observers to prevent the Su family from controlling the outcome. "You wanted the successful image before correcting the complication," she said. "The delay was short, but it was a choice. I saved the patient. After exposing him to a risk he did not understand, my treatment gave him movement in an arm your hospitals failed to repair. Then publish the method, obtain proper consent, and prove it safely." Lin Fan leaned back. "You believe rules create progress. I believe patients are people, not stages for your reputation." The words landed harder because Su Muwan did not raise her voice. The medical board suspended Lin Fan's public demonstration rights pending review. He was prohibited from conducting trials in ordinary hospitals without approved supervision. The Martial Council observers made a different decision. Martial families still needed people capable of treating internal injuries beyond ordinary medicine. The council granted Lin Fan a restricted hidden healer license. He could treat voluntary martial patients, respond to emergencies, and continue private study. He could not control an ordinary hospital, conduct public trials, or use unapproved patients. Lin Fan accepted the restriction without apology. He had lost the network that should have formed around him after the conference. But he had not lost his skill. Powerful people would still seek him. As the board members left, Lin Fan stopped beside Su Muwan. "You prepared for the complication. I prepared for several possibilities. You expected me to change the patient. I gave you the opportunity to follow the approved plan, and if I had, there would have been no investigation." Lin Fan looked at Qin Luo. "Hey, I wanted to stop the conference." "He did. Yet he followed your plan," Qin Luo answered for himself. "My young lady's plans are usually better than your dramatic rescues." Su Muwan gave him a warning. "Look," Lin Fan closed his needle case. "One successful trap does not make you wiser than me." "No," Su Muwan said. "But it protected your patient." Lin Fan left. Qin Luo watched until he disappeared through the doors. Then he looked toward the huge promotional banner hanging behind the stage. "When modern medicine fails, the ghost physician succeeds." 30 minutes later, Su Muwan returned to the auditorium and found the banner gone. In its place hung a clean white patient safety notice, approved by Su Medical Group. Experimental treatments require informed consent, independent review, and emergency support. At the bottom, someone had added, "Authorized by Su Muwan." She turned slowly. Qin Luo stood near the control table. What happened to Lin Fan's banner? It was no longer factually appropriate. "I told you not to insult him publicly. The new notice does not mention him. It is hanging where his face used to be. Suitable location attracts attention." Su Muwan looked at the photographers capturing the replacement. By evening, images of Lin Fan's missing banner and her safety notice would spread across Jiang City. Her careful medical plan would once again be interpreted as a public challenge. "You did this intentionally. I executed your policy. You enjoyed it." Qin Luo considered denying it. "That does not make the policy less useful." She could see Qin Luo's satisfied expression after replacing the banner. Her eyes narrowed. "Take the notice down after the reporters leave." "Of course. That means today." "I understand." Before midnight, Qin Luo sighed. She was becoming much better at giving orders. 2 days after the conference, Chen Shu's father requested a meeting. Chairman Chen arrived at the Su estate, carrying the weight of a man caught between gratitude and embarrassment. Lin Fan had cured a poison that would have killed him. He did not deny that debt. He also could not deny what the conference recording showed. Chen Shu sat across from him with her research team's ownership files in front of her. Lin Fan had requested that Chen Medical transfer the entire project into a new clinic operating under his restricted license. The treatment platform would benefit from his inheritance. Chairman Chen said. "It may," Chen Shu replied. "That does not require giving him ownership." "He saved my life. I know. Without him, you would have lost your father. And because I love you, I must surrender the work of 30 researchers?" Chairman Chen's face tightened. "That is not what I said. It is what the transfer requires." Su Muwan placed 2 folders on the table. One contained the complete records from Old Master Su's treatment. The second contained the conference timeline. Lin Fan deserves credit for what he did, she said, both when he succeeded and when he chose unnecessary risk. Chen Shui should decide with knowledge of both. Chairman Chen looked at her. What does the Su family want in exchange for supporting her project? Independent safety review. Shared development costs. Clear ownership for every participating team. And control. Shen Shui remains project leader. Neither family can remove her without cause. Chairman Chen turned to his daughter. What do you want? The question came later than it should have, but it came. Chen Shu opened her research file. I want to finish what we started. I am willing to study Lin Fan's methods if he provides them under a proper agreement. I will not transfer the project to him. Her father looked older as he considered the answer. Finally he nodded. I will tell the board. When he left, Chen Shu remained seated. Thank you. Su Muwan shook her head. You made the decision. You made it possible for me to make it. That distinction mattered. The system sounded. Standard Lackey mission completed, executed. Su Muwan's conference plan protected her medical authority. Preserved evidence supported Chen Shu's voluntary decision reward. 700 Lackey points. Current balance. 1400 Lackey points in her first life. Su Muwan had collected followers by demanding obedience. Now the first person choosing to stand beside her had done so because Su Muwan refused to choose for her. Chen Shu gathered the records. I heard about a private sale that may interest you. Qin Luo, standing near the window, turned. A sale? Dr. Luo died last month. Even Su Muwan recognized the name. Healer Luo had spent decades moving between ordinary hospitals and the hidden martial world. He treated powerful families without joining any of them. His estate had been sealed after his death. Chen Shui continued. His daughter is organizing a formal estate auction. Medical records, old payment items, property deeds, martial tools. Everything will be reviewed before sale. When? Su Muwan asked. Not for several weeks. The Martial Council is still identifying valid claims. Qin Luo's system produced no mission. Not yet. Chen Shu took out an invitation notice. Before the estate was sealed, one of Dr. Luo's old satellite clinics cleared a damaged storage room. A dealer purchased several abandoned boxes without knowing where they came from. Some of the items are appearing at the ghost market tonight. Lin Fan knows? Qin Luo asked. He has already contacted the dealer about an old needle case. The system reacted. Opportunity mission detected an object connected to Su Muwan's family is present among the damaged estate items. The system cannot identify the object or its value. Secure the relevant opportunity without damaging Su Muwan's legitimate interests. Su Muwan saw Qin Luo's attention sharpen. No, I haven't said anything. You have that expression. What expression? The one you had before slapping Ye Chen. Chen Shu looked between them. Qin Luo said, There may be something useful at the sale. You don't know that. I have a strong feeling. You had a strong feeling about the Dragon King, and I was correct. Su Muwan stood. We will go together. Qin Luo smiled. That was what I intended to suggest. That is why I am going. The ghost market occupied 3 underground floors beneath an old shopping complex near Jiang City's western river. By day, the building sold cheap electronics and furniture. After midnight, its lower levels offered martial medicines, unregistered antiques, security information, old weapons, and objects whose owners preferred not to answer questions. Su Muwan wore a black coat over simple clothes. Qin Luo remained beside her, while Chen Shu guided them through the medical section. The dealers selling Healer Luo's damaged items had spread them across 2 tables. Most were worthless. Cracked herb jars, incomplete notebooks, broken wooden boxes, corroded needles, and old clinic tools. Lin Fan stood at the opposite table. His gaze moved immediately to Qin Luo. You followed me. Qin Luo looked around the crowded market. My young lady does not need to follow anyone. People simply keep appearing where she intends to go. Su Muwan gave him a sideways look. That sentence meant nothing. Unfortunately, it sounded exactly like something a hidden mastermind subordinate would say. Lin Fan turned to the dealer. The black needle case. Name your price. The dealer lifted a long wooden box with silver fittings. 300,000. It is damaged. It belonged to Healer Luo. Chen Shu examined the exposed needles from a distance. They didn't, she said quietly. Lin Fan heard her. What? The needles are modern silver alloy. Healer Luo used a heavier composition. The dealer stiffened. I said the box came from his clinic. I never guaranteed he used everything inside it. Lin Fan opened the case and examined the lining. Qin Luo's opportunity mission remained active, but the system gave no direction. He studied every object on the tables. Nothing appeared valuable. Su Muwan picked up a cracked red medicine jar. No, she touched an incomplete notebook. Nothing. Then she reached toward the needle case. The system notification brightened. Qin Luo caught the dealer's attention before Su Muwan could reveal interest. How much for all the damaged wooden boxes? The dealer looked at him. All of them. Everything that cannot be medically verified. Lin Fan closed the needle case. Don't even know what you're buying. Qin Luo shrugged. My young lady needs firewood. Su Muwan nearly stepped on his foot. The dealer named an inflated price. Qin Luo reduced it by pointing out wood rot, fake provenance, missing lids, and the possibility that the Martial Council might reclaim objects improperly removed from the estate. Evidence analysis did not reveal value, but it made the dealer's claims easy to challenge. They settled at 1/5 of the original amount. Lin Fan still purchased the black needle case. He believes the original value might lie in a hidden needle arrangement or medical code. Qin Luo took the remaining boxes. Outside the market, Su Muwan stopped beside their car. Firewood? I needed a reason to buy everything without identifying the important object. You could have said I collect antique boxes. That would damage your reputation. And firewood does not. It presents you as practical. Chen Shui turned away to hide her smile. Su Muwan opened the long case they had purchased with the lot. The fake needles were gone, leaving only the damaged inner lining. A faded mark had been carved beneath the cloth. Su Muwan's expression changed. What is it? Qin Luo asked. My grandmother's personal seal. She removed the lining carefully. A narrow compartment appeared beneath it. Inside rested a dark wooden hairpin capped with a small piece of black jade. Its surface was scratched, but the carved red flower along its length remained intact. Su Muwan touched it. The hairpin warmed beneath her fingers. The system confirmed the opportunity. Mission object identified red shadow protective hairpin previous owner. Su Muwan's grandmother function. Activates a limited defensive response when used by a compatible Su family descendant. Opportunity secured. No lackey points awarded. The object belongs legitimately to Su Muwan's family. Qin Luo appreciated the last condition. The system would not reward him for returning something that already belonged to her. Chen Shui examined the case. Dr. Luo treated your grandmother during the Su family conflict 30 years ago. Su Muwan nodded. She was attacked while carrying several family relics. Grandfather said some were never recovered. He may have left this with Dr. Luo for repair or concealment. Then the conflict ended before it could be returned. Su Muwan held the hairpin beneath the parking light. For the first time that evening, the object felt more important than any protagonist opportunity. It belonged to her family before the family became something she feared losing. Qin Luo closed the damaged case. Wear it. She looked at him. It may protect you. Su Muwan studied his expression. You bought an entire table of rubbish for this. The rubbish confused Lin Fan. That is not an answer. Qin Luo took the hairpin. Carefully. Su Muwan did not move as he placed it into her hair. The dark wood rested above her left ear, its red flower catching the light. It suits you, he said. The words came after a small hesitation, as though he had first intended to say only that the relic was useful. Su Muwan touched the hairpin. Is this a gift? It already belongs to your family. The warmth in her expression faded slightly. Qin Luo noticed. He had successfully confronted a Dragon King, survived multiple attacks, and manipulated a ghost market dealer. Somehow, this felt more dangerous. I recovered it for you, he amended. That part can be considered a gift. Su Muwan's expression settled. Then I'll accept it. Chen Shu opened the car's rear door. Should I find another way home? No, Su Muwan said. Immediately, Qin Luo looked toward the river, giving them both enough dignity to end the conversation. The medical board released its final conference decision 1 week later. Lin Fan's public privileges remained suspended. The whole Martial Council approved his restricted hidden healer license because no other young physician in Jiang City could treat martial meridians with comparable skill. The decision satisfied no one completely. That made it fairer than most. Lin Fan opened a small private clinic serving martial patients. Powerful people still visited him, but the hospital network, research funding, and public recognition he should have gained were gone. Chen Shui formally became project leader of the new independent treatment platform. Su Medical Group and Chen Medical Holdings shared funding without transferring ownership to either family. At the signing ceremony, Lin Fan's old promotional title appeared on a decorative plaque prepared before the scandal. Jiang City's indispensable divine physician. No one knew what to do with it. Qin Luo had it sent to Chen Shui's laboratory as scrap material. The delivery note read, "For use by the actually indispensable doctor." Su Muwan discovered the note after Chen Shu sent her a photograph. She summoned Qin Luo. "Did you write this?" "The laboratory needed metal. You could have sent it without the note. Then they might not understand its origin. Lin Fan will hear about it." The laboratory staff found it motivating. Su Muwan placed the phone on her desk. "You are not allowed to send insulting gifts in my name. I sent it in mine. Then you are not allowed to send insulting gifts while employed by me." Qin Luo considered the wording. "What about accurate gifts?" "Qin, what about accurate gifts?" "Luo, understood." She leaned back. The protective hairpin remained in her hair. Qin Luo noticed she had worn it every day since the ghost market. He chose not to mention it. Su Muwan noticed that he noticed. She also said nothing. The quiet lasted until Su Qingye entered with a market report. "We have a problem." Su Muwan accepted the document. A technology company connected to Su Yong's old contracts had been approaching bankruptcy. The Su family planned to close it and sell the remaining property. That morning, an unknown investment group purchased the company, its debt, and several nearby parcels of land. The price appeared foolish. According to the current market, the land had little value, and the company's technology was outdated. Qin Luo read the buyer's name, Zhao Tianming. Su Muwan's fingers tightened around the report. In her first life, Zhao Tianming had taken a ruined company and turned it into one of Jiang City's fastest-growing businesses. He had known which land would rise. He had known which companies would collapse. He had known which people would become powerful years before anyone else. Lin Fan's threat had not disappeared completely. Another protagonist had simply entered the stage. The system sounded inside Qin Luo's mind. Current Lackey points. 1,400 potential high-value target detected. Su Muwan looked toward him. "Whatever you are thinking." "Stop. I haven't said anything. You don't need to." "I recognize the expression now." She placed Zhao Tianming's report on the desk. "This man is not like Ye Chen or Lin Fan. You cannot solve him with a slap or a public notice." Qin Luo picked up the report. "Then we'll need something more interesting." "Interesting," Su Muwan repeated. "Does not mean reckless. I know. It also does not mean humiliating him in front of reporters. I understand. Or buying his company first, placing a ridiculous sign on the entrance, and forcing him to work beneath it." Qin Luo lowered the report. "That possibility had not occurred to me." Su Muwan looked at him without the slightest belief. Su Qingye quietly moved the decorative pens away from his side of the desk. The report contained little beyond public records. Zhao Tianming's investment group had existed for less than 3 months. Its registered capital was modest. Its office occupied 1 floor of an aging commercial building, and none of its listed executives had a reputation worth mentioning. Its purchases were another matter. The failed technology company had once belonged to Zhao Tianming's father. 12 years earlier, after a contract dispute with a Su family subsidiary, its patents had been transferred, its debt had multiplied, and its founder had died before clearing his name. The company passed through 2 shell corporations before arriving under Su Yong's control. Now, Zhao Tianming had bought it back for almost nothing. He had also purchased the surrounding land, acquired shares in 3 struggling suppliers, and placed a large order for components the industry considered obsolete. Su Qingye tapped the acquisition dates. "Every decision looks irrational by current standards, which means the standards are about to change," Qin Luo said. Su Muwan remembered how quickly they had changed before. In her first life, a municipal development announcement had transformed that neglected industrial district into the center of Jiang City's new transportation network. The land price rose 6-fold in 2 months. One of Zhao Tianming's component suppliers secured a national contract. Another developed the material later used in half the city's energy infrastructure. By the time the Su family noticed, Zhao Tianming had already controlled the entire chain. "He knows," Su Muwan said. Su Qingye frowned. "Knows what?" "Something we don't." Qin Luo studied the dates. Zhao Tianming had acted too early for leaked municipal news to explain everything. The novel had introduced him as a business genius who seemed able to predict every market shift. But Qin Luo had only read the chapters where Zhao had already become powerful. His earlier history had been summarized in a few triumphant paragraphs. A dead father, a stolen company, a return to Jiang City, revenge. The private details were missing. "Don't move against him yet," Su Muwan said. "Verify every purchase. Find out who financed him and whether he contacted anyone inside the Su family." Su Qingye gathered the papers. What about Uncle Yang? Tell him nothing. The door had barely closed before Qin Luo asked. You Zhao Tianming. I know what he becomes. That wasn't my question. Su Muwan looked toward the city beyond the windows. In her first life, Zhao Tianming had appeared during the Su family's decline. He bought distressed assets before creditors could seize them, persuaded senior employees to defect, and revealed financial weaknesses with impossible accuracy. When the Su family attempted to recover, every market they entered collapsed just before their investment arrived. She had hated him. At the end, she had placed his name beside Ye Chen, Lin Fan, Jiang Mo, and every other person she believed heaven had selected to destroy her. But the report on her desk began 12 years earlier. She had never asked what happened then. I remember him standing over the Su family after it fell, she said. I don't remember who pushed him down first. 3 days later, the municipal government announced the transportation project. The neglected land around Zhao Tianming's company became the most discussed property in Jiang City. Within the same hour, one of his struggling suppliers announced that its specialized component had passed national certification. Its share price reached the daily limit before noon. The financial media discovered Zhao Tianming by evening. He refused every interview. Instead, he reopened his father's factory. The rusted sign was removed. The original company name returned above the entrance. Former engineers received letters inviting them back, along with copies of unpaid compensation records that should have disappeared years ago. By the end of the week, Zhao Tianming had transformed an apparently foolish purchase into a fortune large enough to challenge a mid-sized Su subsidiary. At the Su family's monthly board meeting, Su Yong laughed when the subject arose. He got lucky. Su Yong was Old Master Su's second son, younger than Su Jiancheng by 6 years and louder than everyone else at the table. He controlled several industrial subsidiaries and treated each one like a private territory. Municipal projects leak, he continued. Anyone with a few drinking partners in the planning department could have heard the news. Su Jiancheng placed the market report beside him. And the suppliers? Another leak. The component order? Good timing? 3 times? Su Yong leaned back. Brother, every young investor becomes a prophet after his first successful month. Let him enjoy the attention. Once he makes a mistake, the same reporters will tear him apart. Su Muwan watched her uncle. In her first life, Su Yong had been among the first relatives to abandon the family. He had moved assets overseas, blamed Su Jiancheng for the company's losses, and offered evidence against his own father in exchange for protection. She remembered his betrayal. She did not remember the contracts bearing Zhao Tianming's father's name. The meeting assistant entered before the discussion could continue. Chairman Zhao Tianming is downstairs. Su Yong's smile vanished. He doesn't have an appointment. He says he isn't here for an appointment. He's here to deliver a notice of claim. A silence settled over the boardroom. Old Master Su, still recovering and attending by video, spoke from the screen. Let him in. Zhao Tianming entered alone. He wore a dark suit without a visible brand, carried a narrow document case, and moved with the calm of someone arriving at a meeting whose ending he had already seen. His gaze passed over the directors and stopped on Su Muwan. For 1 second his certainty changed. Not fear, recognition without an explanation. Then he placed the case on the table. 12 years ago, Tianming Flow Systems developed a regulation design that reduced pressure loss in precision channels. Su Industrial offered a manufacturing partnership. Su Yong folded his arms. Your father failed to meet the contract. My father completed the prototype. Your company filed the patent through a shell corporation 2 weeks before his application. Zhao Tianming opened the case. The first document was a design record, bearing his father's signature. The second was a laboratory timestamp. The third traced the patent through companies that ended under Su Yong's control. Several directors began turning pages. Su Yong did not touch them. Copies can be manufactured. The original laboratory server was recovered with the company. Then you recovered whatever you wanted to find. The external verification is attached. Su Yong glanced at the seal and smiled. A private verification agency. The court can appoint another. You're welcome to waste your money. Zhao Tianming placed one final photograph on the table. It showed his father leaving the old factory while workers carried equipment behind him. I am not requesting a private settlement. Within 48 hours, I will file the claim, release the evidence, and request a criminal investigation into the transfer. His attention moved to Old Master Su's image on the screen. The Su family used my father's life to build its industrial division. I have come to collect what remains. Su Yong struck the table. Watch how you speak to my father. Zhao Tianming did not look at him. You should have watched what you did to mine. Security waited outside, but no one called them. Su Muwan had seen men challenge the Su family before. Most arrived angry, afraid, or desperate enough to disguise one as the other. Zhao Tianming brought none of those things into the room. He had already lived through this confrontation in his mind. Perhaps more than once. When he turned to leave, Su Muwan spoke. You said the Su family used your father's life. Zhao stopped. The documents identify Su Industrial and 2 shell companies. If you have evidence against other family members, submit it. If you don't, distinguish between the people responsible and the surname they carry. He looked back at her. In time, the distinction disappears. The doors closed behind him. Su Yong stood immediately. We file an injunction before he releases anything. Freeze the company assets and bury him in procedural disputes until his investors leave. No, Su Muwan said. Her uncle stared at her. She picked up the design record. We investigate. There is nothing to investigate. Then, an investigation will prove that. You're letting an outsider dictate how this family operates. I'm preventing you from dictating what this family is. Allowed to know. Su Yong's face hardened. You've won a few fights against spoiled young men and suddenly think you understand business? That is why I'm reading the evidence instead of pretending luck explains everything. Su Jiansheng closed the document case. The internal audit begins today. Su Yong looked toward his father's screen. Old Master Su's voice remained weak, but the decision in it was not. Cooperate. The meeting ended without another argument. The real fight began before anyone left the floor. 3 of Su Yong's finance managers requested emergency leave. A subsidiary server went offline. Someone attempted to remove archived contracts from storage and discovered Qin Luo sitting on the only trolley large enough to carry the boxes. The records clerk stopped in the doorway. Why are you here? My lady told me to protect the archives. Su Muwan had actually told him to ensure no one removed anything. The distinction seemed unnecessary. The clerk looked at the 2 men behind him. They're transferring outdated files for disposal. Qin Luo examined the disposal order. Evidence analysis separated the page into inconsistencies before he finished the first paragraph. The authorization code belonged to another department. The signature pressure changed halfway through the name. The disposal date had been added after printing. He folded the paper. This order is false. The clerk's face changed. One of the men stepped forward. Move. Qin Luo remained seated. Do you know who authorized us? My lady did not. Director Su Yong did. That was not the answer I asked for. The man reached for the trolley. Qin Luo caught his wrist and turned it just enough to send him against the shelving without breaking the arm. The second man stopped. Qin Luo handed the false order to the clerk. Call compliance. Then call security. In that order. What if Director Su asks why? Tell him Su Muwan's personal henchmen found his men attempting to destroy family property. The clerk swallowed. That sounds accusatory. It is. By sunset the missing server was restored. The archive room was sealed, and Su Yong had officially complained that his niece was creating distrust within the family. He was right. Su Muwan intended to create enough distrust that the correct person revealed himself. She called Qin Luo, Su Qingya, and Su Jiansheng into a private meeting the following morning. 4 versions of the same acquisition proposal waited on the table. Each concerned the sale of a warehouse owned by one of Su Yong's subsidiaries. The core terms were identical, only the buyer and deadline differed. One version goes to Uncle Yong, Su Qingya said. One to each of the 3 relatives who supported him during yesterday's meeting, Su Muwan replied. Qin Luo read the names. He recognized 2. In Su Muwan's first life, one had transferred family funds before the collapse. Another had testified that Su Jiansheng personally authorized illegal transactions. The third had disappeared from Jiang City before investigators arrived. You're feeding them false information, he said. I'm giving them 4 opportunities to protect Uncle Yong. If Zhao receives any version, he'll know the family is divided. He already knows. He'll know where. That is the point. Qin Luo placed the pages down. If the bait leaks beyond him, competitors can interfere with the warehouse sale. Staff may realize there's an internal investigation. Your uncle may destroy whatever remains before we trace him. Su Qingya's attention moved between them. She had seen Qin Luo argue with everyone except Su Muwan. Su Muwan did not raise her voice. Do you have a safer plan? Restrict Su Yong's access first? Seize the accounts and question the managers separately. He will say I acted without evidence. The relatives protecting him will close ranks. Grandfather may support the audit, but half the board will call it a power grab. Then let them. That wins the room today and loses the family afterward. Everything we've uncovered says he will protect himself before he protects the family. Su Qingye said nothing, but the current evidence gave her no reason to dispute him. Su Muwan met his gaze. That is why I know who may protect him. It is not proof of what they have done now. Qin Luo understood her reasoning. He still disliked it. The system remained silent. This was not a Lackey mission. No glowing instruction would tell him whether obedience or resistance counted as loyalty. If the bait causes damage, I'll contain it, he said. That is an agreement. No. A faint edge entered Su Muwan's expression. Good. Then inspect the distribution records yourself. Su Qingye picked up the 4 proposals. You planned for him to object. I planned for him to notice what could go wrong. Qin Luo heard that. He chose not to answer. The documents left the room through separate channels. Su Yong received a proposal naming a logistics consortium as buyer. The first relative received a pharmaceutical distributor. The second received an overseas property fund. The third received a municipal construction company. Each version included a different deadline. Nothing happened that day. The following morning, Zhao Tiaming's investment group submitted an offer for the warehouse. The proposed completion date matched Su Yong's copy. Qin Luo read the offer twice. He could have learned it from Su Yong directly. He could have, Su Muwan said. Then we still don't know which person carried it. We know where to look next. She had placed a minor defect in each document's embedded transaction code. A copied page would show the same visible terms, but any attempt to verify the asset through the internal property system created a distinct access trail. At 2:14 that morning, someone had checked the warehouse through a dormant account belonging to a retired finance officer. The login originated from a service department owned through 3 layers of holding companies. Evidence analysis followed the repeated filing patterns across the records. The companies used different directors and addresses, but the same uncommon punctuation error appeared in 6 incorporation forms. The same accounting firm had certified them. The same payments returned to one private trust. The beneficiary was Su Yong. The apartment access records identified one of his former assistants. The assistant had contacted Zhao Tiaming's office 9 minutes after opening the file. By noon, the audit team discovered that the dormant account had also accessed contracts linked to Zhao's father 12 years earlier. Qin Luo placed the chain of evidence on Su Muwan's desk. You were right, she continued reading. You sound disappointed. I'm deciding whether this was strategic foresight or irresponsible luck. It worked. That supports both possibilities. She looked up. Qin Luo waited for the familiar warning to stop speaking. Instead, Su Muwan slid another file toward him. This account transferred money into 4 shell companies. Evidence analysis can tell us whether the filings are connected, but not where the money went after leaving the visible chain. You want me to inspect it. I want you to try to disprove my conclusion. He opened the file. You think there is another account. I think Uncle Yang would never keep stolen money in a structure his assistant could access. They worked until evening. Su Qingye traced corporate ownership. Su Jiansheng obtained bank cooperation through the formal audit authority. Qin Luo compared signatures, filing habits, and transaction intervals. Su Muwan mapped them against memories she had never expected to use again. In her first life, Su Yong had fled 3 days before the family's accounts were frozen. He had taken a private plane registered to an agricultural company. That company did not appear in the current audit. Su Muwan searched old aviation filings. The registered owner had changed twice, but its original address matched a storage facility, purchased by one of Su Yong's shell companies. The bank records beneath it revealed the rest. Licensing income from Zhao's father's technology had been divided through false consulting fees for more than a decade. A portion funded legitimate Su industrial operations. The remainder entered accounts controlled by Su Yong and 2 former partners. His crime had not merely benefited the family. He had hidden his own theft inside the family's growth. The board reconvened the next morning. Su Yong arrived with 2 lawyers. Su Muwan arrived with the original audit team and Zhao Tiaming's evidence. Qin Luo closed the doors. His uncle glanced at him. Are you imprisoning the board now? No. Qin Luo said, I'm preventing the guilty from leaving early. Qin Luo, Su Muwan's warning came on time. He stepped away from the doors. They are unlocked. That did not improve Su Yong's expression. Su Muwan presented the investigation without embellishment. The patent timeline, the false contracts, the licensing income, the attempted destruction of archived files, the dormant account, the service department, the agricultural company. Each item removed another possible denial. When she finished, Su Yong's lawyers no longer looked prepared to defend him. They looked prepared to define the limits of their representation. Su Yong turned toward his father's screen. I protected the family's interests. Old Master Su stared at him. You stole a dead man's work. The design would have disappeared with his company. We developed it. We manufactured it. We created the value Zhao Tianming now claims. You forged the transfer. I secured an asset. You kept the money. Su Yong's jaw tightened. The family received more than I did. Su Jiancheng spoke for the first time. You used the family asset. Cover. I expanded the industrial division while you sat beside father waiting to inherit the main group. This is not about us. It was always about us. It was always about us. Su Yong looked at Su Muwan. And now your daughter thinks exposing our own blood will make. Outsiders respect her. Su Muwan closed the file. Note Doti. It will make our employees understand that your position does not place you above the rules they follow. You'll destroy confidence in every Su company. Only the ones built on stolen property. You think Zhao Tianming will stop because Zhao Tianming will stop because you sacrifice me? I'm not sacrificing you. She pushed the investigation order across the table. I am removing you from every supposition, freezing the accounts under audit, and submitting the evidence to the authorities. Those are consequences of your decisions. Su Yong's face lost its color. You would send your own uncle to prison, if the law determines the evidence requires it. You arrogant little. Qin Luo moved half a step. Su Yong stopped before completing the sentence. Su Muwan did not look away. The technology will be returned. Every record related to the theft will be released. The company will calculate the licensing income owed to Zhao Tianming's father's estate. With interest. One director shifted uneasily. That amount could affect the entire division. Then the division has been overstating what belongs to it for 12 years. Old Master Su closed his eyes. When he opened them, grief had settled where anger had been. Do it. Security escorted Su Yong from the boardroom, under ordinary corporate authority. Investigators waited downstairs with the legal orders required to question him. No private family punishment replaced public law. No one disappeared. No one was beaten into a confession. That restraint denied Su Yong the chance to pretend he had been defeated by a cruel relative. He had been defeated by records he believed the family name would bury. 2 days later, Su Muwan held a press conference. She released the contract history, acknowledged the wrongdoing, and announced that the technology, factory rights, and related property would return to Zhao Tianming's company. The compensation figure was large enough to disturb Su Group's quarterly report. She did not reduce it. Reporters filled the room with questions. Did Chairman Su know? Is Director Su Yong solely responsible? Are more executives involved? Did Zhao Tianming threaten the family? Is this an attempt to avoid criminal liability? Su Muwan answered. Only what the evidence supported. Her grandfather had not known. The investigation remained active. Zhao had submitted a valid claim. The family would cooperate with ordinary law. Qin Luo stood behind the press line and watched public opinion change in real time. Some accused the Su family of corruption. Others praised the transparency. Competitors questioned every industrial contract the family had signed in the past decade. The damage was real. So was the difference from Su Muwan's first life. Back then, the truth would have emerged only after the Su family had already lost the power to correct it. This time, she released it herself. Zhao Tianming arrived after the conference ended. A transfer agreement waited in the private meeting room. He read every page, the factory, the patents, the warehouse, and all licensing claims. Su Muwan said. The compensation calculation is attached. If your independent auditors identify additional income, we will review it. Zhao turned to the final page. You removed Su Yong. Yes, you submitted evidence against him. Yes, and you expect this to settle the matter. I expect it to settle the claim. He signed the property acceptance, but left the broader release blank. My father did not die because of one forged contract. No. I spent 9 years trying to prove what happened. Suppliers abandoned him. Banks called him a fraud. Former friends crossed the street to avoid him. When he died, people said he had destroyed himself because he couldn't accept failure. Su Muwan listened. I cannot return those years. No. I cannot ask him to accept an apology. No. I can return what was taken and punish the people responsible. Zhao. Place the pen down. You still believe there are innocent people inside this Su family. There are. I remember what families like yours do when pressure arrives. The respectable relatives protect their shares. The loyal employees erase records. The executives who claim ignorance discover that ignorance is profitable. His gaze sharpened. You are correcting the past because correction currently benefits you. When survival demands something else, your surname will decide your choice. Su Muwan remembered the man he had become. He remembered a future she did not know he had lived. Neither understood how similar their certainty was. You may compete with us, she said. You may investigate us. If you find another crime, expose it. But if you target people who did not participate, I will stop you. Zhao closed the case. In time, they participate. He left with the technology his father had created. He did not leave his revenge behind. The first attack came through contracts. Zhao's investment group purchased a critical supplier serving 3 Siu consumer companies. He honored existing orders just long enough for them to reject other vendors, then announced that future capacity had been reserved for independent clients. The second attack came through credit. He acquired discounted debt from a regional lender and demanded repayment under terms Su Yang had carelessly accepted years earlier. The third came through information. An anonymous report exposed environmental violations at a packaging plant connected to a distant Su branch. The violations were real. The responsible managers were suspended, but production stopped while inspectors reviewed the facility. Within 10 days, 3 unrelated companies faced simultaneous disruption. None had participated in the theft. Together, they employed more than 4,000 people. Su Qingya delivered the employment figures at midnight. If the supplier restriction continues, the assembly company closes within 5 weeks. The packaging plant can survive the investigation, but not if the credit line is withdrawn at the same time. Su Jiansheng rubbed his forehead. We can move capital from the medical division. That delays the problem. Su Qingya said. It doesn't restore production. Qin Luo stood near the wall. Reading Zhao's public statements, every action was legal. Every target had a weakness. Every weakness existed before Zhao touched it. He was not inventing the Su family's problems. He was choosing the exact moment each one became fatal. Su Muwan remained at the head of the table. Sell the assembly company. Su Qingya looked up. With the supplier crisis disclosed, we'll receive less than half its value. Use the proceeds to guarantee severance and settle the debt. And the employees? Zhao wants the Su family's assets. If we remove the asset, he has no reason to continue. Qin Luo lowered the statement in his hand. You believe that? Su Muwan's voice stayed level. It limits the damage. To the company. To the people employed by it. You're closing their workplace before he can. Keeping it open without components or credit will destroy what remains. Then change the supply chain. It takes months. Move the workers. To where? The new medical project. Other subsidiaries. Anywhere you control. Not every assembly worker can enter pharmaceutical manufacturing. Then retrain them? With what time? The time you're planning to spend arranging severance. Su Jiansheng and Su Qingya became very still. Su Muwan's gaze hardened. This is not the archive room. You cannot hold a door and call it protection. No. Oh, I can only tell you when you are opening it for him. He is attacking because of what my family did. Su Yang did it. The family profited. So returned the profit. You did. That does not erase the consequences. Correcting what you did wrong does not mean allowing him to decide who deserves to suffer. The sentence stayed in the room. Su Muwan rose. You think I'm surrendering? I think you're calling surrender responsibility because guilt sounds more respectable. Su Qingya drew a breath. Su Jiansheng did not intervene. In Su Muwan's first life, no one had spoken to her that way. Her relatives had obeyed when she was powerful, deceived her when she was useful, and condemned her when the family fell. Qin Luo stood before her without lowering his eyes. Not because he believed himself above her, because he believed she was about to make the wrong decision. You opposed my investigation plan, she said. Yes, I was right. Yes. And now? You expect me to accept that you're right. No. I expect you to prove me wrong before 4,000 people lose their jobs. The protective hairpin held her dark hair above her left ear. She touched it once. Not for comfort, but as though reminding herself that an object could belong to her family without carrying its crimes. Leave, she said. Qin Luo's expression did not change. Su Qingya looked toward him. He placed Zhao's statements on the table and walked out. The doors closed. No system notification followed. No mission appeared. No reward recognized his courage. For the first time since he became Su Muwan's lackey, Qin Luo had no idea whether he had protected her or merely wounded her at the moment she was trying hardest to be different. Inside the meeting room, Su Muwan remained standing. Her father waited. You can be angry, he said. I am. Is he wrong? That makes it worse. Su Qingya looked at the employment report. The assembly company cannot survive in its current market. Su Muwan sat again. No. No. It cannot. The answer arrived because Qin Luo had forced her to ask a different question. Not how to preserve the company. How to preserve the people, without preserving the future Zhao expected. She pulled Chen Shu's project file from the medical division's reports. The independent treatment platform had completed its first validated prototype. It could monitor changes in circulation and internal energy pressure, but its regulation hardware remained too expensive for broad production. Zhao's father's technology had solved a similar problem in industrial precision channels. That technology now belonged to Zhao, but the manufacturing knowledge inside the SU assembly workforce did not. Su Muwan began writing. Qingya list every transferable employee by technical function, not current job title. Father, suspend the sale. Su Jiansheng studied her notes. What are you planning? A company Zhao Tiaming has never seen. Qin Luo spent the next morning outside Su Muwan's office. She had not summoned him. He remained there anyway. Employees passed with sealed reports. Department heads entered and left. Chen Shu arrived carrying prototype specifications and stayed for 2 hours. When the door finally opened, she found Qin Luo leaning against the opposite wall. Are you guarding the corridor? Chen Shu asked. I'm waiting. For forgiveness? No. That explains why you look so comfortable. I always look comfortable. You look like a man wondering comfortable. Whether his employment still exists. She handed him a technical summary. Read that before she calls you. Qin Luo looked at the diagrams. What is it? The reason you probably still have a job. The proposed company combined 3 assets that had never converged in the previous future. Chen Shu's independent treatment platform would provide the core medical design. Su Medical and Chen Medical would license research without surrendering project control. Workers from the threatened assembly company would convert an unused production facility to manufacture the monitoring and regulation units. Employees accepting transfers would receive protected positions and shares held through a workforce trust. The old consumer business would be abandoned before Zhao could force it to collapse. The new product did not compete in any market Zhao had prepared to control. Its first version would stabilize medicine delivery for patients with damaged meridians, allowing hospitals to regulate circulation without relying entirely on rare hidden healers. Qin Luo finished the report. Chen Shu watched him. It was her decision. I know. You suggested moving the employees. You did not design this. I know. She wants that distinction understood. Qin Luo handed the report back. Why are you telling me? Because both of you are exhausting. The office door opened. Su Muwan stood inside. Come in. Chen Shu left without wishing him luck. The proposal covered Su Muwan's desk. Staffing charts overlapped manufacturing schedules. Legal drafts separated the new company from the liabilities of the old one. Qin Luo stopped before her. You found somewhere to move them. Ah, yes. You changed the market. Yes, you were right. Her gaze sharpened. About which part? Selling the company would have been surrender. That was your argument? Then you were right to listen to me. Su Muwan stared at him. Qin Luo waited. At last she pushed a folder across the desk. Zhao will interfere the moment the transfers become visible. We need signatures from the employees before public registration. We also need the equipment moved without violating any creditor restrictions. You want me to execute it. I want you to find every operational weakness in my plan. Then execute the version that survives. He opened the folder. Am I still employed? For now? Good. I have added a condition. He looked up. You are allowed to challenge my decisions. That sounds less like a condition than a privilege. You will do it privately whenever time permits. And when it doesn't, you will use enough restraint that my father does not spend the rest of the meeting pretending he cannot hear us. Qin Luo considered the requirement. I can attempt that. That is not reassuring. It is honest. Su Muwan's hand rested beside the hairpin's empty case, which she had kept on her desk. I was angry, she said. I noticed. I am still angry. I noticed that too. But you were right about my reason for selling. Qin Luo said nothing. She continued before the admission became harder. I remember what my family became. I remember what I did while trying to save it. Every time another victim appears, surrender feels like proof that I'm no longer that person. It isn't. I know that now. No, you knew it before. You just needed someone irritating enough to say it. A small silence passed. Thank you, she said. Qin Luo's answer came more quietly. thought you might fire me. I considered it. That makes the gratitude less convincing. It is the most you are receiving. He waited for the system. Nothing happened. No points, no rank advancement. No recognition that loyalty had survived disagreement. For once, Qin Luo did not mind. He closed the folder. What do you need first? Everything moved before Zhao realizes what we're building. A faint smile returned to him. That is more interesting. The operation began under the name Project Northbridge. Only 7 people knew the complete plan. Chen Shu's team divided the prototype into separate manufacturing packages. Su Qingye handled employee eligibility and financial protection. Su Jiancheng negotiated with creditors. Su Muwan controlled the legal structure. Qin Luo moved between them. Evidence analysis identified clauses that could expose transferred equipment to seizure. He separated necessary production tools from assets pledged against debt, then arranged independent valuation before anything left the old facility. He reviewed employee files, removed managers involved in Suyong's false accounting, and preserved the positions of workers who had merely followed ordinary production orders. When one executive suggested announcing the new company only after the strongest engineers signed, Qin Luo rejected it. All eligible employees received the offer at the same time. We only need 200. My lady is protecting the workforce, not harvesting the most useful pieces from the wreckage. That increases costs. Then tell her the plan is too expensive. The executive did not. At the assembly plant, rumors moved faster than official notices. Some workers believed the Su family intended to close the factory without severance. Others believed Jia Tiaming would purchase it and remove everyone associated with the former owners. A crowd gathered outside the administration building before the transfer documents were ready. Qin Luo stepped onto the entrance stairs. Questions struck him from every direction. Are we closing? Will salaries be paid? Is the medical company replacing us? How many people are being dismissed? He raised the folder. My lady prepared an offer. The crowd quieted enough to listen. The consumer line will close. Every employee not involved in the criminal investigation may choose protected severance or transfer into the new manufacturing company. Transferred workers keep recognized seniority, receive paid retraining, and enter the workforce share trust. A technician near the front shouted, "Why should we trust another Su company? You shouldn't trust a surname." Read the contract. That answer surprised them more than a promise would have. Qin Luo continued. The trust is independently administered. Your shares cannot be removed because a director changes his mind. Salaries during retraining are guaranteed through deposited funds, not future revenue. Who authorized that? My lady? Why isn't she here? Because if she stood here, half of you would listen to her name instead of the terms. Several workers exchanged glances. It was not the grand declaration Su Muwan's public relations staff had prepared. It worked better. The first signatures came that afternoon. By evening, Zhao Tianming knew. His predicted response began with a debt notice against the facility where the new line would operate. Su Jiancheng had completed the title separation 4 hours earlier. Zhao contacted the specialized equipment lessor and offered to purchase its entire portfolio. Qin Luo had already secured 12 months of non-transferable use. He approached Chen Medical's investors with evidence that the project depended on unstable Su assets. Chen Shuwei released a governance statement showing that neither family could remove her or seize the research. Every countermeasure met a decision made just before it. For the first time, Zhao Tianming experienced the future resisting him. He stood inside his restored factory while a wall display tracked the Su company's movements. In the future, he remembered, the assembly company had borrowed heavily to preserve its consumer contracts. It failed after 6 months. Its engineers scattered. Chen Shui's research became dependent on Lin Fan's private methods. Su Medical entered a licensing dispute with Chen Medical, and both families lost control of the platform. None of that was happening. The assembly company was dying sooner. Its people were moving somewhere that had never existed. Chen Shu remained independent. Su Muwan had accepted a loss before the market forced one upon her, then used the collapse to construct something new. Zhao examined the registration documents. The ownership structure protected employee shares. Su Muwan's family could not absorb them later without approval. The research license prevented the EU side from dominating Chen Shu's project. It was not a temporary performance. She had built restrictions against her own future power. His assistant entered. We found the new facility. Too late. We can still pressure the equipment vendors. They have fixed agreements. Then the component supply. They divided it among 5 companies. What about the employees? Zhao looked about the employees. At the transfer, count died. More than 70% had accepted. Leave them. His assistant hesitated. We can offer higher salaries to the engineers. That would be legal competition. Isn't that what we want? Zhao remembered his father's workers leaving one by one. Some had no choice. Some had accepted Su Yong's money. Some later claimed they had never known the design was stolen. He had judged them all. Approach only those in senior development roles, he said. No threats. No pressure against their families. The boundary came later than it should have. It came before the next attack. Su Yong's former partners had watched the investigation close around their accounts. 2 had escaped immediate arrest because the records showed payments but not their role in obtaining the original technology. They decided Zhao Tianming possessed the missing evidence. They also understood that any violence against him would be blamed on the family he had publicly accused. A forged message reached Zhao's office before dawn. It claimed his younger sister had been followed near her university and instructed him to bring the original laboratory drive to an underground parking structure. Zhao recognized the trap. In the future, he remembered, his sister had never been threatened at this stage. The altered timeline meant the attackers were moving without the script he trusted. He called her directly. She answered from a study room. Someone pulled the fire alarm while they spoke. Zhao heard doors opening and students moving into the corridor. Then the call ended. He sent his private security toward the university and drove to the parking structure with a copied drive in the case. He did not contact Su Muwan. At the same hour, men wearing uniforms from a Su-affiliated security contractor entered Zhao's restored factory. They carried an emergency order claiming that industrial chemicals had leaked in the records annex. The night staff followed evacuation instructions. The false officers redirected them toward a loading corridor, where the cameras had already been disabled. Qin Luo's phone warned him through an ordinary call, not the system. A plant supervisor had noticed that the emergency order used the former company seal. Qin Luo was already near the district overseeing the final equipment transfer. He reached the factory 4 minutes later. The loading corridor doors had been chained from outside. Smoke entered through the ventilation system. It was not thick enough to kill immediately. It was designed to create panic, force the employees toward the chained exit, and destroy the records annex while everyone believed the emergency was real. Qin Luo pulled the fire lever. Nothing happened. The alarm system had been isolated. 32 employees were trapped inside. The records room door stood open behind them. One false officer poured accelerant across the archived boxes. The second noticed, Qin Luo. You're early. Qin Luo looked at the ESA contractor emblem on his uniform. Too obvious. The man lit a strip of cloth. We only need the cameras to see the uniform. He threw it. Qin Luo crossed the distance before the flame reached the floor. Basic physical improvement drove his first step. Basic combat foundation shaped the second. He caught the man's forearm, redirected the throw, and sent the burning cloth into an empty metal bin. The second attacker drew a collapsible baton. Qin Luo used the first man as an obstacle. The baton struck his shoulder instead of his skull. Pain spread down his arm, but he maintained his grip, drove an elbow into the attacker's chest, and kicked the accelerant container away from the records. A third man emerged from behind the shelving. Qin Luo saw the knife late. The blade cut across his side. Not deep. Deep enough to slow him. He seized the shelving frame and pulled. Metal crashed between them. Boxes scattered. The attacker jumped back, giving Qin Luo the second he needed to drive the metal bin into his knees. The trapped employees pounded against the chained corridor doors. Smoke thickened above them. Qin Luo could pursue the remaining attacker or open the exit. The system did not need to explain which choice belonged to a lackey. He ran toward the doors. The chain had been secured through both handles with an industrial lock. He struck it once, tested the resistance, then took the discarded baton and threaded it through the links. 2 employees on the other side understood. They pulled while he twisted. The chain tightened. The handles bent inward. Again, Qin Luo ordered. Metal tore from one door. The gap opened wide enough for the first employees to escape. Stay low. Use the east loading bay. The uniforms are false. The plant supervisor began organizing the line. Qin Luo returned to the records annex. The fallen attacker was gone. Flame crawled along a narrow trail of accelerant toward the scattered boxes. He kicked the burning material apart and dragged the nearest fire suppression cylinder from the wall. The line died beneath white foam. The remaining attackers had fled. They left one device behind. A portable signal repeater sat beneath the security desk, connected to the disabled camera network. Its internal storage contained the video loop they intended to upload. Men in Su uniforms entering, staff being redirected, and a false authorization carrying Su Muwan's digital signature. Evidence analysis identified the signature splice immediately. The original metadata remained buried beneath it. The file had been created on a computer belonging to one of Su Yong's former partners. Sirens approached from the main road. Qin Luo placed the repeater in the supervisor's hands. Give this directly to the police. Do not hand it to Su Security. You're bleeding. That is less important than the device. It doesn't look less important. Then hold both carefully. At the underground parking structure, Zhao Tianming walked into a trap he had already altered. His security entered through a maintenance stairwell while he approached the meeting point alone. The kidnappers expected desperation. They found a man who had memorized every camera, pillar, exit, and blind turn before leaving his vehicle. They demanded the drive. Zhao threw the case beneath a parked van. When two men moved toward it, the lights went out. His security struck from the stairwell. The fight lasted less than a minute. The kidnappers had left his sister at the university after failing to isolate her during the evacuation. Their plan depended on Zhao believing she had already been taken. He recovered a phone containing messages from the same partner whose computer had created the false factory footage. By sunrise, the two attacks had become one case. Zhao arrived at the factory while emergency crews cleared the smoke. He found his employees outside, wrapped in blankets and answering police questions. Qin Luo sat on the rear step of an ambulance while a medic closed the cut at his side. Their gazes met across the yard. Zhao approached. You knew about my sister? No. You knew they were targeting me? No. Then why were you here? My lady's transferred equipment was still inside. Zhao looked toward the workers. These are my employees. They were inside a company protected by Su Muwan's agreement. You came for the equipment. I stayed for the people. The medic tightened the bandage. Qin Luo ignored him. The evidence proves her signature was forged. The police have the original device and an independent witness chain. If you intend to claim she ordered the attack, do it now before the facts become inconvenient. Zhao's eyes cooled. I don't need false evidence against the Su family? Good. Then, say that publicly. You're giving me orders. I'm giving you an opportunity to be more accurate than your future. For the first time, Zhao's composure visibly broke, only for an instant. What did you say? Qin Luo had not intended the final word. He remembered Su Muwan's warning that Zhao was not someone to provoke carelessly. He also remembered that the system had identified him as a high-value target. Your predictions, Qin Luo said. Everyone calls them your vision of the future. Zhao studied him. That isn't what you meant. Before Qin Luo could answer, the system appeared. Valid Lackey action confirmed protected personnel placed under Su Muwan's authority, preserved independent evidence of forged authorization, prevented hostile framing operation reward. 600 Lackey points, current balance. 2,000. Zhao turned toward the restored factory. I will release a statement confirming the evidence. Mention the employees. They work for me. They survived because they worked together. Your supervisor noticed the seal. The others helped open the door. Zhao's expression flattened again. Do you negotiate every favor this way? It was not a favor? No, Zhao said. It wasn't. His statement was released before noon. He confirmed that Su Muwan had not ordered the attack. He credited the factory staff with identifying the false evacuation and stated that Qin Luo had protected them while preserving the evidence. He did not thank the Su family. Su Muwan did not ask him to. The attacker's arrest removed the most immediate threat, but it also exposed Project Northbridge before registration was complete. Investors began calling. Competitors questioned whether the new company could survive. Zhao's analysts calculated that Su Muwan had only two viable responses. She could inject Su Group capital and take control, frightening Chen Medical and weakening the employee structure. Or she could seek outside funding, delaying production long enough for Zhao to dominate the relevant suppliers. He prepared for both. Su Muwan chose neither. She abandoned the consumer company's remaining market contracts, sold only the brand and distribution rights, and used the proceeds to fund the new production line without transferring its debt. Su Medical contributed existing hospital orders. Chen Medical contributed research licenses. The Workforce Trust contributed the transferred manufacturing unit and received equity in return. No outside investor gained enough control to alter the structure. The new company was registered as Northbridge Medical Systems. Its first product entered hospital evaluation 48 hours later. The device was not a miracle cure. It could not replace Lin Fan's needles, Chen Shu's judgment, or a trained hidden healer. It did something more commercially valuable. It gave ordinary medical teams a controlled way to monitor and regulate medicine entering damaged meridians. Conditions previously dependent on rare specialists could be stabilized long enough for proper treatment. At the first demonstration, Chen Shui stood beside the prototype while former assembly technicians managed the calibration equipment. A hospital director asked how quickly they could scale production. The operations manager answered without looking toward the Su or Chen families. Our transferred team can begin limited manufacturing this month. That sentence moved the market more than any speech. Orders arrived from 3 hospitals, then 8. The threatened employees did not merely keep their jobs. They entered a company with demand Zhao's remembered future had never created. The system sounded as Su Muwan signed the first production authorization. High-value operation completed, executed Su Muwan's market change strategy, protected workforce continuity, supported launch of an opportunity absent from the original future reward. 1,000 Lackey points current balance. 3,000 a second panel open. Available enforcer upgrades recovery boost. 800 Lackey points improved danger sense. 700 Lackey points Qin Luo. Examined the choices. Recovery boost would reduce healing time and improve his ability to continue after injury. His side still hurt when he moved too quickly. The baton strike had left his shoulder dark with bruising. Buying the upgrade would solve an immediate weakness. Improved danger sense offered no direct strength. It sharpened awareness of hostile intent, concealed threats, and sudden changes in nearby danger. The factory attack had reached him through a phone call. The knife had reached him through luck. Zhao Tianming had known the future, and still nearly lost his sister because the timeline had changed. Something larger was approaching. Every victory made old knowledge less reliable. Qin Luo selected improved danger sense. Heat passed behind his eyes and spread down his spine. The room did not become louder or brighter. Instead, its harmless details separated from what could become dangerous. A technician carrying a heavy case adjusted his grip before the handle slipped. Qin Luo stepped aside. The case struck the floor where his foot had been. The technician apologized. Qin Luo looked at the system. Improved danger sense acquired cost. 700 Lackey points current balance. 2,300 recovery would have been more comfortable. Comfort had never been the reliable choice. Zhao Tianming's investments remained profitable. The transportation land continued rising. His supplier shares secured real contracts. The restored company attracted engineers because he returned their former colleagues unpaid compensation. He had not become foolish merely because Su Muwan changed one market. But his perfection disappeared. He purchased shares in a manufacturer that should have benefited from the Su Assembly Company's desperate expansion. Su Muwan had abandoned that expansion. He reserved production capacity that should have become scarce. Northbridge divided its orders among smaller suppliers and redesigned one non-critical component with Chen Shui's approval. He expected Su Group to defend a declining brand. Su Muwan sold it. Each prediction remained reasonable. Each arrived in a future that no longer existed. Financial reporters who had called him infallible began describing his recent timing as uneven. The criticism was exaggerated. His investment group remained stronger than before. Zhao understood what the reporters did not. Luck had not changed. Someone else remembered. He requested a final meeting with Su Muwan and the directors of the affected companies. The meeting took place at Northbridge's converted facility. Zhao arrived with a presentation prepared to prove that the Su company's restructuring could not survive. His calculations included production costs, hospital adoption rates, employee retraining losses, and the remaining debt exposure. Every number came from public filings. Every conclusion followed the future he knew. The conference room's curtains remained closed behind Su Muwan. Executives from both families filled the table. Employee representatives occupied 3 seats. Chen Shui attended as project leader. Qin Luo stood near the presentation controls. Su Muwan noticed, "Do not touch anything. I'm only standing here." That has stopped reassuring me. Zhao connected his device. The new company has received attention because its launch coincided with a public conflict. Attention is not stable demand. The first slide displayed Northbridge's projected losses. Hospital evaluation will take longer than your announced schedule. Manufacturing costs exceed current pricing. The workforce trust restricts layoffs, which prevents the company from reducing expenses when orders slow. He changed slides. The sold consumer brand cannot support its previous distribution network without the assembly operation. Its purchaser will reduce orders within 2 quarters. The remaining Su suppliers will lose volume. Another slide showed the medical division. Su Medical has guaranteed initial purchases, but those orders shift costs within the same family. They do not prove outside demand. His analysis was severe and largely accurate. Several directors began reviewing the figures. Zhao reached the final projection. Within 18 months, Northbridge will require additional capital. If the Su family provides it, the employee structure weakens. If Chen Medical provides it, control shifts. If neither provides it, the company fails. He looked towards Su Muwan. You changed the route. The destination remains. Qin Luo pressed the curtain control. Su Muwan turned. I told you not to touch anything. The presentation ended. It had not. It has now. The curtains open. Beyond the glass wall, the former assembly floor had been converted into a clean production space. Transferred employees operated the first limited manufacturing line. Engineers worked beside Chen Shu's researchers. Completed regulation units moved through calibration stations bearing Northbridge's symbol. Hospital representatives stood on the viewing platform below. So did delegates from 2 cities outside Jiang City. Su Qingye distributed a new document. Northbridge received external evaluation approval this morning. 14 hospitals signed conditional purchase agreements. The deposits cover the next production cycle. Zhao read the total. It exceeded the demand in his model. Chen Shui added, "Your adoption estimate assumes the platform depends on hidden healers for installation. The current version does not. We changed the interface after the first evaluation. That development had not existed in the previous future. It had not existed 2 weeks ago." An employee representative placed the workforce report beside Zhao. Retraining losses were lower than projected because the production team redesigned the conversion process themselves. The trust voted to reinvest its first distribution instead of taking payment. The employees Zhao expected to become a financial burden had become part of the company's stability. Qin Luo stepped away from the controls. Everyone, Zhao Tianming, the man who accurately predicted a future my lady already cancelled. Silence held for 1 beat. Then one of the employee representatives laughed. A Chen medical director covered it with a cough. Zhao looked at Qin Luo. Su Muwan closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, the room belonged to her. "Mr. Zhao's analysis identifies real risks," she said. "Northbridge will not ignore them simply because our first contracts arrived earlier than he predicted. The cost review begins next week. The employee trust retains its protections. Neither family will alter project leadership." She turned his attempted humiliation into a risk briefing, accepted what was useful, and discarded his conclusion. The final resistance inside the room disappeared. Zhao disconnected his device. "You knew demand would arrive." "No," Su Muwan said. "I knew the old demand forecast had become useless after we created a different product. You knew which company I would target. I knew which company was already failing before you targeted it. The timing was too precise to feel ordinary. But the answer did not reveal how she knew. Their gazes met. Zhao's suspicion deepened. Su Muwan saw it, and offered no explanation. Neither spoke the word regressor. Not in front of the room. The meeting ended with Northbridge's structure approved, and the old assembly company's remaining employees transferred or compensated according to their choices. The system appeared as Qin Luo gathered the presentation files. Rank conditions, satisfied executed multiple strategies designed by Su Muwan, protected uninvolved personnel. Preserved authority without blind obedience, demonstrated corrective loyalty. Rank advanced. Trusted right hand. The title settled into place without changing his body. Its meaning was less mechanical than the previous rank. A street lackey obeyed. A personal henchman stood near enough to protect. A trusted right hand was expected to act when the person he served could not see the danger herself. Qin Luo looked towards Su Muwan. She was speaking with the employee representatives, listening as one explained a production bottleneck. She did not know the system had recognized the same thing she had already chosen to accept. He found that appropriate. Zhao waited in the empty corridor after the others left. Su Muwan joined him with Qin Luo beside her. "Your father's technology remains yours," she said. "Northbridge developed its regulation system independently. Chen Shu's team has documented every stage. I reviewed the filings. If you believe any part infringes on your property, submit it. It doesn't. The admission cost him nothing. His next one did. The attack was organized by men connected to Su Yang. Not by you. Yes, the employees at my factory were not involved in my father's case. No, I have instructed my companies to exclude them from any future action." Qin Luo leaned slightly towards Su Muwan. "Has discovered categories. I can hear you," Zhao said. "That was intentional." Su Muwan ignored him. "The guilty face investigation and punishment," she said. "The technology stays with you. Compensation remains subject to independent review. Neither side targets uninvolved employees or relatives, and business competition continues, even if my company takes contracts from yours, if you do it legally, even if I expose another violation. If it is real." Zhao studied her. "You are not asking for peace. You refused it. You are not asking for forgiveness. That does not belong to me." He gave a small nod. "Then we understand each other." He offered his hand. Su Muwan accepted it. They did not become allies. They did not become friends. Zhao Tianming remained a rival with his own company, his own injuries, and enough ambition to threaten the Su family again. But revenge no longer granted him the right to choose innocent targets. That boundary was not reconciliation. It was progress. After Zhao left, Su Muwan returned to the conference room. Qin Luo followed. She wrote a new line in the small notebook where his employment restrictions had been accumulating. He looked over her shoulder. "What is that?" "Rule 7. I was unaware there were 6. There are now." She turned the notebook so he could read. Qin Luo may not introduce business rivals on Su Muwan's behalf. That seems overly specific. It became necessary today. The introduction improved the atmosphere. You interrupted his presentation. It had reached the incorrect conclusion. It had reached the incorrect conclusion. Opened the curtains after I explicitly told you not to touch anything. The timing was effective. You called him the man who predicted a cancelled future? Was that inaccurate? Accuracy is not a defense against being unbearable. Qin Luo considered the rule. What if a rival introduces himself, then remains silent? What if his introduction is inadequate? Remain silent. What if your reputation remains silent? He closed the notebook. Understood. Su Muwan took it back. You said that before Lin Fan, and I obeyed. You sent his plaque to Chen Xiu. That was after the conference. You have an answer for everything. That is why I became your trusted right hand. She looked at him sharply. He had not told her about the rank. Qin Luo smiled. The system promoted me. To what? Trusted right hand. Su Muwan read the title twice after he showed her the panel. Why? For executing your strategy, protecting the employees, and opposing you correctly. The system rewards insubordination now? It calls it corrective loyalty. That sounds like a phrase invented by a disobedient subordinate. I don't control the wording. The panel vanished. Su Muwan returned the notebook to her desk. You were right to oppose me. I know. You could pretend humility for one moment. That might mislead you about my personality. She almost told him to leave. Instead, she looked through the glass at the production floor. I used to think loyalty meant never becoming the person who questioned my decisions in public, because you were arrogant. Yes. And domineering. Yes. And domineering. Yes. And unreasonable. Her eyes moved toward him. You have reached the limit of this conversation. Qin Luo stopped. She continued. People who agree only because I am powerful will claim every decision was mine alone. The moment agreement becomes dangerous. I won't do that. I know. The certainty in her voice removed his prepared joke. Su Muwan touched the red hairpin. When guilt interferes with my judgment, I may not recognize it. Then I'll tell you. Even if I'm angry, you usually are. Even if I order you to stop, I'll determine whether the order is strategically sound. That is not how orders work. It appears to be how our orders work. It appears to be how our orders work. She should have rejected that. Instead, she said, privately, when possible. Privately, when possible. This time, the agreement required no system confirmation. The production floor lights dimmed as the late shift ended. For several seconds, they stood side by side in the reflection of the glass. Villainous young lady and loyal lackey, neither behaving as the roles originally demanded. Su Qingya entered carrying a tablet. You should both see this. Su Muwan accepted it. Zhao Tianming had sent a file less than 5 minutes after leaving the building. It contained property acquisitions around an aging Su residential district in the western part of Jiang City. The buyer was a university student named Zhang Moa. The purchases were small and scattered. 2 vacant shops, an old courtyard, a maintenance access property, and several apartments near the district boundary. Qin Luo recognized the name. The novel had introduced Jiang Mo as an ordinary student who inherited an immortal cultivation legacy. By the time Qin Luo reached his chapters, Jiang Mo could cross a guarded estate alone and treat modern martial artists as children. His earlier story had received only a brief explanation. A ruined district, a conflict with the Su family, a retaliation no ordinary person could survive. Su Muwan read the property addresses. Her face changed. I know this district. In her first life, 3 residential buildings had partially collapsed after underground supports failed. Dozens were injured. The Su family was blamed for ignoring structural warnings. Jiang Mo had appeared during the evacuation. She remembered his power tearing through security. She remembered believing he had damaged the district first, then used the disaster to seize the land and destroy another Su branch. Jiang Mo attacked it, she said. He used some kind of underground force. Zhao's attached message contained only 3 lines. The district collapsed in the future, I remember. You already know what that means. Jiang Mo arrived before the main failure. The first structural damage began 6 months before he purchased anything. Su Muwan read the final line again. If Zhao was correct, Jiang Mo had not begun the disaster. He had entered a place already prepared to fall. Someone else had damaged the district before the immortal appeared. Qin Luo's new danger sense stirred without identifying a direction. Not an immediate attack. A warning spreading through the future itself. Su Muwan looked at the map. Find every maintenance record, construction contract, and underground survey connected to this district. Qin Luo picked up the tablet. Interesting? No, she said. Dangerous? Outside the windows. Outside the windows? Jiang City continued beneath a future none of them could trust. The first maintenance files reached Su Muwan's desk before dawn. By sunrise, the entire western district covered one wall of her office. The Su family's redevelopment company owned the ground beneath the district, several public facilities, and the rights to replace the aging buildings. Thousands of residents held apartments, leases, or protected relocation claims above that ownership. Su Muwan could transfer the land. She could not make the people disappear with it. Qin Luo marked Jiang Mo's purchases on the district map. The properties formed no obvious boundary. Two stood beside abandoned drainage passages. One shared a wall with an electrical substation. The maintenance access property sat above a sealed underground chamber that did not appear on modern plans. Evidence analysis found repeated irregularities. Jiang Mo had paid above market value for worthless rooms, but every purchase granted access to a different underground line. When Qin Luo connected them, they formed 6 points around the oldest section of the district. He understood the pattern. He did not understand its purpose. The documents are genuine, he said. The sellers were unrelated. No common agent, no coercion, no concealed financing. Su Muwan studied the 6 points. Formation markers. You recognize them? No, died. I recognize what happened after they were placed. In her first life, residents had complained about vibrations beneath the district. The Su branch managing the property blamed old plumbing. Cracks appeared in 2 stairwells. Jiang Mo purchased several buildings, and the family accused him of creating panic to lower land values. Su Muwan sent people to drive him out. 3 days later, the first building collapsed. She remembered Jiang Mo standing in the dust while an invisible force tore security guards from the ground. She remembered broken concrete rising around him. She remembered deciding that he had caused everything. That belief had survived longer than the district. Arrange a meeting, she said. With Jiang Mo, yes. Qin Luo looked at the map. What are you offering? Everything he wanted before we opposed him. Jiang Mo agreed to meet that afternoon. He selected an unfinished rooftop near the university, arrived in ordinary student clothes, and waited beside a concrete pillar while the city spread beneath him. Nothing about his appearance matched the pressure Qin Luo's danger sense detected. Jiang Mo was younger than Lin Fan and quieter than Ye Chen. His face held no arrogance, no expectation of admiration, and no interest in proving himself. The danger came from the complete absence of hesitation. Qin Luo had seen violent men decide whether they could afford to attack. Jiang Mo seemed to decide only whether an obstacle required removal. Su Muwan handed him the transfer proposal. The Su family will transfer its district holdings to you at the audited value. You will receive the underground rights, redevelopment authority, and every vacant property we control. Jiang Mo read the document. You opposed this transfer before. My position has changed. His gaze lifted. Jiang Mo studied her for one quiet moment. He did not ask why. What conditions? Existing residents retain their legal rights. Any redevelopment must include safe relocation and compensation. The area must be cleared. Wu can arrange a phased relocation. Before tomorrow night. Su Muwan's fingers tightened once against the folder. That is impossible. That is impossible. Then. Transfer is insufficient. What happens tomorrow night? The underground current reaches its strongest point. I will open the sealed spiritual area while it is active. Qin Luo looked toward the district. And the buildings? Some may be damaged. How many? Jiang Mo answered as if discussing weather. The 6 outer structures will weaken first. The effect may spread depending on the condition of their foundations. Thousands of people live there. The formation will take less than an hour. They'll still be alive during it. For several decades at most. Silence crossed the rooftop. Silence crossed the rooftop. Jiang Mo returned the proposal. Civilizations replace their buildings. Families replace their descendants. Laws change whenever those with power require different laws. The spiritual current beneath that district has existed for centuries. Su Muwan did not argue about immortality. Delay the formation. The current will not return at equal strength for 9 years. We will compensate you for the delay. You will compensate you for the delay. Cannot replace cultivation time with money. Then, tell me what can. Clear the area before tomorrow night. He accepted the land transfer after she removed the relocation condition from the ownership clause. The residents' individual rights remain because Su Muwan could not legally erase them. But Jiang Mo showed no concern. To him, taking the property and clearing the lives above it were separate matters. He left without threatening them. He did not need to. Qin Luo watched him descend the unfinished stairwell. You gave him the district. Yes. He is still going to damage it. Yes. What did surrender accomplish? It established that opposing his ownership was never the real conflict. Su Muwan looked at the signed transfer. I thought he destroyed the district because we refused to yield. We have yielded. The people are still in danger. The transfer closed one false answer. It left them with less than 30 hours to find the truth. The first underground inspection team entered through Jiang O's maintenance property that evening. Qin Luo went with them. The passage descended beneath old utility lines into a section sealed before the current district was constructed. Modern concrete ended at a wall of dark stone. Fresh markings had been carved into the floor around it. 6 grooves extended outward, each pointed toward one of Jiang Mo's purchased properties. Evidence analysis identified the tool marks, depth, and sequence. 5 grooves had been carved within the past week. The 6th was incomplete. Qin Luo crouched beside it. Jiang Mo hasn't finished. The structural engineer directed his light toward the wall. That may not matter. Look above you. A steel support plate crossed the tunnel ceiling. Its bolts had shifted. Not from age. Someone had cut through the original anchoring points and concealed the damage behind later reinforcement. The replacement material was thinner than the construction specification required. The engineer moved deeper into the passage. More defects appeared. Columns that should have carried the building's weight ended against hollow fill. Drainage channels had been widened without approval. Load-bearing walls contained patched openings large enough for equipment to pass through. Jiang Mo's formation grooves were new. The district's weakness was not. How long? Qin Luo asked. Some of this dates back more than 10 years. The engineer examined a fracture line. The building should never have passed inspection. Whoever altered these tunnels removed part of the foundation structure, then covered it with cosmetic reinforcement. Would the district collapse without Jiang Mo? Eventually. Heavy rain, underground construction, a moderate earthquake. Anything could begin it. His formation may transmit force through every damaged point at once. Qin Luo's danger sense tightened as he followed the 6th groove with his light. A metal plate had been embedded beneath the dust. Unlike the fresh carvings, it was old. He brushed the surface clean. A faded Su family seal appeared beside the stamp of the construction partner responsible for the district's original foundations. The company no longer existed. Its successor had been absorbed into a private infrastructure network 3 years earlier. The controlling investor did not appear in public filings. A familiar name appeared in the confidential ownership summary Zhao Tianming sent 15 minutes later. Lu Tian, not directly. The company passed through enough trusts and subsidiaries to prevent ordinary investigators from connecting them. Zhao recognized the acquisition sequence because he remembered which infrastructure companies later became untouchable. Su Yong's signatures appeared on the old alteration orders. The hidden partner supplied unapproved materials, removed valuable structural steel, and constructed the unauthorized underground chamber. Su Yong approved the inspections. Both parties divided the savings and concealed the defects beneath the district. The chamber was not created for Jiang Mo. It had waited for him. Qin Luo sent the records to Su Muwan. Her reply arrived immediately. Preserve originals. Do not remove any formation marker until I order it. He looked toward the unfinished groove. Jiang Mo needed one more point. The district had one more night. Emergency evacuation appeared simple only on paper. Announcing that 6 buildings could collapse would create panic across the entire district. Roads were narrow. Several towers shared courtyards and underground parking exits. If thousands of residents attempted to leave at once, emergency vehicles would never enter. Saying nothing was worse. Su Muwan divided the response into stages. Engineers issued immediate safety notices for the 6 most vulnerable buildings. Chen Shu's medical teams established temporary screening stations under the explanation that old utility contamination had been discovered underground. Residents with limited mobility moved first. The Su family opened vacant apartments and hotels outside the district. Compensation agreements were signed before anyone boarded a bus. Every resident received written confirmation that evacuation would not surrender property rights. Su Qingya handled transport schedules. Su Jiansheng brought municipal inspectors into the operation without allowing information to leak through unrelated departments. Zhao Tianming supplied ownership records for every surrounding property, including buildings the Su family did not control. Qin Luo reviewed the old files while Su Muwan studied the dormant formation beneath the district. The modern map showed only construction. The Su family archive showed what existed before it. The Western District had once been an outer training ground connected to the family's old martial estate. Generations earlier, underground channels carried internal energy between defensive points. Most had been destroyed when the land was developed. A small section survived beneath the maintenance tunnels. The red shadow art had controlled it. Old Master Su examined the recovered map from his hospital bed. This was your grandmother's training ground. Su Muwan touched the hairpin above her ear. She wore this there. She carried it whenever she activated the outer defense. The hairpin, whenever she activated the outer defense. The hairpin was more than a protective martial tool. Its dark wood concealed a narrow piece of red mineral carved with the same pattern as the underground channels. It could awaken what remained. For how long? Su Muwan asked. Perhaps 30 seconds. That little? The formation is broken. And you have never practiced the red shadow art? Can it restrain Jiang Mo? Old Master Su looked at the map. It was built to restrain martial intruders. Jiang Mo is something else. That does not answer me. It may slow him. How long? If the surviving channels respond, 30 seconds. Qin Luo studied the tunnel plans. 30 seconds could not evacuate a district. It could collapse one prepared passage. The engineers had identified an abandoned maintenance tunnel between Jiang Mo's final marker and the sealed spiritual chamber. Its ceiling was already isolated from the residential foundations. Controlled charges could bring it down without transferring the failure upward. If activated at the right moment, the collapse would separate Jiang Mo from the sixth marker, not defeat him. Delay him. Su Muwan placed 4 objectives on the table. Evacuate the vulnerable buildings without panic. Preserve the construction evidence. Delay the formation. Prepare the defensive relic. Su Jiansheng read the schedule. Each objective depends on the others. If evacuation slows, you cannot trigger the tunnel collapse. Then we reinforce the access roads and continue overnight. If the records leak, the former partners may destroy evidence. Copies go to independent investigators before we move. Qin Luo looked at the formation map. Jiang Mo notices the evacuation. He'll complete the marker early. He expects us to evacuate. He expects us to fail. Yes. And if he decides not to wait until tomorrow night? Su Muwan met his gaze. We make him wait. Qin Luo pointed to the marked tunnel. We cannot stop him. For 30 hours, we only need to prevent the 6th marker from connecting. He can remove anyone guarding it. Then, we do not guard it until the residents are clear. You mean I don't guard it? I mean no one confronts him without my direct order. Qin Luo read the wording carefully. That is unusually specific. It is specifically necessary. You believe I would provoke him. I believe you introduced Zhao Tianming at a meeting after I created a written rule against it. The rule did not exist until afterward. It exists now. Qin Luo folded the tunnel map. When do I destroy the marker? When I tell you, and after that, you leave. He did not promise. Su Muwan noticed. Say it. I will follow the plan. That was not the instruction. It includes the instruction. Qin Luo. The residents will be clear before I move. She looked at the fading bruise beneath his collar from the factory attack. Jiang Mo is not Ye Chen. He is not Lin Fan. He is not Zhao Tianming. I know. No. You recognize that he is dangerous. That is different from knowing what he can do. The correction was accurate. Qin Luo knew Jiang Mo would become an immortal cultivator, powerful enough to ignore Jiang City's martial hierarchy. He did not know what realm the student had reached now, what techniques he possessed, or whether the protagonist's early weakness had already ended. Su Muwan continued. The system cannot give you cultivation. You cannot assume his age makes him inexperienced. I know. Then leave when I order you. Qin Luo looked at her. I will. She accepted the answer because there was no time to test it. Neither of them believed it completely. By midnight, 4 vulnerable buildings were empty. The 5th resisted. Residents had survived previous redevelopment threats, and did not trust the sudden concern of the family that owned the ground beneath them. Some believed evacuation was a trick to clear the district for sale. They were not entirely wrong. The transfer to Jiang Mo had already been signed. Su Muwan went to the courtyard herself. Angry residents filled the space between the towers. They carried ownership papers, relocation notices from previous years, and photographs of cracks ignored by the former management office. An elderly man held up a rejected repair request. Your company said this wall was safe 6 months ago. The report was false, Su Muwan said. The admission quieted the nearest group. The district's foundations were damaged during the original construction. A Su family director approved the records that concealed it. Then why should we believe you now? You should not rely on belief. She pointed toward the municipal engineers waiting beside the evacuation buses. Independent inspectors have access to the plans. Compensation funds have already entered protected accounts. Leaving tonight does not change your ownership. If the buildings are declared safe after reinforcement, you may return. If they cannot be repaired, compensation will be calculated against replacement housing, not the current damaged value. A woman near the front shouted, "And the land? We heard you sold it." Yes, voices rose. Su Muwan did not retreat from the answer. The underground rights and Su-controlled property were transferred. Your homes were not. The buyer intends to open something beneath the district tomorrow night. That may damage the buildings? You sold it to him knowing that? I believe surrendering the land would prevent the conflict. I was wrong. The courtyard fell quieter a second time. She did not excuse the decision with her first life. She could not tell them that she remembered bodies beneath concrete. I am asking you to leave because the risk is real. I will remain until the final building is empty. The elderly man examined her. Will your family pay if nothing happens? Yes. Even if the inspectors say we overreacted. Yes. Put it in writing. Suchinya brought the amended notice forward. He read it beneath the courtyard light. Then he signed the evacuation register. Others followed. The fifth building emptied before 2 in the morning. The sixth began moving immediately afterward. Yang Mo arrived at the unfinished marker at 2:17. Qin Luo felt him before the security camera showed him. Improved danger sense tightened across his shoulders as if the underground air had gained weight. Jiang Mo walked alone through the tunnel. He passed the engineering seals without touching them and stopped before the incomplete groove. Qin Luo watched from the service chamber while Su Muwan's order waited in his earpiece. 500 residents remained above the final section. They needed 40 minutes. Jiang Mo crouched and placed 2 fingers against the stone. Dust lifted around his hand. The unfinished groove lengthened. Qin Luo spoke into the microphone. He started early. Su Muwan's voice returned through the earpiece. How long until completion? The engineer beside her calculated from the tunnel feed. 20 minutes. Evacuation required 40. Su Muwan looked at the traffic map. One bus had broken down near the eastern exit. Medical teams were moving residents through the alternate courtyard. But the route could not carry enough people in time. Can we collapse the prepared tunnel now? She asked. Not while the final building is occupied, the chief engineer said. The vibrations should remain within the isolated section. But if the old files are incomplete, we cannot guarantee it. Jiang Mo continued carving. Su Muwan opened the district formation map. The sixth marker did not need to be delayed for 40 minutes. It needed to be broken after Jiang Mo invested enough power that restarting elsewhere became impossible before the spiritual current passed. She calculated the timing. Qin Luo, I'm listening. Wait until the groove reaches the copper seam beneath the western wall. He looked toward the narrow discoloration crossing the stone. And then, destroy the marker. Understood? After you. After you. Strike. Retreat through the maintenance passage. Do not engage him. Understood. The system did not produce a mission. Qin Luo watched the groove approach the copper seam. Jiang Mo's fingers moved without tools. Stone opened before them as if remembering a cut made centuries earlier. 10 meters. 5. 1. Su Muwan's voice entered his ear. Now. Qin Luo drove the engineer's demolition hammer into the center of the groove. The stone split. A pulse of cold force erupted through the tunnel. The unfinished line shattered from the impact point to Jiang Mo's hand. For the first time, Jiang Mo looked surprised. Qin Luo dropped the hammer and moved toward the maintenance passage. He made 3 steps. The air closed around him. His body stopped. Jiang Mo stood between him and the exit without crossing the visible distance. Improved danger sense had warned Qin Luo. His body had not been fast enough to obey. You were ordered to damage the marker, Jiang Mo said. Yes. The woman outside understands formations better than I expected. She understands many things. The line can be repaired, not before the 4. Current passes. Jiang Mo glanced toward the broken groove. Heaven and earth do not preserve opportunities for the weak. If she understands that much, she should also understand the cost of taking one from me. Qin Luo shifted his weight. The pressure around him tightened. You're standing beneath buildings filled with people. They are being evacuated. Because she moved them. Then her plan protected them. From you. From a foundation that would have failed regardless. Your foundation that would have failed regardless. Formation would make it fail tonight. Several thousand brief lives cannot outweigh my return to cultivation. Qin Luo's hand moved toward the baton at his back. Jiang Mo watched without concern. You believe cultivation makes their lives smaller. It makes all ordinary things temporary. Then you have spent too long underground. From here, you look temporary too. The insult did not anger him. That made Jiang Mo more dangerous than every protagonist Qin Luo had provoked before. "I will repair the marker," Jiang Mo said. "Move no, you fulfilled her order. My lady also intends to evacuate the district." "That is not relevant to me." "It is relevant to me." Jiang Mo raised one hand. Danger sense screamed. Qin Luo crossed his arms before the strike arrived. He never saw the palm touch him. Force passed through his defense and lifted him from the floor. He struck the tunnel wall hard enough to crack the concrete behind his shoulders. Pain erased the room for half a second. When his vision returned, Jiang Mo stood in the same place. Qin Luo pushed himself upright. His left arm did not respond properly. The system opened automatically. Hostile power exceeds current enforcer capacity cultivation techniques unavailable. No instant counter compatible with current rank. There was no hidden purchase waiting to save him. No emergency ability copied Jiang Mo's strength. Qin Luo drew the baton with his right hand. Jiang Mo looked at it. "You know the difference between us." "Yes, then why remain? You asked me to move." "That is not an answer. It is enough." Qin Luo attacked. Basic combat foundation gave his movements structure. Basic physical improvement gave him speed beyond an ordinary person. Danger sense warned him where Jiang Mo's response would come from. None of it closed the gap. Jiang Mo caught the baton between two fingers. Qin Luo released it before the counterforce broke his wrist, stepped inside, and struck toward the ribs. His fist stopped against invisible resistance. Jiang Mo turned his palm. Pressure folded through Qin Luo's chest. Something cracked. He dropped to one knee. Blood touched the back of his throat. "Stop," Su Muwan ordered through the earpiece. Jiang Mo heard the tiny sound. Qin Luo looked toward the maintenance passage. "Retreat," she said. "That is a direct order." He tried. Jiang Mo's pressure forced him lower. Qin Luo drove one foot beneath himself, resisting long enough to turn toward the exit. A second strike caught his side. The tunnel rotated. He hit the floor near the broken groove. His body no longer distinguished individual injuries. Breathing hurt. Moving hurt. Moving hurt. The internal pressure Jiang Mo released continued crushing muscles that had already failed. The system remained open. Current abilities cannot bridge target disparity. Jiang Mo stepped toward the shattered marker. Qin Luo caught his ankle. It was not a technique. It was the only movement his body could still complete. Jiang Mo looked down. "You cannot stop me." "I already did. For minutes." That was the order. Jiang Mo lifted his foot. The pressure gathered. Su Muwan entered the tunnel. The protective hairpin shone red against her dark hair. "Release him." Jiang Mo looked past Qin Luo. "The land is mine. The people are not. You transferred the district knowing what I intended. I transferred what belonged to us. I did not transfer their lives, then remove them faster." Su Muwan touched the hairpin. The red mineral hidden inside the dark wood awakened. Ancient lions answered beneath the tunnel. Light moved through cracks no modern plan recorded, spreading from the sealed chamber into the remains of the Su family's outer defense. Jiang Mo's expression sharpened. The ground beneath him turned red. 6 broken shadows rose along the tunnel walls and crossed over his body like chains. He moved one step. The entire passage trembled. Su Muwan felt the hairpin burning against her hand. 30 seconds, perhaps less. She reached Qin Luo and pulled his arm over her shoulder. He was too heavy for her to carry normally in his condition. The red shadow formation reinforced her movement, directing force through the path her grandmother once used. "Emergency team," she said. "Enter now." Medics and martial guards rushed through the prepared passage. They lifted Qin Luo onto a reinforced stretcher. Jiang Mo raised his hand. The red shadows tightened. One shattered. 20 seconds. Su Muwan moved backward with the team. Jiang Mo's pressure followed. The hairpin cracked near its red flower. 10 seconds. They crossed the marked collapse line. Su Muwan pressed the detonator. Controlled charges split the abandoned maintenance tunnel. The ceiling descended between them. Stone, steel, and packed earth filled the passage in a roaring wall. The collapse ended at the reinforced boundary, exactly as the engineers planned. The red shadows vanished. Jiang Mo's pressure struck the buried rock from the opposite side. The barrier jumped. It did not open. By the time he cleared it, the spiritual current would have passed its strongest point. The emergency team carried Qin Luo toward the surface. Su Muwan remained beside the stretcher. His eyes opened once. "You came yourself," he said. "Save your strength." "I followed the plan. You fought him. He stood in the exit. You could have moved sooner." "He arrived sooner." His voice weakened. Su Muwan gripped the stretcher rail. Stop talking. Qin Luo saw the damaged hairpin in her hair. You broke my gift. I used it. That is acceptable. His eyes closed again. For one instant Su Muwan heard rain against broken windows. She tightened her hold on his sleeve until the memory passed. Chen Shu took control of the treatment room before the ambulance doors finished opening. 3 fractured ribs, damage to the left shoulder. Internal bleeding near the lower chest. Widespread internal energy pressure trauma. She directed the hospital team without allowing hidden martial language to replace medical precision. Prepare imaging. Stabilize circulation first. Do not stimulate the damaged meridians until we identify where the pressure settled. Su Muwan walked beside the bed until the treatment door stopped her. Chen Shu faced her. You cannot enter. I stayed during my grandfather's treatment. Qin Luo is not conscious enough to consent, and I am not Lin Fan. The words left no room for family authority. Su Muwan released his sleeve. Save him. That is already the plan. The door is closed. Su Muwan remained outside. Su Jianqing arrived with old Master Su's guards. Su Qingye brought confirmation that the final building had been evacuated. Engineers reported that the controlled collapse remained isolated from residential foundations. Each update proved the operation had succeeded. None made the treatment room doors open faster. 3 hours later, Chen Shu emerged. He will live. Su Muwan's shoulders lowered. The internal pressure caused more damage than the fractures. His body resisted longer than it should have, which kept him conscious but worsened the strain. When will he wake? He already has. He asked whether the tunnel stayed collapsed, then tried to sit up. That sounds like him. I sedated him. That also sounds necessary. Chen Shu removed her gloves. He needs time. Hidden martial medicine can support recovery, but forcing his internal energy now may leave permanent damage. Su Muwan entered after the monitoring team approved it. Qin Luo lay beneath white sheets with his left shoulder secured and a line running into his arm. Bruising had spread across his chest. The strength the system gave him had not made him immune to consequences. She sat beside the bed. For the first hour he did not wake. During the second, his hand moved against the sheet. Su Muwan caught his sleeve before he disturbed the line. His eyes opened. You're holding me again, Chen Shui said not to move. She said that to me. She said it to everyone. Then it may not qualify as your order. You are in no condition to negotiate wording. Qin Luo looked toward the monitoring equipment. The district evacuated. The tunnel collapse held. Jiangmo missed the strongest current. And the evidence? Submitted to investigators through 3 independent channels. He closed his eyes briefly. Then we won. No, Dot. We delayed him. That is a kind of victory. You nearly died. He opened his eyes again. Su Muwan had intended to speak with anger. The memory of another Qin Luo lying dead beneath rain entered before she could. I already watched you. She stopped. Qin Luo waited. Watched me what? Su Muwan released his sleeve and adjusted the edge of the blanket. Disobeyed too many orders. That sentence began differently. You are medicated. I am still capable of hearing. Then hear this. You will not confront Jiangmo again. What if he enters your office? I will move my office. What if he enters the hospital? I will have Chen Shui sedate you first. Qin Luo almost laughed. The pain stopped him. Su Muwan leaned forward. I am serious. So am I. No. You were treating survival like an optional part of loyalty. He was going to repair the marker. The district was almost empty. Almost. That did not require you to remain under his hand. It required someone? It did not have to be you. Qin? Luo looked at her. Yes, it did. She understood the answer. He had possessed the system abilities, the direct order, and the position closest to the marker. An ordinary guard would have died from the first strike. An engineer could not have broken the groove in time. Understanding did not make acceptance easier. I had 30 seconds, she said. If the formation had failed, I could not have removed you. But it didn't. You did not know that. Neither did you. The words were gentle, not accusing. Su Muwan looked at the cracked red flower in her hair. No, she said. I didn't. Qin Luo's system appeared before him. Recovery options available. Recovery boost. 800 Lackey points improves natural healing efficiency, and response to compatible treatment does not erase injuries. A second option opened beneath it. Pressure resistance. 1200 Lackey points. Improves tolerance against hostile internal energy pressure. Does not grant cultivation. Does not equalize strength. Against superior targets his current balance remained 2,300. Purchasing both would leave 300. He selected recovery boost first. Warmth spread through his damaged muscles without removing the pain. His breathing steadied. The monitor registered a small improvement rather than a miracle. Chen Shui entered when the reading changed. What did you do? Bought a healing upgrade. She checked his pulse. It increased response, not recovery completion. The system states that. Good. Then do not use it as an excuse to leave. Qin Luo selected pressure resistance. The warmth changed. A dense sensation settled through his bones and meridians, as though his body had learned the shape of the force that nearly crushed it. It did not repair the damage already done. It gave him a better chance of remaining conscious if he encountered such pressure again. Recovery boost acquired pressure resistance, acquired current Lackey points. 300 Chen Shi watched the monitoring line stabilize. That second change, pressure resistance, can it stop Jiang Mo? No. Can it make you believe you can stop Jiang Mo? No. Su Muwan answered before Qin Luo could. Chen Shi looked between them. Then it may be the safest ability he has purchased. She adjusted the medication line. He stays here. How long? Qin Luo asked. Until I decide otherwise. He looked at Su Muwan. She gives clearer orders than you. Then perhaps you will obey one. The conversation ended when the sedative returned him to sleep. Su Muwan remained beside the bed. The evacuation reports arrived one after another. She reviewed them without releasing his sleeve. Near dawn, exhaustion overcame her. When Qin Luo woke, her head rested against the side of the mattress. One hand still held the fabric near his wrist. He reached for the jacket hanging over the chair. The movement hurt less than before. He drew it across her shoulders without waking her. The system remained silent. No Lackey points rewarded the act. Qin Luo settled back against the pillow. Some things had stopped requiring them. Jiang Mo cleared the collapsed tunnel after sunrise. He found the broken marker buried beneath tons of stone and the underground current already fading. His opportunity had not disappeared. It had weakened. Rebuilding the formation would take time, and the district above no longer contained residents Su Muwan needed to protect immediately. Engineers occupied every accessible tunnel. Evidence teams documented each structural defect under independent supervision. Jiang Mo could remove them. Doing so would transform a temporary delay into a conflict with every institution surrounding the district. Modern law did not frighten. Wasted time did. He stood before the sealed spiritual chamber and placed his palm against the dark stone. The power behind it remained beyond his current ability to open by force. He needed either the complete formation or a stronger spiritual tool. The latter might exist in Jiang City. An old physician's estate was preparing to sell every object accumulated across 3 generations. Jiang Mo withdrew his hand. The district could wait. Immortality had taught him patience long before it taught mercy. Qin Luo left the hospital after 6 days. Chen Shu objected. Su Muwan objected more efficiently by moving his recovery room to the Su estate and placing 2 guards outside it. They are not guarding me, Qin Luo said. They are preventing you from leaving. That is guarding me. It is detention. Under ordinary law, detention requires authority. You are welcome to file a complaint. The guards looked straight ahead. Qin Luo returned to the room. Old Master Su visited that afternoon carrying a narrow wooden case. Inside rested a faded manual bound with red cord. The red shadow art, he said. Su Muwan stood beside the window. You said the complete art was lost. It is. He opened the manual. Your grandmother knew more than she recorded. This contains the foundation, movement patterns, defensive redirection, and the commands used to activate the estate formation. The pages combine breathing methods with diagrams of the human body. Red lines crossed muscles and meridians, linking each movement to a position within the old defensive network. Qin Luo studied the first sequence. My system cannot cultivate internal energy. You do not need the entire art, Old Master Su. Its physical foundation is still a martial discipline. Footwork, balance, coordinated defense, those can be learned. Su Muwan turned from the window. He is injured. He can observe. I can practice the movements that do not involve the ribs. You fractured 3. That leaves many unfractured parts. Su Muwan closed the manual. You can observe. Qin Luo looked toward Old Master Su. The old man returned a look of someone who had survived enough family arguments to recognize a lost cause. Training began with Su Muwan. She had possessed extraordinary martial talent since childhood, but her first life had taught her to use it through aggression. She advanced, overwhelmed, and punished opponents until resistance ended. The red shadow art demanded something different. Its movement created space rather than taking it. Each step placed the practitioner between danger and what she intended to protect. Each turn redirected force toward prepared ground. The defensive formation amplified those decisions because it had been built around guardianship, not conquest. Su Muwan learned the first movement before sunset. By the third day she connected 4. Qin Luo watched from a chair until she threw a wooden practice baton at him. He caught it. You may stand. That sounds dangerously close to approval. It is a medical test. Shen Shuwei did not authorize it. She approved limited movement. She did not define limited. I am defining it now. Qin Luo rose carefully. Recovery boost had accelerated the useful part of healing without erasing the process. His ribs still warned him against sudden rotation. His shoulder had regained enough movement for controlled practice. Su Muwan demonstrated the first step. Move your right foot behind the line. Keep your weight centered. He copied her. Too wide. He corrected it. Your shoulder is rising. It was recently damaged. The undamaged one. He lowered it. She moved behind him and adjusted his elbow. The red shadow foundation does not resist force directly. It guides the attack away from the person behind you. There is no one behind me. Imagine there is. You are behind me. Then protect me. Qin Luo shifted into the stance. Su Muwan struck the baton toward his shoulder. He redirected it. The movement required less strength than he expected. The system flickered. Compatible physical discipline, detected red shadow physical foundation, may be learned through training internal cultivation components. Unavailable. Qin Luo smiled. What? The system approves of your teaching. I did not ask it. It recognizes you. As an instructor, continue. He reset his stance. Should I call you master? No, Master Su, no. Young master. Her baton struck his uninjured arm. That answer was hostile. That was instruction. Your teaching style is violent. Master. Su Muwan attacked again. Qin Luo redirected too slowly and stepped outside the marked line. She stopped the baton before it reached his ribs. Again, he returned to position. Yes, master. The next strike arrived faster. By evening, the guards outside understood why the training room repeatedly fell silent before Qin Luo's voice was followed by the sound of a baton hitting him. No one entered. The fourth day revealed something neither expected. Su Muwan stood 3 steps behind him while old Master Su's guard attacked with a padded staff. Left. She ordered. Qin Luo moved left. The red shadow step consumed less energy than it had during independent practice. He reached the correct position without watching Su Muwan and redirected the staff past her shoulder. The system appeared. Preliminary loyalty resonance detected conditions present. Clear direct command mutual trust protective intent, observed effects, reduced energy consumption, improved movement awareness. Strengthened coordinated defense current effect is limited cannot be forced. Qin Luo looked back. Su Muwan had already moved before he consciously tracked her. He had felt the shift through the command. Again, she said. The guard attacked from the right. Forward. Qin Luo stepped into the path, turned his shoulder, and redirected the staff downward. Su Muwan's palm landed against the shaft at the same instant, adding force along the angle he created. The weapon struck the floor. Neither had planned the second movement. They had understood it. Old Master Su watched from the edge of the training room. The formation recognized pairs, he said. One person carried the command relic. Others responded through the defensive line. Su Muwan examined the cracked hairpin. The system is recreating that? Not exactly, Qin Luo said. It requires trust and a direct order. The effect disappears when I decide the order is unclear. She looked at him. You decide? The system may have learned from me. That is unfortunate. They tested the limits. Commands unrelated to protection produced no change. Orders given through Su Jiangchen did not reduce Qin Luo's energy. Su Muwan could not create the effect by repeating a command without purpose. When she ordered Qin Luo to fetch water, the system remained silent. He returned with 1 cup. For yourself, she asked. The system did not recognize the order. The system does not control whether you bring me water. You were testing it. I am now thirsty. Qin Luo handed her the cup. Master! She confiscated his practice baton for the rest of the afternoon. The resonance remained small. It did not grant cultivation. It did not make him equal to Jiang Mo. It allowed 1 step to cost less, 1 movement to arrive sooner, and 2 people defending the same point to act with fewer wasted choices between them. Against someone vastly stronger, that difference would not create victory. Against the wrong attack at the right moment, it might preserve a life. While Qin Luo trained, Su Muwan continued saving the district without him. She attended engineering meetings each morning, reviewed evacuation conditions at noon, trained at the estate in the evening, and returned to the temporary residence center after dark. The old construction crime had created 2 dangers. The first was immediate structural failure. The second was the unstable network beneath the district. Jiang Mo's formation grooves had connected old spiritual channels to damaged foundations. Simply filling the tunnels could trap pressure beneath the buildings and trigger the collapse later. The remaining red shadow map offered a solution. The Su formation had once redirected force away from the outer estate. Most channels were broken, but the surviving lines could guide the underground pressure into the prepared maintenance collapse. Using them required synchronized work. Engineers had to reinforce the buildings before the channels moved. Chen Shu's team had to monitor workers exposed to internal energy fluctuations. Zhao had to secure access rights through properties the Su family no longer owned. The old Su formation had to activate at the exact moment Jiang Mo's incomplete markers were removed. Qin Luo attempted to attend the primary planning meeting. Su Muwan found him standing outside with the guards. "You are recovering. I am also your operator specialist?" Su Qingya is handling records. She does not have evidence analysis. She has accountants. Accountants cannot detect false seals. Instantly, they can detect you leaving your room. Qin Luo raised the file he had already reviewed. The Western drainage deed contains an access restriction copied from a different property. The notary number belongs to a retired clerk, and the amendment was inserted after Zhao purchased the adjacent shop. Su Muwan took the file. "You reviewed this from bed. I reviewed it from a chair." She read the marked section. The false restriction would have prevented engineers from opening the only safe pressure release path. "Send the analysis from the estate," she said. "That means I'm participating. It means you are staying where Chen Shu can find you. I could participate more efficiently on site. You could also fracture your ribs again. Recovery boost. Improves healing. It does not make stupidity medicinal." Qin Luo looked toward the waiting vehicle. "The district operation is your plan." "Yes, you intend to complete it without me." "Yes." The answer arrived without apology. He had protected her when guilt distorted her decisions. Now, she was protecting a district while he recovered. Trusted right hand did not mean every victory had to pass through him. "Then bring back the final records," he said. "I will, and do not confront Jiang Mo alone." Su Muwan looked at him. "That is my line. It remains strategically sound. She left in my line." With the corrected deed, Qin Luo returned to the estate. He did not follow. The district operation began at noon the next day. Every vulnerable building stood empty. Resident representatives watched from a protected control center with municipal inspectors. The construction evidence had already reached investigators, preventing Sui Yong's former partners from destroying the case. Engineers installed temporary support frames beneath the 6 structures. Medical teams placed monitoring equipment at every tunnel entrance. Chen Shui stood in the central chamber with a portable display showing the workers' circulation and internal energy exposure. "If anyone crosses the pressure threshold, withdraw them," she said. "Do not wait for symptoms." The final access agreement arrived from Zhao Tianmei. Jiang Mo had transferred temporary engineering access after determining that the work would not permanently block his claim to the spiritual chamber. He did not assist. He watched from a rooftop beyond the evacuation line. Su Muwan entered the old control chamber wearing the hairpin. Its crack had been repaired with a narrow silver binding. The protective relic would not endure another forced restraint against Jiang Mo, but it could still command the surviving red shadow channels. The chief engineer's voice came through the radio. "Support's ready," Chen Shui confirmed the medical teams. "Exposure monitors active." Su Qingya reported from the residence center. "Evacuation count verified. No civilians inside the restricted area." Su Muwan placed one hand against the ancient control stone. Red lines awakened beneath her fingers. The district answered, not as a single formation, as fragments. Energy moved through the surviving channels and struck the first of Jiang Mo's carved grooves. The marker tried to draw the force toward the sealed chamber. Su Muwan redirected it. "Remove point 1. Engineers broke the marker and filled the groove with insulating material. Pressure shifted toward the second point. A foundation monitor rose sharply. "Building 3 support load increasing," the chief engineer warned. "Hold removal. Activate the northern brace." Hydraulic supports took the weight. The reading stabilized. "Continue." Point 2 disappeared. Then point 3. At the 4th marker, an underground fracture opened beyond the modern survey boundary. Water entered the tunnel and carried pressure toward an occupied neighborhood outside the evacuated zone. The original files had concealed another unauthorized passage. Su Muwan studied the red shadow map. The broken line could not be closed from the control chamber. She sent an engineer toward it. Chen Shui stopped the team. "Exposure is too high. If we leave it, the pressure reaches the eastern buildings," the engineer said. "You will collapse before reaching the valve." Su Muwan traced the old formation line. Her grandmother's notes described an outer diversion command. It had not been used in decades. She shifted her stance into the red shadow foundation and moved internal energy through the hairpin. The formation pulled against her meridians. Pain crossed her shoulder. She held the command. The leaking line turned. Water and spiritual pressure rushed away from the neighborhood and emptied into the collapsed maintenance tunnel. The sealed chamber trembled. Jiang Mo watched from the rooftop. Su Muwan did not look toward him. Remove point 4, the engineers continued. By sunset, 5 markers were gone. Only the shattered 6th line remained beneath the buried passage where Qin Luo had fought. Removing it risked reopening the path toward the spiritual chamber. Leaving it risked future collapse. Su Muwan ordered the prepared section excavated from the opposite side. Workers uncovered the broken groove 1 meter at a time. The wall beyond it shifted. Jiang Mo appeared at the tunnel entrance. Emergency guards moved into position. Su Muwan stopped them with one raised hand. Jiang Mo looked at the dismantled formation. You used a broken mortal defense to redirect a spiritual current. It was built for this land. It was built by people who died before these buildings existed. And it still protected them. For one evening, that was enough. He examined the pressure readings. If you remove the final line, the chamber will seal until the next current. Yes, you understand what lies beneath it. No, then you are burying something greater than everyone you evacuated. I am preventing it from burying them. Jiang Mo could have crossed the distance. Before any guard reacted, Su Muwan knew it. He knew she knew. Move, he said. No. You cannot restrain me again, no. Your subordinate is not here to delay me, no. Her refusal did not depend on pretending otherwise. Jiang Mo looked beyond her toward the engineers, medical teams, independent inspectors, and cameras recording every stage of the work. Killing them would be easy. Restoring the formation after destroying the site would not. The district had become an obstacle constructed from preparation rather than strength. He stepped aside. Complete it. Su Muwan gave the order. The engineers removed the final marker. The old red shadow channels carried the remaining force into the maintenance collapse. Chen Shu watched every exposure reading fall. The sealed spiritual chamber disappeared behind reinforced stone and pressure-dampening material. The district foundations stabilized. No building fell. No resident died. The victory did not belong to Qin Luo's knowledge, the system's upgrades, or a protagonist's mistake. Su Muwan had found the truth, chosen the plan, coordinated the people, and stood before Jiang Mo while it succeeded. When the final monitor turned green, the resident center erupted in exhausted applause. Su Muwan remained in the tunnel until the engineers confirmed every support. Only then did she remove her hand from the hairpin. Her palm carried a thin red burn. Chen Shui saw it. You're coming to the medical station. The readings are stable. Yours aren't. I have one message to deliver first. Qin Luo waited by a video from the Su estate. Su Muwan appeared on the screen with dust on her coat and the silver-bound hairpin still glowing faintly above her ear. The district is safe, she said. He looked past her at the workers sealing the tunnel. You completed it. Yes. Without me. Yes, you sound pleased. I am. Qin Luo smiled. So am I. The lack of wounded pride surprised her less than it once would have. Shen Shui is ordering me to medical observation. She gives clearer orders than you. I remember. Obey her. Su Muwan ended the call before he could enjoy the reversal further. Residents returned only after independent engineers completed full inspections. Some buildings required months of reinforcement. 2 could not be safely reopened and entered permanent relocation. The Su family funded replacement housing without using the damaged structure's reduced value. The old construction records became part of a criminal investigation. Su Yong's remaining accounts were frozen. The hidden partner who supplied the false materials had disappeared from Jiang City, but its successor company remained connected to the infrastructure network Zhao identified. The name Lu Tian did not appear in any charge. It appeared only in the shadows between acquisitions. Qin Luo added the network map to the private evidence archive. Someone under Lu Tian bought the partner's company after the crime, he said. Su Muwan stood beside him. That does not prove he ordered the original construction fraud. No. It proves his network inherited something beneath the district. The sealed chamber, or knowledge that it existed. She studied the chain. In her first life, Lu Tian had appeared only after the Su family had already begun collapsing. He entered Jiang City as a respected authority, protected by martial connections, government relationships, and enough influence to make powerful families careful around his name. She had believed he took advantage of the family's ruin. The district records suggested his network had touched the Su family years earlier. Another enemy had been standing inside the past before she recognized him. "We preserve the evidence," she said, "and wait. We learn what he wants before announcing that we know his name." Qin Luo nodded. The decision required no disagreement. Young Mo visited the Su estate 2 days later. He did not request an apology or retaliate for the destroyed formation. He wanted the district's spiritual core. Su Muwan prepared a written response denying excavation until engineers confirmed the district would survive it. The refusal acknowledged his property rights, offered access to independent surveys, and proposed a future extraction plan that excluded occupied structures. She gave the message to Qin Luo. "Read it exactly. I understand. No additions. I understand. No commentary. I understand. No creative interpretation of my tone." Qin Luo accepted the page. "You have developed very little trust in your roast. Trusted right hand. I trust you to protect me. I do not trust you near official wording." Jiang Mo waited in the estate's outer hall. Qin Luo delivered the refusal without changing a word. Yang Mo listened. "When will the surveys finish?" "Several months. The spiritual core may weaken. My lady's position is that the resident's safety takes priority." "I heard the letter. Then you understand?" "I understand that she is delaying." "Me again." Qin Luo folded the page. "My lady has also generously decided not to charge you for the buildings you nearly collapsed." The hall became quiet. Jiang Mo remained expressionless. Su Muwan stood behind the inner screen. Qin Luo felt her stare without turning. The buildings were already damaged. Jiang Mo said, "You nearly accelerated the damage. They stand because your family's formation redirected the force. Under my lady's command." Jiang Mo looked toward the Thar screen. "You chose an unusual subordinate." Su Muwan stepped into the hall. "I did not authorize the additional sentence. It was accurate," Qin Luo said. "Your authority to edit my official messages is revoked. I did not edit the written message. I added an oral clarification. That authority is also revoked." Jiang Mo watched the exchange as though observing an unfamiliar cultivation technique. Then he placed a small auction notice on the table. "I will not wait several months. There may be another way to open the chamber without using the district formation." Su Muwan read the seal. It belonged to Madame Luo, daughter of the late owner of the fallen healer estate. "The auction," she said. "The estate contains a spiritual tool recorded in an older inventory. If it remains intact, I will no longer need the district's full formation, and if you obtain it, I will open the chamber from below without transmitting force through the buildings." That reduced the immediate threat. It also placed Jiang Mo's attention on an estate already attracting every dangerous figure in Jiang City. "You expect us to compete for it?" Su Muwan said. "I expect anyone who needs it to bid." He left without another word. Qin Luo looked at the notice. At least he does not demand gratitude. He does not care enough about other people to want it. That makes him easier to understand. It makes him harder to restrain. Su Muwan picked up the official refusal. She drew a line beneath the final sentence and wrote at the bottom, "Qin Luo may deliver sealed messages only." He read it. "What if the recipient asks a question? You may answer facts. Can I clarify your generosity? No, that restriction may reduce your reputation. My reputation survived your introduction of Zhaotian. It will survive silence." Training resumed after Chen Shu approved Qin Luo for full movement. The Red Shadow physical foundation did not make him stronger than his purchased abilities allowed. It made those abilities less wasteful. He learned to place his body where an attack would lose force. Su Muwan learned to move around that defense without blocking his retreat. Direct commands triggered the faint loyalty resonance, only when both understood the protective purpose. During one exercise, Old Master Su's guard attacked with 2 padded blades. "Right," Su Muwan ordered. Qin Luo moved before seeing the second blade. He redirected the first. Su Muwan passed behind him and struck the guard's wrist. The second blade changed direction. Qin Luo felt her movement through the resonance and turned into its path. Their defenses joined for one instant, folding the guard's attack between them. The blades fell. The system flickered. Coordinated defense strengthened loyalty resonance remains preliminary. Su Muwan lowered her hand. "We were faster. You gave a clear order. You followed it. That happens frequently." She looked at him. "Do not damage a successful moment by lying." Qin Luo returned the practice baton to the rack. "Yes, master." She took it back and struck his arm. Recovery boost reduced the bruise by evening. It did not reduce his satisfaction. Later that night, Su Muwan fell asleep in the estate study, while reviewing resident compensation files. Her hand had closed around Qin Luo's. sleeves sometime after midnight. He noticed only when he tried to reach the next document. The district operation had taken more from her than she admitted. Training had resumed before the burn on her palm fully faded. The cracked hairpin remained in her hair despite old Master Su offering to store it. Qin Luo did not wake her. He placed his jacket over her shoulders and continued reviewing the files with one hand. The story he remembered had called Su Muwan the ultimate villain. It had never shown her falling asleep while checking whether displaced families received apartments of equal size. Perhaps the author had not known. Perhaps the future itself had never given her the chance. Madame Luo's complete auction announcement arrived the following morning. It was not sent only to collectors. The fallen healer estate had served martial families, military officers, wealthy patients, and hidden cultivators across generations. Its owner had accepted payment in whatever form desperate people could provide. Medicine, weapons, property, contracts, relics, secrets. Madame Luo intended to sell everything in one formally supervised event. The Hua Martial Council would recognize the auction as neutral ground. Ordinary ownership records would be verified by legal representatives. Hidden martial objects would be examined under separate council rules. No family could seize the estate privately without challenging both systems at once. The invitation sent to Lin Fan listed sealed medical cases, old treatment records, and incomplete needle manuals. The invitation sent through Ye Chen's military connections listed battlefield medical contracts, retired security equipment, and records involving former officers. Zhao Tianming received notice of property deeds, debt instruments, and documents transferred during the collapse of several old companies. Yang Mo received a private inventory of spiritual tools, damaged artifacts, and a sealed object recovered from beneath the Western District decades earlier. Su Muwan's invitation identified Su family relics, her grandmother's treatment records, and several objects bearing the Red Shadow seal. Qin Luo read the final page. Madame Luo invited every protagonist in Jiang City. She invited everyone with a legitimate claim, Su Muwan said. That is a more dangerous version of the same thing. Chen Xu examined the medical list. Lin Fan will not ignore the needle manuals. Jiang Mo needs the spiritual tool, Su Qingye said. Zhao will the property records. Su Jiancheng looked toward the military contracts, and Ye Chen will attend if he believes anything concerns his people. The estate sale had created one point where every altered storyline would meet. Su Muwan touched the silver binding around her hairpin. We attend. Qin Luo smiled. She saw it. You will follow auction rules, of course. You will not slap anyone, unless directly necessary for your protection. You will not replace signs, redirect plaques, alter introductions, or add oral clarifications. That is an extensive list. It is not complete. Chen Xu closed the inventory. Should I request a separate vehicle? No, Su Muwan said. Qin Luo picked up the invitation. The system did not announce a target. It did not need to. Across Jiang City, the same black-edged envelope opened in 4 different hands. Lin Fan paused over the name of a lost medical manual. Ye Chen read a battlefield contract signed before his discharge. Zhao Tianming found his father's former property number in the deed index. Jiang Mo saw the description of a spiritual tool capable of opening sealed underground spaces. At the fallen healer estate, Madame Luo stood before rows of sealed rooms, while council inspectors catalogued the final objects. Outside, an unmarked vehicle remained beneath the trees. The representative inside did not enter. He photographed each arriving council official and sent the list through an encrypted line. Far beyond the estate, the report reached a network that had already touched the Su family's construction records, industrial contracts, and hidden martial affairs. The message contained only one question. Does Lu Tian wish to observe personally? Does Lu Tian wish to observe personally? The reply arrived moments later. No. Let them reveal what they are willing to fight for. 3 days later, every road leading to the fallen healer estate was monitored by at least 2 kinds of authority. Uniformed police controlled the public entrance. Hua Martial Council guards occupied the inner gate. Private security teams waited beyond the estate boundary because Madame Luo had limited each invited faction to 6 representatives inside. Weapons had to be declared. Martial artifacts were sealed unless needed for verified medical protection. A white notice stood beneath the old stone arch. Ordinary law governs ownership, contracts, payment, and civil liability. A second line had been added beneath it. The Hua Martial Council governs martial conduct and hidden artifacts. The third was written in Madame Luo's own hand. Anyone who cannot accept both may leave. Qin Luo read the notice. She is direct. Su Muwan stepped past him. Learn from her. I am frequently direct. You are frequently unnecessary. The estate grounds spread across a wooded hillside beyond the city's older residential quarter. Healer Luo had built treatment rooms around the original family house, then expanded whenever a patient paid with land or equipment instead of money. The result looked less like one estate than several histories joined by covered walkways. A traditional medicine hall stood beside a modern laboratory. A stone training courtyard opened toward an ambulance bay. Underground storage rooms had mechanical locks reinforced by martial seals. Every generation had added something without removing what came before. Madame Luo waited inside the reception hall. She wore mourning white beneath a dark formal coat, and held the auction register against one arm. Her resemblance to her father survived only in the calm with which she looked at powerful people who expected special treatment. Miss Su, Director Chen. Mr. Qin. She acknowledged each of them equally. Your declared items? Qin Luo opened the security case. 2 communication devices, 1 medical kit, 3 ordinary defensive batons, and 1 protective hairpin currently worn by Miss Su. Madame Luo examined the silver-bound red flower above Su Muwan's ear. That relic came from my father's dispersed property. It belonged to my grandmother before that, Su Muwan said. The record confirms it. You recovered it through an ordinary market sale. So the estate makes no claim. She attached a verified tag to the hairpin's case rather than the relic itself. No one may challenge its ownership during the auction. Madame Luo then looked at Qin Luo. Any undeclared abilities capable of interfering with bidding, appraisal, communication, or security? He paused. The council clerk beside her raised his pen. 1 analytical ability, enhanced danger perception, physical and combat conditioning, recovery and pressure resistance, and a limited protective coordination effect. The clerk stopped writing. Madame Luo remained composed. Can the analytical ability alter records? No. Can the coordination effect compel obedience? No. Can your danger perception identify an item's value? Only immediate threat? If any develops a new function during the event, report it. Qin Luo glanced at Su Muwan. She has clearer rules than you. Madame Luo handed his declaration card back. I can still remove him, Su Muwan said. Please do so only before bidding begins. They entered the main hall. Ye Chen had arrived first. 4 Dragon Palace members sat behind him, each carrying council-approved credentials and the restrained posture of people accustomed to occupying more space than they were given. Ye Chen's gaze stopped on Qin Luo. His jaw hardened. He did not approach. Lin Fan entered from the medical corridor with his old needle case and 2 representatives from his restricted clinic. Several martial families greeted him despite the conference scandal. His public authority had narrowed, but patients with damaged meridians still valued results above ethics. Zhao Tianming arrived alone. He checked the fire exits before looking at the auction stage. Jiang Mo came last and brought no one. Council guards watched him more carefully than every armed team in the hall. He did not acknowledge them. Madame Luo walked to the front. My father treated people from factions that later became enemies. He accepted obligations he never collected and property he never used. His death left those claims inside one estate. The screen behind her displayed the catalog. Today's auction has 3 categories. Ordinary assets will transfer under ordinary law. Medical records will require patient privacy review and verified. Professional eligibility. Martial objects will remain under council seal until their owners satisfy custody requirements. No violence justified by status. Anyone violating the rules forfeits every lot and will be reported to both authorities. A Dragon Palace representative asked, if an item originally belonged to our organization, submit proof. If the proof is sealed, the council will review it. If the council refuses, then you do not own the item today. Ye Chen raised one hand. His representative fell silent. Madame Luo continued, every bidder deposited verified funds. If ownership is challenged, payment and transfer will freeze until the dispute is resolved. Winning a bid does not erase another person's legal claim. Her gaze moved briefly toward Jiang Mo. He showed no reaction. The auction began. Qin Luo's system appeared before the first lot reached the stage. Unidentified high-value lackey opportunity detected. He waited for a target name. None appeared. Location, unstable nature. Undetermined, his eyes moved across the hall. The signal did not strengthen near any artifact. It shifted when people changed seats. Su Muwan noticed his attention. What? The system detects an opportunity. Which item? It doesn't know. That sounds useful. It may be a person. This room contains too many. Possibly several. Su Muwan opened her bidding file. Observe. Do not chase it. Qin Luo stepped behind her chair. At the front, Madame Luo revealed the first set of estate deeds. Su Muwan had divided the catalog into 4 columns. Acquire, raise, Surrender. Observe. Qin Luo had expected her to pursue every Su family relic. She rejected that approach before they entered the estate. Wanting something is not the same as needing it, she said. The red shadow seal mattered because it could restore the hairpin and clarify the family's defensive formation. Her grandmother's treatment records mattered because they might contain missing parts of the red shadow art. The district evidence mattered because Lu Tian's network had already entered the Su family's past. Decorative relics did not matter. Old weapons with famous names did not matter. Properties carrying emotional history did not matter unless they changed the future. For Lin Fan's medical notes, Su Muwan set a limit based on Chen Shu's review. For Ye Chen's contracts, she planned only to ensure the documents remained within legal oversight. For Zhao's records, she wrote one word: surrender. For Jiang Mo's spiritual core, she wrote, challenge ownership before payment. Do not compete by price. Qin Luo handled the security map, bitter observations, and movement around the hall. He did not raise a paddle once. The first 20 lots passed without conflict. Minor medicine went to family clinics. 2 military field kits returned to retired officers. A damaged martial blade drew aggressive bidding from 3 houses, until Su Muwan raised the price once, forcing the most determined buyer to reveal its limit, then withdrew. Qin Luo leaned closer. You did not want the blade, no? You raised it by 40%. The buyer pressured one of our resident families during relocation. He planned to purchase it cheaply and resell it through the council. You cost him money. I allowed him to demonstrate how badly he wanted it. That sounds like something I would do. The difference is that I planned it. The next case ended the two. Humor. It was narrow enough to carry in one hand and made from red lacquer darkened almost to brown. The estate clerk opened it beneath the document camera. Inside rested a square seal carved from the same mineral hidden within Su Muwan's hairpin. The catalog identified 3 connected items: red shadow command seal, maintenance notes for 1 damaged command relic, custody correspondence between healer Luo and a former Su family guardian. Su Muwan's grandmother was not named publicly because the correspondence included medical details. The handwriting sample displayed beside the seal made the identity unnecessary. Su Muwan recognized the disciplined strokes. Her grandmother had written every family training instruction with the same narrow pressure at the end of each line. Qin Luo watched Su Muwan move the lot from observe to acquire. Limit, he asked. She wrote a number. It was lower than the price several collectors would pay for a complete martial inheritance, and higher than the material value of the seal. The seal cannot restore the whole formation, she said. It authenticates commands and records repairs. Without the matching art, it is an expensive stamp, and with the red shadow art, it may tell us which parts of the hairpin were designed to be replaced, and which damage must remain untouched. An old martial archivist entered the bidding. A Su branch company entered next, apparently believing the family name alone justified possession. Su Muwan raised once. The branch company raised aggressively. She did not follow. Qin Luo looked at her. Surrender? Wait. Madame Luo asked the branch representative to submit proof that his company possessed lawful access to the red shadow art. He produced a modern authorization signed by Su Yong. The ordinary law clerk confirmed that the authorization covered company branding and museum display. It granted no ownership over private family correspondence or defensive relics. The council reviewer added that anyone seeking custody of the command seal had to demonstrate a compatible defensive practice. The branch company could not. Its bid remained financially valid, but custody would stay sealed indefinitely. The representative withdrew rather than pay for an object he could not use. The archivist continued. Su Muwan raised to her written limit. The archivist studied the hairpin above her ear, then lowered his paddle. A seal should return to the person carrying its command relic, he said. Madame Luo struck the block. Sold pending custody verification. The clerk did not hand Su Muwan the seal. It returned to council containment with her bidder number attached. Ownership did not become immediate power merely because payment had cleared. Madame Luo displayed 1 page of the custody correspondence after removing the protected medical lines. The surviving sentence read, I entrust the command hairpin to you until the conflict inside the Su family ends. If I cannot reclaim it, return it only to someone who uses red shadow to protect rather than rule. Healer Luo had not taken the hairpin as payment. Su Muwan's grandmother had entrusted it to him. Years later, the relic had passed through the dispersed estate property and entered an ordinary market sale before returning to Su Muwan. Qin Luo looked at the silver binding around the red flower. It appears your grandmother established stricter ownership conditions than the auction. She established a purpose, you met it in the district. Su Muwan closed the display. Correspondence before the answer became personal. The related treatment records were not auctioned. Madame Luo placed them under medical privacy review and allowed Su Muwan and Chen Xiu to submit a supervised access request after the sale. They gained no secret technique from a winning bid. They gained a lawful path toward the missing history. The next property package contained 4 deeds tied to Zhao Tianming's father. Madame Luo displayed the chain of custody. Healer Luo had accepted them as payment from a former finance director who could not afford treatment. The director had received the deeds during the breakup of Tianming Flow Systems. Zhao's paddle rose immediately. A property company across the hall challenged him. Su Muwan recognized its representative as one of the investors buying land around the new transportation district. They wanted the deeds because one granted an old access route through Zhao's factory. Zhao increased his bid. The company raised again. Qin Luo watched as Su Muwan's hand remain still. "You could buy the access route," he said quietly. Yes. It would give Northbridge leverage over his factory. You are letting him have it. It belonged to his father before the false transfer. The auction recognizes the current estate title. Legal purchase does not make every advantage worth taking. The property company raised the price a 3rd time. Su Muwan signaled Su Qingye. A message went to Zhao's phone. He read it. The competing company's deposit depends on short-term debt. Extend bidding by 2 rounds. Zhao raised by the minimum. The company followed. He raised again. Its representative hesitated, consulted a financial officer, and withdrew. The deeds returned to Zhao at a painful but manageable price. He looked towards Su Muwan. She gave no sign that she had helped. He understood anyway. After the clerk sealed his purchase file, Zhao sent one message. "Why?" Su Muwan replied. "Because they were his." No gratitude followed. Something more useful did. Limited trust. The medical lots began before noon. Lin Fan stopped pretending indifference when Healer Luo's handwritten notes appeared beneath the document camera. The pages described meridian collapse, internal energy poisoning, and the interaction between modern medicine and hidden techniques. Several methods resembled treatments the ghost physician, inheritance, had lost. Chen Xiu read the displayed index. "These are incomplete." Qin Luo looked at the page numbers. The catalog says volumes 1 through 4. The formulas reference outcome codes, not patient names. Without the matching ledger, there is no way to know which treatments cause delayed complications. Lin Fan raised his paddle. 2 Marshall clinics competed. Su Muwan entered after the price doubled. Lin Fan looked toward her. "You cannot use those notes. Chen Xiu can. They belong with a physician who understands meridians." Chen Xiu answered from beside Su Muwan. "Then why are you bidding without asking where the outcome records are?" Lin, why are you bidding without asking where the outcome records are?" Fan's gaze returned to the stage. Madame Luo did not provide information beyond the catalog. Bidding continued. Su Muwan pushed one clinic to its limit, then withdrew. Lin Fan won the notes. His expression suggested he had defeated both women. Chen Xue turned to the catalog's ordinary record section. Lot 87. It was listed as patient settlement ledger, property lines, and unpaid treatment obligations. Nothing in the title suggested medical research. The ledger came from Healer Luo's administrative office. Each patient code in the notes corresponded to a settlement entry. Beside the property and payment information, Healer Luo recorded whether treatment succeeded, failed, or caused later harm. Su Muwan waited until the final ordinary bidder entered. Then she purchased it without Lin Fan raising his paddle once. The clerk sealed the ledger under medical privacy restrictions and transferred it to Chen Xiu's custody. Lin Fan approached during the recess. "You manipulated the catalog." Madame Luo heard him. "The catalog was published 7 days ago. The ledger should have been included with the notes. My father stored research and patient liabilities separately. You knew they were connected. I knew because I cataloged the estate. And you allowed the lots to separate. Because the notes are intellectual property. The ledger contains private legal records. Ordinary ownership does not permit unrestricted medical use of both." Lin Fan turned to Chen Xue. "You cannot interpret the formulas without my inheritance. You cannot interpret their safety without the ledger. Then give me access. Submit a research proposal. Disclose your intended procedures, and agree to independent monitoring. These methods were created before your regulations existed. The patients exist now." Lin Fan's expression cooled. "You intend to use law to control medicine. No, see. I intend to use records to identify which patients were harmed." Qin Luo stood beside Su Muwan. "Dr. Lin has obtained half a miracle." Su Muwan looked at him. He continued, "My lady generously preserved the half that prevents funerals. You are not authorized to clarify my generosity. That restriction applied to Jiang Mo. It now applies generally." Lin Fan left with the incomplete notes. He could study them. He could not safely reproduce their formulas without approaching Chen Xiu under terms that prevented secret trials. The victory required no theft, no replacement banner, and no public humiliation. Qin Luo considered that almost wasteful. The Dragon Palace contracts appeared after the recess. Ye Chen's representative straightened as Madame Luo opened the first military case. The documents recorded emergency deployments, private protection agreements, and battlefield authorizations issued to Dragon Palace units over 15 years. Ye Chen needed them for more than history. Several current Dragon Palace branches operated through inherited agreements whose originals had disappeared. Without those documents, their legal status inside the country depended on tolerance, rather than authority. Ye Chen purchased the first package. The second contained records of civilian evacuations conducted during martial incidents. The third contained jurisdiction clauses. Su Muwan raised the price only when a private military company attempted to obtain them. Ye Chen watched her. You want the contracts? I want them held by someone subject to their restrictions. You believe I'm not? That depends on whether you read the final pages. He won the lots. A council clerk verified the seals before transferring them. Ye Chen opened the jurisdiction package immediately. His authority was real. Dragon Palace could protect named personnel, operate during recognized martial emergencies, and respond to hostile forces threatening its members. The limitations were equally clear. It possessed no general policing authority over civilians. It could not detain people unrelated to a martial emergency. It could not punish families because one member opposed a Dragon Palace leader. It could not seize private property under the claim of maintaining order. Any civilian operation required ordinary legal authorization or a council emergency declaration. One representative read the clauses over Ye Chen's shoulder. These restrictions were written for foreign deployments. The domestic recognition stamp incorporates them. Su Muwan said. Ye Chen closed the file. You knew? I suspected. You raised the price against the military company so I would win. They would have used the authority without respecting the limits, and you believe I will respect them. I believe you prefer. Knowing the rules before deciding whether to break them, Qin Luo felt Ye Chen's attention. Their conflict had begun with a slap delivered after Ye Chen physically interfered with Su Muwan. Since then, Ye Chen had protected his own people, opposed real criminals, and continued treating everyone beyond his circle as if their rights depended on his judgment. The contracts gave that boundary written form. Ye Chen gathered the files. My authority does not come from paper. No, Su Muwan said. The paper determines when other people must recognize it. He left the documents sealed beneath council custody. He had gained proof of power. He had also purchased proof of its limits. The spiritual core entered the hall inside 3 layers of containment. The outer case was modern alloy. The second was dark medicinal wood. The innermost seal had been written by Healer Luo, and reinforced by the Hua Martial Council. Cold pressure spread across the hall before Madame Luo opened the display screen. A pale stone rested within the case. Light moved beneath its surface like mist trapped in ice. Jiang Mo sat forward. Qin Luo's danger sense sharpened. The unidentified system opportunity shifted again, but not toward the core. It moved through the hall. Su Muwan noticed Qin Luo watching the attendees instead of the artifact. Still unstable? Yes. Danger? Not yet. Madame Luo read the provenance. The item was recovered 22 years ago from an underground chamber beneath the western district. Healer Luo received it for stabilizing 3 workers exposed during an unauthorized excavation. Su Muwan's attention narrowed. The construction crime. The spiritual core had been removed while Su Yong and his hidden partner weakened the district. Madame Luo continued. Ownership was never formally registered. The estate claims custodial title through continuous possession. Bidders accept that prior claims may suspend transfer. Jiang Mo raised his paddle before the opening price finished. No one challenged him at first. Several martial families wanted the core. None wanted to compete with him. None wanted to compete with him. Su Muwan did not raise her paddle. She handed a prepared file to the ordinary law clerk. The clerk read the first page and stopped the auction. An ownership challenge has been submitted. Jiang Mo looked toward Su Muwan. Madame Luo remained behind the podium. State the basis. The clerk projected the old construction inventory. The core had appeared in a concealed excavation log 3 days before Healer Luo received it. Su Yong's construction partner removed it from a chamber beneath land owned by the Su family's estate company. The workers who delivered it had no authority to transfer ownership. They used stolen property to pay for treatment after their employer refused responsibility. Healer Luo had accepted the item without knowing its origin. Madame Luo examined the evidence. The estate does not contest a verified original claim. Jiang Mo spoke. The land belongs to me now. The core was removed 22 years before your purchase, Su Muwan said. You transferred the underground to ground. Rights, not objects stolen before the transfer. Then you claim the core on O. The damaged district company is under investigation, and residents hold compensation claims against its assets. The core remains frozen until a court determines whether it belongs to the Su estate, the injured workers' settlement, or another claimant. Jiang Mo placed his bidder card on the table. I can pay the residents. With what funds? The clerk asked. He provided his escrow record. Qin Luo's evidence analysis detected the problem before the clerk finished tracing it. The deposit came from the sale of 3 pieces of old formation metal. The metal-matched items listed in the district's sealed maintenance inventory before Jiang Mo acquired any property there. He had removed them through one of his first purchased access points, while the neighboring underground chamber remained outside his title. The district investigation had photographed the empty brackets. Su Muwan submitted the second claim. The clerk's expression changed. Part of the bidder's escrow may consist of proceeds from disputed property. Jiang Mo's pressure spread beneath the hall floor. Council guards moved. The chief council observer stood. Ordinary law may freeze the transaction. The council will place the core in temporary custody until ownership is resolved. You cannot prevent me from taking it, Jiang Mo said. The observer did not pretend otherwise. We can determine what follows if you do. The hall became silent. Modern law could freeze payment. The council could condemn theft. Neither could guarantee an ordinary guard would physically stop Jiang Mo. He looked at the core, then at the sealed estate around it. Taking the item now would make every future exchange with the council hostile. It would also reveal how badly he needed it. Jiang Mo withdrew his paddle. Keep it. The pressure disappeared. But do not mistake delay for ownership. The council sealed the core in a transport case. Su Muwan had prevented the purchase without trying to outbid a cultivator. Jiang Mo remained free because the disputed metal did not justify martial imprisonment, and ordinary authorities could not safely detain him without stronger evidence. The item left under council guard. Qin Luo watched it pass. The system opportunity moved in the opposite direction, toward the estate's service wing. His danger sense followed a second later. This time, it warned him. The first explosion struck beneath the medical hall. It did not destroy the building. It severed power, shattered windows, and filled the service corridor with white suppression smoke, designed to interfere with internal energy. The second explosion sealed the public gate. Mercenaries entered through an old ambulance tunnel omitted from the auction security map. They wore no family insignia. Their equipment was modern, their movements were martial. Council guards intercepted the first team near the containment vault. Gunfire remained suppressed, but the impact of internal energy against reinforced walls shook dust from the ceiling. Madame Luo reached for the emergency control. The lights failed. Qin Luo's danger sense expanded into overlapping warnings. The stage. The East Archive. The medical corridor. Su Muwan. He moved before the nearest window shattered. Glass crossed the hall. Qin Luo turned between it and Su Muwan, redirecting the largest fragments with his jacket and forearm. Smaller pieces cut his cheek and hand. Su Muwan caught the table before it overturned. Report. Su guards answered through the communication channel. Main gate blocked. East corridor breached. Council team engaged near the vault. Fire in the service wing. Screams rose from the rear seating. The auction had gathered martial elites, but it had also gathered clerks, appraisers, legal representatives, patients, and family staff. Jiang Mo vanished toward the strongest pressure near the vault. Ye Chen drew 2 Dragon Palace guards around his core group and moved toward the main assault team. Lin Fan opened his needle case in the center of the hall. Zhao Tianming seized his purchase document case and studied the evacuation diagram. Each chose within seconds. Their choices revealed more than the auction had. Su Muwan climbed onto the stage. Everyone who can move, use the West Treatment Corridor. Do not approach the main gate. Medical staff establish triage in the stone courtyard. Families account for your own representatives and report missing names. Her voice cut through panic. Martial guards who are not engaged. Protect the evacuation route. Do not pursue attackers beyond the estate boundary. One family head shouted, Why should we follow you? A section of ceiling collapsed behind him. Qin Luo pulled him clear. Because my lady noticed the safe exit before you noticed the ceiling. The man stopped arguing. Su Muwan pointed toward the rear doors. Move. He obeyed. A nurse's voice broke through the estate channel. West Treatment Ward has 12 patients who cannot walk. 2 are on powered breathing support. The backup batteries did not activate. The ward lay beyond the route Su Muwan had just opened. Reaching it required people to move against the evacuation flow, then return carrying patients through a corridor already filling with smoke. Su Muwan examined the nearest family guards. I need 6 volunteers with medical transport experience. This is not an order under your private contracts. Anyone who accepts follows Chen Shu's staff until every patient reaches the stone courtyard. One guard looked toward his employer. The family head had paid him to protect a bidder and purchased property, not strangers. Su Muwan did not threaten his family with exclusion from the safe route. She did not treat hesitation as betrayal. Your principal leaves with the next group whether you volunteer or not, she said. Choose now. The guard stepped forward. 5 others joined him from 4 unrelated families. Qin Luo opened the ward route on his security map. The direct corridor crosses the service wing. Use the covered dispensary passage instead. 2 teams rotate through it, 3 patients per team on each trip. Leave every auction case here. A representative tightened his hand around a newly purchased medicine box. This lot costs more than the ambulance outside. Then it can afford to wait under council guard. If it disappears, Madame Luo has the custody number. If you disappear, the lot acquires a succession dispute. The representative placed the box down. Qin Luo sent the first team through the dispensary passage. The smoke disrupted radios inside the stone section. Instead of relying on constant instructions, Chen Shui gave each team one rule. If a patient's monitor failed, the nearest medical worker controlled movement until the reading stabilized. The first volunteers returned carrying 3 stretchers. 1 breathing unit had lost power. A Dragon Palace guard removed the emergency battery from his own sealed equipment case and connected it without asking whether the patient belonged to his organization. The second team entered before the first cleared the doors. Qin Luo felt danger tighten near the dispensary corner. Stop the second stretcher. The volunteers halted. A section of overhead pipe fell across the passage where the patient's head would have been. They changed formation, lifted the stretcher over the obstruction, and continued. Both teams returned for a second rotation while medical staff prepared the next 6 patients. No one became stronger. No one received Qin Luo's abilities. They simply wasted less time arguing about whose command mattered while lives were moving through their hands. The final patient reached the stone courtyard as fire crossed the roof above the treatment ward. The volunteers returned to their own families. None had sworn loyalty to Su Muwan. All had chosen to follow one protective purpose. The system opportunity stabilized for the first time. Not around an item, around the people responding to her command. Ye Chen reached the main corridor, while the attackers attempted to divide the council guards. A mercenary struck toward one of his Dragon Palace members. Ye Chen intercepted the blow and drove the attacker through a wooden partition. His people formed around him without instruction. He protected them first. When a group of auction clerks became trapped behind the same assault line, Ye Chen broke the nearest attacker's weapon and opened a path. Follow us if you can keep up. The clerks ran. He did not slow for the injured appraiser who fell behind. One of Su Muwan's guards turned back and carried the man. Lin Fan established treatment beneath the central chandelier where everyone could see him. He stabilized a council guard with a collapsed meridian, stopped arterial bleeding in a wounded bidder, and called for injured people to be brought toward him. His skills saved lives. His location created a second crowd inside the danger zone. Chen Shui entered from the medical corridor and saw the bottleneck. Move triage to the stone courtyard. The worst injuries cannot be transported, Lin Fan said. The ceiling above you is damaged. I need light. You need patients who survive the... You need patients who survive the... Next collapse. She divided the medical staff. Those requiring immediate hidden treatment remained with Lin Fan. Everyone stable enough to move went to the courtyard under her team. The dramatic center became one part of a larger system instead of the entire response. Zhao Tiaming reached the East Archive. One mercenary team ignored the containment vault entirely and moved toward the record rooms. Their objective was not random treasure. They wanted documents. Zhao locked his father's deeds inside a fireproof transfer case, then opened the maintenance route behind the archive shelves. This passage reaches the North Garden, he told the record staff. How do you know? I reviewed the property plans before bidding. He placed the case in a clerk's hands. Take every verified ownership register. Leave catalog copies. You're not coming? They entered through a route absent from the public map. Someone altered the plans. I want the version they used. He photographed the damaged access panel before following the staff. Jiang Mo found the strongest mercenary near the underground vault. The attacker wore a pressure-dampening frame and carried a council-grade breaching tool that should never have reached private hands. Jiang Mo struck once. The frame folded. The man crossed the corridor and did not rise. 2 civilians remained trapped beneath a fallen cabinet beside them. Jiang Mo stepped over the wreckage. The strongest threat had fallen. The civilians were no longer relevant to his purpose. Qin Luo reached them 30 seconds later with 3 volunteer guards. Lift on my command. They took positions around the cabinet. Now, the weight rose. The trapped clerks crawled free. Qin Luo felt Su Muwan moving 2 corridors away. The preliminary loyalty resonance should not have reached through walls or people. It did now. Not clearly. A direction. A command carried through the guards who had chosen to follow her evacuation plan. East route is compromised. Su Muwan said through the communication channel. Redirect everyone through the herb courtyard. Qin Luo knew which volunteers had heard her. Before they answered, he felt their movement gather. Team 3, close the east doors. Team 4, guide the medical staff. No one chases the attackers. The orders passed outward. Energy consumption dropped. Danger sense stopped feeling like hundreds of separate alarms. The warnings aligned around the people participating in the evacuation. A guard near the herb courtyard suddenly carried a sharp signal. Qin Luo had never met him. The man had voluntarily accepted Su Muwan's command and entered the same protective purpose. Get down! Qin Luo shouted through the channel. The guard dropped. A suppressed shot crossed above him and struck the wall. He rolled behind a stone planter and pulled 2 nurses into cover. The system opened. Voluntary Protective Network detected multiple independent representatives have accepted Su Muwan's command shared purpose. Civilian evacuation and mutual defense preliminary loyalty resonance, expanding the effect did not force anyone to obey. 2 family guards ignored the evacuation command and pursued an attacker toward the vault. They vanished from Qin Luo's awareness immediately. Those who remained gained only a faint connection. Directional danger. Movement timing. The sense that another defender had opened space. Small advantages became decisive inside smoke and broken corridors. Qin Luo reached Su Muwan near the archive junction. She held Madame Luo's arm while a Su guard shielded them from falling debris. The attackers want the East records, Qin Luo said. Which records? Not Zhao's deeds. They passed 3 open cases to reach the sealed construction files. Madame Luo understood. My father's old infrastructure payments, the district partner. Lu Tian's network. Su Muwan looked toward the archive. Preserve the original registers and witnesses. Do not defend empty paper at the cost of people. Qin Luo repeated the order across the channel. A family representative answered, We can carry both. Then carry both. The first team emerged with clerks and sealed record boxes. The mercenaries shifted tactics. Fire spread from the service wing toward the archive roof. Sprinklers failed because the initial explosion had severed water pressure. Su Muwan changed the evacuation route again. Move everyone through the lower medicine garden. Use the stone wall as cover. Chen Shui, relocate triage behind the western clinic. Qin Luo, hold the junction until Madame Luo clears it. Understood. The command reached him. Loyalty resonance tightened. He sensed Su Muwan's intended movement before she stepped away. A mercenary appeared through the smoke with a short blade aimed toward her blind side. Qin Luo entered the path. Pressure resistance held against the internal force surrounding the strike. The blade cut his sleeve but failed to drive through his arm. He redirected the attacker with the first red shadow movement. Su Muwan turned at the same instant. Her palm struck the mercenary's wrist along the angle Qin Luo created. The weapon fell. A Su guard completed the restraint. 3 movements. No spoken correction. The people around them saw only that Qin Luo and Su Muwan had reacted as if sharing one thought. The system recognized more. Team-based loyalty link conditions satisfied voluntary participants. Confirmed clear protective authority. Confirmed mutual risk. Confirmed coordinated defense. Confirmed rank advancement available. Qin Luo had no time to read further. The archive roof groaned. Out, Su Muwan ordered. They moved. Madame Luo refused to release the smallest record case. What is inside? Qin Luo asked. Neutral claim registers. If these burn, half the weaker families lose proof of what they own. He took the case from her. You move faster without it. It is my responsibility. It remains your responsibility while I carry it. They crossed the medicine garden as the archive windows erupted behind them. The attackers expected factions to protect their own treasures. Su Muwan's evacuation forced them to confront a moving network instead. Dragon Palace guards defended their leader's route, then found Su volunteers holding the same corridor. Family representatives who distrusted one another carried each other's wounded because the nearest safe exit served everyone. Chen Shui's triage system recorded names, injuries, and custody of every artifact removed with a patient. Zhao's route maps prevented 3 groups from entering a sealed courtyard. Lin Fan's treatment kept the most severely injured alive long enough to move. Jiang Mo destroyed the mercenaries capable of challenging the council. None of them acted from the same motive. Su Muwan turned those separate actions into one surviving crowd. The attackers' final team reached the Outer Records Pavilion. They planted charges against the Foundation. Qin Luo's danger sense identified the threat through 2 linked volunteers before the detonation signal activated. North Pavilion, he said. Su Muwan looked at the estate plan. The pavilion held duplicate property records and 1 original payment archive. Evacuated? A clerk checked the count. 1 registrar missing. Madame Luo's face changed. My deputy. Qin Luo handed the record case to a Su guard. "I'll get him, Su." Muwan caught his sleeve. "The charges may already be active. I know. That was not permission. The network's signal will disappear if he dies. You cannot rely on the system to locate him. I'm relying on the clerk who saw him return for the register." Madame Luo stepped forward. "I'll go?" "No," Su Muwan said. "You are the only person who can verify half the records we saved. The choice settled." Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo. 3 minutes, direct extraction. Do not engage anyone. Understood. Repeat it. 3 minutes. Direct extraction. No engagement. She released his sleeve. The order entered the loyalty link. Qin Luo ran. Recovery boosts supported muscles still carrying the memory of Jiang Mo's attack. Danger sense sharpened near the pavilion. Pressure resistance muted the suppressive force released by damaged martial seals. He found the deputy registrar beneath a fallen shelf. The man had returned for an original ledger, connecting healer Luo's payments to old construction companies. His ankle was trapped. "Leave the book," Qin Luo said. "It identifies the companies that paid for the western excavation." Madame Luo saved the neutral claim registers. "This is the payment proof." Qin Luo lifted the shelf. The registrar pulled free but could not stand. Qin Luo took both him and the ledger. A mercenary blocked the pavilion exit. His mask had been damaged. A small corporate security emblem remained beneath the black coating on his armor. Qin Luo recognized the design from Zhao's ownership map, one of the companies later absorbed into Lu Tian's network. The mercenary raised a detonator. "You were told not to protect the paper." Qin Luo shifted the registrar behind him. "My lady ordered me to protect the witness." The man pressed the trigger. Nothing happened. Zhao Tianming's voice entered the communication channel. "I cut the pavilion relay." The mercenary discarded the detonator and attacked. Qin Luo did not remain to fight. He threw the ledger through the open side window, drove the emergency table into the attacker's path, and carried the registrar toward the gap. The mercenary struck the table apart. Qin Luo reached the window. Danger sense warned him from behind. "Down," Su Muwan ordered through the link. He obeyed without asking how she knew. A red shadow training baton flew through the window from outside and struck the mercenary's wrist. Su Muwan stood in the garden. Qin Luo pushed the registrar through the opening. Volunteers caught him. The mercenary recovered. Qin Luo followed as the first charge detonated beneath the far side of the pavilion. The floor rose. Su Muwan reached for him. Their hands caught. The blast threw both into the garden. Stone and wood crossed above them. Qin Luo turned, shielding her head while Su Muwan used the red shadow step to redirect their fall behind the garden wall. The pavilion collapsed. The original ledger landed in a bed of medicinal plants 3 meters away. Madame Luo retrieved it herself. Council guards surrounded the final mercenary when he crawled from the wreckage. The attack ended 19 minutes after it began. Those 19 minutes changed the balance of Jiang City. Emergency crews secured the estate. Ordinary police investigated explosives, firearms, attempted murder, arson, and destruction of property. The Huaman Martial Council detained surviving attackers who had used hidden techniques or stolen council equipment. Neither authority replaced the other. The mercenaries carried false identities. Their payments passed through a private security company, then an infrastructure contractor. Then, a holding structure already present in Zhao's map. The final beneficiary remained concealed. The route pointed toward Lu Tian's network. The attackers had pursued 3 objectives. Test the strongest people gathered at the estate, destroy records tied to old infrastructure crimes, observe which factions cooperated under pressure. They had succeeded only in the first and third. The record survived. So did the witnesses. Madame Luo sat beneath a treatment canopy, while Chen Xiu cleaned a cut along her forehead. Across the courtyard, Lin Fan treated a council guard surrounded by grateful martial representatives. Ye Chen questioned his people, and confirmed that every Dragon Palace member survived. Zhao reconstructed the attacker's route from the damaged security map. Jiang Mo stood alone near the sealed vault, untouched by smoke or debris. Su Muwan moved between the evacuated groups. She checked family counts, assigned temporary accommodation, and ensured that auction purchases remained under verified custody. Qin Luo followed with blood drying along his cheek and one sleeve cut open. The system panel returned. Rank advancement confirmed previous rank. Trusted right-hand new rank. Black Rose Enforcer First Team-based loyalty link unlocked current function. Protective coordination effects. Improved directional danger awareness among voluntary linked defenders. Reduced delay when following clear protective commands. Minor efficiency gain during coordinated defense limits. Participation must be voluntary link. Requires shared protective purpose. No mind control. No power copying. No forced loyalty. Range and duration remain limited. No lackey points spent. Current lackey points 300. The black interface formed a small dark red flower beside the new rank. Qin Luo studied the title. Su Muwan noticed. What did this system do? Promoted me. To what? Black Rose Enforcer. She looked at the smoke-darkened flower on the interface. Why Black Rose? The system appears to have strong opinions about your image. I do not use roses. You wear a red flower. That is a hairpin? It may have interpreted the atmosphere. The atmosphere is smoke. Then the color is accurate. Madame Luo heard them from beneath the canopy. Black Rose is appropriate. Su Muwan turned. Phoric Rose is... What? The people who followed your commands today came from 9 families, 2 companies, 3 medical groups, and the council's civilian staff. They did not become Su's subordinates. No, they cooperated because you gave them rules that protected everyone. Madame Luo looked toward the scorched estate. A coalition formed before anyone signed an agreement. It needs a name if we intend to make it survive. Su Muwan had not yet decided that it should. Then the family representatives began approaching. The first came from a small martial household whose guards had helped carry the archive records. Our main residence received a Dragon Palace protection demand last month. We refused. 2 contracts disappeared afterward. A medical family followed. Lin Fan's supporters control access to a rare meridian medicine. They told us cooperation would improve our place on the waiting list. A property company representative held a burn deed folder. A Lu-linked lender purchased our debt and demanded voting control. When we challenged the valuation, our warehouse failed inspection through a contractor connected to the same network. None asked Su Muwan to rule them. They asked whether today's cooperation could continue. Madame Luo waited until the final representative finished. My father spent years treating families after stronger organizations pressured them separately. He believed neutrality meant refusing every alliance. She looked at the ruined pavilion. I watched that neutrality become isolation. Su Muwan understood the request. You want a defensive coalition? Yes? Under the Su family? No. Led by you under written limits. The distinction mattered. A family-controlled alliance would become another instrument of pressure. A coalition without accountable leadership would collapse the first time members disagreed. Su Muwan looked at Qin Luo. He did not tell her what to choose. The system had already rewarded him. This decision belonged to her. We establish it, she said. The representatives quieted. Membership remains voluntary. No member gains authority over another member's civilians, employees, patients, or relatives. Assistants must answer a verified threat, not personal revenge, she continued as Su Qingye began recording. Evidence will be reviewed before collective action. Medical treatment cannot be withheld to force cooperation. Security protection cannot become tribute. Business disputes remain legal competition unless coercion or violence crosses the agreed boundary. The first objection came from the property representative whose warehouse had failed inspection. Who funds the response? If the Su family pays for everything, this becomes Su authority regardless of the written name. Member contributions enter a separate account. Su Muwan said, emergency expenses require 2 approvals, 1 operational and 1 independent. The Su family may contribute more, but additional funding buys no additional vote. Who holds the independent approval? Madame Luo until the members elect another records keeper. Madame Luo had not yet accepted the position. Su Muwan did not speak as though acceptance were guaranteed. A medical representative asked, what prevents a member from filing claims against competitors until the alliance destroys them through investigation? False submissions become part of the record. Repeated abuse suspends access to collective action. The accused receives the evidence and may answer before any non-emergency response. And during an emergency, we protect lives first. Ownership and blame wait until people are safe. The rule had already been tested inside the estate. They had carried patience before deciding which faction caused the explosions. They had preserved auction cases without allowing property to block evacuation. Even Jiang Mo's presence had not changed the order of priorities. An older family head spoke from the edge of the canopy. What if your decision is the danger? Several representatives went still. The question was not disrespectful. It was necessary. Su Muwan answered without looking toward her father or the Su guards. Operational authority ends when the verified emergency ends. The records keeper may challenge any order while it is active. Afterward, the members review every use of force, every protected expense, and every restriction placed on a member. Can we remove you? Yes. By what vote? Su Qingye stopped recording long enough to look at her. Su Muwan decided the limit before anyone could design it around personal loyalty. 2/3 of active members may replace the alliance leader. A simple majority may suspend a disputed operation until independent review. No member is punished for leaving after completing obligations already accepted. Then a wealthy family can join, receive protection, and leave before returning help. The record will show it. Other members may consider that history before accepting a future request. We will not manufacture loyalty by trapping people. Qin Luo watched the representatives absorb the answer. The system had just built a link around voluntary participation. Su Muwan was building the alliance on the same condition without knowing the system required it. A young company director raised another issue. Suppose ordinary law refuses to act because the accused company has better connections. Do we attack it ourselves? No. We preserve evidence through multiple custodians, protect witnesses, request counsel review if martial coercion is involved, and expose the obstruction through lawful channels. Black Rose does not become a private court because a public one is slow. And if someone attacks while we wait, then we defend the people under immediate threat. We do not convert defense into ownership afterward. The answers made the proposed coalition less powerful than several families wanted. They also made it safer to join. Representatives who would never accept Su family command began asking for copies of the draft. Madame Luo listened to every condition before speaking. The rules require an evidence custodian with authority to refuse you, she said. Yes, someone who can publish your violations even if doing so weakens the alliance. Yes, and access to every financial account used in its name. Yes, only then did Madame Luo allow Su Muwan to continue. A Dragon Palace representative standing nearby frowned. You are creating a private authority. No, Su Muwan said. We are creating a shared defense agreement. Ordinary crimes go to ordinary law. Martial violations go to the council. The coalition preserves evidence, moves civilians, and prevents isolated families from being forced into silence. Who decides whether a threat is verified? Madame Luo looked at her. Su Muwan stepped closer. I want you as records keeper, legal broker, and neutral witness. You are recruiting me while standing inside my destroyed estate. I am asking because you preserved ownership claims while people were attacking the archive. You know which records matter and why neutrality without protection failed. And if the Su family becomes the threat, you record that too. Madame Luo studied her. Would your coalition act against you if the evidence meets the same rules? Several representatives exchanged looks. That answer persuaded more of them than a promise of protection. Madame Luo extended her hand. I accept. Su Muwan took it. The Black Rose Alliance began beneath a torn medical canopy with smoke still rising from the estate. Its first members did not swear personal loyalty. They signed rules. The auction did not resume that day. Every unsold lot remained under council's seal. Completed purchases transferred only after police and council investigators verified that no record had been altered during the attack. Madame Luo moved the neutral registers to 3 separate secure locations. Zhao arranged independent digital copies. Chen Xu took custody of the patient ledger. Su Muwan received temporary access to the district payment archive under Madame Luo's supervision. The attackers had attempted to erase one specific sequence. A construction partner paid healer Luo for treating workers exposed beneath the Western District. Years later, the same partner transferred equipment to a security company. That security company entered Lu Tian's network. The payment records included a handwritten note from healer Luo. Exposure symptoms inconsistent with ordinary excavation. Patients described a black metal frame beneath the sealed chamber. Employer demanded silence. The spiritual core was not the only object removed from below the district. Something larger had remained or been taken elsewhere. The Black Rose Evidence Archive gained its first unresolved file. Lu Tian. Rumors began before the injured left the estate. One photograph showed Qin Luo pulling Su Muwan behind the garden wall, while the pavilion collapsed. Another showed Su Muwan kneeling beside him after the blast, one hand on his shoulder and the other checking the cut along his face. A third caught Qin Luo adjusting the silver binding on her hairpin after it had loosened during the fall. None proved anything beyond proximity. Together they created a story Jiang City's gossip circles preferred. By evening, anonymous posts claimed Su Muwan and her personal henchmen were secretly engaged. By morning, the engagement had allegedly existed since childhood. By noon, one entertainment account claimed Qin Luo's banquet slap had been an act of romantic jealousy. Su Qingye brought the reports into Su Muwan's office. Chen Shuwei followed with Qin Luo's treatment record. Su Muwan read the first post, then the second. Then the photograph of Qin Luo adjusting her hairpin. Why did no one stop him from doing that in front of cameras? Su Qingye sat opposite her. You were standing there. I was checking the evacuation count. You tilted your head so he could reach. The hairpin, the clasp was damaged. Chen Shu placed the treatment record on the desk. You also refused treatment until his injuries were checked. He was closer to the explosion. You had a burn on your palm. It was minor. So were his. Guts. He had recently recovered from internal pressure trauma. Qin Luo entered without knocking. Su Muwan closed the entertainment report too late. He saw the headline. The villainous heiress and the henchman who never leaves her side. That photograph is well framed, he said. You are not helping. I was not aware there was a problem. They believe we are engaged. Qin Luo read the post. Secretly. We are not engaged publicly either. I know. Su Qingye lowered her face to hide a smile. Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan. Does the rumor harm your authority? Yes. The answer came too quickly. Everyone heard it. Su Muwan corrected herself. It creates uncertainty about your position. My position is clear. Trusted right hand was clear. Black Rose Enforcer sounds like a ceremonial fiancé appointed by your system. The system did not mention marriage. The public does not know about the system. Then we can deny it? Su Muwan looked at the photograph again. A formal denial would extend the story. Ignoring it would allow speculation. Qin Luo asked, would an engagement make people believe I act for personal benefit rather than loyalty? That is one problem. One? The alliance may think you receive authority because of a private relationship. I received authority because I protected them. During the attack. Yes, then Madame Luo can confirm it. She already did. Does the rumor prevent me from serving you? No. Does it prevent you from leading Black Rose? No. Does it change any contract? No. Then how does it harm your authority? Su Muwan opened her mouth. No strategic answer arrived? Chen Shu collected her medical file. I should check the other patients. Su Qingye stood. I should help. Neither left quickly enough to appear innocent. When the door closed, Qin Luo remained across from Su Muwan. You said yes very quickly. The question was unexpected. You have faced Jiang Mo more calmly? Jiang Mo did not ask whether people thought we were engaged. He may not understand engagement. That is irrelevant. Qin Luo picked up the photograph. The camera had captured his fingers near the dark wood hairpin while Su Muwan stood close enough for her sleeve to touch his wrist. It does look convincing. Put it down. He obeyed. Should I deny it personally? That would make it worse. That would make it worse. Should I become less visible beside you? No. The answer came almost as quickly as the first. This time, Su Muwan did not correct it. Qin Luo's voice softened. Then we ignore it. She looked toward the window. For now. He left the report on her desk. Su Muwan waited until he turned away before touching the hairpin. The damaged clasp held firmly. The Black Rose Alliance established temporary offices inside one of Madame Luo's undamaged treatment buildings. Madame Luo refused an expensive replacement estate offered by the Su family. If the neutral office stands inside your property, neutrality becomes difficult to prove. She accepted construction support under a recorded loan with equal terms available to every member. Her first action as records keeper was to publish the alliance rules to all members. Her second was to open a confidential registry of coercion claims. Within 48 hours, the registry received 27 reports. Dragon Palace-linked groups had demanded exclusive security contracts. Clinics dependent on Lin Fan's supporters had pressured families to provide referrals and data. Lu-connected companies had purchased debt, threatened suppliers, and used regulatory complaints to force ownership transfers. Not every report was valid. Madame Luo rejected 5 for lack of evidence, and returned 7 for additional records. The alliance did not become a weapon for anyone who disliked a stronger rival. That restraint gave its accepted cases weight. Ye Chen visited the temporary office after learning his organization appeared in several claims. He came without his followers. Madame Luo showed him redacted summaries. These demands were not authorized by me, he said. Some carry Dragon Palace branch seals. Branch leaders use the name. Then your authority documents make you responsible for defining whether they may. He remembered the auction contracts. Dragon Palace could protect its people. It could not turn protection into civilian control. I will investigate the branches. Madame Luo did not thank him. If you correct the conduct, the record will show it. Ye Chen looked through the glass towards Su Muwan's office. She built this quickly. The attack proved speed was necessary. She expects every family to gather behind her. No AXC expects every family to gather behind her. She expects them to preserve evidence before deciding who deserves support. And Qin Luo protects the process loudly. Ye Chen's expression darkened. That sounds like him. He did not join Black Rose. He did not attempt to dismantle it. For now, he returned to Dragon Palace with proof that some of his own branches had crossed the authority he had just purchased. Lin Fan's response was less cooperative. He submitted a request for the patient ledger and demanded immediate access to the outcome codes. Chen Shu approved supervised review. He rejected the conditions. You are using the ledger to control my inheritance. I am protecting the patients identified inside it. The formulas belong to Healer Luo. The ledger contains legal privacy obligations. He would have wanted the medicine completed, then completed under observation. Lin Fan looked toward the black rose emblem on the temporary office documents. A business alliance should not decide medical research. Black Rose does not. The Independent Project Board does, led by you. Yes, and funded by Su Muwan, alongside Chen Medical, under terms preventing either family from removing me. Lin Fan's eyes cooled. You believe structure makes you independent. It gives me the right to say no without losing everything. He left without accessing the ledger. The incomplete notes remained in his possession. The safety records remained beyond his private control. Zhao Tianming joined no alliance either. He provided root data, ownership analysis, and copies of the attacker's corporate chain under a limited information agreement. Black Rose should not enter ordinary competition, he told Su Muwan. It will not, if one member loses a contract legally. The alliance does nothing, yes. If a lender enforces a valid debt, nothing. If the lender forged the valuation, threatened a family, or hired the people who attacked the estate, then Madame Luo verifies the evidence, and after verification, would preserve witnesses, protect uninvolved people, and submit ordinary crimes to ordinary law. If martial force is involved, we request council action. Zhao studied the written rules. You built an alliance designed to prevent itself from becoming your weapon. Yes, that makes it slower. It makes it harder for Lu Tian to use. He signed the information agreement. You understand that he organized the attack to measure you. We suspect his network arranged it. I wanted to see which people would act together. Then he saw. He also saw your limits. Su Muwan met his gaze. So did I. Zhao left with no oath and no subordinate title. He remained an independent rival. He also became a person willing to exchange verified information with Black Rose. The distinction suited both of them. Jiang Mo did not visit the alliance office. He returned once to the council's custody facility and confirmed that the spiritual core remained sealed. The auction claim prevented him from purchasing it. It did not remove his need. A representative approached him outside. The man carried no visible family emblem and maintained enough distance to show he understood cultivation pressure. Mr. Jiang, what? There are other tools capable of opening the chamber. Where? My employer knows of one. What does he want? To discuss the future of Jiang City. Jiang Mo walked past him. If the item exists, bring it. My employer prefers cooperation. Then he values conversation more than the item. The representative did not follow. He sent one report. Jiang Mo will cooperate only through opportunity. Do not appeal to status. A different representative met Lin Fan near his clinic. He brought access to a private medical network and records from physicians who had worked with Healer Luo. Your methods are being restricted by people who need your ability. Lin Fan closed the offered file. What does your employer want? A medical system that does not depend on Su or Chen approval. The offer remained on his desk. A third representative visited Zhao Tianming's office. He offered corporate intelligence on the hidden infrastructure network, and the original buyer behind the company, connected to Zhao's father. Zhao did not accept the documents. He asked for the price. Information exchange. With whom? Lu Tian Zhao's expression revealed nothing. The representative left the sealed envelope behind. The fourth approach targeted Ye Chen. It happened inside a Dragon Palace training facility after he finished questioning two branch leaders accused of coercive protection contracts. The representative carried proof that Black Rose members were building private defenses beyond ordinary security needs. Su Muwan is creating a power structure outside the council. SO is Dragon Palace. History is not permission. The answer surprised the representative. Ye Chen placed the report down. What does Lu Tian want? Stability. Under him. Under someone capable of maintaining it. Lin Fan cannot command me. Jiang Mo would not protect anyone he considers temporary. Zhao Tianming serves his revenge. And Su Muwan. Ye Chen looked toward the city. She hides control behind rules. Then join the others before her alliance becomes stronger. I will not unite beneath a physician, a cultivator, or businessman. You do not need to, the representative smiled. No one is asking you to follow them. That was the offer's strength. Lu Tian did not gather the protagonists into one room and demand loyalty. He approached each separately. Lin Fan received medical freedom. Jiang Mo received a path toward spiritual power. Zhao received information. Ye Chen received recognized security authority. Each could believe he remained independent. Each could move against Black Rose for his own reason. The coalition did not begin through friendship. It began through management. Far from Jiang City, Lu Tian reviewed 4 reports beside the surviving list from the fallen healer estate. Ye Chen would resist control but respond to threats against his authority. Lin Fan would follow access to unrestricted medicine. Zhao would distrust every offer and still investigate the information. Jiang Mo would ignore politics until politics stood between him and cultivation. Su Muwan had united weaker families through rules. Qin Luo had turned voluntary coordination into measurable strength. Together, they were more dangerous than either had been alone. Lu Tian closed the file. "Do not make them allies," he said. His representative waited. "Give each one a different reason to attack the same enemy." First reason reached Lin Fan before sunrise. A private medical consortium offered him exclusive control over 3 suppliers that produced rare meridian stabilizers. The consortium required no payment in advance. It asked only that he establish an independent treatment network outside Chen Shui's supervision. Lin Fan read the contract twice. The suppliers served 12 hospitals, including 2 connected to Black Rose. "What happens to their current orders?" he asked. The representative answered carefully. "They may continue purchasing through your network, under my medical standards, of course, and the patient ledger. If Chen Shu wants uninterrupted access to the stabilizers, she may become more cooperative." Lin Fan closed the contract. He understood the pressure being proposed. He also believed the result would place rare medicine beneath the most capable physician. "Do not stop emergency deliveries," he said. "We will redirect them. That is not the same thing. Patients may request treatment through you." Lin Fan looked. "Treatment through you." Lin Fan looked toward the incomplete notes he had purchased from the Luo estate. Modern hospitals possessed resources without understanding hidden medicine. Chen Shu possessed discipline without accepting that some methods could not wait for committee approval. If the supply network passed through him, both would have to acknowledge his judgment. "Begin the transfer," he said. By noon, 6 hospital orders had been delayed. By evening, 3 were cancelled and reissued through Lin Fan's clinic. Patients with money or martial connections obtained replacement appointments. Everyone else entered a waiting list. Jiang Mo received his reason beneath the Western District. Lu Tian's representative did not approach him again. A map appeared inside one of Jiang Mo's purchased properties instead. It identified a black metal frame matching healer Luo's old note. According to the annotation, pieces of the frame had been moved through 3 Black Rose member estates and incorporated into newly constructed defensive formations. Jiang Mo examined the ink. The information might be false. The material signature written beside it was not. If the black frame had once surrounded the sealed chamber, it could open what the delayed spiritual core could not. The first Black Rose formation stood around a family archive. Jiang Mo entered after midnight. The guards did not see him cross the outer wall. They noticed only when the formation lines failed. He removed one buried anchor, examined its metal, and discarded it. Wrong material. The second formation protected a medical warehouse. The third covered temporary housing for families displaced by Lu-linked debt seizures. Jiang Mo did not care what stood above the anchors. He dismantled every formation in his path. He harmed no one who moved aside. A guard who attempted to stop him woke with a broken arm and no memory of touching the ground. By morning, Black Rose had lost 4 defensive points. The business pressure began at the same time. Banks called in loans held by 3 alliance members. A transport company canceled deliveries to Chen Shui's project. Regulatory complaints closed 2 warehouses pending inspection. A private security insurer announced that Black Rose participation constituted an undeclared martial risk and terminated coverage across the coalition. Each action came from a different company. Madame Luo traced their ownership. Every chain passed through enough intermediaries to appear independent. Every chain touched Lu Tian's network at least once. Su Qingya monitored public reports. The same message appeared through different accounts. Black Rose is creating disorder. Private families are building an illegal army. Su Muwan is using fear to control weaker businesses. By the time the first alliance meeting began, the attacks looked unrelated only to people who had not seen the complete map. Ye Chen delivered the 4th pressure himself. He entered the temporary Black Rose office with Tang Hao beside him and the Dragon Palace Authority contracts beneath one arm. Tang Hao was broader than Ye Chen, older by several years, and carried the steady caution of someone accustomed to making dangerous orders practical. He had served Dragon Palace before Ye Chen returned to Jiang City, and remained one of the few people who could question him without being treated as an enemy. Ye Chen placed a legal notice before Madame Luo. Black Rose security teams are operating across multiple civilian districts. Madame Luo read it. They protect member properties under ordinary contracts. They coordinate through a martial communication structure. Qin Luo's coordination ability does not compel participants. That has not been independently verified. Qin Luo leaned against the wall. You attended the auction when the council clerk verified it. The ability expanded, during the attack, and saved your wounded appraiser. He was not mine. That is the point. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened. Dragon Palace has recognized authority to respond to unregistered martial networks. Su Muwan sat at the head of the table. Your contracts grant emergency response authority. They do not grant general control over civilian security. Black Rose is not purely civilian. Neither is Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace is recognized by the Council. SO are several Black Rose members, not as a unified force. We are not as a unified force. Claiming to be one, Ye Chen opened the second document. Then suspend the shared patrols, dismantle the unregistered formations, and submit Qin Luo's loyalty link for Council containment review. Qin Luo looked at the final line. Containment. Temporary custody while the Council determines whether you can influence voluntary judgment. The Council has not requested that. Dragon Palace is prepared to deliver you. Su Muwan's voice cooled. He is not an artifact. He coordinates armed personnel through a supernatural protective link. Voluntarily. According to him. According to him. According to every participant. Ye Chen looked. Around the table. People follow power until following becomes inconvenient. Then they call the same power coercion. The words resembled Su Muwan's own fear closely enough to make the room uncomfortable. She did not retreat from the difference. That is why members may leave. Can they? Madame Luo turned the membership register toward him. Two withdrew this morning after receiving outside settlement offers. Their claims remain archived. Their protection agreements ended without penalty. Ye Chen examined the signatures. Black Rose had allowed them to leave. That did not change his objective. Dragon Palace will establish a security boundary around the Alliance's central district in 48 hours. Martial movement will require registration. Any resistance will be treated as interference with a recognized security operation. You do not have ordinary authorization, Madame Luo said. We are applying for Council emergency recognition. On what basis? Ye Chen looked toward Qin Luo. On what basis? Ye Chen looked toward Qin Luo. Unregistered supernatural coordinator capable of linking multiple factions. Qin Luo smiled. It took you 5 arcs to admit I was impressive. Su Muwan spoke before Ye Chen answered. The notice is received. You may leave. Tang Hao collected the empty document case. Ye Chen did not move. Qin Luo comes to Dragon Palace for review. Or we isolate every property his link may reach. You will not take him. Then prepare your civilians for the consequences. Ye Chen left. Tang Hao followed after one glance at the Alliance map. He had noticed the hospitals inside the proposed security boundary. Su Muwan divided the response before the meeting ended. Shen Shu handles medicine. Secure current inventory. Identify alternative suppliers. And prioritize patients by medical need rather than affiliation. Chen Shui closed Lin Fan's cancellation report. You'll need temporary manufacturing authority for the basic stabilizer. Submit the safety requirements. Northbridge will support production. Madame Luo handles records, Su Muwan continued. Trace every creditor, insurer, contractor, and supplier. Separate valid enforcement from coordinated coercion. Madame Luo nodded. Su Qingye controls public communication. Publish verified facts only. Do not answer rumor with rumor. I'll release the member withdrawal records in civilian protection terms. Qin Luo handles Dragon Palace. Qin Luo straightened. Su Muwan looked at him. Contracts, surveillance, funding, council violations. Remove the authority around Ye Chen before confronting him. You are forbidding me from slapping him first. Yes, that limits the opening options. It preserves the useful ones. And you? Civilian protection. The proposed Dragon Palace. The proposed Dragon Palace. Boundary covered 2 hospitals, 3 residential blocks, a Black Rose records office, and the temporary housing center near the Western District. If Ye Chen isolated electricity and communications, he could prevent the Alliance from coordinating. He could also stop medical equipment inside buildings unrelated to the conflict. Su Muwan marked every generator, emergency route, and vulnerable patient facility. We operate separately, she said. No one abandons their assignment to chase another attack. The timing is designed to divide us. Qin Luo looked at the 4 crisis maps. Lu Tian, we cannot prove direct orders. We can prove coordination. Then prove it while we keep people alive. The meeting dispersed. Su Muwan remained beside the Dragon Palace map. One interception route crossed the same eastern road where Qin Luo's traffic accident had occurred. She stared at it longer than the others. Chen Shui reached the first hospital before its stabilizer inventory fell below 6 hours. The pharmacy director showed her the cancellation notices. The supplier says future deliveries require medical authorization from Lin Fan's network. Existing contracts terminated under a martial risk clause. The medicine is not a martial risk clause. Artifact. They classify its active component as hidden medical material. Chen Shu read the clause. The classification had been changed that morning by a private certification body connected to the new consortium. Lin Fan arrived while she was calculating patient requirements. He walked through the emergency ward and stopped beside a patient whose damaged meridian had begun constricting around the chest. This man needs treatment now. He is receiving the last approved stabilizer dose, Chen Shu said. The dose will not release the blockage. It will keep him alive while we prepare the regulated infusion. I can release it, then treat him. Lin Fan opened his needle case. Chen Shu did not prevent him. He worked quickly, and without creating a crisis for recognition. The patient's breathing eased. Lin Fan closed the case. This proves why the supply should pass through physicians who understand it. No. It proves you can treat one person while the hospital has 43 patients requiring the medicine. They can be transferred to your clinic, to places capable of treating them. Your clinic has 6 beds. I can train physicians. After trained physicians. They join your network. Standards require authority. SO does coercion. Lin Fan's expression hardened. I did not cancel the medicine. You accepted the network that redirected it. I told them not to stop emergencies. They redefined every emergency as a request for you. He looked toward the ward. Patients were already being ranked by connection rather than need. Martial families called his clinic directly. Ordinary doctors waited for returned messages. This can be corrected, he said. Then correct it. Give me access to the Luo ledger. I can complete the formulas and reduce dependence on the stabilizer. Under monitored research, there is no time. There was time before you allowed suppliers to create a shortage. The decision returned to him without drama. He could withdraw from the consortium and lose the independent network, or preserve his authority and insist that patients move toward him. Lin Fan did not cancel the contract. He ordered the representative to restore emergency deliveries. The representative promised review. Chen Shui did not wait. Northbridge's prototype line shifted from regulation units to compatible stabilizer components. 3 hospitals shared remaining stock through a transparent patient register. Smaller clinics received doses according to recorded medical urgency. The substitute production would not solve the crisis immediately. It prevented Lin Fan's network from becoming the only door. Chen Shui converted a hospital conference room into a shared allocation center. Pharmacists from 3 institutions placed their remaining inventory on one screen. Patient names remained protected, but diagnosis, urgency, required dose, and transport time were visible to every participating hospital. The first conflict arrived within 20 minutes. A Marshall family demanded 6 doses for relatives who had begun intensive training that morning. None had symptoms. Their physician argued that prevention was safer than waiting for damage. Across the table, an ordinary hospital had 2 patients already showing internal energy poisoning after an industrial accident. Chen Shui rejected the preventive request. The family representative placed a private transfer contract beside her hand. We can replace 10 doses next week, then replace them next week. Our family supports Black Rose. The patients with the highest recorded risk receive the medicine first. We can leave the alliance. Membership does not change the medical list. The representative withdrew the contract. He did not receive the doses. The decision reached every clinic connected to the register. Smaller families who had expected Su Muwan's allies to take priority began contributing stock they had hidden for emergencies. One clinic released 2 vials. Another released 5. A retired military physician provided an unopened case, whose seal predated the consortium's new classification. Chen Shui sent samples to 2 independent laboratories before adding it to the pool. No unverified medicine entered a patient because the crisis made caution inconvenient. Lin Fan's representative arrived with a different proposal. His network would release 12 doses immediately if Chen Shu transferred anonymized access to Healer Luo's outcome ledger and recognized Lin Fan as final medical authority for hidden martial cases. Chen Shu read the agreement. The patient ledger remains under supervised review. People may die while you protect paperwork. People were harmed when Healer Luo's formulas were used without the outcome records. The paperwork identifies them. Dr. Lin can judge the risk. Then he may join the independent review board and place his judgment beside everyone else. The representative left with the agreement unsigned. Chen Shu did not hide the offer. She published its medical terms without naming private patients. The public saw that medicine was available, but conditional on transferring authority and data to one clinic. 2 suppliers contacted the hospital before nightfall. Neither abandoned the consortium. Both agreed to release emergency stock under existing contracts after their legal departments saw that the revised classification had not passed ordinary regulatory review. The additional supply remained insufficient. It extended the hospital's reserve from 6 hours to 21. That was enough time for Northbridge's first compatible components to reach the pharmacy line. Chen Shui stood beside the production technician during the initial calibration. The components could stabilize the medicine's delivery rate. They could not reproduce the rare active compound or replace physician judgment. The distinction remained visible on every label. No hidden ability solved the shortage. No miracle doctor became the only path to survival. Hospitals, laboratories, manufacturers, and physicians built enough time for patients to remain alive while the conflict continued. Madame Luo opened the alliance records. Valid debts remained valid. 2 Black Rose companies had missed payments before joining. The lenders could enforce those contracts. She did not hide that. 4 other claims relied on forged appraisals, undisclosed ownership conflicts, or inspection companies connected to the same holding group. Those entered legal challenge. The insurer that canceled civilian property coverage had classified every Black Rose member as an armed faction, including a medical family with no security force. Madame Luo published the classification criteria. 3 independent insurers offered replacement review after seeing the evidence. The pressure did not disappear. It became visible. Su Qingye released the records alongside a map of civilian facilities inside Dragon Palace's proposed boundary. She did not accuse Ye Chen of planning to harm patients. She listed what would lose power if the shutdown occurred. The public argument changed. Black Rose was no longer defending only its own authority. Dragon Palace had to explain why a security review required risking intensive care equipment. Su Muwan used the same records to decide which losses Black Rose would not fight. 1 alliance member operated a warehouse closed for a genuine fire code violation. Its director demanded guards at the entrance, and argued that the inspection had arrived during Lu Tian's coordinated pressure. Madame Luo confirmed both facts. The timing was suspicious. The wiring was still unsafe. Su Muwan refused to challenge the closure. Move the employees' wages into the emergency account and relocate the stored medicine under fire department supervision, she said. The warehouse remains closed until the repairs pass independent inspection. Then Lu Tian wins. Preventing a fire is not his victory. We lose 3 weeks of business. Black Rose protects you from coercion. It does not protect you from valid safety rules. The decision angered the director. It persuaded 2 wavering members to remain. They had joined because the alliance promised that verified evidence would matter even when the result hurt its own side. At the temporary housing center, families displaced by the debt seizures prepared to move again after their landlord received a cancellation notice. Su Muwan used the alliance emergency account instead of Su family property. Every payment required Madame Luo's second approval. Rooms were secured for 14 days, long enough for the courts to examine the disputed valuations. Residents signed no loyalty agreement and surrendered no future compensation claim. When one hotel demanded permission to advertise itself as the official Black Rose residence, Su Muwan rejected the clause. Housing is not recruitment, she said. Su Qingye published the expense ledger that evening. The numbers were less dramatic than the accusations spreading across the city. Temporary rooms, employee wages, independent inspections, transport for patients and residents. No weapons purchase appeared. No payment rewarded a family for remaining in the coalition. Dragon Palace continued calling Black Rose a private army. The public now had records showing what the supposed army had purchased during the crisis: time, safety, and the ability for pressured families to refuse a contract without becoming homeless before the dispute reached court. Jiang Mo destroyed the 5th formation during daylight. Su Muwan met him outside the member estate. The building had already been evacuated. Engineers waited beyond the boundary while council observers documented the damage. Jiang Mo lifted the buried anchor from the formation line. Ordinary steel. He discarded it. The map was false, Su Muwan said. Partly. You have found no black metal. No. Yet you continue. The final formation covers an old transit chamber. The material may be beneath it. That chamber supports a residential retaining wall. Then remove the residents. They are moving now. John Mo looked toward the buses. You learned. I learned surrendering property does not protect people from your decisions. He placed one hand on the formation stone. Su Muwan activated the hairpin. The red shadow lines rose around the empty estate. She could not defeat him. She could make the formation expensive to dismantle. Jiang Mo studied the linked anchors. You are delaying me for an empty building. I am delaying you until the retaining wall is reinforced. The people are leaving. They need a road to leave on. He understood the engineering point. He did not value it, but the black metal had waited for decades. Another hour changed little. I will return at sunset. He left. Su Muwan used the delay to move every civilian, reinforce the wall, and preserve the formation's central record seal. When Jiang Mo returned, she allowed the empty outer structure to fall. He opened the transit chamber. There was no black frame, only a fresh piece of paper bearing a location code tied to another Black Rose property. Jiang Mo looked at the decoy. For the first time, Lu Tian's manipulation inconvenienced him directly. He burned the paper between two fingers. Then, he stopped attacking the formations. Not because Black Rose persuaded him. Because someone had wasted his cultivation time with false opportunity. Qin Luo entered Dragon Palace's public security office through the front door. He carried no weapon beyond the declared baton beneath his coat. Tang Hao met him in the reception hall. You came voluntarily. I came for the contracts. You cannot enter the records floor. I have an appointment with the ordinary compliance officer. Tang Hao checked the schedule. The appointment existed. Qin Luo had spent the previous day identifying every civilian security company, funded through Dragon Palace affiliates. Evidence analysis connected payment patterns, surveillance purchases, and council declarations. 3 branches monitored civilian employees without warrants. 1 redirected city security funds into private martial training. 2 used Dragon Palace seals to threaten businesses into signing protection agreements. The central office had not ordered every violation. It had benefited from all of them. You intend to dismantle us through accounting, Tang Hao said. Accounting lasts longer than broken furniture. That is not what I heard about you. My young lady is broadening my methods. Tang Hao walked beside him. Ye Chen believes your coordination ability threatens every independent security organization. The link works only with volunteers. Volunteers can become an army. So can employees. Dragon Palace has a founding code. Then, follow it. Tang Hao stopped before the lift. Our code requires us to protect our sworn people and civilians caught in martial conflict. Your security boundary contains 2 hospitals. The power restriction is intended to disable Black Rose surveillance. It will also disable equipment. Emergency generators will operate. 1 hospital generator failed inspection last month. Tang Hao's expression changed. You have the report. Qin Luo handed him a copy. The repair contractor delayed replacement because a Dragon Palace branch froze access around the district. Tang Hao read it. The shutdown plan has a medical exemption. The substation map does not. The lift opened. Tang Hao did not enter. He turned toward the operations floor. Qin Luo continued alone. The first layer around Ye Chen began disappearing that afternoon. Ordinary regulators suspended 2 security subsidiaries for illegal surveillance. The council opened a conduct review into the branch seals. Banks froze funds connected to the coercive protection contracts. 3 civilian clients terminated Dragon Palace agreements after seeing that the authority documents did not cover general policing. Evidence did not weaken Ye Chen's body. It removed the offices, money, permissions, and public assumptions, protecting the body from consequence. Ye Chen responded by accelerating the operation. Dragon Palace would establish the security boundary that night. Qin Luo became the primary detention target. Su Qingye intercepted the capture plan through an ordinary contractor, scheduled to block the eastern road. The contractor believed it was assisting a council operation. Its instructions ordered a heavy transport vehicle parked across the intersection after Qin Luo's car entered the route. Dragon Palace teams would disable communications, remove him from the vehicle, and deliver him to a private containment room. The plan specified non-lethal force. Su Muwan did not see that line first. She saw the road, the truck, the timing. The same transport company had been used by Han's men before the banquet. For one moment, 2 futures overlapped. Qin Luo bleeding inside a crushed car. Qin Luo waking in the clinic. Qin Luo lying beneath Jiang Mo's pressure. Qin Luo carried toward Dragon Palace while she arrived too late again. She called him. Where are you? Leaving the compliance office. Do not use the eastern road. I already changed routes. Return to the estate. I still need the surveillance server warrant. Leave it. Qin Luo heard something beneath the air. Order, not strategy, fear. He returned. Su Muwan waited in the private study with the road plan on her desk. A travel case stood beside the door. Take the family aircraft, she said. Leave Jiang City tonight. Qin Luo looked at the case. No, this is an order. Then it is strategically unsound. Dragon Palace intends to capture you. That is why A should remain. They will isolate the roads, shut down the district, and force you into their custody. We know the route. They will choose another. Then danger sense becomes useful. You cannot continue treating every threat as an opportunity. I am not leaving you during 4 simultaneous attacks. Black Rose has people. It does not have me. Su Muwan's hand struck the desk. You died on that road. The room became still. Qin Luo looked at the plan. What? She had stopped herself at his hospital bed. She could not stop now. In my first life you died the morning of the banquet. He did not speak. Su Muwan stood behind the desk as if it were the only object keeping her upright. Lin Fan entering the Su family hospital. Zhao Timing destroying our companies. Jiang Mo tearing through our security. The family falling one piece at a time. Rain returned in her voice. My father was arrested. Grandfather died. The estate was destroyed. Everyone who once agreed with me said the decisions were mine alone. Qin Luo knew the outline from the novel. He had never known she remembered living it. At the end, Lu Tian came to the estate. I challenged people I should not have challenged. Trusted relatives who betrayed us, and kept believing power could repair what arrogance destroyed. Her fingers closed around the edge of the desk. I died there. Qin Luo's system did not react. This truth belonged to her, not to a mission. I woke before the banquet, she continued. Before grandfather's illness. Before the family fell. Before my accident. Yes. You ran to the clinic because you remembered I died. Yes. He remembered her entering in a sleeping robe. Breathless and terrified. He had mistaken her fear for an unexplained difference from the novel. You offered me money and an apartment because you wanted me gone. I wanted you alive. And when I stayed, I thought the future changed. Her voice weakened. You acted differently. You knew things you should not know. But you were alive. And I told myself that was enough. Qin Luo looked toward the travel case. You believe leaving the city will save me this time. I will not watch it happen again. You did not watch the first accident. I arrived after. That is what you blame yourself for. I knew it would happen in this life. You woke too late to stop it. I could have warned the clinic. The driver, you ran to me after the impact and found me alive. Su Muwan looked at him. The second truth waited between them. Qin Luo could no longer let her confess to the wrong man. I need to tell you what woke up. Madame Luo arrived with the sealed accident records before midnight. Qin Luo had asked for every medical document recovered from the fallen healer estate, and every file seized from Han Jiwai's network. The family clinic's first scan had been forwarded to healer Luo on the morning of the accident, because the attending physician suspected hidden internal injury. Healer Luo never arrived before Qin Luo woke, but the original image and consultation request remained in his archive. Chen Xu examined the scan. The room contained Su Muwan, Qin Luo, Madame Luo, Chen Xu, and no one else. This is not a mild concussion, Chen Shui said. She displayed the first image beside the later scan. The initial trauma caused catastrophic damage. Even with immediate surgery, survival would have been nearly impossible. Remaining conscious afterward would have been impossible. Qin Luo remembered nothing after the truck entered the intersection. The second scan, Su Muwan asked, shows rapid repair no medical process can explain. The clinic assumed the first machine malfunctioned. Madame Luo opened Han's seized files. Payments connected his men to the transport company. Traffic timing records showed the truck entered against a controlled signal. The original Qin Luo had copied suspicious company records days earlier. Han arranged the collision to recover them before the banquet. Ordinary evidence established the crime. Medical evidence established trauma no ordinary process could have survived. Neither explained why Qin Luo sat inside the room now. He looked at Su Muwan. The memories I woke with gave me facts. Your schedule, the estate passwords. How you preferred your coffee. They carried no emotion. She remained silent. I remembered another world more clearly. Chen Xu's attention sharpened. Qin Luo continued. I was not born here. I went to sleep after reading a novel about Jiang City. Madame Luo did not interrupt. After cataloging hidden healers, martial relics, and an immortal cultivator, another world no longer qualified as the least credible possibility in the room. In that novel, Su Muwan was an early villain. Ye Chen was a hidden dragon king. Lin Fan inherited miraculous medicine. Zhao Tiaming seemed to know the future. Jiang Mo found an immortal legacy. Su Muwan's face lost its color. You knew. Pieces. I stopped reading before Lu Tian's full arc. I knew roles, public events, and rough outcomes. I did not know private motives, exact opportunities, or the truth behind your memories. That is how you recognize them. Yes. Why did you choose me? Qin Luo did not soften the beginning. The system required a master. You had 100% compatibility and stood at the center of every early conflict. Serving you offered the most chances to grow. Su Muwan absorbed the practical answer. So your loyalty was a calculation. At first, and now, if the system disappeared tonight, I would still be here. The words required no point reward. Su Muwan looked at the man carrying Qin Luo's face, voice, and inherited knowledge. Not the subordinate who had died in her first life. Not a stranger wearing him carelessly. Someone who had awakened after medicine recorded injuries no ordinary body could survive and chosen, for selfish reasons first, to stand beside her. The system opened. No one had summoned it. A locked record appeared beneath Qin Luo's status. Original activation record: unsealed traffic collision, detected host consciousness, terminated compatible soul, accepted emergency physical restoration, initiated ultimate Lackey System, activated the wording, removed the final uncertainty. The original Qin Luo had not survived and changed. He had died. The current Qin Luo arrived afterward. Su Muwan sat down. For several seconds, she made no sound. Then the grief she had postponed across 2 lives reached her. I did not save him. Qin Luo stepped closer. No. Her hands tightened. I thought, when I saw you in that bed, I thought I changed it. You changed everything after. Not for him. No. He refused to turn comfort into a lie. The original Qin Luo had discovered Han's records and died because of it. He deserved to be mourned as himself, not erased by pretending the soul inside his body had always been there. Su Muwan looked up. And you? I am not a reward for regretting him. The words struck cleanly. If you keep me beside you because you owe him, send me away. If you trust me because of what I have done, give orders to me. She closed her eyes. The distinction hurt because it was necessary. Her debt belonged to the man who died. Her anger, trust, frustration, fear, and the warmth she refused to name belonged to the man standing before her. You gave him a place to continue, she said. I inherited a place. I did not become him. You carry his memories. Facts, not his feelings. You protected the same family. Because I chose you, not because the original Qin Luo had, not because the system forced him, because every practical choice after the first had become something else. Madame Luo closed the accident file. We will preserve his records separately. Su Muwan looked toward her. The original Qin Luo. His evidence helped expose Han. His death should not remain recorded as a minor accident survived by someone else. Chen Xiu added. The medical file can distinguish the fatal first scan from the unexplained recovery without revealing what Qin Luo told us. Ordinary records could honor the death. The supernatural truth would remain among the people in the room. Madame Luo separated the documents into 2 cases. The first contained the accident evidence, Han Jiwai's payment records, and the scan recorded before the unexplained recovery. Its subject was the original Qin Luo. The second contained the later medical file and every legal identity document belonging to the man who continued living under the same name. Ordinary authorities cannot process a transferred soul, Madame Luo said. They can process a murder cell, concealed as an accident. Han's case receives the first file. And the second, Qin Luo asked, remains your medical record. No one outside this room requires a supernatural explanation to recognize that you are alive now. Chen Xiu looked at him across the scans. Do you feel that the original memories influence your choices? They supply habits and facts? Sometimes my body reacts before I understand why, but I do not experience his attachments as mine. That distinction matters medically, even if no instrument can measure it. Su Muwan's gaze moved toward the coffee cup on the side table. Qin Luo knew exactly how much sugar she accepted during late meetings because the original man had known. He had still chosen to bring it. Inherited knowledge explained the accuracy. It did not explain every choice afterward. Can the system command you? Su Muwan asked. It offers missions and rewards. It recognizes whether I protect your legitimate interests. It does not decide whether you are morally right. Can it force you to obey? No. Can it punish you for refusing me? Only if I knowingly act against your legitimate interests. Disagreeing with you is not automatically disloyal. It rewarded you for opposing me at Northbridge. Corrective loyalty. That phrase remains suspicious. I still do not control the wording. The familiar complaint entered the room without, erasing what lay between them. Su Muwan understood something the rank titles had hidden. The system could create incentives. It could not create the meaning of the nights he remained beside her bed, the arguments he chose to have, or the risks he accepted after recognizing that no reward could equal the danger. If I had left after the banquet, Qin Luo said, I do not know what the system would have done. I stayed because the opportunities were useful. He did not decorate the beginning. After Uncle Gao, I stayed because Han would continue attacking. After the hospital, because Lin Fan would hurt Chen Xiu and your grandfather. After Northbridge, because your guilt was making decisions in place of you. His eyes returned to her. After Jiang Mo, leaving stopped being a calculation I could defend. Su Muwan remembered the broken tunnel, his blood against the stone, and his hands still holding an enemy he could not defeat. That was not reassuring. It was honest. Madame Luo closed the supernatural activation record from view. Honesty also requires consent. Qin Luo decides whether either private file is ever shown again. Su Muwan decides whether her regression is recorded anywhere outside this room. It is not, Su Muwan said. Qin Luo answered. The activation record remains sealed. Chen Xiu added both restrictions to the medical access log. The original Qin Luo would receive justice without turning the current Qin Luo into evidence owned by other people. Su Muwan would tell the truth without surrendering it to institutions that might use her memories as authority over the future. Su Muwan wiped her face once and stood. The travel case remained beside the door. She moved it away. When you read the novel, she asked, did you know I would die? I knew the Su family fell. I did not reach the scene of your death. Then you were serving someone you believed doomed. Yes. That remains a poor calculation. It improved after the first slap. A breath almost became a laugh. Not enough to erase grief. Enough to let the room move again. Su Muwan opened the Dragon Palace plan. She separated the road interception from the hospital shutdown and placed Qin Luo's evidence file beside it. When she spoke again, the order did not belong to the original Qin Luo. It belonged to him. Stop Ye Chen's operation and come back alive. The system responded. Mutual identity disclosure, confirmed trust, established without role substitution, direct protective order, received rank advancement. Young lady's shadow loyalty link expanded new functions. Direct threat awareness towards Su Muwan's small team, voluntary coordination. 1 strengthened defensive action under a clear command. Limits remain active. No forced loyalty. No cultivation granted, no power copying current lackey points. 300 Qin Luo looked at the new rank. Young lady's shadow. Su Muwan glanced at the panel. At least it no longer mentions flowers. The system may believe our relationship has become more serious. Complete the operation. And come back alive. Yes. He accepted the order. Dragon Palace began cutting power at 9 the next evening. Su Muwan had already moved every vulnerable patient. Chen Shui transferred intensive care equipment onto tested generators and placed mobile Northbridge regulation units inside the 2 hospitals. Madame Luo delivered emergency court notices to each civilian contractor involved in the shutdown. Su Qingya published the exact timeline before Dragon Palace could describe the blackout as a spontaneous infrastructure failure. Residents received evacuation instructions without being told to defend Black Rose. Su Muwan stood inside the district control center with the hairpin in place and a city utility map beneath her hands. She had assigned everyone else. Civilian protection remained hers. Generator 1 stable, Chen Shi reported. Hospital East Wing transferred, temporary housing center ready. Su Muwan watched the substation indicators. Dragon Palace could still isolate communications. Qin Luo's team would operate outside ordinary signals. The small team loyalty link connected only volunteers with a shared protective purpose. Tang Hao was not part of it. 3 Black Rose guards were. Madame Luo's deputy registrar joined because Dragon Palace held the surveillance records Qin Luo needed. A utility engineer joined to preserve lawful access to the substation. No one became a Su subordinate. They agreed to one mission. Prevent the unlawful shutdown and preserve evidence. Qin Luo felt their positions as faint directions around him. He also felt Su Muwan. Not her thoughts, not her emotions. A steady point behind every command. Team 1, enter the surveillance office, she said. Energy moved more efficiently through Qin Luo's body. Team 2, preserve the funding servers. The linked guards separated. Qin Luo, Dragon Palace is moving personnel toward the hospital feeder line. He changed direction. Direct threat awareness tightened around Su Muwan at the same moment. Someone near the district control center carried hostile intent. Your location has company, he said. I know. A Lu-linked contractor had sent men to destroy the utility records while Dragon Palace drew attention elsewhere. Su Muwan activated the building's red shadow defense. I will handle it. Continue. He obeyed. That was the difference the identity reveal created. Trust did not require them to stand in the same room. Qin Luo entered the Dragon Palace surveillance office with an ordinary warrant team behind him. The branch director attempted to seal the servers. Evidence analysis identified the deletion sequence. Power rack 3. The registrar pulled the physical cutoff. The deletion stopped. Files remained. Civilian vehicle tracking. Employee movements. Hospital staff records. Black Rose member families monitored without council declarations or ordinary warrants. Funding records connected the surveillance purchases to protection fees collected by 2 Dragon Palace branches. The ordinary investigators copied everything. A council observer verified the martial seals. Ye Chen lost the claim that Dragon Palace required secrecy to protect hidden operations. Much of its surveillance had targeted ordinary civilians. At the funding office, linked guards secured ledgers showing that public security payments financed private retaliation against businesses that rejected Dragon Palace contracts. At the substation, the utility engineer activated the court order and denied access to the shutdown controls. Ye Chen reached the facility before the Dragon Palace team withdrew. Tang Hao stood beside him. The ordinary authorization has been suspended, the engineer said. You cannot isolate the hospital feeder. Ye Chen held the council emergency request. Our declaration remains under review. Then it is not approved. Dragon Palace branch leader stepped toward the controls. Tang Hao blocked him. Wait. Ye Chen looked at him. The hospital generator failed inspection. Tang Hao said. The replacement was installed this afternoon, but the intensive care transfer remains incomplete. Black Rose moved the patients. Not all of them. The shutdown lasts 7 minutes. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is enough. Ye Chen's voice hardened. Qin Luo is using civilians to protect an illegal network. Tang Hao did not move. Our founding code does not permit us to create civilian casualties to isolate an opponent. He turned them into the battlefield. They were already there. The distinction reached Ye Chen. He had built Dragon Palace around loyalty to his own. Tang Hao had been his own before Jiang City, before Su Muwan, before the slap that began their conflict. Tang Hao did not defect. He refused one order because obeying would make Dragon Palace violate the code Ye Chen claimed, gave it authority. Ye Chen looked toward the hospital lights. Cancel the feeder shutdown. The branch leader protested. Dragon King, cancel it. The hospital remained lit. Ye Chen turned toward Qin Luo. The operation continues without the power cut. Tang Hao stepped aside. He had protected the boundary. He would not abandon Ye Chen beyond it. Su Muwan's control center came under attack moments later. The Lu-linked contractors entered through the records floor wearing utility uniforms. Their goal was to destroy the evidence proving companies coordinated the shutdown. Danger awareness reached Qin Luo across the district. Sharp, immediate. Su Muwan. He changed direction. Her command stopped him. Continue toward Ye Chen. You have 6 hostile signals. I have 12 guards in a formation. One carries a suppression tool. I see it. Your western corridor is open. I know. Qin Luo felt her movement through the VUB. Link, she was not trapped. Returning would abandon the evidence team and allow Ye Chen to preserve Dragon Palace's authority. Come back alive applies to you as well, he said. That was not the wording. It is strategically implied. The first contractor struck the control room barrier. Red shadow lines rose through the floor. Su Muwan directed guards away from direct force, opened the western corridor as apparent weakness, and allowed the attackers to enter the formation's turning point. Left, she ordered. The linked defenders moved. The loyalty link passed timing through them. One guard redirected the suppression tool. Another sealed the exit. Su Muwan struck the operator's wrist and sent the device beneath the formation line, where its own pressure disrupted the attackers instead. Ordinary police entered through the cleared stairwell. The contractors surrendered with records intact. Su Muwan's threat signal faded. Qin Luo did not turn back. She had handled it. He continued toward Ye Chen. By midnight, Dragon Palace had lost most of its public support. Its civilian surveillance was exposed. Its coercive funding branches were frozen. Its council emergency declaration was denied because the hospital shutdown exceeded recognized authority. Its security boundary collapsed before it fully formed. Ye Chen remained inside the Dragon Palace training compound with his core followers. They did not leave him. Tang Hao stood at his right. 4 others guarded the inner court. Qin Luo arrived with Madame Luo's deputy, 2 Black Rose guards, and 3 council witnesses. Ordinary investigators waited outside because the final dispute involved declared martial conduct. The seized contracts and surveillance records had already removed the legal shelter around it. Ye Chen stepped into the court. You brought witnesses. My lady prefers accurate records. You prefer an audience. That has also been observed. Tang Hao looked at the Black Rose team. Are you here to arrest him? The council witness answered. Dragon Palace's civilian authority is suspended. Ye Chen must surrender the branch seals, public contracts, and surveillance systems pending review. And if he refuses? The council records the refusal. Ye Chen removed his coat. Paper again. Qin Luo handed his evidence case to the deputy registrar. Paper brought you here. It can remove you. My people remain, yes. They did not abandon me for your alliance. They should not. They chose you. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. You understand that. Better than I did at the banquet. The first confrontation had begun because Ye Chen treated loyalty as a right to intervene in Su Muwan's choices. Qin Luo had treated loyalty as a system opportunity. Both had changed. Ye Chen looked toward Tang Hao. Secure the witnesses. Tang Hao did not draw his weapon. From whom? Qin Luo. He brought them under council authority. They are recording a challenge to Dragon Palace. That is their role. Ye Chen understood. Tang Hao would fight beside him. He would not turn loyal followers into criminals to preserve pride. Protect the court boundary, Ye Chen ordered. Tang Hao obeyed. No one interfered when Ye Chen stepped forward. This ends between us. Qin Luo removed his baton. Understood. The council witness raised a recording seal. Martial challenge recognized. No lethal techniques. No attacks beyond the marked court. Followers may not intervene unless civilians or witnesses are threatened. Ye Chen entered the boundary. Qin Luo followed. Su Muwan's voice reached him through the loyalty link from the district control center. Come back alive. The order strengthened one defensive action. Only one. He would have to choose when it mattered. Ye Chen moved first. His speed exceeded every fighter Qin Luo had faced except Jiang Mo. Danger sense revealed the attack before the shoulder turned. Red shadow footwork moved Qin Luo away from its full path. Ye Chen's fist still struck his guard. Pressure resistance held. The impact drove Qin Luo backward across the court. He remained standing. Ye Chen noticed. You improved. You provided motivation. The second attack came low. Wah. Qin Luo redirected it with the baton and struck toward the ribs. Ye Chen turned inside the counter, caught Qin Luo's wrist, and drove an elbow toward his chest. Qin Luo released the baton. Recovery boost had repaired the fractures. It had not made him willing to repeat them. He used the red shadow step, moved with Ye Chen's pull instead of resisting, and passed beneath the elbow. His shoulders struck Ye Chen's center. The Dragon King shifted one foot. Nothing more. The gap remained, but it was no longer impossible. Ye Chen attacked with the compact force of someone trained to end fights before opponents understood they had begun. Qin Luo had prepared for his habits. Surveillance footage from the banquet. Security recordings from the Uncle Jiao ambush. Dragon Palace training demonstrations filed with the council. Evidence analysis had separated repeated movement from intentional deception. Ye Chen favored the right side when protecting people behind him. He changed rhythm after an opponent retreated twice. He struck harder when his authority was challenged, and more carefully when followers entered danger. Operator preparation turned behavior into openings. Enforcer training allowed Qin Luo to survive long enough to use them. After the second retreat, Qin Luo did not step back a third time. He turned left before Ye Chen changed rhythm. The Dragon King's strike crossed empty space. Qin Luo recovered the fallen baton with his foot, and drove it toward Ye Chen's wrist. Ye Chen caught the end. Qin Luo led him. The baton became a line connecting them. He used the red shadow foundation to redirect Ye Chen's pulling force toward the marked court wall. Ye Chen released before losing balance and struck with his free hand. Qin Luo blocked. Pain spread through his forearm. The strengthened defense remained unused. Su Muwan sensed the restraint. Not yet, she said. He trusted her timing. Ye Chen heard only Qin Luo's silence. You need her voice to fight now? I needed her voice before. The link finally recognized it. You call dependents strength. You call followers yours while refusing to hear them. Ye Chen's next strike carried anger, not enough to make him careless, enough to make him predictable. Qin Luo moved inside, struck the shoulder, and forced Ye Chen to turn away from the witnesses. Tang Hao watched without intervening. The core followers remained at the boundary. They had not abandoned their leader. Their presence prevented Ye Chen from pretending he fought only for himself. He increased pressure. The court floor cracked beneath his step. Qin Luo's danger sense compressed into one overwhelming warning. The Dragon King's decisive strike. The same force Ye Chen had once used to break a martial challenger's defense in one blow. Qin Luo could evade. The strike would continue toward the council witness behind him. Ye Chen would redirect if he could. At that speed, the risk remained. Qin Luo chose the moment. Now, Su Muwan ordered. Strengthened defensive action activated the loyalty link aligned Qin Luo's body. Red shadow stance, pressure resistance, and protective intent. No new power entered him. Nothing copied Ye Chen's strength. Every part he already possessed acted without waste. His front foot turned, his shoulder lowered. The baton crossed the strike, at an angle instead of meeting it directly. Ye Chen's force entered the red shadow line. Qin Luo guided it past his body, through the baton, and into the empty court beside him. Stone exploded. The witness remained untouched. Ye Chen's defense opened for 1 second. Qin Luo stepped through it. His palm struck the center of Ye Chen's chest. Basic physical improvement supplied force. Basic combat foundation placed it. Red shadow redirected Ye Chen's remaining momentum into the impact. Ye Chen crossed the court and struck the inner wall. He rose immediately. Blood marked one corner of his mouth. Qin Luo's right arm hung numb from the redirected attack. Both moved again. The final exchange contained no system miracle. Ye Chen remained stronger. Ye Chen remained strong. Qin Luo had more information, prepared ground, and one arm Ye Chen believed unusable. He allowed the belief to settle. Ye Chen attacked the weakened side. Qin Luo dropped the baton from his numb fingers, caught it with his left hand, and turned beneath the strike. The baton stopped against Ye Chen's throat. Qin Luo's knee held his center. Ye Chen's fist stopped against Qin Luo's ribs. Each could continue. The baton arrived first. The council recording seal sounded. Challenge concluded. Silence covered the court. Qin Luo stepped back. Ye Chen remained standing. He had lost. His core followers moved 1 step forward. Tang Hao stopped at the boundary. Ye Chen looked at them. No one fled. No one changed sides. They were prepared to fight the council, Black Rose, and every guard outside if he ordered it. He saw what that order would cost. "Stand down," he said. One follower's face tightened. "Dragon King. That is an order." They lowered their weapons. Ye Chen turned toward the council witnesses and drew a breath. "You stand before the Lord of Dragon Palace?" Qin Luo opened the seized contract file. "Lord of Dragon Palace, commander of the 9 maritime divisions. Holder of the Eastern Emergency Seal. Protector recognized under the Overseas Martial Accord. Acting director of 3 domestic security branches. And temporary custodian of the Black Tide Command Token." Ye Chen stared at him. Qin Luo checked the next page. "Did I forget any?" Tang Hao closed his eyes. One council witness coughed into his hand. Ye Chen's final declaration died before reaching its second title. "You memorized my contracts? Evidence analysis? That is not what it is for. It analyzed your resume." Su Muwan heard everything through the communication channel. "Qin Luo. I'm listening. Reading an enemy's entire resume is not a recognized combat tactic." It interrupted his momentum. The fight was over. Then it prevented a second speech. Ye Chen wiped the blood from his mouth. For the first time, the anger in his expression carried reluctant disbelief instead of hatred. "You remain unbearable. My young lady has documented that." The council witness stepped forward. Ye Chen, witness, stepped forward. "Will you surrender Dragon Palace's Jiang City branch seals and public authority pending review?" Ye Chen looked at the followers who had remained. "Ah, yes." The answer preserved them from a fight they could not legally win. Dragon Palace lost Jiang City. Ye Chen did not lose the people who had chosen him. The transition required 3 days. Dragon Palace closed its civilian surveillance offices. Public security contracts entered temporary administration. Illegal protection agreements were voided. Valid private contracts remained until replacement providers arrived. Su Muwan refused proposals to transfer those contracts directly to Black Rose. The Alliance challenged Dragon Palace for combining private loyalty with public authority, she said. "We do not inherit the same structure because we defeated it." Ordinary districts selected licensed interim security companies. The Hua Martial Council assigned observers only where declared martial threats remained. Black Rose provided evacuation records and witness protection without claiming patrol authority over streets its members did not own. The separation slowed the transition. It prevented victory from becoming occupation. Tang Hao reviewed every Dragon Palace branch before its seals were surrendered. 3 had collected unauthorized protection fees. 2 had used surveillance to intimidate former clients. 4 had performed legitimate security work and protected families who now feared retaliation because Ye Chen had lost. Tang Hao gave the evidence against the first group to ordinary investigators. He placed the second group under council review. For the remaining branches, he negotiated temporary contracts that protected employees and clients without preserving Dragon Palace's suspended public authority. Qin Luo attended the negotiations with his injured arm supported in a sling. "You could use our withdrawal to absorb every client," Tang Hao said. "My lady rejected that, because it appears improper. Because people should not have to replace one. Compulsory protector with another." Tang Hao studied him. "You say that while calling yourself a lackey. My position is voluntary. And hers? Frequently tested." The answer did not make Tang Hao smile. It stopped him from dismissing the distinction. Former surveillance subjects received notices explaining which records Dragon Palace had collected. Medical information remained sealed. Evidence connected to crimes went to investigators. Unlawfully gathered personal data entered supervised destruction after affected people received copies needed for legal claims. No Black Rose company received the client lists. No Su business used the exposed movements to recruit employees or target competitors. Madame Luo recorded every transfer. That restraint preserved the legitimacy of the evidence Qin Luo had fought to obtain. It also created an administrative gap. Dragon Palace had provided real patrols, emergency communication, and paid work beneath the authority it abused. Removing the abuse did not automatically replace those services. Neighborhood leaders wanted one organization responsible for the empty routes. Hospital directors wanted guaranteed delivery security. Former Dragon Palace guards wanted wages before principal. Black Rose rules prevented it from claiming all three roles. The city began searching for someone who could. Ye Chen prepared to leave Jiang City with his core followers. Tang Hao stayed behind. Not as a defector. Ye Chen gave permission in front of the council and Black Rose witnesses. Remain until the civilian contracts transfer, he said. Ensure no one uses our withdrawal to target Dragon Palace families or staff. Tang Hao accepted. And after? Choose. Tang Hao looked toward Qin Luo. I am not joining Su Muwan. Qin Luo nodded. She would require paperwork first. I am serious. SO is the paperwork. Tang Hao became a neutral security liaison between the withdrawing branches, ordinary authorities, and Black Rose. He shared no devotion to Su Muwan. He respected the rule preventing retaliation against uninvolved followers. That was enough to begin useful cooperation. Ye Chen met Qin Luo once more at the compound gate. You struck me at the banquet before understanding who I was. I understood you were grabbing my young lady. You still say that. It remains accurate. Ye Chen looked toward the vehicles. Carrying his people. You won because you removed everything around me. I won the fight after. You prepared for every habit, yes? She directed the final defense. Yes. Ye Chen's pride did not allow him to dismiss the result. His principles did not allow him to pretend his followers had failed him. I will return when Dragon Palace no longer depends on Jiang City's permission. Qin Luo stepped aside from the gate. Bring updated titles. The current list may expire. Ye Chen entered the vehicle without answering. Dragon Palace left Jiang City beneath council observation. No cheering crowd watched them go. No defeated followers knelt to a new master. They departed together. That made Ye Chen's loss cleaner and more dangerous than humiliation would have. Qin Luo returned to the Su estate after midnight. His right arm was secured against his chest. Bruising covered his ribs, and Chen Shu had already ordered him to report to the hospital the next morning. Su Muwan waited in the front hall. The lights remained on despite every other family member having gone to rest. Qin Luo stopped before her. The operation is complete. I know. Dragon Palace surrendered the seals. I know. The hospitals remained powered. I know. Tang Hao. I received the reports. He lowered his voice. I came back alive. Su Muwan. Su Muwan. Looked at the bandaged arm. Barely within the wording. It remains within. She crossed the distance and stopped close enough to touch him. For a moment the original Qin Luo stood between them, only because both remembered him. Then Su Muwan let him go. The dead man deserved his own grief. The living man deserved his own place. You are not the man I failed to save, she said. You are the man who came back when I asked. Qin Luo's usual answer did not arrive. He understood what she had separated to say it. Her debt, her guilt, her present choice. He touched the edge of her sleeve with his uninjured hand. Then, ask again next time. I would prefer there not to be a next time. That seems unlikely. She caught his fingers before he withdrew them. Neither mentioned the engagement rumor. The silence made it more dangerous than mentioning it would have. Chen Shui entered through the side corridor, carrying a medical case. I knew you would come here instead of the hospital. Qin Luo looked at Su Muwan. You informed her. I intended to keep you alive after you returned. That extends the order. Yes. Chen Shu pointed toward the sitting room. Both of you inside. His arm first. Your formation burn afterward. Su Muwan did not argue. Qin Luo followed. For that night, Jiang City became quiet. By morning it had a new owner of the silence. Lu Tian arrived publicly at noon. His convoy entered without hidden insignia or private intimidation. Council officials received him at the Central Administrative Building. Business leaders waited beside hospital directors and representatives from districts where Dragon Palace contracts had ended. He appeared older than the protagonists who came before him and carried none of their need to announce what made him exceptional. His authority arrived through signatures. Before sunset, a Luo-controlled company purchased Dragon Palace's abandoned public security contracts. Another consortium restored the stabilizer deliveries Lin Fan's network had disrupted. A relief fund paid the wages of guards left without employers after the branch closures. Lu Tian offered the city what every recent conflict had removed: stable hospitals, regulated martial patrols, lower street crime, compensation for civilians harmed by public battles, one authority responsible for every promise. The results began immediately. Medicine shipments moved. Unregistered armed groups disappeared from 2 neighborhoods. Council patrols ended a conflict between martial families before anyone reached a hospital. Businesses delayed by Black Rose and Dragon Palace investigations received temporary credit. Citizens who had watched powerful people fight across banquets, hospitals, districts, and auctions saw someone finally making the city orderly. They welcomed him. Black Rose members received invitations to join the new security framework. Families outside the alliance accepted without hesitation. Su Muwan watched the public announcement from her office. Lu Tian stood beneath the city seal, while council officials described cooperation, transparency, and peace. Qin Luo stood beside her with his arm still bandaged. The system identified no immediate attack. Danger sense remained quiet. That was what made Lu Tian different. He did not enter Jiang City by provoking the Su family. He entered by solving the problems left behind when they won. On the screen, Lu Tian signed the first stability agreement. Applause filled the hall. Su Muwan touched the hairpin above her left ear. He is here. Qin Luo looked at the man whose complete arc he had never read. Outside, hospital deliveries resumed beneath Lu Tian's name. Street patrols changed insignia. Families exhausted by conflict accepted one clear authority. For the first time since Su Muwan returned to life, the future did not threaten Jiang City with chaos. It offered peace. For 3 weeks, peace kept its promises. The medicine shortages ended first. Trucks carrying Meridian stabilizers entered hospital loading bays beneath Lu-controlled supply seals. Pharmacies returned emergency stock to normal levels. Patients who had spent days calling private clinics received treatment through ordinary hospital queues. Lin Fan's network remained open. But it was no longer the only route. Gang conflicts ended next. 2 groups that had fought over martial protection districts surrendered their weapons after Lu Tian, froze their accounts, detained their strongest leaders through council orders, and compensated businesses damaged by the violence. Street crime fell. Martial incidents disappeared from public restaurants and hotel lobbies. Families who once hired 3 different security teams received one emergency number, connected to regulated patrols. Lu Tian settled company debts through structured agreements that lenders accepted and struggling businesses could survive. He registered dangerous martial artists before their private grudges became public disasters. Victims injured during the Fallen Healer estate attack received compensation from a fund established before investigators finished tracing the mercenaries. Nothing about the stability was imaginary. Ordinary residents slept better. Hospital directors stopped checking supply reports in the middle of the night. Businesses reopened streets they had closed during Dragon Palace's withdrawal. Every success made resisting Lu Tian harder to explain. Su Muwan saw the difference outside reports. At the Eastern Hospital, a warehouse worker who had suffered internal energy poisoning walked through rehabilitation without a private family sponsor. During the shortage, his wife had called 6 clinics and received 5 prices she could not pay. Under the restored framework, the hospital admitted him according to recorded urgency and charged the regulated rate. The attending physician disliked Lu Tian's central purchasing rules. She still admitted the medicine arrived on time. In the old entertainment district, shopkeepers removed the steel shutters installed during the conflict between Dragon Palace branches and local martial groups. A noodle seller extended his tables onto the pavement for the first time in months. When 2 registered fighters argued over a damaged vehicle, the regulated patrol arrived before either released internal energy. The officers separated them, recorded both statements, and sent the property dispute to ordinary insurance instead of allowing a martial challenge. No restaurant wall broke. No powerful family decided the result. The shopkeepers applauded when the patrol left. Tang Hao inspected one of the new security stations. Half its personnel had served Dragon Palace branches. The other half came from licensed civilian companies. Council observers reviewed every martial deployment. Body camera records entered a public retention system instead of a private command archive. This is closer to what Dragon Palace claimed to be, he said. The station commander did not argue. Lu Tian had taken discarded organizations, separated useful functions from failed leadership, and made the result visible within weeks. At a commercial mediation center, a small manufacturer facing immediate foreclosure received a 2-year restructuring plan. The lender recovered more than a forced liquidation would provide. Employees kept their work. The owner surrendered no voting rights under that first agreement. Madame Luo examined the contract and found it fair. She recorded that conclusion even though the mediator worked beneath Lu Tian's framework. Black Rose could not preserve credibility by describing every successful settlement as hidden coercion. The piece entered daily life through ordinary absences, no emergency call at midnight, no closed pharmacy window, no armed men waiting outside a family business. People did not need to understand who controlled the framework providing those absences. They understood that fear had decreased. The first Black Rose family withdrew 6 days after his arrival. Its representative came to Madame Luo's office with the signed membership release and an accepted position inside Lu Tian's security framework. "Our debt has been restructured," he said. "The patrol agreement protects every branch property. We no longer require coalition support." Madame Luo verified the signatures. "No outstanding protection claims remain unresolved." Lu Tian's office settled them. "Were you pressured to withdraw?" "No." She accepted the release. A second family left the next day. Then a transport company. Then one of the smaller medical groups. Some members had joined Black Rose because stronger organizations isolated them. Lu Tian's framework removed that isolation more efficiently than the alliance could. One departing representative avoided Su Muwan's gaze. "We are grateful for what you did at the Luo estate. Gratitude is not a permanent contract," Su Muwan said. "You won't interfere?" "No." "What about the records we submitted?" "They remain protected. Madame Luo will not release them without the agreed legal basis." The representative bowed. He left with his guards and every asset he had brought. Several remaining alliance members objected. "They will hand Lu Tian our defensive routes, then change the routes," Su Muwan said. "They benefited from our protection. They fulfilled the contribution terms while they were members. They know our weaknesses. That does not make them prisoners." The argument ended there. Black Rose membership had always been voluntary. Su Muwan refused to discover whether that principle survived only when no one wanted to leave. By the end of the third week, the alliance had lost almost 1/4 of its members. No one was punished. That fact convinced some to remain. It did not make the empty seats less visible. The largest withdrawal came from the Qio Medical Group. Its clinics had joined Black Rose after Lin Fan's supporters threatened to remove them from the Meridian medicine supply chain. Lu Tian's framework offered guaranteed stock, standardized prices, and direct access to the central emergency network. Director Qio placed the withdrawal notice before Su Muwan during the full membership session. "If we remain outside the framework, our rural clinics receive deliveries after registered institutions," she said. "I cannot ask patients to accept that delay for alliance loyalty." "Then do not," Su Muwan answered. One remaining member objected. "Their physicians trained through Chen Shui's project. They used our transport during the shortage." Director Qiao faced him. "We paid the agreed contribution and supplied 7 emergency cases from our own reserve." Madame Luo checked the ledger. "That is accurate." The objection lost its moral force. Su Muwan signed the release. "Patient records shared under Black Rose remain governed by the original privacy terms," she said. "Your clinics retain access to research they helped produce. You lose alliance voting rights at the end of this meeting. An emergency aid? You may request it like any non-member facing a verified threat. Membership does not determine whether we leave patients to die." Director Qiao looked at her for a long moment. "Lu Tian's office said you would attempt to keep our data. Then their prediction was wrong." She left with no escort following her. "And Mayday, as a sort Disney got wide. It freeman and, no frozen account waiting outside." The next withdrawal became easier. The one after that became dangerous. Members began asking whether remaining with Black Rose meant rejecting functioning hospitals, security, and credit simply to preserve Su Muwan's influence. Su Muwan ordered every committee to stop using the word betrayal for voluntary departures. "Luo Ming maintains access revocation," she said. "Su Qindia updates public membership records. No departing member loses evidence protection. Change routes and passwords according to procedure, not suspicion." The instruction forced the alliance to spend time redesigning defenses while its resources shrank. Voluntary membership had a cost. Su Muwan paid it without converting freedom into a slogan that applied only when convenient. Lu Tian's invitation to Qin Luo arrived inside a formal council case. The command badge within it carried authority over Jiang City's regulated martial security network. Its holder could coordinate patrols, request council warrants, inspect private martial branches, and command emergency responses across every civilian district. The financial agreement beneath it granted independent wealth exceeding anything Qin Luo had earned from the Su family. No service contract connected the position to Su Muwan. Lu Tian offered him the power to protect her without standing beneath her name. Qin Luo read the final clause. "The command holder shall execute stability directives issued by the Central Coordination Office without delay, public objection, or independent limitation." Su Muwan stood across from him. He expects complete obedience. He calls it unified command. He is offering you official authority. He is offering me a superior. That is how official authority usually works. Qin Luo examined the badge. With how official authority usually works. This, Black Rose patrols could become legal council units. Yes. We could protect the alliance without depending on temporary permissions. Yes. The wealth is also considerable. I noticed. He looked up. You sound as though you expect me to. Except, I expect you to decide without pretending the offer is worthless. The answer stopped his easy rejection. Lu Qian had not offered a decorative title. He had offered enough authority to prevent another Dragon Palace shutdown, enough funding to protect Black Rose members, and enough council recognition to place Qin Luo beyond most family disputes. Accepting would solve real problems. It would also make every future protection decision subject to Lu Tian's definition of stability. What would you do? Qin Luo asked. It is not my offer. You are my young lady. That does not make your decisions mine. The system may disagree. The system accepted corrective loyalty. It can survive one more correction. Qin Luo closed the case. Lu Tian had requested a public answer at the city's recruitment ceremony. That detail should have warned everyone. The ceremony filled the central civic hall. Council officers, security companies, hospital directors, and family representatives attended because Lu Tian planned to appoint commanders for the new stability framework. Qin Luo's offered position stood above every local appointment. When his name was announced, the hall quieted. Lu Tian waited on stage with the command badge in both hands. He did not smile like a man expecting obedience. He looked like a leader acknowledging talent. Qin Luo protected civilians during the fallen healer estate attack, he said. He exposed unlawful surveillance within Dragon Palace and coordinated voluntary defenders across faction lines. Statement was true. Jiang City should not waste such ability in private service. The screen displayed the position's authority. Accept official command. Protect the entire city. Maintain independent wealth and council recognition. No family, including the Su family, will own your future. The final sentence carried the real pressure. Cameras turned towards Su Muwan. If she objected, she looked possessive. If Qin Luo refused without reason, he looked blindly loyal. He walked onto the stage. Su Muwan watched his expression. It was the one she had learned to distrust. Lu Tian offered the badge. Qin Luo accepted it. A murmur crossed the hall. He turned the metal once, inspected the authority seal, and tested its weight. Then he placed it back in Lu Tian's hand. My apologies. Lu Tian looked at him. Is the authority insufficient? Considerable. The compensation? Generous. Generous. This described. Qin Luo stepped away from the badge. My young lady does not permit me to accept demotions. Several people laughed before understanding what he had said. The offered command stood among the highest local offices recognized by the Hua Martial Council. Qin Luo had called it lower than serving Su Muwan. The laughter died. Lu Tian's expression remained calm. You consider private loyalty greater than public service. I consider an office requiring unquestioning obedience less independent than one where I am permitted to tell my young lady she is wrong. Su Muwan! Su Muwan! Closed her eyes. The answer contained a valid principle. Its delivery made them appear unbearably arrogant. Lu Tian turned toward the audience. Then Jiang City has received his choice. He did not insult Qin Luo. He did not withdraw the other appointments. He simply held the badge while the crowd absorbed that Black Rose's most visible defender had rejected public authority because serving Su Muwan supposedly ranked higher. By evening, edited clips spread across the city. Su henchman calls council. Commanded demotion Black Rose. Rejects public responsibility. Does Su Muwan believe her private authority exceeds the city? Qin Luo entered her office after midnight. A stack of public response reports waited on the desk. Su Muwan pointed toward them. Sit. I believe the principle was clear. Sit. He sat. You allowed Lu Tian to define the stage, accepted the badge, and insulted the position in front of every official whose cooperation we need. I insulted the obedience clause. You called the entire office a demotion. It was concise. It was damaging. The crowd laughed, then stopped. Qin Luo looked at the reports. They misunderstood. You made misunderstanding easy. He accepted that. Su Muwan pushed a draft statement toward him. You will correct the public record? Apologize? Explain. The statement acknowledged that Lu Tian's framework had reduced crime, restored medicine, and provided useful public authority. It explained that Qin Luo rejected the position because its obedience clause conflicted with existing Black Rose duties and prevented independent protection of civilians when central directives were wrong. No insult, no dramatic loyalty declaration, no claim that Su Muwan stood above the council. Qin Luo signed it. "That will not undo the clip," he said. "No, what else? You will attend the public security transition meetings you mocked." "I did not mock the meetings. You will assist Tang Hao with transferring valid dragon policy contracts into civilian oversight. You will meet the hospital directors who supported your appointment. You will explain the refusal to the families that interpreted it as contempt. This resembles punishment. It is repairing damage you created." For 5 days, Qin Luo sat through hearings, contract reviews, and public meetings. He acknowledged Lu Tian's results wherever they were real. He explained his objection without referring to Su Muwan's superiority. The first hospital meeting lasted 3 hours. Director Huang had supported Qin Luo's appointment because Dragon Palace's withdrawal left medicine transports crossing 2 districts without recognized protection. "You rejected authority capable of solving that," Huang said. "Why should I trust Black Rose when your answer to public office is a private joke?" Qin Luo did not defend the joke. "You should not. Trust the written transition plan instead." He placed Tang Hao's contract map on the table. Valid civilian routes would transfer to licensed providers. Council observers would remain on hidden marshal shipments. Black Rose would preserve evidence and provide emergency volunteers without claiming ownership of the routes. That takes longer than one command structure. Wang said, "Yes." Lu Tian offered immediate command, with a clause preventing objection. When his directive endangers the people the command exists to protect, you assume he would issue such a directive. I refused the clause, not the prediction. Huang did not endorse him. He agreed to keep working with Tang Hao during the transfer. At the next meeting, a family representative replayed the demotion clip before asking whether Su Muwan considered council authority beneath her. Qin Luo answered from the corrected statement. "No, she considered the office important enough that its commander must retain the right to challenge an unlawful order." "Then why mention your young lady?" "Because I chose a memorable sentence over a useful one." The admission produced no applause. It prevented the meeting from becoming another argument about arrogance. Tang Hao required him to attend a contract transfer session immediately afterward. Qin Luo reviewed 42 pages of liability terms, 3 patrol maps, and a schedule for replacing branch seals. At the end, he looked toward Tang Hao. "This is an unusually administrative punishment. Public security contains administration." The ceremony omitted that detail. "You declined before orientation." For once, Qin Luo had no useful reply. By the 5th day, the officials who met him understood the refusal, even when they disliked it. The public clips remained easier to remember than the contract clause, but Black Rose no longer appeared to be avoiding every responsibility attached to its criticism. Some officials remained offended. Others understood. The damage narrowed. It did not disappear. Lu Tian had offered him power. Qin Luo's refusal had been sincere. His performance had still cost Black Rose public trust. Loyalty did not turn every provocation into victory. Su Muwan visited the Eastern Hospital without cameras. The corridors were quieter than they had been during the supply crisis. Stabilizer stock filled the pharmacy shelves. A patient who once waited outside Lin Fan's clinic received treatment from an ordinary medical team using Chen Shu's monitored protocol. The patient's mother thanked Lu Tian's new medical framework. Su Muwan did not correct her. At the Western Commercial District, shop owners reopened beneath regulated patrols. No Dragon Palace branch demanded private protection money. No Black Rose formation drew Jiang Mo's attention. A transport company that left the alliance had recovered its vehicles through Lu Tian's debt settlement. Its employees received full wages. Su Muwan returned to the estate after dark. Qin Luo found her in the old training ground. She had completed the red shadow sequence twice without activating the hairpin. "You are thinking too loudly," he said. "That is not possible." "It affects your footwork." She stopped. "Do you know why I oppose Lu Tian?" "Yes." "Tell me." "He requires obedience. So do I, less successfully. This is serious." Qin Luo lowered the practice baton. Su Muwan looked toward the city lights beyond the estate wall. "People are safer." "Yes." "Medicine moves." "Yes." "Companies that would have failed are operating." "Yes." Black Rose promised protection. Lu Tian delivered it faster. He controls more resources. That does not make the result false. "No," she turned toward him. "If I had no memory of him standing in the ruins of my family, would I resist? Qin Luo did not answer immediately. That restraint mattered. You may still resist the contracts, he said. Or I may accept them because the Su family keeps its wealth and influence beneath his framework. You asked why you oppose him. Not what you gain. They may be the same answer. Su Muwan had spent 2 lives defending a family whose crimes she had only begun to uncover. Even now. She led an alliance while living inside an estate larger than the neighborhoods Lu Tian stabilized. Perhaps resistance was public principle. Perhaps it was fear that another authority had become more useful than her. What if he can govern the city better? She asked. Then let him govern. Her gaze sharpened. Qin Luo continued. Until governing requires ownership of everyone inside it, that is the boundary. Yes. Have we proved he crossed it? Not yet. Su Muwan looked at the hairpin. Then we do not call peace tyranny merely because we distrust the man providing it. And if evidence appears? We act on evidence. The decision reduced her certainty. It strengthened her position. She would not oppose Lu Tian because her first life needed an enemy. She would oppose only what he chose to take. Chen Shu found the first hidden cost inside a medical consent form. A 14-year-old martial patient had received a rare meridian treatment through Lu Tian's restored supply network. The treatment succeeded. The family returned for follow-up and discovered they had signed permanent rights to the patient's medical data, genetic samples, treatment responses, and future martial development. The rights could be transferred among approved consortium members. Withdrawal required repayment of the medicine at a price the family could never afford. Chen Shu compared the form with 6 others. Every patient receiving the rarest treatments had signed the same clause. They agreed, the consortium lawyer said. They signed during emergency admission. The rights funded treatment. The supply existed before your consortium acquired it. It was not stable, then charged for medicine. The data makes the program sustainable. Permanent control of a child's future medical information is not sustainability. It allows research, it allows selection. Patients showing valuable martial potential could be recruited, monitored, or denied independent treatment later. Those without useful data received lower priority. Lu Tian's hospitals treated more people than before. They also turned every rare patient into an asset. Chen Shui met the 14-year-old patient and her parents in a consultation room away from the consortium lawyers. The girl could breathe without pain for the first time in 2 years. She wanted to return to martial school. Her father held the consent form with both hands. If we challenge this, can they stop the follow-up treatment? The contract allows them to demand repayment before transferring care, Chen Shu said. We sold our apartment for the first procedure. The girl looked toward the floor. Li signed too. You signed during. Emergency admission while medicated, Chen Shui said. That does not make your future development a permanent company asset? Will fighting them make other patients lose medicine? That was the pressure hidden beneath the legal language. The treatment worked. Challenging the ownership clause could be portrayed as threatening the program that saved her. Chen Shu copied the records with the family's permission and submitted a narrow challenge. She did not demand that the supply network close. She demanded separation between medical follow-up consent and transferable ownership of future data. 3 other families joined after seeing that distinction. They wanted the medicine to continue. They wanted their children to remain people after receiving it. Madame Luo found the second cost in settlement agreements. Families facing debt received immediate relief. In exchange, they transferred disputed properties into stability trusts managed by Lu-linked companies. The contracts described voluntary settlement. Refusal activated every original debt at once. Some properties had been acquired fairly. Others were worth 4 times the relief offered. The families could choose, only between surrender and collapse. Madame Luo visited one of the affected properties with an independent appraiser. The Wei family operated a machine parts factory on land purchased by their grandfather. A temporary debt crisis began when 3 clients failed during the recent martial conflicts. Lu Tian's settlement paid the lender, protected 200 jobs, and placed the land inside a stability trust. The factory continued operating. The Wei family no longer controlled whether it would continue 5 years later. The trust agreement allowed its manager to merge the factory, replace directors, redirect production, or sell the land whenever central industrial planning required it. We were told the trust prevented foreclosure, Mrs. Why said, it did, Madame Luo answered. Then why challenge it? Because the valuation transferred property worth 4 times the debt, and the management clause does not expire after repayment. Mr. Why looked through the workshop glass at employees returning to active production. Yes, if we refuse now. The original lender collects immediately. Yes. Can Black Rose replace the settlement? Not today. Madame Luo did not promise resources the Alliance lacked. She asked permission to preserve the appraisal negotiation recordings and original debt schedule. The Wei family agreed only if no public filing threatened payroll before an alternative existed. The evidence entered the archive under restricted access. Black Rose could prove coercion. It could not yet rescue everyone from the contract. Tang Hao identified the third cost. The martial registration program began as a public safety measure. Dangerous fighters listed their abilities and agreed to council monitoring. A later directive required anyone above a defined threshold to serve emergency units when summoned. Refusal suspended employment licenses, travel access, and legal possession of martial tools. A young fighter who registered voluntarily was ordered into a Lu-controlled patrol. He refused. His family's security business lost approval the next day. Tang Hao brought the record to Black Rose. The registered fighter came with him. His name was Zhou Kai. He had registered because his family's security company wanted lawful access to council contracts. His ability increased the density of his skin for several seconds. Dangerous in a street fight, useful when shielding civilians. The emergency unit ordered him to accompany a property seizure. The occupants had no martial fighters. They said resistance was possible, Zhou Kai told Madame Luo. Was it? An old man refused to leave his workshop. They wanted me standing behind the officer so he would understand force was available. What did you do? Refused deployment. His registration remained active. His travel clearance did not. The following morning, his family company lost the approval required to guard martial warehouses. 23 employees were suspended from work because one registered talent declined an operation unrelated to public danger. Tang Hao placed the original registration promise beside the later service directive. The first document described monitoring. The second imposed obedience. No public vote connected them. No new crime justified the change. The city had identified a useful ability and converted the person carrying it into available equipment. This is conscription, he said. Madame Luo added it to the verified claims. The pattern became clear. Lu Tian did not waste useful people. He incorporated them. Patients became data. Families became assets. Martial talents became units. Businesses became parts of coordinated supply. Safety increased because fewer people retained the power to refuse. Su Muwan requested a private meeting. Lu Tian accepted. They met inside the central administrative building overlooking the city. Lu Tian dismissed his aides. Qin Luo remained beside Su Muwan because the invitation permitted one representative. Lu Tian looked at his bandaged arm. You refused command but continue carrying injuries for private work. My current employer allows medical leave. She also allows you to ignore it. That is part of the independence package. Su Muwan placed 3 files on the table. Permanent medical data rights. Forced property settlements. Compulsory martial service. Lu Tian read none of them. He knew their contents. The treatment program requires data. Then request limited research consent. Patients withdraw when the immediate danger passes. Incomplete data wastes every earlier sacrifice. Refusal is not waste. It is when the city funded the treatment. The city did not acquire ownership of the patient. No. It acquired rights defined by contract, signed under emergency pressure. Most consequential choices are made under pressure. Su Muwan opened the property file. These families did not freely settle. They received options. Pay impossible debt immediately, or surrender property below value. Debt existed before I arrived. You purchased it and prevented bankruptcy. By taking control allowed the businesses to survive. Lu Tian did not deny the cost. He considered it the mechanism producing the benefit. A city cannot coordinate medicine, martial power, property, and security while every useful participant reserves the right to withdraw whenever responsibility becomes inconvenient. Qin Luo looked toward the streets below. You call refusal inconvenience. I call uncoordinated refusal instability. Su Muwan asked, where does your authority end? When the city no longer requires it. Who decides that? I do. Lu Tian walked to the window. Below them, a regulated patrol stopped traffic for ambulance carrying Meridian medicine. The signal controls, security escort, hospital allocation, and road authority all answered to offices connected through his coordination center. Before I arrived, he said, the supplier protected its profit, the hospital protected its patients, the council protected secrecy, and every family protected its own people. Each believed its refusal was justified. The result was empty shelves, so you removed refusal. I assigned responsibility, without an end date. An end date does not create readiness. Then create independent review. Review exists. Your offices appoint the reviewers. Because Uncoordinated institutions produce the crisis. Qin Luo examined the city below. Lu Tian's argument contained no hidden contradiction. If every independent group could block a decision, emergencies slowed. If one authority could override them, action became faster. He had chosen speed, consistency, and measurable results over the right of individuals to remove themselves from the structure afterward. What happens when your decision is wrong? Qin Luo asked. It is corrected. By you. By the structure responsible for the outcome. The same structure that benefits from calling itself correct. Lu Tian looked at him. Your young lady commands a voluntary alliance. When members leave, her capacity declines. When families withhold evidence, her investigations fail. When useful people refuse assignments, civilians carry the cost. And when your useful people refuse, they are reminded that ability creates obligation. Su Muwan closed the medical file. Obligation is not ownership. It becomes indistinguishable when lives depend on performance. That was the boundary Lu Tian no longer recognized. The room needed no further proof of philosophy. Lu Tian had built real peace. He believed its success justified making every person part of the machine, maintaining it. Su Muwan gathered the files. Black Rose will challenge the clauses through law. Yes, the law approved them. Then through public evidence and council review, you may. Lu Tian looked at her. I do not fear disagreement. I prevent disorder. The permission sounded generous. It came from a man certain every path of resistance already passed through institutions he controlled. 3 nights before the audit, Luo Ming slept in a chair beside his daughter's hospital bed. Her name was Luo Yao. At 11, she understood enough medicine to stop asking whether she would recover quickly. She asked whether Chen Shu had found the stabilizer instead. The application is still open, Luo Ming said. Because other patients need it? Because the laboratory controls the dose? She considered that answer. Aunt Muwan will find another way. Luo Ming corrected her automatically. Miss Su, Aunt Madame Luo calls her Muwan when she is angry. You should not learn titles from your aunt when she is angry. The attempted humor ended when Luo Yao's monitor changed rhythm. Her chest tightened. Luo Ming called the nurse and stood helpless, while the medical team stabilized a condition the ordinary medicine could only slow. Chen Shu arrived after midnight. The narrowing has progressed, she said outside the room. We can maintain her for several days. The hidden stabilizer gives us the safest path to repair. And the alternative? A higher-risk procedure using available medicine. I will not recommend it while the proper dose may still be released. How long can the laboratory delay? Legally. The review period has not expired. Medically? Chen Shu did not hide the answer. We may lose the safe window first. Luo Ming contacted every supplier listed in the Black Rose Medical Archive. 2 had no stock. 1 offered an unverified substitute Chen Shu rejected. Another dose existed outside Jiang City but required 48 hours for council transport approval. Luo Yao might not have 48 hours. The next morning, Madame Luo found her brother copying emergency archive backups for the 3rd time. Go to the hospital, she said. The audit requests increased overnight. The records will survive 1 day without you. Yao may not. Madame Luo stopped. She wanted to promise the medicine would arrive. Records had taught her not to turn hope into a false guarantee. Shen Shui will choose the safest available treatment, she said. That is not the same as saving her. No. Luo Ming heard the honesty as another door closing. Lu Tian's representative contacted him that afternoon. The first message contained no demand, only a verified laboratory number, and confirmation that 1 approved dose could reach Luo Yao before evening. The second message arrived after Luo Ming confirmed the batch seal. Administrative cooperation required. He deleted it. The representative sent the hospital authorization anyway. For 6 hours, Luo Ming kept it unopened. Then his daughter collapsed while walking 3 steps toward the bathroom. He signed the meeting request before the nurses returned her to bed. Luo Ming entered Black Rose headquarters through the records entrance he had used for months. No guards searched him. Madame Luo's younger brother had helped rebuild the Alliance archive after the estate attack. He maintained access permissions, off-site copies, and emergency transfer routes. His daughter had been ill since before Black Rose formed. A rare congenital meridian disorder narrowed the channels around her heart as she grew. Ordinary medicine could slow it. Hidden treatment could repair it only with a stabilizer produced by one of Lu Tian's newly controlled laboratories. Chen Shui had applied for access. The request remained under review. Lu Tian's representative brought an approved dose. The treatment case sat on the table between them. 1 access window, the representative said. Luo Ming looked at the seal. For the headquarters, we need to inspect records Su Muwan is using to obstruct the stability program. You said legal review. It is. Then request a warrant. She will delay and move the files? My sister keeps. Independent copies. Reno. The representative slid the treatment authorization forward. Your daughter's procedure is scheduled tomorrow. The medicine expires if unused. Luo Ming's hands remain beneath the table. What happens after you enter? We copy relevant records and disable unlawful defensive links. No one is harmed. Our authority is administrative. He knew the promise was incomplete. He also knew his daughter had woken that morning, unable to cross the room without losing her breath. What access? The headquarters control codes and the Su Estates linked emergency route? That route exists only for evacuation. Then no one should object to its inspection. Luo Ming closed his eyes. When he opened them, he gave the representative both codes. He did not ask for money. He did not ask for status. He asked when his daughter would receive the medicine. Tomorrow morning, the representative left the treatment authorization. Luo Ming sat alone until the office lights turned off around him. The attack began as an audit. Council officials arrived at Black Rose headquarters with lawful orders to preserve records related to unlawful martial coordination. Ordinary investigators accompanied them because several allegations involved financial coercion. Madame Luo verified the seals. They are genuine. Su Muwan read the scope. The order permitted temporary server custody. It did not permit entry into the neutral claim archive. Complete with the defined request, she said. Duplicate every surrendered file. Record each officer. The headquarters doors open. Luo Ming's code disabled the internal separation between the audit network and the protected archive. The first Lu-linked technician connected a seizure device. Black Rose screens went dark. Off-site backups attempted to activate. The second code opened the Su Estates emergency link. Every connected defensive formation entered maintenance mode. The disruption severed Qin Luo's loyalty link from the nearby volunteer team. Danger sense erupted. The failure did not spread like an injury. It removed directions. 3 volunteer guards who had been distinct points in Qin Luo's awareness vanished behind electronic interference, and the maintenance shut down. He could still hear one shouting near the record stairs. He could not sense whether the others had reached the evacuation route. This is not part of the warrant, the senior ordinary investigator said. He reached for his communication device. The screen displayed a maintenance seal generated through Luo Ming's code. My team has lost external contact. The council official beside him examined the audit network. The technicians were approved through central coordination. They are entering an archive excluded from the order. The distinction arrived too late to prevent entry, but early enough to prevent every legitimate officer from becoming an enemy. Su Muwan's command crossed the emergency speakers before those officers drew weapons. Do not attack the audit officials. Identify the unauthorized technicians and preserve the warrant record. Civilian staff, evacuate through the northern route. Qin Luo repeated the order to the people near enough to hear him. The small link reformed around 2 guards, Tang Hao, and 1 registrar carrying the external custody ledger. No connection reached beyond the headquarters corridors. That was enough. Tang Hao moved the senior investigator behind a stone partition when a technician released suppression pressure through the stairwell. Your audit team is attacking witnesses, he said. They are not my team. Then record that. The investigator activated a body recorder disconnected from the compromised network. Qin Luo reached the first server room. The seizure device was not copying financial files named in the warrant. It searched for 3 categories: stability trust challenges, permanent medical rights disputes, and the corporate chain behind the fallen healer estate mercenaries. Evidence analysis marked the search sequence before the technician deleted it. Qin Luo photographed the display. The technician struck toward the device. Qin Luo redirected the arm, placed the man against the floor, and left the restraint to a council officer who had finally received confirmation that the access exceeded the warrant. They had converted part of the lawful audit back into lawful resistance. The protected archive remained isolated behind its manual lock. That was where the second technician went. This is not an audit. Madame Luo ran toward the neutral archive. The technicians abandoned the server room and followed. Their target had always been the claims connecting Lu-linked companies to forced settlements, medical control, and the fallen healer estate attack. Madame Luo sealed the archive manually. 1 technician struck the lock with a martial breaching tool. She remained behind the door, transferring records through an isolated line. The impact threw metal across the room. A fragment entered her side. She did not stop the transfer. Outside, Su Muwan ordered evacuation. Record staff use the northern route. No one defends empty offices. Move witnesses first. Qin Luo reached the archive corridor. The loyalty link returned among volunteers close enough to hear her direct command. He held the junction while Tang Hao moved civilian staff. Council officials realized the audit team contained unauthorized technicians, but their communication network had already been isolated. Ordinary authority became confusion. Elite influence converted confusion into delay. The hidden world attack began at the Su estate. Jiang Mo stood before the dormant red shadow formation. Lu Tian's representative had finally given him something real. A piece of black metal removed decades earlier from beneath the Western District. Its energy matched the sealed chamber. The remaining frame, the representative claimed, had been used to reinforce the Su estate's central formation. Jiang Mo placed the fragment against the outer line. The response confirmed it. The red shadow formation contained metal from the underground structure. He entered. The estate guards activated the defense. Luo Ming's code had already placed half its channels in maintenance mode. The formation rose unevenly. Jiang Mo struck the first line. Red light shattered across the grounds. Old Master Su felt the impact from the inner residence. "Move the family," he ordered. Su Jiansheng had already sent vehicles toward the rear road. Ordinary police blocked the exit under an asset preservation order. At the same hour, the Martial Council froze Su family martial property pending investigation into unregistered formations, coercive security operations, and deaths linked to historical construction crimes. Banks froze corporate accounts after Lu Tian's office released new evidence. Some of it was real. Su Yong had stolen technology. Su Industrial had profited. The Western District had been built over concealed structural crimes. Some of it had been altered. Payment records now claimed Su Jiansheng authorized the silencing of workers exposed beneath the district. Witness statements accused him of ordering deaths that occurred while Su Yong controlled the subsidiary. A copied seal placed Su Jiansheng's approval on a security operation he had never seen. Ordinary law froze the assets. Elite influence stopped the banks from waiting. The council disabled recognized martial defenses. Jiang Mo broke what remained. Internal betrayal opened the route between them. The Su estate fell through systems designed to appear separate. Su Muwan received the evidence release while leaving Black Rose headquarters. Reporters already surrounded the street. Su Jiansheng's name led every public notice. Su chairman linked to construction deaths. Black Rose accused of unlawful Martial Network family security operations. Under review, Lu Tian arrived before Su Muwan could reach the estate. His security teams controlled the crowd without striking anyone. They opened a path toward a temporary hearing room inside the administrative annex. "We can limit this," he said. Su Muwan stopped. "My father did not order those deaths. Then investigators will determine that. You released altered records. I released evidence received through verified channels. Channels you control. Control allows preservation. Channels you control." Luo stood beside her. Lu Tian looked at him. "The unlawful operations share one organizer." Su Muwan understood the offer before he stated it. "Blame Qin Luo. Clarify that he exceeded your instruction. His coordination ability enabled independent action. You did not understand the scale of his reach. Then what? The case against your father narrows. The Su family's ordinary companies remain operational while investigation continues. Black Rose may restructure beneath council supervision. And Qin Luo? Detained for ability containment review." Qin Luo spoke. "She will refuse." Su Muwan raised one hand. This answer belonged to her. Reporters entered after the hearing official. Council witnesses activated recording seals. Lu Tian's proposal became a question from the public investigator. Did Qin Luo conduct surveillance, evidence operations, security coordination, and martial interventions without your knowledge? Su Muwan faced the cameras. Some actions were his immediate decisions. The room waited. "Every mission I knowingly approved remains my responsibility." She listed them: the investigation into Han, the protection of Uncle Gao, the hospital evidence operation, the medical conference, the Zhao employee transfer, the Western District evacuation, the fallen healer estate defense, the Dragon Palace surveillance seizure conducted under warrant. She did not claim authority over things she had not known. She did not abandon what she had. Qin Luo did not create Black Rose for private power, she said. He coordinated volunteers under my instructions during an attack. If that coordination requires review both of us, the investigator asked. Do you deny the Su family's historical crimes? No. The answer disrupted every prepared defense. Su Yang stole Zhao Tiaming's father's technology. Su companies profited. The Western District concealed construction crimes. Our internal oversight failed. Su Muwan placed the altered records beside the originals. My father did not order the identified deaths. These seals were copied. The transaction dates conflict with verified travel records. We will submit the complete evidence. Madame Luo's deputy projected the first comparison. The altered authorization carried Su Jiansheng's seal above a date when border records placed him outside the country. The original document used the same seal impression on an unrelated equipment purchase 11 months earlier. Evidence analysis had identified identical wear marks along both impressions. A natural second use would not reproduce the same damaged edge, dust pattern, and ink gap. The payment record showed another contradiction. Money allegedly approved by Su Jiancheng moved through an account opened after the workers had already died. The altered ledger placed the account number into an earlier transaction without changing the bank's later branch code. The public investigator examined both files. Are you accusing the Evidence Release Office of fabrication? I am demonstrating fabrication inside evidence that office released, Su Muwan said. The responsible person should be determined through investigation, not replaced with a convenient conclusion. Do you request the entire case be dismissed? No? The answer mattered as much as the proof. Preserve the valid records. Investigate Su Yong's theft, the concealed construction defects, and every subsidiary that profited. Separate those acts from deaths assigned through altered documents. A reporter asked whether Su Jiancheng had known any wrongdoing existed. Su Muwan did not look toward Qin Luo before answering. He knew oversight had failed in several subsidiaries. He delayed investigating one suspicious account because exposing it would damage the family. That delay was wrong. The admission harmed the simple defense that Su Jiancheng was innocent of everything. It strengthened the narrower truth that he had not ordered murder. Lu Tian's framework offered the public one complete explanation: a corrupt family, an uncontrolled coordinator, and central authority restoring order. Su Muwan offered something less convenient: different guilt for different acts. Evidence that could condemn her family without accepting a forged crime. Responsibility that did not require a false confession. Lu Tian watched her accept guilt without accepting fabrication. The public response divided immediately. Some praised the honesty. Others saw only another Su family admission. The asset freezes remained. The estate defense continued failing, but Qin Luo did not enter detention alone while Su Muwan preserved her surname. She chose responsibility in public. The loyalty link remained. They reached the Su estate through the old western road. The front gates no longer belonged to them. Council seals covered the property entrance. Lu-controlled security maintained the perimeter under the asset freeze order. Smoke rose beyond the main house where Jiang Mo had broken the outer formation. Su Muwan showed the evacuation authorization. My grandfather is inside. The officer examined it. Residents may leave. No property may be removed without inventory. Medical items, declared personal medicine only. Family records, frozen. Qin Luo's danger sense tightened toward the inner archive. Someone intended to destroy more than freeze. Su Muwan looked at the officer. We will comply with personal property limits. You will record every person leaving and every item retained. He opened the gate. The estate had fallen once before in rain and betrayal. This time Black Rose teams entered with her. Tang Hao led neutral guards through the civilian route. Chen Shu sent medical vehicles for Old Master Su and injured staff. Su Qingye recorded the council inventory. Madame Luo, pale from blood loss and refusing full sedation, continued directing the archive transfer from a stretcher inside the headquarters. Qin Luo linked a small voluntary evacuation team. The range remained limited. The purpose was clear. Evacuate people. Preserve verified evidence. Do not defend wealth. That final instruction met resistance inside the estate. 2 senior employees attempted to move an antique cabinet from the family hall. It contains the founder's records, one said. Su Qingye opened it beneath the council camera. The upper drawers contained correspondence already copied into the verified archive. The lower section contained jade, ceremonial seals with no active authority, and property gifts accumulated across generations. The records stay for inventory, she said. The people carrying them leave. One employee began to protest. A red shadow line shattered across the outer wall. He abandoned the cabinet. Chen Shu's medical teams entered the inner residence with portable monitors. Old Master Su refused the first stretcher until 3 household workers with smoke exposure were assessed. They leave first, he said. You are the highest risk patient, Chen Shu answered. Then move us through the same door. She accepted the fate. Compromise because arguing would cost more time. Tang Hao assigned neutral guards to each vehicle so Lu-controlled security could not later claim frozen assets had disappeared inside ambulances. Every medicine case received a photographed seal. Every passenger entered the evacuation record. The procedure slowed them. It also denied the asset freeze officers a lawful reason to stop the vehicles. At the staff quarters, a cook refused to leave without the apprentices who had hidden beneath the delivery stairs. Qin Luo felt their fear only after one volunteer guard entered the range of the small link. 4 people below the eastern kitchen. The guard reported. Bring them through the service court, Qin Luo said. Avoid the training ground wall, the wall. Failed 20 seconds later. The team emerged beneath dust carrying the youngest apprentice between them. No system prompt rewarded the rescue. No heirloom crossed the gate beside them. The estate lost objects whose names filled family histories, and preserved people those histories rarely mentioned. Jiang Mo reached the central formation chamber as Su Muwan entered the main courtyard. The black metal fragment pulled toward the foundation beneath her grandmother's training ground. You knew the estate contained it, Jiang Mo said. No, you used part of the frame for generations. My ancestors did. The distinction does not matter to the chamber. It matters to ownership. Jiang Mo struck the final red shadow line. Su Muwan activated the hairpin. The formation rose around them. Half its channels failed. The red shadows flickered. She could hold him for seconds. Not enough to save the estate. Enough to save the people crossing behind her. West, she ordered. Qin Luo felt the command. The loyalty link moved defenders away from the collapsing archive corridor. A ceiling section fell where they had stood. Old Master Su's vehicle cleared the rear drive. Su Junsheng remained inside the administrative wing with investigators. He handed one sealed evidence case to Uncle Gao before officers reached him. Take the old route, he said. Take the old route, he said. Uncle Gao hesitated. Chairman, go. The driver who should have died in the first timeline carried the case through a service gate unknown to Lu Tian's new security teams. Su Junsheng submitted to questioning. He did not flee through family influence. Jiang Mo tore the black metal support from beneath the formation chamber. The red shadow network failed. A crack crossed the training ground. The outer hall roof descended. Su Muwan's hairpin burned against her hand. Retreat, Qin Luo said. There are still staff inside the eastern wing. Tang Hao has them. She felt the link team moving. He was right. The last staff crossed the courtyard. Su Muwan released the formation. The red shadows vanished. Jiang Mo took the black metal and left without pursuing anyone. He had obtained what he wanted. The council took possession of what remained. The Su family walked out through its own gates carrying medicine, personal clothing, and almost nothing else. No private army attacked the officers. No hidden vault disappeared. The estate passed beneath legal seal while smoke darkened the sky above it. Su Muwan looked back once. In her first life, the house had fallen after everyone left her. Now the driveway filled with ambulances, Black Rose vehicles, former Su employees, and allies waiting beyond the freeze boundary. The property was gone. She was not alone. Then, Madame Luo's condition worsened. Luo Ming surrendered at the hospital. He entered the emergency reception area while Chen Shu's team operated on his sister. The access authorization lay in his hands. I gave them the codes. Qin Luo caught his collar before the guards moved. You opened the headquarters. Yes, the estate link, yes. You knew what they wanted. They said records. Madame Luo was what? Nearly killed protecting those records. Luo Ming did not resist. My daughter received the medicine. His voice broke on the final word. She would have died without it. Qin Luo's grip tightened. Su Muwan stood behind him. Release him. He betrayed every person who trusted the roots. I know. He disabled the formation. I know, Madame Luo, I know. Qin Luo released the collar. Luo Ming remained standing only because two guards held him. I will confess to the council, he said. I will return the medicine cost. I will. You cannot return the codes, Su Muwan said. No, you cannot undo the injuries. No, you cannot remain in Black Rose. He closed his eyes. I understand. Your daughter's treatment continues. He looked at her. You do not owe her. You do not owe her. That. She did not betray us. The medicine came from Lu Tian. Shen Shua will determine whether the remaining procedure is safe. Black Rose will protect the patient, not your position. Luo Ming bowed his head. Thank you. This is not forgiveness. I know. He surrendered to the council investigators. Madame Luo survived surgery. The metal fragment had missed major organs but caused severe blood loss. Recovery would take months. When she woke, Luo Ming's confession waited beside her bed. She read it once. My niece? Stable, Su Muwan said. Treatment is continuing. My brother? Removed from every alliance role. Access permanently revoked. He surrendered. Madame Luo closed the file. He chose her. Yes, I might have done the same. Perhaps? That does not make him safe to trust again. No. Tears gathered without changing her voice. Keep the records accurate. We will, madam. Luo grieved her brother without erasing what he had done. Black Rose preserved both truths. The survivors gathered at an old Su logistics property near the edge of Jiang City. The warehouse had once stored restaurant equipment, medical supplies, and emergency vehicles. It lacked the estate's defensive formation, private gardens, and ceremonial halls. Its offices smelled of dust and machine oil. Folding beds filled the upper storage floor. Old Master Su received the only enclosed medical room. Su Qingye converted a dispatch office into public communications. Chen Xu claimed the cleanest warehouse section for medicine. Tang Hao established a neutral security desk near the vehicle entrance. Black Rose families that remained brought generators, food, and temporary staff. No one pretended it was comfortable. The first night exposed every missing system the estate had hidden. The warehouse had one functioning shower for more than 60 people. The electrical panel could support medical refrigeration, or the upper floor heaters, not both. Rain entered through a loading bay seam and reached the boxes Su Qingye intended to use as a communications desk. Former Su employees solved the problems without waiting for family orders. Maintenance workers isolated a second power line for Chen Xu's equipment. Drivers positioned unused delivery trucks along the leaking bay and stretched waterproof covers between them. Restaurant staff from one surviving Su company built a field kitchen from catering burners stored in the rear section. The first meal was rice, preserved vegetables, and soup thin enough that Qin Luo examined it twice. "The estate fall has damaged culinary standards," he said. The cook handed him another stack of bowls. "Then serve faster before it damages the temperature." Qin Luo obeyed. Su Muwan saw him carrying soup past guards, registrars, injured employees, and family representatives who once expected servants to separate their tables. No seating hierarchy survived the folding chairs. Madame Luo's registrars established 3 evidence stations. 1 copied records. 1 verified chain of custody. 1 accepted new claims from people who found the warehouse because the formal Black Rose office was sealed. A family that had withdrawn during Lu Tian's first week arrived near midnight. Its representative did not ask to rejoin. He brought 2 generators and the fuel records proving they were loans rather than hidden contributions. "Our patrol contract requires us to remain outside Black Rose," he said. "It does not prevent disaster assistance." Madame Luo's deputy recorded. The equipment and repayment terms. Su Muwan accepted without demanding a renewed oath. The distinction preserved the voluntary principle after loss, when desperation made forced loyalty easiest to justify. Tang Hao organized the outer watch from guards belonging to 4 different groups. The loyalty link did not cover the perimeter. Qin Luo's small team function remained inside its established range and activated only during direct protective assignments. Ordinary radios handled everything else. The base survived because people coordinated through procedures, trust, and borrowed equipment, not because one ability turned every remaining ally into a single mine. It was theirs only because the asset freeze had overlooked a logistics subsidiary already scheduled for closure. Qin Luo found Su Muwan on the loading platform after midnight. The city lights stood far away beyond rows of unused trucks. She wore the same coat from the estate evacuation. Dust marked one sleeve. The red hairpin remained in place, but its flower had darkened from repeated activation. "Do you regret refusing him?" Qin Luo asked. She knew which refusal he meant. "If you had accepted the badge, the estate might still stand. He would have required me to enforce the freeze. You could have warned us. Then I would violate the office before finishing my first month. That has not stopped you in other employment. My current employer has." Flexible disciplinary standards. Su Muwan looked toward the warehouse. Madame Luo was injured. "My father is under investigation. Luo Ming destroyed his place beside his sister to save his daughter. Families left because Lu Tian gave them what we could not. You did not answer." She rested one hand against the loading rail. "I regret the people harmed, and refusing? No." The answer contained no pride. If preserving the estate required, surrendering every patient's data, every family's property, every martial talent's freedom, and you, then the estate was already his. Qin Luo stood beside her. "My service currently includes no mansion, public authority. My service currently includes no mansion or reliable salary. The accounts are frozen. I noticed. You may still accept Lu Tian's offer. He may describe it as a second chance. You would command the city. Below him, you would be wealthy. Without you." Su Muwan looked at him. "The system could find another master." "It has not suggested one. That is not an answer." Qin Luo considered the warehouse, the folding beds, the damaged alliance, and the family name that no longer carried automatic protection. At first, I chose you because you were the best opportunity. I remember. Now serving you offers no material advantage. I also noticed. That makes the decision clearer." He remained beside her. The system awarded no points. Current rank, Young Lady Shadow. Current lackey points, 300. Loyalty with nothing profitable left to prove, did not need payment. Su Muwan's hand shifted on the railing until her sleeve touched his. Neither moved away. An engine approached the warehouse before dawn. Tang Hao's guards challenged the vehicle at the outer gate. Uncle Gao stepped out with soot on his coat and a sealed case chained to his wrist. Qin Luo reached him first. You escaped the estate. Chairman Su sent me through the old delivery road. He lifted the case. He said Miss Su would know what to do. Su Muwan entered the loading bay. Uncle Gao placed the case on a folding table. Inside were original construction ledgers, private communications, security authorizations, and a backup drive created before the asset freeze. Su Jianqing had preserved evidence against himself as carefully as evidence in his favor. The records proved he knew about oversight failures in several subsidiaries and delayed investigating one of Su Yong's accounts. They also proved he did not authorize the worker deaths. The copied seals in Lu Tian's release had been assembled from unrelated documents. Payment records connected the false witnesses to the same infrastructure network that funded the fallen healer estate attackers. Uncle Gao removed one final envelope. Your father wrote this before investigators entered. Su Muwan opened it. The letter contained no request to save the family's wealth. Admit what is ours. Prove what is not. Protect the people before the name. She read it twice. Uncle Gao unlocked the backup drive. The chairman prepared 3 copies, he said. One went to the investigators before the freeze. One remains inside the sealed estate archive. This is the copy he believed would survive if both authorities failed. When did he begin? Madame Luo asked from the medical cot, brought beside the evidence table. After Su Yong's accounts were exposed. He ordered every subsidiary to preserve original approvals, including documents showing his own delays. Su Muwan opened the first ledger. Her father's handwritten notes marked questions he should have pursued years earlier. He had identified inconsistent steel purchases beneath the Western District, and accepted a branch director's explanation without independent review. He had discovered payments entering Su Yong's companies and delayed confrontation while the family negotiated a major financing agreement. Those choices had protected the Su name. They had also allowed crimes to remain hidden. The second ledger contained security authorizations. None approved worker deaths. None matched the copied seal Lu Tian's release placed on the fatal operation. The original document bearing that impression authorized guards for a warehouse opening months later. Paper fibers, ink age, and the handwritten receiving mark created a chain the altered copy could not reproduce. Evidence analysis could identify the inconsistencies. Madame Luo's custody procedures could make them usable. Neither could erase Su Jianqing's real failures. We separate every allegation, Su Muwan said. Proven, disputed, and alt. No family statement describes him as innocent of everything. Uncle Gao lowered his head. He expected that. Old Master Su listened from the enclosed medical room through an open door. The family spent too long treating admission as surrender. He said. That made every denial sound purchased. Su Muwan looked toward him. The old man appeared smaller without the estate surrounding him. His authority no longer came from halls, guards, or property seals. Will you accept the records? She asked. All of them, even if the valid evidence costs us what remains, if what remains depends on hiding it. Lu Tian already owns our answer. The warehouse quieted around the table. Chen Shu marked medical files requiring patient protection before any public release. Su Qingya created a disclosure schedule that separated verified facts from allegations still under review. Tang Hao identified security records requiring ordinary criminal investigation rather than alliance retaliation. Madame Luo assigned 2 registrars to duplicate the drive without changing its original metadata. Qin Luo placed no system panel above the case. This was not a mission reward. It was the work Uncle Gao had survived long enough to deliver and Su Jianqing had remained behind to preserve. Around her, the logistics warehouse woke. Shen Shu's team moved medicine into temporary storage. Madame Luo's surviving registrars rebuilt the neutral archive from off-site copies. Black Rose guards changed shifts beneath borrowed lights. Families that could have left remained. The Su estate had fallen again. The Su estate had fallen again. This time, allies stood inside the ruins with them. The records survived. Qin Luo was alive. Su Muwan closed the evidence case. Wake everyone, she said. We begin with what remains. Su Qingya turned a warehouse inventory board around and erased the faded delivery schedule. Su Muwan took the marker. She did not begin with frozen accounts, lost buildings, or the sealed estate. She wrote names: Old Master Su, Su Qingya, Chen Shu, Madame Luo, Tang Hao, Uncle Gao, Northbridge's transferred employees, the Black Rose families that remained, the residents who still trusted their district records to Madame Luo, the hospital staff who had refused Lin Fan's controlled supply network. the estate workers who carried one another out when the formation fell. Then she wrote what each group possessed: evidence, medical production, neutral records, security, experience, engineering knowledge, public witnesses, Zhao Tiaming's future knowledge, Qin Luo's coordination ability. The list did not look like a fallen family. It looked like a structure whose roof had been removed while its foundation remained. What about the property company? An older Su relative asked from the communications screen. The family's most profitable property business remained frozen but intact. Its rental income, redevelopment rights, and land holdings represented most of the wealth the Su family could recover if Su Jiansheng's murder charges were cleared. Su Muwan wrote it beneath a separate line. Assets we may regain. She did not count it among what they could use. The relative objected. That company is the family's future. The court controls it, temporarily. Then it is not available today. We should focus on clearing Jiansheng and restoring the estate. We will clear what is false. And recover what is false. And recover what belongs to us. Su Muwan looked toward her father's letter. After admitting what does not, the screen fell silent. Qin Luo stood beside the loading door, watching staff convert pallets into workstations. The system displayed no emergency mission. The system displayed no emergency mission. The city had not attacked them that morning. Rebuilding still required movement. The logistics property changed by the hour. Uncle Gao restored the vehicle dispatch board and converted old delivery routes into civilian evacuation lanes. Tang Hao organized guards into mixed teams so no family controlled an entire entrance. Chen Xu's staff cleaned a storage chamber and installed temperature control for medicine. Madame Luo's registrars placed evidence servers inside a former accounting room with 3 independent custody locks. Northbridge technicians repaired the warehouse generator without requesting payment. Residents from the Western District brought folding tables, hot food, and copies of structural reports they had preserved during the evacuation. The first hospital clerk Qin Luo, saved during the fallen healer estate attack, arrived with 2 boxes of archived supply records. A former Su assembly worker brought 6 technicians. You transferred us when Zhao Tiaming tried to close the company. He told Su Muwan. Northbridge still pays us. But the medical line depends on suppliers Lu Tian now controls. What do you need? Permission to redesign around them. Chen Xu answered before Su Muwan. You have it if the safety standards remain. The technicians smiled. That is why we came. Voluntary help did not arrive as one dramatic army. It arrived in vans, file boxes, engineering tools, witness statements, and people willing to take a night shift without being ordered by a family name. Qin Luo's loyalty link changed around them. The effect remained faint outside a direct operation, but coordinated teams became easier to sense. When medics and guards agreed on an evacuation purpose, the link settled between them without requiring formal allegiance. The system clarified the improvement. Young Lady Shadow, team coordination refinement voluntary teams with established trust, may retain low-level directional awareness during active protective duties. No compulsory link, no shared power, no lackey points spent. Qin Luo looked across the warehouse. Improvement. Su Muwan followed his gaze. How much? Small. Useful. Yes. Then test it without exhausting anyone. He raised an eyebrow. You have learned to phrase your orders very precisely. I have learned to reduce your orders very precisely. Excuses. They began with 3 teams, 1 medical, 1 records, 1 security. Each defined its own purpose, and accepted Su Muwan's coordination voluntarily. The link did not form around people who joined only because their supervisor ordered them. It formed around those who understood what they were protecting. A guard noticed a medicine cart, entering the wrong loading lane before it blocked an evacuation path. A registrar felt the security team changing routes, and delayed a sensitive transfer until the corridor cleared. The advantages were minor. Inside a headquarters built from borrowed light and limited resources, minor advantages replaced things wealth once solved. The first night revealed what the inventory board had hidden. People required more than names and useful skills. They required beds, transport, food, medicine, and the certainty that helping Black Rose would not cost their families the little stability they had recovered. The logistics property had office space for 30 workers and sleeping space for none. Uncle Gao marked 2 storage bays for temporary rest areas. Chen Xue rejected the western bay because the ventilation shared a line with the medicine chamber. The engineers rejected the northern wall because its foundation had cracked during the estate evacuation. The only safe enclosed office belonged to the former property manager. A warehouse supervisor placed its key before Su Muwan. It can be your room. Who currently sleeps in it? 2 evidence clerks and a mother with a child. Then it is occupied. You cannot direct an alliance from a loading bench. I directed the alliance from a loading bench. Estate evacuation from a collapsing tunnel. The bench is an improvement. Qin Luo carried a folded camp bed from the medical shipment. A benefit of being indispensable logistics personnel. Su Muwan looked at the single bed. Where is yours? I am a highly trained night security fixture. That was not an answer. He pointed toward the loading door. Good airflow. She ordered him to take the camp bed during the second watch, and wrote both of their names into the same rotation as the other guards. The decision traveled through the warehouse faster than an announcement would have. Former Su employees had expected the fallen heiress to recreate the estate in miniature, beginning with private quarters and a separate kitchen. Instead, Su Muwan ate from the same delivery containers, waited for the same washing station, and approved fuel according to evacuation priority rather than family rank. That did not make exhaustion disappear. It made the rules believable. Near midnight, the Northbridge technicians completed their revised component list. 11 replacements could be manufactured locally. 4 required suppliers under Lu Tian's contracts. 1 could be recovered if an old Su property workshop reopened long enough to release its equipment. The warehouse supervisor hesitated over the request. That workshop belongs to the property company. If the freeze ends, the family may need it. Su Muwan signed the temporary medical release. Patients need it first. The supervisor carried the order away. Qin Luo watched the loading lanes fill with people who had returned without salaries or promises of restored status. You are spending the recovery before recovering it, he said. Then we should make certain what returns is worth recovering. We are sorry, what we answer prepared him for Zhao Tiaming's demand before either of them knew its price. Zhao Tiaming arrived after the evening shift. He inspected the warehouse without commenting on its condition. Su Muwan brought him to the evidence room. You said Lu Tian's companies share a financial structure. They share several, Zhao replied. Debt insurance, supply control, and public contracts reinforce one another. Break one company and the others absorb it. Can you expose the center? Yes. What do you need? Something you will not want to give. Qin Luo stood near the door. Money? No. Authority? No. Authority? No. Then this conversation is already unusual. Zhao placed a corporate diagram on the table. At its center stood the Su family's property company, not because Lu Tian controlled it, because he expected to. The asset freeze made its land, rental income, and redevelopment rights vulnerable to a stability settlement. If Su Jiancheng's charges remained unresolved, Lu Tian's trustees could absorb management while claiming to preserve value for victims. The property company is your recovery, Zhao said. It is also his next anchor. Su Muwan studied the diagram. What is your price? Transfer the entire company into an independent compensation trust. Qin Luo looked up. Entire? Control, voting rights, future profits, and the land portfolio? For how long? Su Muwan asked. Permanently? The words settled over the evidence room. Zhao placed a second document beside the first. The trust would compensate 3 groups. Victims of Su Yong's technology theft, and related companies. Residents displaced or harmed by the Western District construction crimes. Employees who lost income through the family's concealed misconduct, and the later conflict. No Su family member could serve as controlling trustee. No victory against Lu Tian could reverse the transfer. The family would retain no right to repurchase the company below open value. Madame Luo would oversee claims with independent legal trustees. You are asking us to give away the asset before proving which claims are ours, Qin Luo said. I am asking Su Muwan to place every verified claim ahead of the family's recovery. Why? Is that necessary to expose Lu Tian? Because the people with evidence against his debt structure do not trust another wealthy family promising reform. Zhao pointed to the outer companies on his diagram. Property managers know which settlements on his diagram were forced. Employees know where asset valuations were altered. Displaced residents know which shell companies acquired land after infrastructure failures. They will not risk speaking so the Su family can defeat Lu Tian and reclaim its position. But they may speak if the most profitable Su asset becomes theirs, Su Muwan said. Not theirs individually. The trust belongs to the compensation purpose. You receive nothing. I receive a financial network Lu Tian cannot absorb. Qin Luo understood. Zhao's demand was not revenge disguised as reform. He did not ask for the company, its land, or personal control. He wanted Su Muwan to destroy the assumption supporting Lu Tian's model, that she would always protect the family's wealth first. I need the family's legal authority to transfer it, she said. You have voting proxies from your father and grandfather. The court may approve a victim compensation trust, while assets are frozen, because it preserves value without returning control to the accused, and if the charges are cleared, the transfer remains. Su Muwan looked at the property company's value. It represented the estate they could rebuild, the influence they could recover, the political access required to restore the subfamily among Jiang City's leading houses. Giving it away would not be a temporary tactic. It would change what victory meant. Prepare the final trust, she said. Qin Luo looked toward her. Zhao did not appear surprised. The relatives will fight you. They can do it in writing. They did more than write. The family meeting filled every warehouse screen. Relatives who had hidden during the estate fall reappeared when the property company entered discussion. One called the trust an admission of collective guilt. Another called it surrender to Zhao Tiaming. A third accused Su Muwan of sacrificing generations of family work to protect her personal alliance. Old Master Su listened from the medical room. Su Muwan stood before the screens. The company's value came partly from land acquired through Su Yong's branch and district redevelopment managed under false records. Partly, an elder relative said. Most of its assets are legitimate. That is why the trust can compensate victims without destroying operations. You are giving legitimate assets to people who may not have claims. Claims require Madame Luo's verification, and the remaining profit stays in the trust. For what? Future compensation, resident rebuilding, and employee protection. The relative struck his table. Then, the family receives nothing. Correct. The word produced open anger. Qin Luo watched without intervening. This was not a threat he could remove. No evidence analysis would make permanent loss comfortable. A cousin spoke from another screen. Your father has not been convicted. The murder evidence is false. If we clear him, the freeze ends, and then, Su Muwan asked, we rebuild. With the same company people believe we protected above them. We did not commit every crime beneath the sun aim. No. Then why surrender everything? Because we committed enough. Silence followed. Su Muwan did not claim the family deserved ruin. She did not claim every property was stolen. She made a harder argument. The company's legitimate value could repair harm its illegitimate value had helped conceal. An older relative turned toward old Master Su. You will allow this? The old man looked at the screens from a hospital chair inside a warehouse. In my generation, we called preserving the family the same thing as preserving every asset. That allowed my son to hide theft inside our growth. Su Yong is responsible. So am I for trusting the growth because it benefited us. The relative's voice lowered. You will leave your descendants nothing. Old Master Su looked toward Su Muwan. Not nothing. The vote began. Several family shares opposed. Su Jianqing's proxy supported the transfer according to instructions attached to the evidence case. Old Master Su supported it. Su Muwan's voting bloc carried the final approval by the narrowest permitted margin. Madame Luo submitted the trust petition before anyone could reverse a proxy. The court approved provisional transfer 2 days later. The agreement became permanent once the victim classes were certified. Su Muwan signed last. The company left Su family control. No system reward appeared. No hidden clause preserved ownership. The most profitable asset they had left became something they could never reclaim by winning. The court certified the 3 victim classes at the end of the week. At that moment, title, voting rights, future profits and control vested irrevocably in the Independent Compensation Trust. Neither victory against Lu Tian nor Su Jianqing's acquittal could return the company to the subfamily. The certification changed thousands of employment contracts before it changed a single public opinion. Property company managers arrived at the logistics warehouse expecting Su Muwan to appoint loyal replacements. Several had served the Su family for 20 years. Others had protected buildings during the estate attack, and believed that loyalty entitled them to remain inside the family structure. Madame Luo joined through a secure screen. The trustees will retain operational staff according to independent review, she explained. No position will depend on allegiance to Black Rose or the Su family. A regional manager looked at Su Muwan. Your regional manager looked at Su Muwan. Will have no authority over us, no one? Not even informal authority. If a trustee accepts instructions from me because of my surname, report it. The answer disturbed him more than dismissal would have. Then what happens when the company earns more than verified claims require? The charter funds future claims, district rebuilding, employee protection, and public interest housing. And if all those obligations are met, the trustees expand the compensation purpose, according to the charter. The value does not return to us. An older employee removed his Su company badge and placed it on the table. My father worked for your grandfather. I stayed because I believed the family would stand again. Su Muwan did not ask him to reconsider. The trust must survive even if you never support me again. He studied her for several seconds. I did not say I was leaving the company. He turned to say I was leaving the company. The badge over. On its reverse, the new trustees had attached a temporary certification seal. I said I needed to know who I work for. The people named in the charter. That will take adjustment, for all of us. Not every employee accepted. Several executives resigned rather than submit their transactions to independent audit. 2 relatives attempted to withdraw equipment before the title transfer registered. Warehouse security stopped them with an ordinary inventory order, not Black Rose Force. The equipment remained with the trust. The medical workshop Su Muwan had released on the first night continued producing components, but its invoices no longer carried the Su family crest. They named displaced residents and harmed employees as the beneficial owners. Qin Luo found Su Muwan watching the first revised invoice print. You could have kept influence through the trustees, he said. Then Zhao's condition would have been theater. You gave away the stage too. She folded the invoice into the trust file. Good. It should not require me to continue existing. That was the true permanence of the sacrifice. The company was not merely beyond Su Muwan's possession. It was being taught to function without her. Public response did not change immediately. Critics called the trust a legal maneuver. Lu Tian's media office described it as an attempt to avoid asset seizure. Su Muwan released the full structure. No Su family trustee. No private recovery clause. No preferred repayment. No automatic return after acquittal. Madame Luo published the claim standards from her hospital bed. The first verified beneficiaries were workers from Tianming Flow Systems, who never received compensation after the patent theft. The second were residents whose relocation costs exceeded what the Western District Company had paid. The third were employees dismissed when Su Yang moved funds through shell companies. Payments began from rental income. People noticed when the money arrived. A retired engineer came to the logistics warehouse with 12 years of licensing records. A district property manager brought original valuations showing Lu-linked trusts purchased homes below market price after forcing debt settlements. 3 former employees of the SU Property Company provided internal correspondence proving senior managers resisted some illegal transfers and were removed. Neutral accountants volunteered to trace compensation claims. 2 banks offered limited operating credit because the independent trust could guarantee transparent repayment without returning leverage to the SU family. A construction cooperative agreed to reinforce the logistics property at cost. The sacrifice created trust. Trust produced witnesses. Witnesses revealed the structure Lu Tian had hidden inside apparently separate settlements. The counterattack did not begin with Qin Luo discovering a secret document. It began because Su Muwan gave people a reason to believe the next victory would not restore the same hierarchy. Zhao Tianming returned to the warehouse and found the evidence room full. This is enough, he said. For what? Qin Luo asked. To make the future useless. The most dangerous witness did not enter through the guarded loading doors. He called Madame Luo's public claims line from a borrowed phone and refused to identify himself. For 6 years, he had managed residential debt settlements for a company later absorbed into Lu Tian's stability network. He knew which families had been pushed into default, which valuations had been lowered after private inspections, and which insurance claims had been delayed until owners accepted forced sales. He also knew what happened to managers who kept copies. Madame Luo connected him to the evidence room without revealing his number. His distorted voice filled the secure speaker. If I provide the settlement index, the trust can recover money from 31 shell companies. Can the records be authenticated? Madame Luo asked. The original server signatures remain. Where are they? That depends on what Su Muwan guarantees. Su Muwan sat outside the camera's range. State the guarantee. No prosecution for my participation. Employment inside the new property trust. Protection for my family. Qin Luo watched the call trace remain deliberately blank. Evidence analysis could organize whatever the man produced. It could not decide what justice should cost. Su Muwan answered without consulting the relatives. I cannot grant immunity. I do not control prosecutors or the trust. Then you receive nothing. I can guarantee independent counsel, protected transfer, and separation of your family's location from the evidence record. I can also guarantee that every offense you disclose will be recorded accurately, including coercion used against you. Accurate records send people to prison. Sometimes, Lu Tian would offer protection in exchange for ownership of your silence. The line remained open. Su Muwan did not promise employment she no longer had authority to give. She did not promise that useful evidence would erase harm done to residents. The caller finally named a public locker at a transit station. The index is there. If your people are followed, leave it. The retrieval required 3 voluntary teams. Madame Luo's registrar established custody from the warehouse. Tang Hao arranged a neutral council observer. Qin Luo accompanied a former resident whose claim number matched the first page of the hidden index. Lu-linked contractors reached the station first. They did not attack. They photographed everyone approaching the lockers and displayed an administrative notice claiming the contents belonged to a regulated settlement company. Qin Luo read the notice. The company named on it had ceased to exist 2 months earlier. He preserved the timestamp, the registration record, and the contractor's attempt to enforce authority through a dissolved entity. The resident opened the locker under the Compensation Trust's verified claim order. Inside lay a storage key and 31 settlement codes. The caller surrendered the following morning under independent legal protection. His evidence did not make him innocent. It made the victims visible. When the first recovered payment entered the trust rather than a Su account, 2 more settlement managers contacted Madame Luo. Public trust had become evidence. Evidence had begun producing financial force. Su Jianxing's hearing began under ordinary law. The prosecution separated 4 categories of conduct: oversight failures, delayed internal reporting, financial benefits received by Su companies, deaths attributed to security orders. Su Jianxing admitted the first 3 where evidence supported them. I saw inconsistencies in Suyong's accounts, he said. I delayed formal escalation while the family negotiated financing. That decision allowed records to remain under his control. Did you know the technology was stolen? Not when the contracts were signed. I knew the ownership claim existed later and accepted internal assurances without independent review. Did the family profit? Ah, yes. Did you authorize security action against the exposed workers? No. The altered seal appeared on the screen. Madame Luo's custody team provided the original warehouse opening authorization bearing the same impression. Paper age, ink composition, receiving marks, and archived photographs established the source used to create the forgery. Uncle Gao testified that Su Jianchong preserved the original records before arrest. Zhao's corporate data traced payments to the false witnesses. Tang Hao confirmed that no Dragon Palace or recognized council record supported the alleged death order. The murder accusation collapsed. The real failures remained. The court cleared Su Jiansheng of ordering the deaths and released him from detention pending final administrative judgment. He accepted penalties for oversight violations, financial reporting failures, and delayed disclosure. He could not resume chairmanship during the compliance period. He did not ask to. When he arrived at the logistics warehouse, no employees formed a ceremonial line. Su Muwan met him near the loading office. You are free, not cleared of everything. No, that is better. He looked at the converted warehouse. I left you a family. You left me records. They were more useful. Old Master Su waited inside. Father and son spoke without closed doors for the first time since Suyong's exposure. Su Jiansheng did not return to the head of a table. He joined Madame Luo's disclosure team as a witness subject to the same verification rules as everyone else. The family recovered a father. It did not automatically recover a chairman. That evening, Su Jiansheng asked to see the inventory board. Su Qingye had preserved the first list beneath a clear cover after the warehouse expanded around it. New routes, witness numbers and medical orders surrounded Su Muwan's original handwriting. Su Jiansheng read each name. You listed people before assets. Assets were frozen. That is the practical answer. Su Muwan waited. Her father touched the line naming public witnesses. I would have begun with the property company. I know. Your grandfather would have begun with the family vote. Old Master Su heard from the medical doorway and did not object. Su Jianxing placed his hearing documents on the loading bench. The compliance order prevents me from controlling a Su company. The property company no longer is one. I could apply to serve the trust as an unpaid advisor. No, Su Muwan said. He looked at her. You believe I would interfere. I believe employees would obey you even without a title. The trust needs time to learn that the family cannot return through a side door. The refusal would once have been unthinkable between them. Su Jianxing considered it without reaching for paternal authority. Then, where am I useful? Madame Luo's screen displayed the disclosure queue. There are contracts only you can explain. Su Muwan said. You can identify which decisions were yours, which belonged to Su Yang, and which warnings the board ignored. You answer questions. You do not decide the result. A witness. Yes. Subject to verification, the same as everyone else. He sat beside an ordinary scanner and opened the first contract. The document concerned a redevelopment loan approved 3 years earlier. Su Jianxing recognized his signature and the attached risk notice. I received this warning, he said. Madame Luo's registrar activated the recording. What did you do? I sent it back for internal review. When the branch reported no material violation, I accepted the answer. Why? He looked towards Su Muwan before replying. Because stopping the project would have cost the family influence during a financing dispute, the admission entered the same record that had helped clear him of murder. There was no separate family version. Hours later, Qin Luo brought tea, and found father and daughter comparing two sets of meeting minutes. Su Jianchen had marked every place where his memory favored him, but the written record did not. This may create additional penalties, Qin Luo said. It may, Su Jiancheng replied. Warehouse we are sitting in. Su Muwan looked at her father. Their relationship did not heal because a court dismissed the worst lie about him. It began healing because he stopped using that lie to hide from lesser truths. The next morning, 3 neutral companies accepted the disclosure records as reliable enough to support Zhao's debt challenges. Accountability became another resource. Zhao began by selling the investment the future told him never to sell. The transportation district land had not reached its remembered peak. In his first life, holding it another year produced enough capital to dominate 3 industries. He sold half. The market interpreted the move as fear. Lu Tian's analysts purchased through intermediaries, expecting Zhao to retreat into cash. He used the proceeds to settle independent debts held against companies inside Lu's stability trusts. Those companies had been designed to default on predictable dates. Their defaults allowed Lu-controlled managers to absorb voting rights and assets. Zhao paid some early, challenged others with the new witness records, transferred several into employee-controlled restructuring agreements, funded by neutral banks responding to Su Muwan's trust. None of those actions had happened before. Lu Tian's model predicted a wave of distressed acquisitions. The wave did not arrive. Cross-collateralized loans lost their trigger conditions. One Lu-controlled insurer faced obligations it expected settlement trusts to absorb. A supplier holding company lost voting rights when hidden ownership conflicts became public. Zhao then purchased a failing component company his future memory said would never recover. Its technology fit Northbridge's redesigned medical line. The purchase changed supplier demand. A manufacturer that should have joined Lu Tian renewed with Chen Xu instead. Each choice made the next remembered event less reliable. The first consequence arrived before the market closed. Lu Tian's insurer refused to recognize 3 early settlements and declared the neutral banks in breach of their stability agreements. Automated notices froze the operating credit Northbridge needed for its medical production run. In Zhao's remembered future, the insurer had never used that clause, because no one had challenged the settlements early. The warehouse financial room filled with simultaneous warnings. One screen showed component orders waiting for payment. Another showed hospitals with less than 5 days of regulation unit stock. A third displayed the insurer's public statement, accusing Black Rose of destabilizing protected companies for political revenge. Su Qingya looked toward Zhao. What did you do last time? This did not happen last time. The room became quiet. Until then, everyone understood that Zhao had chosen to change the future in theory. The frozen credit made the loss of certainty immediate. Can you reverse the sale? A Northbridge accountant asked. Not without confirming their claim that we acted without liquidity. Can the compensation trust guarantee us? Not if Su Muwan directs it. Independence is the reason the banks trusted it. Su Muwan did not reach for control, she had surrendered. Then we asked the trustees, openly. The trustees refused a direct guarantee. They approved something narrower. Verified compensation claims against the shell companies could be placed into a transparent escrow. Neutral banks could lend against recovered payments already owed to victims, provided the medical contracts repaid the loan before any expansion spending. It was slower than using the property company's former wealth. It also prevented Lu Tian's insurer from describing the money as hidden Su family support. Zhao built the response from facts that had not existed in his first life. The surrendered settlement index established the insurer's ownership conflict. Su Jianqing's disclosure proved the disputed loans predated Black Rose's counterattack. Employee-controlled companies signed limited repayment schedules in public rather than accepting Lu-appointed management in private. The insurer could maintain the freeze only by admitting that its stability agreements depended on companies defaulting at predetermined times. It released the Northbridge credit before the evening news cycle. The component orders moved. No remembered price chart had solved the problem. The solution required Su Muwan's surrendered control, the witness' imperfect testimony, Madame Luo's verification, and Zhao's willingness to make a decision without knowing its result. When the room emptied, Zhao saved the market model he had used for years under a final archive label, historical reference only. He opened a blank model. For the first time since returning to the past, its projected lines did not resemble memory. Su Muwan found Zhao alone in the warehouse office before dawn, staring at a market screen filled with unfamiliar movement. Did it work? She asked. Yes. What happens next? I don't know. The answer cost him more than money. Future certainty had been his greatest advantage. It protected him from risk, made revenge precise, and allowed him to treat every current choice as proof already tested by time. He had surrendered it deliberately. The market did not move this way before, he said. The insurer may collapse or receive national support. The component company may succeed or consume everything I invested. Lu Tian may abandon the debt structure or replace it. You chose uncertainty. I chose a future he did not model. Su Muwan understood. She had spent months learning that remembered futures could mislead. Zhao had now destroyed his own map on purpose. Do you regret it? Ask me after the next quarter. That was the closest he came to admitting fear. From that day onward, Zhao Tiaming remained an intelligent investor. He was no longer a prophet. The financial break reached Chen Shu's medical network within 48 hours. Northbridge recovered access to 2 component suppliers. The independent banks financed a short production run using compensation trust contracts as transparent collateral. Hospitals signed direct purchase agreements that did not require permanent patient data rights. Lu Tian's consortium still controlled the rarest medicine. It no longer controlled every machine, stabilizer component and treatment routes surrounding it. That was when Lin Fan announced the Meridian Renewal Program. Lu Tian presented him at the City Medical Forum. Jiang City requires one physician capable of uniting traditional hidden medicine with regulated public treatment. A new metal plaque stood beside the stage. Jiang City's indispensable divine physician Qin Luo saw the title through the broadcast. The laboratory has space for another plaque. Su Muwan did not look away from the screen. You are not sending anything. The first one may have been anything. The first one may have been recycled. You are not sending anything. Lin Fan accepted national recognition under Lu Tian's medical framework. His incomplete Luo notes had become the foundation of a new treatment protocol. The program promised to repair damaged meridians faster than Chen Shu's stabilization system. Hospitals received demonstration batches. The first patients improved. The forum declared the treatment a success. Chen Shui read the published protocol and found nothing immediately wrong. The danger appeared in the patient codes. One formula referenced outcome Group 7. The Luo ledger contained no Group 7 under that treatment name. It contained Group 17. Healer Luo had crossed out the first digit in the notes after 3 patients developed delayed meridian collapse. Lin Fan's purchased copy preserved the damaged mark. Without the ledger, 7 and 17 looked identical. Chen Shui compared manufacturing lots. The demonstration patients received a version missing one circulation catalyst. The hospital batches included it. With the catalyst, patients improved faster for 30 to 40 minutes. Then internal energy rebounded toward the original injury. Lin Fan had emergency correction kits prepared at centralized meridian renewal centers. If distributed hospitals used the treatment and patients collapsed, his network could rescue them and prove that independent medical teams were incapable of managing hidden medicine. The crisis would be controlled. Public enough to justify national authority. Dangerous enough to make centralization appear necessary. Chen Shu called no one until she verified the mechanism in Northbridge simulation chamber. The pressure curve rose exactly as Healer Luo recorded. She stopped every Black Rose Hospital batch. Then she called Su Muwan. This operation is mine. Su Muwan looked at the evidence. What do you need? Protected witnesses, secured samples, and no one changing the treatment record before the council arrives. Qin Luo handles protection, not diagnosis. He understands. Qin Luo accepted the assignment. I will protect the actual indispensable doctor. Chen Shu gave him a flat look. Chen Shu gave him a flat look. Protect the pharmacy technician. That too. Stopping the Black Rose batches did not stop the citywide distribution. Chen Shui sent the simulation data to every participating hospital with a request to suspend meridian renewal until independent review. 4 hospitals complied. 3 asked Lu Tian's medical office for permission. 2 rejected the warning because their demonstration patients were still improving. The 9th hospital had already scheduled its first public treatment group. Chen Shu visited it without cameras. The patients waited in a renovated ward beneath Lin Fan's new title. Most had lived with damaged meridians long enough to lose work, mobility, or the ability to practice methods supporting their families. The program had offered them something Chen Shui's stabilization network could not promise quickly: recovery. A middle-aged patient recognized her. Your clinic said my condition could be controlled but not repaired. That remains our current assessment. Lin Fan says this treatment can restore circulation today. It may improve circulation for 38 minutes. The danger comes after. May? Chen Shu placed the simulation report before him. The published formula is incomplete. The distributed batch produces a rebound recorded in the original treatment ledger. I am asking the hospital to delay until the catalyst is removed. The hospital director entered with a Lu-appointed coordinator. Your warning relies on private notes that have not completed national verification. The manufacturing lot confirms that catalyst. Lin Fan's team has emergency correction capacity. Then you already accept that a correction may be required. The coordinator changed the language. Every advanced treatment carries managed risk. Did the consent form describe delayed meridian collapse? It did not. Qin Luo stood outside the ward with 2 record custodians. He did not enter the medical argument. At Chen Shua's request, he preserved the consent forms, the batch numbers, and the timestamp of her warning. The middle-aged patient looked from the promised recovery date to Chen Shui's pressure curve. If I wait, do I lose my place? The coordinator answered first. The national allocation cannot be guaranteed after today. The threat was administrative rather than physical. It was still coercion. Chen Shu did not promise a cure she could not provide. If you wait, Northbridge will continue stabilization without requiring your medical data permanently. If the corrected formula becomes safe, you may reconsider with full information. The patient removed his name from the treatment list. 5 others followed. 3 remained. Chen Shu protected all of their records equally. She could challenge the consent process. She could not replace their choices with her own authority. Before leaving, she placed sealed antagonist doses in the emergency pharmacy and trained the ordinary hospital physicians to recognize the rebound pattern. Lin Fan's coordinator objected that only the central team should manage hidden complications. Then arrived before the complication you claim not to expect, Chen Shu said. She returned to Northbridge and watched the pressure monitors. The first alert came from a different hospital. Chen Shua left before the pressure curve finished climbing. The first delayed collapse occurred at a Lu-controlled hospital before Chen Shua's warning reached its administration. 3 patients deteriorated within 4 minutes of one another. Lin Fan's emergency team arrived with correction kits before the hospital completed its internal call. The timing was too perfect. He placed needles, redirected the rebound, and saved the first patient in front of waiting cameras. Distributed use without a hidden medicine specialist is unsafe, his coordinator announced. All meridian renewal treatments must transfer to central control. Chen Shu entered the ward with the Luo ledger, simulation results, and sealed samples from the same manufacturing lot. Stopped the remaining infusions. Lin Fan did not turn. The patients are unstable because the circulation catalyst created a delayed rebound. His hand paused above the second needle. You cannot pause above the second needle. Conclude that from one event. I concluded it before the event. She displayed the pressure curve. The hospital director read the timestamp. Chen Shu's simulation had been completed 2 hours earlier. Lin Fan looked toward the ledger. You used private patient records, under approved safety review. The formula can be corrected. You already prepared the correction. That is responsible medicine. Preparing rescue before distributing the Thor. Cause is not responsibility. Lu-linked security entered the pharmacy to seize the remaining samples under National Medical Authority. Qin Luo stood in the doorway. The council preservation order arrived first. The security officer raised a sealed directive. Our authority supersedes local review. Qin Luo compared the national directive with the existing preservation order. Evidence analysis highlighted the mismatch between their scope and timestamps. The directive covers treatment products. These samples are evidence in an active patient harm investigation. Move, my young lady. Authorized witness protection. This is medical jurisdiction. I am not diagnosing anything. Qin Luo looked toward the frightened pharmacy technician. Holding the batch log, I am protecting her from the men attempting to remove what she recorded. The officer reached for the sample case. Qin Luo caught his wrist and placed it against the wall without striking. 2 black rose guards secured the second officer. Tang Hao entered with a council observer. The samples remain. The national directive could not erase an earlier verified evidence hold without formal appeal. Ordinary documentation stopped physical interference. Inside the ward, Chen Shu directed the treatment. She did not rely on Lin Fan's prepared correction kits alone. Northbridge regulation. Units reduced circulation pressure, while hospital physicians administered the catalyst antagonist identified from Healer Luo's ledger. Lin Fan closed the most damaged meridian with needles. Chen Shu controlled the complete response. All 3 patients survived. The safety investigation reviewed the treatment design, distribution timing, and central rescue preparations. Lin Fan claimed he expected only mild rebound. The manufacturing messages showed he selected the catalyst specifically because it created stronger early improvement. His private schedule placed emergency teams near every demonstration hospital before any adverse report. He had built a crisis he believed he could save. The Hua Martial Council revoked his restricted hidden healer license. Ordinary medical authorities barred him from experimental treatment. Lu Tian's framework withdrew formal recognition to preserve its own legitimacy. Lin Fan stood outside the hearing with the old needle case in his hand. You needed my correction technique, he told Chen Shu. Yes, then your system still depends on me. It used your skill under recorded supervision. It did not need your manufactured emergency. No ordinary doctor could have closed the final meridian. No hidden physician should have opened the crisis to prove that. He had saved lives. He had endangered them first. The second truth ended his authority. The first prevented anyone from calling him useless. Lin Fan left Jiang City's medical network without his special license. He remained a skilled physician forbidden to practice the methods he refused to govern safely. The indispensable plaque disappeared from the forum stage. It arrived at Chen Shu's laboratory the next morning. Her staff called her into the materials room. The first plaque from the earlier conference leaned against one wall. The new one stood beside it. A delivery note rested on top. From the actually indispensable doctor. Chen Shui photographed both, and sent the image to Su Muwan. Qin Luo was summoned before lunch. Su Muwan placed the photograph on the warehouse desk. "Did you send this? The laboratory accepts scrap metal. I approved the evidence operation. Yes. I did not approve the delivery note. It does not mention you. The courier used black mention you. Rose access, for security. You promised not to send anything. I did not personally transport it. Qin Luo. The laboratory now has a matching set." Su Muwan wrote another line in the notebook that had survived the estate evacuation. Qin Luo may not interpret logistics as exemption from direct prohibitions. He read it. That may affect warehouse efficiency. It is intended to affect you. Chen Shu kept both plaques. The laboratory turned them into equipment stands. Lu Tian's medical control weakened with Lin Fan's fall. His financial control weakened with Zhao's unpredictable settlements. The two losses reached Jiang Mo through a different promise. Lu Tian invited him beneath the Central Council complex. A formation had been constructed through registered patrol stations, hospitals, security offices, and martial training facilities. Black metal from the Western District formed its primary anchors. The frozen spiritual core rested inside the central array under council custody. Its declared purpose was citywide martial regulation. With Jiang Mo's power, the formation could detect violent internal energy surges and suppress battles before civilians were harmed. It could also register every martial signature inside Jiang City. Jiang Mo examined the control lines. One branch turns inward. Lu Tian stood beyond the array. It prevents the power source from breaking connection during an emergency. It binds the source. It stabilizes it permanently, while the city requires protection. Jiang Mo looked at the registration seals. The formation did not distinguish ordinary martial artists from cultivators. Once his energy powered it, the array would record his methods, restrict his movement through every linked district, and summon his power when Lu Tian's authority declared an emergency. "You intend to register me. I intend to make every dangerous force accountable. I am not part of your council. You live among its civilians. They are temporary. So is every individual authority. The system remains." Jiang Mo placed one hand near the spiritual core. Council seals rose. The formation attempted to read his energy. He withdrew. "You offered a tool to open the chamber, and I will provide it after the citywide array stabilizes. You offered opportunity in exchange for service. Yes, you concealed permanent control. I defined responsibility." Jiang Mo struck the nearest anchor. The black metal cracked. Alarms spread through the council complex. Lu Tian's transcendent pressure entered the chamber for the first time. It stopped Jiang Mo's second strike without touching him. The two men faced each other across the unstable array. Jiang Mo understood the difference immediately. Lu Tian's personal power did not depend on the council title. The title allowed him to use it without appearing lawless. "You are strong," Jiang Mo said. "Strong enough to prevent another district from collapsing. Strong enough to build a larger prison. You object because the door would close on you." Yes, Jiang Mo never pretended his principle was universal freedom. He refused because no permanent system would own his cultivation. The alliance between them ended there. He tore one portable formation tool from the outer array and left through the damaged passage before council forces completed containment. The partial activation spread energy through Jiang City. Registered martial artists collapsed in 3 districts. Hospital monitors detected internal pressure spikes. Black Rose's logistics warehouse received the first warning from Chen Shu. Su Muwan opened the city map. The counterattack had reached its final link. The property sacrifice created trust. Trust produced witnesses and funding. Those resources allowed Zhao to break Lu Tian's debt structure. The financial break restored Chen Shu's independent medical supply. Losing financial and medical control made Lu Tian rely more heavily on the citywide martial formation. Jiang Mo discovered the control inside it and broke away. His separation exposed the array before Lu Tian could complete it. Now Su Muwan had one opportunity to dismantle the strategy. Lu Tian moved before Black Rose completed its first map. The Martial Council issued a containment order declaring every formation anchor protected national infrastructure. Unauthorized inspection would be treated as interference with city security. At the same time, 3 anchor facilities requested emergency components from suppliers Zhao had just separated from Lu Tian's debt structure. The requests forced the alliance to choose its order of action. If Zhao blocked the components too early, Lu Tian could accuse Black Rose of causing the pressure spikes. If he allowed delivery, the damaged array might stabilize around Jiang Mo's cultivation signature. If engineers entered without lawful custody, every record they recovered could be excluded from the council challenge. Su Muwan divided the central warehouse floor into 5 working zones. Chen Shu occupied the medical map bot. Engineers marked load paths and empty industrial channels. Zhao tracked the anchor company's contracts. Madame Luo's registrars built the ownership chain for the black metal. Qin Luo stood with the security teams and received one instruction. No specialist leaves their assigned front to solve someone else's problem. That sounds personally directed. It is universally applicable and personally necessary. The firstly necessary obstacle came from inside Black Rose. A security family representative wanted to seize the nearest anchor before the council reinforced it. "We have enough fighters," he said. Once we hold the station, the engineers can work." Chen Shu pointed to 6 patients whose pressure rose whenever that anchor lost stability. "A forced seizure may kill people 2 streets away. Wait and let's Lu Tian fortify it. Then we do not wait." Su Muwan said. "Well, change what action is possible." Madame Luo identified the Western District excavation license attached to the black metal. The license named a Su Properties subsidiary as the original purchaser. Under the old structure, that discovery would have appeared to restore Su family control. The permanent transfer changed the result. The subsidiary now belonged to the Compensation Trust. Its independent trustees, not Su Muwan, filed an emergency civil claim on behalf of displaced residents. They demanded preservation and inspection of every anchor made from the disputed material. Lu Tian's containment order could restrict public access. It could not lawfully destroy evidence belonging to a protected victim class, while the council still claimed to operate under regulated authority. The trustees granted inspection rights to neutral engineers. Chen Shu's patient data established urgency. Zhao's contract records showed that replacement components would alter the disputed property before inspection. The court suspended the component transfers for 6 hours. 6 hours was not victory. It was an opening created by the property company Su Muwan no longer controlled. The security representative withdrew his demand for seizure. "What do my people do?" "Protect inspectors and evacuation routes," Su Muwan said. "If council security obstructs the order, record it. Do not pursue anyone who retreats." "And Jiang Mo?" The city map pulsed again as the portable tool drew power. "We offer him a chance to separate himself from the array without harming civilians. He will refuse." "Probably. Then why offer?" "Because his refusal determines the operation we are justified in carrying out." Black Rose was not one obedient family force. Its members challenged the plan, received specialist evidence, and accepted limited roles voluntarily. The time spent earning agreement prevented the loyalty link from becoming another version of Lu Tian's command structure. When every team confirmed its boundary, Su Muwan began the operation with the people most vulnerable to failure, the patients. The operation began with patient data. Chen Shu mapped every internal pressure spike reported after the partial activation. The human body revealed where the formation lines passed more accurately than council construction plans. Engineers overlaid those readings with utility tunnels, patrol stations, and hospital supply routes. Zhao identified which anchor facilities depended on Lu-controlled funding and cut their emergency component orders through the financial claims already in motion. Madame Luo traced the black metal's ownership through Healer Luo's payment records. The material had been removed illegally from the Western District. The Compensation Trust now held the strongest civil claim to it on behalf of residents harmed by the excavation. That claim did not physically remove the anchors. It prevented the council from lawfully destroying or relocating them before independent inspection. Qin Luo protected the inspection teams. Su Muwan designed the sequence. They could not simply break the formation. Energy stored inside it would rebound through registered martial artists and nearby patients. They had to redirect each line into empty industrial channels, isolate the spiritual core, and remove the black metal in a specific order. The method came from the Western District. Do not resist the underground current directly. Move people first. Preserve evidence. Redirect force. Collapse only what no longer holds lives. Jiang Mo complicated the plan by taking the portable control tool. He intended to use it with the spiritual core to open the sealed chamber beneath the district before leaving Jiang City. The damaged array still responded to the tool. Every attempt drew energy through the city. Su Muwan requested a meeting. Jiang Mo refused. She sent Qin Luo with a sealed message. He read it exactly. Using the tool before the array is dismantled will injure registered martial artists and patients along the Eastern medical line. Surrender it for 6 hours. Black Rose will complete the separation under independent observation. Jiang Mo read the page. No, Qin Luo folded it. My authority to add clarification remains revoked. Then leave. I can state a fact. Jiang Mo waited. My young lady defeated the district collapse you believed inevitable. My young lady defeated the district collapse you believed inevitable. Chen Shui defeated the medical crisis your cultivator's perspective would not detect. Zhao changed a market future he remembered. You can continue treating modern people as temporary, but they keep solving the consequences of your permanent decisions. Jiang Mo's pressure spread. Pressure resistance held Qin Luo upright. You cannot stop me, not alone. That is your answer to everything. It has survived longer than yours. Jiang Mo took the tool and moved toward the district. Su Muwan expected that. The operation shifted from negotiated dismantling to coordinated containment. Before the teams departed, Su Muwan found Qin Luo on the warehouse roof. Below them, engineers loaded insulated tools. Medical teams distributed monitors. Volunteer guards checked routes without waiting for family servants. The citywide formation pulsed faintly beneath the streets. If this succeeds, Su Muwan said, how much remains of the system's mission? Qin Luo opened the interface. Current rank. Young Lady's Shadow, current Lackey points. 300 primary mission progression. Approaching final stage. It does not define an ending. What will you do when it ends? He looked at her. The question had nothing to do with tonight's operation. I haven't decided. You could remain in Jiang City. I could. Black Rose will need. She stopped. Need was another form of duty. She had almost asked him to stay by describing people he would feel responsible for protecting. Qin Luo understood. Su Muwan looked toward the convoy lights. When it ends. Decide without the system. And without your guilt. Yes. What about your preference? Her fingers touched the repaired hairpin. That should not become an order. No. She almost said it anyway. Stay. The word reached the space between them without sound. Qin Luo did not force her to finish. I will decide after we survive Lutian, he said. Su Muwan nodded. It was not a confession. It left a future where one could happen freely. Then follow tonight's order? Protect the operation? And come back. He smiled. That wording has precedent. Jiang Mo reached the sealed district chamber before the first Black Rose engineering. Team entered the eastern tunnel. He placed the portable formation tool against the dark stone. The citywide array answered. Pressure rose beneath 3 hospitals. Chen Shu marked the change. Eastern line active. Redirect now. Engineers opened the first industrial bypass. Energy moved away from the medical district and entered an empty Northbridge storage conduit. The conduit walls cracked. No patient monitor crossed the danger threshold. No patient monitor crossed the danger. Jiang Mo increased power. The sealed chamber opened 1 finger's width. Council formation lines tightened around his cultivation signature. He struck them apart. The backlash traveled toward 2 patrol stations. Jiao's team cut the anchor supply before emergency capacitors activated. The stations disconnected. Madame Luo's ownership order froze the central black metal transfer, preventing Lutian's technicians from replacing the lost anchors without violating the independent inspection. Qin Luo moved with a 6-person voluntary team through the underground junctions. The refined loyalty link carried directional danger between guards, engineers, and medics. No one shared strength. They shared timing. A Lu-controlled security unit attempted to close the industrial bypass. Tang Heao presented the council suspension order. They ignored it. Qin Luo stepped between them and the engineers. The formation is injuring civilians. The array protects the city. It is currently crushing a hospital ward. We have central instructions. My young lady has a better map. The unit advanced. Qin Luo's team held the junction without pursuing anyone beyond it. Red shadow movements redirected strikes away from pipes, carrying the formation pressure. Tang Hao disarmed the unit leader. Independent council observers recorded every violation. The engineers kept working. Jiang Mo opened the chamber another fraction. The portable tool began drawing energy from the spiritual core beneath the council complex. Su Muwan activated the next sequence. Shan Shui. Human pressure within limit. Zhao. Western anchors financially isolated. Their operators cannot replace components. Madame Luo. Ownership claim recognized. Central custody transfer suspended. Qin Luo. Junction secure. Remove anchor 3. The black metal came free. The citywide array lost one branch. Stored energy surged toward Jiang Mo. He accepted it. For one moment, the sealed chamber opened wide enough to reveal the black frame buried inside. It was larger than the portable fragment suggested. Ancient metal surrounded something deeper. Jiang Mo reached toward it. The redirected industrial conduit collapsed behind him according to Su Muwan's prepared plan. Not enough to bury him. Enough to sever the city's energy path from the chamber. The portable tool lost power. The opening closed. Jiang Mo turned. Su Muwan stood at the tunnel boundary with the hairpin glowing above her left ear. You used the formation against me. I removed the city from your attempt. The chamber remains mine. The district survives without opening it tonight. You believe one delay is defeat. No. I believe every time you ignore the people above it, we will build another delay. He moved. Qin Luo felt the threat towards Su Muwan. The young lady's shadow link pulled him through the side passage before conscious thought completed. He entered between them. Jiang Mo's pressure struck. Pressure resistance held longer than it had beneath the district months earlier. Not enough to win. Enough for the linked team to act. Su Muwan ordered. Turn. Qin Luo used red shadow footwork. The engineer behind him opened the pressure vent. Chen Xiu's monitored threshold confirmed the timing. Zhao's cut anchor prevented reinforcement. Madame Luo's legal freeze kept council technicians from closing the vent. Jiang Mo's force entered an empty channel. The tunnel wall shattered away from the residential foundation. Every specialist's action occupied one part of the defense. Qin Luo did not become stronger than Jiang Mo. The operation made Jiang Mo's strength unable to reach what he wanted. He attacked the portable tool's connection again. Su Muwan moved with Qin Luo. Their coordinated defense folded the strike toward the dead formation line. The tool cracked. Jiang Mo caught it before it fell. He looked at the broken array, the sealed chamber, and the monitoring teams still standing. Modern law had not defeated him. Martial strength had not defeated him. Engineering, medicine, finance, ownership, preparation, and voluntary coordination had denied him together. You planned every line, he said. Su Muwan answered. We learned from the first district. You are still temporary, yes, and you spend that time delaying what will outlive you. We spend it deciding what happens while we are here. Jiang Mo looked at Qin Luo. You rely on others because you are or on others because you are weak? Yes. The lack of shame removed the insult. Jiang Mo placed the broken portable tool on the ground. Then he removed 2 additional formation keys from his coat and set them beside it. The council's spiritual core remains connected to the central array. We will isolate it, Su Muwan said. The black frame beneath the chamber is older than your dark frame beneath the chamber is older than your family. Then ownership will be investigated. He almost dismissed the phrase. Instead, he looked toward the engineers preserving the tunnel around him. Modern people make simple things difficult. Qin Luo replied. That is how we prevent immortal students from collapsing residential districts. Su Muwan turned toward him. Your clarification authority remains revoked. Jiang Mo left through the eastern passage. He did not join Black Rose. He did not apologize. He abandoned the citywide formation tools and left Jiang City before dawn, carrying only objects whose ownership no one successfully challenged. The sealed chamber remained closed. His final statement reached Su Muwan through a council observer. Your preparations were effective. For Jiang Mo, that was acknowledgement. He accepted that temporary people had denied him through methods his cultivation did not make irrelevant. Then he disappeared from the city. Without Jiang Mo's power, the exposed formation could not sustain its citywide reach. Black Rose engineers removed the remaining disputed anchors under independent observation. Chen Xue tracked registered martial artists until their pressure readings normalized. Zhao's financial cuts prevented Lu Tian's companies from quietly rebuilding the same supply chain. Madame Luo transferred the spiritual core into joint custody, requiring civilian, medical, and council approval. The visible array was dismantled. Lu Tian lost the cultivators supporting its power. He had already lost Lin Fan's medical authority. Zhao no longer followed the market future Lu Tian modeled. Ye Chen had left rather than submit Dragon Palace. The protagonists Lu Tian tried to guide toward one enemy no longer supported him. He remained stronger than all of them. The Martial Council still recognized his national authority. Government forces still enforced his stability contracts. Many citizens still trusted the order he created. His personal transcendent strength had stopped Jiang Mo's strike without effort. Removing his supporting pieces did not remove the man at the center. It only made the final conflict honest. After the returning teams dispersed, Qin Luo and Su Muwan withdrew to the closed loading office. Only then did the system open. Final rank conditions identified ultimate lackey requires the convergence of established principles. Clear command, voluntary loyalty, coordinated action, rejection of forced betrayal, recognized authority, earned by the master. No new power source will be introduced. No involuntary participant may satisfy the requirement. Final convergence, incomplete. Qin Luo read the conditions beside the list of previous ranks. Street lackey, personal henchman, trusted right hand, Black Rose enforcer, young lady's shadow. Every step had already built one part. The final rank would not emerge because friendship suddenly became power. It required the choices they had been making from the beginning to converge under a decisive threat. Su Muwan read the panel, recognized authority. Black Rose must choose you. They already follow the alliance rules. That is not the same as choosing for what comes next. She understood. Lu Tian still controlled institutions capable of crushing the logistics headquarters without Jiang Mo, Lin Fan, Zhao, or Ye Chen. Black Rose members had survived the estate fall and the formation operation. They deserved a choice made with full knowledge of the final danger. Su Muwan called the Alliance Assembly. Every remaining member gathered inside the main warehouse. Those unable to attend appeared through verified connections. Madame Luo joined from a medical chair with her side still bandaged. Su Jiansheng stood among witnesses rather than family leaders. Zhao attended as an independent partner. Tang Hao attended as a neutral liaison. Chen Shu represented the medical network. Su Muwan stood before them without the estate, the property company, or the authority her surname once guaranteed. Lu Tian's financial structure is damaged, she said. His financial structure is damaged, she said. His medical monopoly is broken. Jiang Mo has left. The citywide formation has been dismantled. No one applauded. They understood there was more. Lu Tian retains national council authority, public contracts, security forces, and personal power greater than anyone we have faced. She displayed the remaining risk. Black Rose may dissolve now. The compensation trust remains independent. Madame Luo's records remain protected by custody law. Medical agreements continue through Chen Shu's network. No one who leaves loses those rights. A family representative asked, "What will you do?" Challenge the forced contracts and propose a system that limits martial authority without owning every person inside it. You believe the council will listen? Some members already questioned the medical data clauses and compulsory service. Zhao's evidence gives them legal reason, and if Lu Tian refuses, then he chooses whether his stability depends on authority the council no longer grants. The answer contained the possibility of violence without asking anyone to ignore it. Su Muwan continued. Anyone who remains may face asset pressure, detention, or martial attack. Leave before the vote if your people cannot accept that risk. The first member requested release. Madame Luo processed it without delay. 2 more followed. A small company withdrew because its employees had only just recovered from the debt crisis. A medical family remained but removed its security personnel from combat duty. The Black Rose accepted the limitation. No one was called a coward. No one's records were threatened. When every choice was complete, more than half the warehouse remained. Fewer than before the estate attack. Stronger in the meaning of their presence. The loyalty link activated. Not through a command. Through the shared decision to stay. Qin Luo felt every voluntary team settle into the network. Records, medicine, engineering, security, public communication, civilian evacuation. The strongest link yet did not turn them into one mind. It clarified where each person had chosen to stand. The system updated. Voluntary authority recognition confirmed within Black Rose. Large team loyalty, link stability, increased final convergence. Remains pending. Su Muwan looked across the warehouse. The alliance no longer followed because the Su family was rich. It followed after she gave away the wealth that could have restored it. Outside, mourning spread over a city still protected by Lu Tian's patrols. Hospitals remained open. Crime remained low. Citizens still believed one clear authority had saved them from chaos. Black Rose had dismantled his debt trap, medical monopoly, and cultivator-powered formation. It had not yet proven that freedom could protect the city as effectively as control. Lu Tian stood at the center of the martial council with national forces, public support, and transcendent power. Su Muwan closed the assembly register. Everyone inside had been given the right to leave. Those who remained waited for her command. "Prepare the reform charter," she said. "We are not asking Jiang City to trust us. We are giving it the means to survive without trusting any single person." The warehouse moved. Madame Luo divided the legal work among 3 independent custody teams. Zhao Tianming rebuilt his financial diagrams around public ownership limits, instead of market attacks. Su Qingya gathered every promise Black Rose had made since the estate fell, and separated those already fulfilled from those still dependent on emergency arrangements. Su Jianchen requested no executive position. He sat beside former employees and marked every clause that could allow another family patriarch to regain control through proxies. Chen Shu read the medical provisions and crossed out one sentence. Su Muwan looked over her shoulder. Problem? Medical records cannot merely be excluded from martial family ownership. Patients must own the right to authorize each secondary use. That will slow research. Ah yes. Keep it. Tang Hao examined the registration proposal. Voluntary incentives will attract smaller martial families, he said. The large ones will resist. Unless unregistered people still have access to legal appeals, add it. That permits ordinary courts to challenge council decisions. It permits them to challenge public consequences created by council decisions. Artifact custody and hidden techniques remain under the council. Tang Hao considered the distinction, then nodded. The charter grew through disagreement rather than obedience. Independent martial council oversight. Publish limits on hidden world force. Voluntary registration incentives without compulsory service. Civilian compensation funded by organizations that caused public damage. Medical data ownership retained by patients. Legal appeals against property, seizure, detention, employment restriction, and public punishment imposed through martial authority. No single family, alliance, or council office could command hospitals, security routes, companies, and registered martial artists under one permanent emergency structure. Qin Luo read the completed title, Jiang City Civilian and Martial Protection Charter. Duna watched him carefully. You dislike it? It lacks intimidation. It is a legal proposal. Exactly. A strong title should make people fear violating it. What would you call it? Qin Luo took the marker. Su Muwan removed it from his hand before he could write. You will deliver the charter, she said, personally? To the council registry. His expression brightened. Without slapping anyone? It dimmed again. Your instructions are becoming unreasonably detailed. You created the need. She handed him the sealed document. Deliver it lawfully. Return with the registry receipt. If anyone attempts to destroy it, prevent them. That last sentence restores my motivation. He carried the charter out beneath the black rose crest. For the first time since the estate fell, Su Muwan was not trying to recover what she had lost. She was proposing rules that would prevent her from ever possessing that much unchecked authority again. The public announcement did not produce immediate support. It produced questions about weakening a system that had lowered violent crime and trusting an alliance whose battles had damaged roads and disrupted companies. Lu Tian's patrols still arrived within minutes of reported supernatural disturbances. His emergency purchasing system kept essential goods moving through districts harmed by the financial conflict. His public mediation offices resolved disputes faster than courts burdened by sealed evidence and competing jurisdictions. Su Qingya refused to answer by pretending those benefits were false. She stood before the press wall outside the logistics headquarters, with Su Muwan beside her. Lu Tian's programs prevented harm, she said. The charter preserves every program that can survive independent oversight. We are challenging the power to own the people required to operate them. A reporter raised his hand. Isn't unified command the reason those programs work? It is one reason they work quickly. Then your alternative is slower. Yes. The answer disrupted the prepared follow-up. Su Muwan continued. A legal appeal is slower than an unquestioned order. Patient consent is slower than permanent access to medical records. Voluntary registration is slower than compulsory service. Independent review is slower than allowing one authority to investigate itself. Why should citizens accept less efficiency? Because emergency efficiency becomes permanent obedience if no one can refuse it. Another reporter pointed toward the fort. Warehouse. Black Rose is also led by one person. For operations I command, yes. Then what is the difference? Su Muwan displayed the alliance register. Withdrawals remain visible beside the names of those who stayed. Black Rose members may leave. The compensation trust does not answer to me. Chen Shu controls her medical network. Zhao Tianming is not my subordinate. Madame Luo can reject my evidence requests. The charter would allow citizens harmed by Black Rose to appeal against us under the same rules. You would accept investigation by the council, by an independently reviewed council. And if the investigation weakens you, then the rules are working. The first day's public survey still favored Lu Tian. Stability had weight. People who had watched companies collapse and martial figures fight through city streets did not reject control merely because its contracts contained hidden costs. They wanted proof that freedom would not leave them beneath the next falling wall. Su Muwan ended the conference without declaring victory. Inside the warehouse, Su Qingya placed the survey before her. 31% support the charter. 48% support Lu Tian's emergency system. The rest are uncertain. Qin Luo returned with the registry receipt. 3 clerks had delayed acceptance until he pointed out the cameras and the consequences of losing protected evidence. Su Qingya checked the feed. No one had been struck, and the charter was public, time-stamped, and impossible to erase quietly. Su Muwan folded the survey. We do not need the city to love us. No, Su Qingya said. We need enough people to believe disagreement will not kill them. Lu Tian answered with results. His security office published a month of reduced violent incidents. His transport command cleared 2 blocked supply routes before Black Rose finished negotiating access through 3 separate property owners. His mediators settled a dispute between rival martial families in one afternoon. The settlement required both families to surrender operational voting rights to a council holding office. Most citizens saw the peace. Zhao Tianming saw the ownership transfer. He projected the settlement beside 14 similar agreements. Lu no longer needs to buy companies, he said. Emergency mediation places them under trustees, who answer to offices he controls. Madame Luo examined the signatures. The contracts are valid under ordinary commercial law, Zhao said, and challengeable if the consent resulted from a threat made through martial authority. That requires witnesses. We have 6. Madame Luo arranged separate testimony before an ordinary commercial court. Su Jiancheng supplied historical contracts showing the emergency clauses expanding after Lu Tian entered Jiang City, while former employees explained how valuation penalties forced owners to surrender control. Su Qingya released nothing before preservation orders secured the records. He called lenders individually. Some refused him. Others had already lost confidence when the Property Compensation Trust placed its books under independent review. They agreed to convert emergency management debt into limited repayment schedules, rather than risk having their ownership clauses voided in court. Lu Tian's companies responded by offering faster credit. Zhao published every condition. Black Rose alternative remained more complicated. Firms had to submit audits, negotiate repayment, and accept employee representation. They did not receive instant rescue. They kept their voting rights. Within 4 days, 9 medium-sized companies left Lu Tian's emergency management pool. Not because they loved Joel. Not because they trusted Su Muwan. They preferred difficult independence to efficient absorption. Lu Tian's public approval fell by 3 points. But his stability rating remained high. This will not defeat him, Su Qingya said. It is not supposed to, Zhao replied. It prevents him from claiming there is no functional alternative. Su Muwan studied the changing ownership map. What happens if he lowers his terms? More companies remain with him? If he removes the ownership clauses? Then we have already won that part. Zhao closed the projection. With his remembered future useless, he built each move from current records and incentives, rather than treating tomorrow as a verdict already delivered. Chen Shu's hospitals faced the same argument in human form. Lu Tian's medical network offered centralized procurement, immediate specialists, clean wards, and better mortality reports than the fragmented system it replaced. The price appeared inside consent documents. Permanent secondary use of patient records, compulsory transfer between approved facilities, treatment priority determined partly by martial service value. Chen Shu replaced the structure with open treatment agreements. Each patient chose which records could be shared, for how long, and with which research teams. Emergency access remained possible, but every use generated a notice reviewed after stabilization. No patient lost ordinary treatment because they refused martial registration. The first morning overwhelmed the clerks. A former patient of Lin Fan studied every page. You expect sick people to understand this? He asked. No, Chen Shu said. I expect us to explain it until they do. Lin Fan told us which treatment was best. He saved some of us. He also hid risks so he could control the cure. The man tapped the option allowing anonymous research use. If I refuse this, will you still treat me? Yes. If I agree, can I change my mind later? For future use. We cannot remove data already included in completed analysis, but no new team receives it after withdrawal. And if Lu Tian's hospital has a better specialist, we tell you, you would send me there. If the specialist is what you need, we would require a transfer agreement that does not surrender permanent ownership of your records. The patient signed. Not everyone did. Some chose Lu Tian's network because it was faster. Chen Shu did not call them traitors. She kept emergency summaries ready in case they returned. 3 days later, a failed purity test delayed 2 non-critical procedures. Lu Tian's media office published the waiting times beside his network's immediate capacity. Chen Shu responded by opening the procurement records. The delay happened because our replacement supplier failed purity testing. We refused the batch. These patients were stabilized and informed. Here are the test results, the revised schedule, and the compensation offered. A reporter asked whether transparency helped the people still waiting. No, Chen Shu said. The replacement units arriving tonight will help them. Transparency tells them why they waited and gives them evidence if our decision was negligent. After new units arrived, the former patient returned and authorized his outcome data for research. Independent hospitals remained less uniform than Lu Tian's network. They also began receiving patients who wanted to know where their consent ended. Tang Hao arrived before the first formal council debate, carrying a sealed dragon palace case. He wore no black rose insignia. Madame Luo verified the seals in front of representatives from ordinary law and the Hawa Martial Council. Whose authority released this? She asked. Dragon King Ye Chen? Qin Luo leaned against the evidence room wall. He finally learned paperwork. Tang Hao ignored him. Su Muwan opened the outer statement. Ye Chen refused Lu Tian's invitation to serve as National Enforcement Commander. He would not return to Jiang City, submit Dragon Palace to Black Rose, or recognize Su Muwan as his authority. He would provide evidence that Lu Tian planned to absorb Dragon Palace's national network, after weakening its leadership. The case contained recruitment offers, pre-arranged financial freezes, and a council plan dividing Dragon Palace assets among emergency offices. Tang Hao placed his hand over the final document. This does not make Dragon Palace your ally. I know, Su Muwan said. Ye Chen believes your charter gives ordinary courts too much access to hidden operations. He may challenge it. He also believes Lu Tian's system would destroy Dragon Palace as an independent organization. That is why he released the evidence. Tang Hao withdrew his hand. Yes, Qin Luo read the list, including Lu Tian's plan to transfer the Dragon King title to a national commander. That is identity theft. You slapped the actual Dragon King, Tang Hao said. That was a correction between professionals. Su Muwan closed the file before his. Outrage expanded into policy. Will Dragon Palace testify? 3 regional officers will verify the records under protected status. Ye Chen will not appear. Accepted. Tang Hao looked at the charter draft. Dragon Palace wants one additional clause. No emergency authority may absorb the name, command structure, or oath network of an independent martial organization without a vote of its members, Zhao said. That protects inherited organizations that may themselves be abusive. Then allow individual members to leave without punishment, Tang Hao replied. But do not let a council office wear their loyalty like a stolen uniform. Su Muwan added both protections. Dragon Palace did not join Black Rose, but its evidence disproved Lu Tian's claim that every major martial organization accepted his leadership. When the records became public, Lu Tian called them contingency plans created during Ye Chen's instability. Tang Hao answered once. Dragon Palace required reform. It did not require an owner. Tang Hao returned to neutral custody. He has become annoyingly reasonable, Qin Luo said. You met him while slapping his leader, Su Muwan replied. The Hawa Martial Council opened the charter hearing beneath national seals and armed neutrality. Ordinary judges attended only for provisions affecting public property, companies, hospitals, and detention. Martial elders retained authority over hidden techniques, artifacts, supernatural incidents, and internal cultivation disputes. Lu Tian sat at the central table. He did not arrive under guard. Council officers stood when he entered. Citizens watching the broadcast saw the man whose patrols had reduced violence, whose contracts had kept transport routes open, and whose authority had prevented rival families from turning Jiang City into a battlefield after the Su estate fell. Su Muwan did not call him a tyrant. She presented the clauses one jurisdiction at a time. Madame Luo exposed the merger of evidence custody and enforcement. Zhao proved emergency settlements transferred ownership permanently. Chen Shui separated treatment needs from permanent data rights, while Tang Hao's testimony proved Lu Tian planned to absorb Dragon Palace without its members' approval. Su Jiansheng spoke last. He did not ask the council to restore the Su family. My family's failures demonstrate why power cannot review itself, he said. We used elite influence to delay questions because delay benefited us. Lu Tian's offices resolve questions quickly, but the same office defines the evidence, commands enforcement, and receives the surrendered assets. Speed does not remove the conflict. A council elder challenged him. You speak against concentrated family authority after benefiting from it for decades. Yes. Why should your regret guide national law? It should not. The records should. Lu Tian waited until every specialist finished, then displayed lower violence, faster emergency response, stable hospitals, fewer martial family conflicts, and restored transport, Black Rose has identified real defects, he said. I support stronger review. A wave of surprise crossed the chamber. He proposed internal appeals, limited consent revisions, and audits selected by the council chair. Every reform preserved his structure's final authority. A city facing supernatural threats cannot divide command every time danger crosses a legal boundary, he continued. Black Rose model works inside a warehouse of people who chose one another. Jiang City contains millions who did not choose their neighbors, their employers, their martial families, or the emergencies that reached them. He looked towards Su Muwan. You offer freedom to refuse. Who bears the cost when too many refuse to protect anyone? Su Muwan answered without waiting for counsel. Those who choose to protect receive support, training, compensation, and legal authority. And if there are not enough, then the council may declare a limited emergency under independent review. After delay, people may die during that delay. The chamber stilled. Su Muwan did not disguise the cost. People also die when an emergency authority cannot be challenged. The difference is that your system decides those deaths are acceptable and seals the records. Lu Tian's expression remained calm. My system can be improved. Then allow it to survive without belonging to you. The first council count was not a final vote. Lu Tian retained a clear advantage, but 7 neutral representatives moved from opposition to review. The charter had entered serious consideration. Lu Tian requested a private meeting with Qin Luo before the second hearing. The sealed negotiation room would remain under neutral observation. Su Muwan told Qin Luo he could refuse. His offer will become public either way, he said. Better to know its exact shape. The almost confession on the rooftop remained unfinished between them. But she did not ask for reassurance. Go. Choose for yourself. The negotiation room contained no visible weapons. Lu Tian placed an official appointment badge on the table. National Deputy Commander for Supernatural Emergency Response. The position carried council protection, intelligence access, regional command, and funding beyond Black Rose's remaining resources. You could protect millions, Lu Tian said. Qin Luo examined the badge. Su Muwan has lost the estate and the property company. Black Rose relies on independent groups that may withdraw whenever pressure rises. Its medical network is less efficient. Its financial structure requires negotiation where mine requires one decision. All true. You know what strength can prevent. You also know what happens when authority arrives too late. Qin Luo remembered Uncle Gao's ambush, the collapsing district and estate, and patients endangered while officers seized evidence. Lu Tian continued. Under my authority, you would not need to wait for a family vote, a court order, or the consent of frightened allies. I would wait for you. You would operate under national law, defined and reviewed by a council structure you control. Lu Tian leaned back. You object because Su Muwan is the authority you chose. I object because Su Muwan is the authority you chose. Because no authority should own every route by which someone can refuse it. You obey her direct commands. Because I can leave. Can you? The question carried no mockery. Lu Tian had observed Qin Luo's command-linked ability during public operations, but he knew nothing about the private system or its contract. Qin Luo looked at the badge. My loyalty began as survival, then employment, then habit, then choice. Those stages matter because they were not the same. Your ability strengthens actions performed under her commands. It strengthens certain actions performed under accepted orders. It does not decide whether those orders are right. And when Su Muwan is wrong, I tell her, you still execute her plans. When she knowingly gives the order and I accept it. Lu Tian pushed the badge closer. Black Rose cannot guarantee that. Freedom will protect Yang City. No, my system can. No. I. It guarantees that whatever you define as protection cannot be refused. Is the distinction worth lives? Every authority uses that question when it wants permanent permission. Qin Luo stood. He left the badge on the table. You could command national forces. I already have a difficult position. You are a subordinate in a warehouse. Young lady's shadow. That is not a national rank. It is much harder to earn. When Black Rose fails, people will not care that they were free while the city fell. Qin Luo opened the door. Then we had better keep it standing. The neutral recorder preserved every word. Outside, Su Muwan accepted the official transcript without asking whether the offer had tempted him. He insulted my rank. That is your objection. It was one of several. You rejected national authority. I have experienced your scheduling. One demanding superior is enough. Her mouth curved. Return to the warehouse. Yes, young lady. The system appeared only after he accepted the order freely. Final rank condition confirmed. Rejection of coercive authority. Ultimate Lackey convergence. 4 of 5 conditions complete. Black Rose's public weakness became visible when a damaged conduit released contaminated spiritual pressure beneath a transit interchange. The district rejected permanent transfer of authority, but requested help from both Black Rose and Lu Tian. Black Rose issued a public call with compensation, liability protection, and a defined withdrawal right. Fewer responders arrived than Lu Tian could have compelled, but each knew the accepted role. Chen Shu's team screened exposure. Tang Hao's neutral officers contained supernatural leakage. Engineers isolated the conduit, and ordinary firefighters controlled evacuation. Lu Tian deployed twice as many personnel. His commander tried to absorb both teams under emergency authority, but Su Muwan refused transferred command. The conduit pressure rose while they argued. Qin Luo's danger awareness caught the shift beneath the eastern platform. "Collapse risk," he said. The council commander ordered all teams toward the conduit. Su Muwan looked at the evacuation map. "No. That concentrates weight above the damaged chamber. Black Rose engineers hold the western support. Tang Hao seals the eastern lake. Fire teams clear the lower platform. Qin Luo, keep the command corridor open." Understood. The loyalty link carried the direction only through teams that had accepted her authority. Moments later, the ceiling cracked where the commander had intended to mass his personnel. Qin Luo pulled 2 officers clear and braced a falling beam long enough for firefighters to escape. Pressure resistance held against the spiritual wave. Recovery boost kept his damaged shoulder functional while engineers locked temporary supports into place. The conduit was sealed in 43 minutes, slower than Lu Tian's projected 28, but without civilian deaths. The public report included the delay and the structural reasons. Su Muwan rejected concentration. Lu Tian's office criticized the fragmented response, but firefighters released their body camera records, and a rescued officer confirmed Qin Luo had saved him despite the dispute. Support did not reverse. The uncertain group grew as citizens began asking whether speed was the only measure of protection. The second council count narrowed the gap. During a while, Yaoing Chi all IRT Dear Red Man, and all dry. I rise a day. The world ray. A certain. Madame Luo secured support for independent custody. Chen Shuwen won hospital representatives through patient agreements. Zhao moved commercial delegates with ownership protections. And Dragon Palace's evidence shifted 2 security representatives into neutrality. Su Qingya published exactly which effective programs would remain and which coercive clauses would end. Lu Tian's approval remained above Black Rose. His emergency authority began losing legal support. The night before the decisive session, the council registry confirmed that enough neutral representatives had requested final amendment review to remove his unilateral command over hospitals, company trustees, and registered martial artists. Not enough to pass the entire charter, enough to end the machinery that made refusal meaningless. Su Muwan read the count in the warehouse. 14 hours until the vote, she said. Lu Tian will act before authority starts fragmenting. Zhao warned. Madame Luo mirrored the vote requests. Chen Shu moved hospitals to manual authorization. Tang Hao warned Dragon Palace. Su Qingya prepared independent emergency channels, and Su Jiansheng contacted former infrastructure managers. Su Muwan issued no attack order. Defensive readiness only. We do not give him grounds to claim Black Rose initiated a coup. Qin Luo checked the warehouse approaches. The system's threat awareness pressed from every direction. Not an attacker, but a structure. He climbed to the roof and looked across Jiang City. Patrol lights and hospitals appeared normal, but registration offices still held the signatures and duty assignments of thousands of martial artists. Jiang Mo's artifacts were gone. Lu Tian's administrative network remained. Qin Luo understood one breath before white lines flashed beneath the roads, and registered martial artists across Jiang City stopped moving. The control formation activated. It used no floating runes or ancient pillars. Lu Tian linked registration seals, emergency devices, hospital systems and council authentication marks along routes learned from Jiang Mo's dismantled formation. Without the artifact core, the network used registered cultivators themselves as anchors. Registration marks burned against skin. Emergency devices issued compulsory orders, synchronized with pressure pulses. Refusal triggered meridian restraint, pain, and temporary loss of cultivation control. Security doors sealed around council opponents. Hospitals and transport routes entered permanent emergency command. Black Rose accounts froze, and security units moved to seize its headquarters, evidence rooms, medical facilities, and compensation trust offices. Lu Tian appeared on every public emergency channel. A coordinated attempt to dismantle Jiang City's protection system has created an imminent security threat. Temporary unified command is now active. All registered personnel will comply until stability is restored. The notice offered no expiration, external review, or appeal. Madame Luo's archive room lost council access first. Independent servers remain active, she reported. Ordinary court mirrors received the vote requests before the seizure. Chen Shu's voice followed. 3 hospitals are locked into council. Authorization. Manual systems are holding at 5 others. Registered medical artists are being restrained. Zhao spoke over the financial channel. Lu has seized emergency credit routes and transport insurance. The compensation trust is protected by court ownership, but its offices are surrounded. Tang Heo's transmission cut through a pressure burst. He issued deployment orders under the Dragon Palace name. Can you block them? Su Muwan asked. Not through council channels. Use Dragon Palace's internal oath verification. That will identify the orders as false, but not stop the restraint seals. Do it. Lu Tian had initiated open coercion before the vote removed his authority. The activation gave neutral representatives legal grounds to resist, if Black Rose could free them. Su Qingya, release the activation records and the protected vote count. Madame Luo, send the charter violation notice through ordinary courts in every independent martial registry. Zhao keeps civilian transport funded outside emergency credit. Chen Shu, hospitals take priority over every Black Rose property. Then she faced Qin Luo. Open a route to the detained council representatives. Protect the hospital network. Do not attack any bound martial artist unless there is no alternative. 3 objectives. You have handled worse. Not before breakfast. I will compensate you with tea. Acceptable. Her final order reached him with absolute clarity. Break Lu reached him with absolute clarity. Tian's coercive command, and come back alive. The loyalty link ignited through people who had chosen to remain before knowing this exact danger. Records teams opened channels, engineers mapped pressure routes, medics marked lives attached to each node, and security teams moved voluntarily. The system unfolded across Qin Luo's awareness. Clear direct command, confirmed voluntary alliance, confirmed coordinated action, confirmed forced betrayal resistance, active recognized authority, pending the final condition, did not complete. Su Muwan was recognized inside Black Rose. The council had not yet recognized her authority to act for the city. Qin Luo tightened his gloves. Then we will collect the final signature on the way. The first security line reached the logistics headquarters under compulsory command. Some officers came willingly. They believed Lu Tian's activation prevented a coup. Others fought the restraint seals with every step. Qin Luo could distinguish them through the loyalty link only when they entered danger range. The system did not label moral allegiance. Operator awareness revealed conflicting movement, hesitation, and pressure spikes. He met the line outside the loading yard. Black Rose facilities are under national emergency seizure, the commander announced. Disarm and transfer all records. Madame Luo's ordinary court order appeared on the outer screens. Those records are the outer screens. Those records are held under independent judicial preservation, Qin Luo said. Your council order cannot override ordinary evidence custody without review. Emergency authority supersedes local procedure. Not after unlawful compulsory formation activation. Commander raised his weapon. Behind him, a younger officer's registration mark flared. His arm jerked toward a firing position he was trying to resist. Qin Luo moved first. He struck the weapon aside, caught the officer before the restraint pulse collapsed his knees, and drove his palm into the emergency device attached to the man's uniform. Basic combat foundation guided the angle. Enforcer's strength broke the casing. Evidence analysis had already compared its serial structure with units surrendered after Jiang Mo's formation. The device was not the source of control. It amplified the registration seal's pain response. Destroying it reduced the officer's restraint without releasing him completely. Remove the devices, Qin Luo ordered. Do not damage the registration marks. Black Rose security teams acted through voluntary coordination. Tang House officers transmitted the proper disassembly sequence. Chen Shu warned them which pressure points could trigger meridian injury. The commander attacked with genuine intent. Qin Luo blocked 3 strikes, copied the rhythm of the 4th after repeated observation, and used the physical movement against him. He could not copy the man's cultivation. He did not need to. A shoulder turn redirected the weapon. A knee strike broke stance. Qin Luo placed him against the pavement without shattering bone. Your authority has been challenged under the council charter, he said. You may continue after independent review. You cannot hold this facility. I do not need to. I need the records to leave. Behind him, Madame Luo's teams loaded mirrored archives into civilian court vehicles. The court drivers were ordinary personnel beyond direct martial council command. The commander saw the vehicles and understood the loss. Even if Lu Tian seized the warehouse, the evidence would survive outside his jurisdiction. Qin Luo stepped aside as the final vehicle departed. Headquarters evacuation complete, Uncle Gao reported. Where is young lady? Already moving. Qin Luo looked toward the city center. Of course she was. Su Muwan established a mobile command post inside an ordinary municipal emergency center, whose director accepted the court's charter violation notice. He did not join Black Rose. He recognized its operational authority for one limited purpose: protecting civilians and restoring lawful council review after the coercive activation. The recognition entered the public record. Other district directors followed with narrower authorizations. One granted access to evacuation routes. Another allowed Black Rose engineers to inspect pressure conduits. A third authorized Chen Shu's network to coordinate hospitals while council commands remained under legal dispute. The system reached Qin Luo as he crossed the southern bridge. Recognized authority, confirmed all ultimate Lackey convergence conditions, complete the city sharpened, not into omniscience. Every existing ability expanded along paths already trained. Danger sense spread through coordinated teams without revealing complete information. Direct orders reduced the energy cost of actions required to execute them. Voluntary trust reinforced defense where allies deliberately shared risk. Su Muwan's presence within the command network allowed protective force to pass across the loyalty link in limited bursts. Enforcer, operator, and loyalty link aligned. Rank advancement young lady's shadow, ultimate lackey, no new power category, created full-scale loyalty coordination, temporarily available under recognized voluntary authority current lackey points. 300 Qin Luo felt thousands of possible movements press against his awareness. He could not command them. That was the first thing the completed rank taught him. The link included only those who had chosen the operation. Every team retained its own purpose, expertise, and right to withdraw. He sensed not their thoughts, but the directions in which trust had already been given. A hospital team needed an eastern route. Engineers required 4 minutes at a restraint junction. Tang Haos officers were holding false Dragon Palace units outside a registration center. Madame Luo's convoy had reached ordinary court custody. Su Muwan stood at the center, not owning those decisions, but connecting them through orders each group had accepted. Her voice entered his private earpiece channel. Status: I have been promoted. This is not the time. The system disagrees. A restraint pulse rolled across the bridge. Qin Luo planted his feet. Ultimate Lackey reinforced pressure resistance through every ally sharing the defensive line. He took the front of the wave. The force that would have locked his meridians dispersed through prepared grounding rods installed by Black Rose engineers. No ally received his injury. Their chosen formation gave his defense somewhere to release the excess pressure. The bridge lights burst. He remained standing. Su Muwan understood from the silence after impact. How much stronger? Enough to become arrogant. You already exceeded the safe limit years ago. Then there is no new risk. Qin Luo. Yes. Eastern Medical Line. Chen Shui has 6 minutes before Lu takes manual control. Understood. The order reduced the strain in his legs. He crossed the bridge before the next pulse. Chen Shu's largest independent hospital had divided into 3 authorities. Ordinary doctors continued treatment. Registered medical artists were trapped by restraint seals. Lu Tian's appointed administrator controlled doors, supply authorization, and emergency transfers from a sealed office. Patients filled corridors, while elevators rejected local commands. Chen Shui stood at a manual nursing station with paper charts. We have 19 patients dependent on regulation support, she told Qin Luo when he arrived. The central system is lowering output to force transfer into Lu's network. Can you restore it? Yes. If engineering isolates the hospital from the command line, how long? 11 minutes. We have 5. Then find 6. Qin Luo entered the service level with 2 engineers and a medical artist whose registration mark pulsed beneath a cooling arc band. The control formation anticipated direct sabotage. 3 bound security officers guarded the primary junction. One warned him before attacking. I cannot stop. Then aim carefully. The officer's blade descended. Qin Luo caught the flat between reinforced palms. The impact drove him into the floor, but shared defense spread the pressure into an engineer's anchored shield without transferring the wound. He turned the blade, struck the emergency device, and pulled the officer through the opening. The other 2 attacked from opposite sides. Danger awareness reached him through the engineers behind him. They saw angles he could not. The link sharpened those chosen warnings into direction. He ducked beneath one strike and used the single copied shoulder movement to redirect the second, executing trained physical decisions at enforcer speed. The medical artist reached the junction. "I need access." "Work." Qin Luo held the corridor. The administrator sealed the service level and vented spiritual suppressant into the passage. Pressure resistance slowed its effect. Chen Shui identified the suppressant from sensor data and ordered 2 ventilation fans reversed. Qin Luo followed her timing. No. He broke the first vent. Left. He shielded the engineer from a restraint pulse. Down. He drove his fist through the control housing beneath the junction. The medical artist severed the hospital's registration line. Every locked support unit shifted to manual operation. Chen Shui restored regulation output with 22 seconds remaining. The patient stabilized. The administrator attempted to erase his authorization logs, but evidence analysis highlighted commands already mirrored to the nursing station. Qin Luo preserved them. Chen Shui established the medical consequences, and Madame Luo's team identified the legal violations. Chen Shu broadcast a message to every hospital. Manual separation is possible. Follow the published isolation sequence. Do not disconnect patients until local medical staff confirm independent support. Lutian's centralized advantage began breaking hospital by hospital. The result was uneven. Some facilities separated in minutes. Others required assistance. One remained under Lutian because its administrators chose his authority without restraint. Su Muwan did not order Qin Luo to seize it. Coercion was the enemy. Disagreement was not. The route to the detained council representatives should have opened after the hospitals disconnected. It did not. Lutian redirected pressure from the lost medical lines into the central registration network. The city map turned red around the council tower. Black Rose's first operation assumed the pressure would weaken as facilities separated. Instead, registered martial artists became substitute anchors. Every person still bound to the network strengthened the central seal. Zhao's voice entered the command channel. "He is burning his own system to preserve control. Emergency devices are exceeding their contracted limits. How long can they hold?" Su Muwan asked. 40 minutes before component failure. And when they fail? Chen Shu answered, meridian backlash through every connected registration mark. Original plan could reach the council tower in 32 minutes. Any delay would kill people. Any direct destruction of the central seal would release the stored pressure through the same marks. Qin Luo looked toward the tower. "Give me the route." "No," Su Muwan said. The single word stopped him more effectively than the restraint pulse. "The central route is designed to attract the strongest attacker. Lutian knows you are coming." "He's correct. And he knows you will prioritize reaching him over structures you believe other people can handle. That is efficient delegation. That is predictable arrogance." The map changed beneath Su Muwan's hands. Abandon the direct route. A council representative trapped inside the tower, transmitted through a failing private line. "If you withdraw, Lutian completes permanent command authentication." "We are not withdrawing," Su Muwan said. "We are changing what the center means." She overlaid the municipal pressure map with the old red shadow diagrams recovered from her family records. Lutian's network used registration marks as anchors, but depended on authenticated timing across 12 district relays. "The tower holds authority," she said. "Not synchronization." Zhao understood first. "Cutting the relays at random causes backlash. We do not cut them." Chen Shu examined the pressure curves. "We desynchronize them gradually." Madame Luo's legal map identified challenged offices, hospitals, independent martial properties, and the council tower as the 12 relay sites. Su Muwan assigned each relay to a team with lawful access. Chen Shu determines the safe pressure sequence. Zhao interrupts replacement components only after each relay shifts. Madame Luo secures local authorization. Tang Hao uses Dragon Palace verification to remove false commands. Engineers install delay circuits. "And me?" Qin Luo asked. "You move between failures. Protect the teams. Do not enter the tower until I order it." Instead of attacking the strongest point, Su Muwan made it irrelevant, one relay at a time. 23 teams accepted the new operation. 3 declined the pressure risk and were reassigned without condemnation. "Begin," she ordered. The first 3 relays shifted beneath a hospital, a security office whose owner turned after his daughter was restrained, and a public parking structure closed by ordinary police. Lutian sent bound martial teams toward each site. Some surrendered when Tang Hao exposed false Dragon Palace orders. Others fought willingly, convinced that fragmented control meant renewed family warfare. Black Rose offered lawful detention, medical protection, and later hearings. At the 5th relay, an entire council unit held the entrance. Qin Luo arrived as engineers lost their first defensive line. The unit commander carried borrowed transcendent pressure that his registration mark could not endure. Chen Shu's warning flashed. Estimated safe exertion. 90 seconds if Qin Luo fought slowly. The commander's meridians would rupture. If he struck too hard, the borrowed pressure would rebound through the relay. Su Muwan issued the order. End his ability to fight without breaking the seal. Specific as always. 78 seconds. Qin Luo entered the commander's pressure. Ultimate Lackey reduced the cost of align movement as linked warnings, and shared defense helped him redirect the borrowed force. The copied shoulder movement and basic training placed Qin Luo outside the second strike. Pressure resistance carried him through the third. He broke the emergency amplifier at the commander's waist. The borrowed power dropped by half. The commander forced another pulse through his registration mark. Out. Blood appeared beneath his collar. Lu Tian is protecting the city, he said. He is killing you to prove it. He gave us order. He removed your right to stop. The commander attacked again. Qin Luo caught his wrist and struck the nerve line Chen Shu had marked, following her exact instruction. The man's hand opened. 2 more strikes disabled his shoulder and stance. Qin Luo lowered him to the floor with 12 seconds remaining. The engineers entered. Behind them, Black Rose medics treated the unit that had tried to stop them. The relay shifted by 0.7 of a second. Across Jiang City, restraint pulses lost perfect alignment. Registered martial artists found gaps between commands. Tang Hao used one gap to transmit Dragon Palace's true withdrawal order. 3 regional units stopped moving, not because they had joined Su Muwan. Because the command claiming their loyalty had been exposed as false. Lu Tian descended from the council tower when the 8th relay shifted. He no longer addressed the city through screens. His transcendent presence shattered windows along an empty avenue as willing and restrained council units opened a path. He struck the 9th relay team before Qin Luo could reach it. The road folded beneath one palm. Black Rose shields collapsed. The link carried the team's defensive warning to Qin Luo. He arrived in time to take the remaining force, crashing through a transit shelter. Recovery boost kept him conscious, pressure resistance kept him moving, and his ribs absorbed what he refused to release through the prepared defense. Lu Tian stepped through falling glass. You have made yourself the center of another network. Qin Luo stood. No doubt you. I am the most overworked root. You draw strength from their loyalty. I draw coordination from trust they already gave. Distinctions again. They keep becoming important. Lu Tian moved. Transcendent speed erased the distance. Qin Luo blocked one strike and missed the second despite linked warnings. Lu Tian drove him into the avenue with cultivation no copied movement could reproduce. Qin Luo rose before the next blow. The direct order to protect the relay reduced his energy use. Engineers behind him installed the delay circuit. Every second mattered more than winning the exchange. He stopped attacking. 3 more strikes met layered defense. Qin Luo yielded only enough to keep them away from the engineers. Su Muwan's red shadow presence entered the link, clarifying his defense and stabilizing the prepared route for excess pressure. Qin Luo turned the blow. Lu Tian's fist struck the empty relay housing instead of the engineers. The delay circuit locked. 9th relay shifted, Zhao reported. Lu Tian looked toward the destroyed housing. For the first time, visible anger entered his calm. He had won every exchange. The operation had advanced anyway. Qin Luo wiped blood from his mouth. You should have insulted my rank less. Lu Tian attacked without answering. Su Muwan's command cut across the link. Withdraw. Qin Luo stepped back. Lu Tian followed. Not you, Su Muwan said. The engineers. Qin Luo smiled. That makes more sense. The team escaped. He remained alone in the avenue. Su Muwan left the municipal command center after the 10th relay shifted. Uncle Gao opposed the decision. You can direct from here, not the final stage. The council tower is where Lu Tian expects you. The central seal recognizes authority through presence. Remote commands cannot break it. You are Alliance commander. That is why I must go. She carried the red shadow hairpin and no family escort. The Su guards who remained had already chosen relay teams. She would not strip protection from hospitals or evidence convoys to surround herself. Su Qingya took over public communication. Zhao maintained the component blockade. Madame Luo coordinated legal authorizations from ordinary court custody. Chen Shu monitored every registered martial artist connected to the formation. Each specialist retained command of their own field. Su Muwan entered the central district through a route cleared by municipal workers, ordinary police, and martial volunteers who had recognized her limited emergency authority. No restored Su family motorcade announced her. The property company belonged to its compensation trust. The estate remained sealed. Her father stood among witnesses. Her grandfather waited in a warehouse medical room. The authority carrying her toward the council tower existed only because people had been permitted to refuse it. At the 11th relay, 2 Black Rose members withdrew after restraint pressure injured their families. Su Muwan released them herself. The remaining team lost the numbers required to hold the junction. She changed the plan. Do not defend the entrance. Open it. The engineers hesitated. Lu Tian's unit will enter. Yes, they will take the relay. After we shift it, and then, they will find no one to bind. The team installed the delay circuit, abandoned the equipment that could not be carried, and evacuated through a maintenance passage. Lu Tian's officers seized the relay 30 seconds later. Its synchronization had already changed. They restored the hardware. Zhao's component blockade prevented them from restoring the original timing. The 11th relay remained free, only the tower relay remained. Chen Shu's pressure map showed 19 minutes before large-scale backlash. Qin Luo was still fighting, Lu Tian 3 avenues away. Su Muwan touched the hairpin at her temple. Qin Luo. His breathing came rough through the link. Present. Bring him to the tower. You want the transcendent enemy closer. I want him away from civilians and inside the structure he refuses to. Abandon. A blow interrupted the connection. Then Qin Luo answered, understood. Su Muwan entered the council district. Qin Luo stopped defending the avenue. He struck Lu Tian once, not to injure him, but to break the rhythm of pursuit. The physical motion copied from the council commander turned his entire body through the blow. Lu Tian blocked it easily. Qin Luo ran. You cannot protect the relay by fleeing, Lu Tian said. It has already shifted. That brought him forward. Qin Luo shows a routes cleared of civilians. Black Rose teams opened barriers seconds before he reached them and closed escape corridors behind Lu Tian. Operator preparation turned the central district into a path rather than a battlefield. Lu Tian broke through every obstacle. Each one changed his angle. At the final intersection, Tang Hei's neutral officers cut false Dragon Palace signals from the tower. Council representatives inside used the interruption to unlock one chamber. Madame Luo transmitted the original vote record into the building. Ordinary judges issued emergency recognition of the detained representatives' right to challenge the formation. Legal authority did not stop Lu Tian's fist. It gave every officer resisting him proof that their resistance was lawful. Half the tower guard lowered their weapons. The others remained. Qin Luo passed between them under Su Muwan's direct route. Lu Tian followed. The central doors closed. Red shadow lines ignited across the council floor. Su Muwan stood before the central seal. It was not an ancient artifact. It was a layered mark built from council authentication, registered signatures, emergency authority, and the remaining spiritual geometry learned from Jiang Mo's formation. Breaking it by force would release the stored command pressure through thousands of people. Lu Tian entered the chamber. You cannot dismantle governance with a family technique. I am not dismantling governance. Red shadow energy spread from Su Muwan's hairpin into the authorization lines. I am separating it from you. The central seal's seal rejected her. She held no council chairmanship, no national emergency title, no inherited authority recognized by the formation. Lu Tian stepped forward. The city did not choose you. No. He raised one hand. The chamber pressure locked around her. Qin Luo entered between them and took the strike. His completed rank carried Su Muwan's protective intent through the link. The blow broke the floor beneath him but did not reach her. Lu Tian looked down. You cannot continue absorbing transcendent force. I know. Then move. No, behind Qin Luo. Su Muwan placed one hand against the seal. She did not attempt to claim its central authority. She opened every limited recognition granted to her that night. Municipal evacuation command. Hospital protection access. Civilian hazard authorization. Independent martial cooperation. Court-recognized evidence defense. Black Rose's voluntary operational authority. None could control the whole formation. Together they could challenge the premise that only Lu Tian possessed lawful command. The seal split into competing layers. Lu Tian's pressure surged. Qin Luo's knees struck the floor. Su Muwan's voice reached every team. Withdraw your authorization from the Central Emergency Office. One by one, independent groups complied. Not all of them. Several martial families remained with Lu Tian. 2 hospitals kept his network voluntarily. Security units loyal to his order maintained their recognition. The seal did not collapse. It became divisible. That was enough. Su Muwan drove red shadow art into the central line. The central seal defended itself through authority rather than simple force. Every layer showed why someone had accepted Lu Tian. Protection from extortion, hospital supplies, rescued companies, and feuds ended before bloodshed. The seal was strong because his rule had worked. Su Muwan could not break it by declaring every result illegitimate. She followed the red shadow principle her grandmother's formation had preserved. Bind only what had willingly entered the pattern, release what no longer belonged, and return stolen force to its source without surrendering the center. Her first strike separated compulsory registration from voluntary service. Chen Xue confirmed medical pressure falling. Her second severed company ownership from security authorization, while Zhao preserved commercial records. Her third removed Dragon Palace's stolen name from council orders. Verified, Tang Heo reported. Lu Tian crossed the floor. Qin Luo met him. Ultimate Lackey did not make them equal. Danger sense gathered linked warnings. Operator preparation guided Lu Tian across weakened lines. And enforcer mastery kept Qin Luo alive long enough for Su Muwan's plan to matter. Lu Tian struck his chest. Shared defense spread the pressure into empty grounding frames the engineers had prepared beneath the tower. Steel supports screamed. Qin Luo remained upright. Lu Tian zitzed his throat. Their trust makes you dependent. Qin Luo locked both hands around his wrist. That is what relationships are. They become weaknesses. Only if you own them. Su Muwan's fourth strike broke permanent hospital command. Her fifth restored appeal access to detained council representatives. The chamber doors unlocked. Neutral council officers entered. They did not salute Su Muwan. They presented the charter violation ruling to Lu Tian. Your unilateral emergency authority is suspended pending full review. Lu Tian did not release Qin Luo. The city is under active supernatural threat. A threat created by your formation. Activation. The formation prevented collapse. It initiated compulsory binding before the vote concluded. The vote would have dismantled the system protecting them. And the council had authority to make that decision. Lu Tian's transcendent aura filled the chamber. Several officers fell. Some followers remained because they believed the council was surrendering safety to procedure. Others lowered their weapons after his authority was removed, or their coercive contracts appeared on the screens. Su Muwan reached the final layer. It contained Lu Tian's personal authentication, connected to every remaining voluntary supporter, and every person still trapped beneath compulsory command. Breaking it directly would punish both. She changed the operation again. Qin Luo, force him onto the seal. Lu Tian tightened his hand. Qin Luo's vision darkened. For once he managed a simple order. He stopped trying to pull free. Instead he stepped into Lu Tian's grip. The unexpected movement shortened Lu Tian's stance. Qin Luo turned with the single physical shoulder movement he had copied and refined across the battle. Ultimate Lackey aligned every prepared advantage behind it. Tang Hao pulled false command lines. Zhao cut replacement power. Chen Shu released medical restraint pressure. Engineers shifted the final relay, and Madame Luo's ruling stripped Lu Tian's authority. Su Muwan opened the seal beneath him. Qin Luo threw Lu Tian one step. One step was enough. Lu Tian landed inside his own authentication mark. Su Muwan struck the center with red shadow art. The seal recognized its creator, and returned the stored command burden to the authority that had imposed it, rather than the registered martial artists. Lu Tian's aura convulsed. Across Jiang City, restraint marks went dark. The force network collapsed. Su Muwan's hairpin cracked. She remained standing. The final seal broke beneath her palm. Lu Tian did not fall with the formation. He lost the borrowed coordination of thousands, the compulsory anchors, and the authority reinforcing every command. His own transcendent cultivation remained. The chamber walls bent beneath his pressure. Qin Luo could barely raise his arms. Recovery boost could not erase exhaustion, and shared defense weakened as teams withdrew. Lu Tian stepped off the broken seal. You have removed the structure, he said. Now prove your freedom can survive what remains. He attacked Su Muwan. Qin Luo intercepted, but Lu Tian's own strength still sent him across the chamber. Su Muwan moved before he landed. Red shadow art no longer controlled a prepared formation. She used its martial foundation directly, binding Lu Tian's angle for a fraction of a second. Qin Luo rose through the opening. Lu Tian shattered two binding lines, but each changed where he could move. Qin Luo entered through the only path left open. Two strikes raised Lu Tian's guard. The third used no copy technique, only the basic palm Qin Luo had bought with his first 500 lackey points, and refined through every fight. Lu Tian caught it. Su Muwan's red shadow line closed around his wrist. Qin Luo turned the captured hand into leverage and drove his shoulder forward. Lu Tian's stance broke. He recovered instantly and struck Qin Luo's injured ribs. Su Muwan shared protection through the loyalty link. Pressure resistance, red shadow defense, and the final grounding line divided the impact without transferring his injury into her body. Qin Luo struck again as Tang Hao called from the left, and a neutral officer closed the right. They removed escape rather than lending power. Lu Tian gathered transcendent force for one decisive blow. Su Muwan recognized the false opening from the first life battle that killed her. This time, memory became evidence rather than destiny. The left is false, she said. Qin Luo, step into the center. He obeyed. Lu Tian's blow passed his shoulder. Qin Luo's palm struck the point Su Muwan exposed beneath his guard. Enforcer strength, operator timing and loyalty link coordination reached a point no branch could have reached alone. Lu Tian's transcendent defense fractured. Qin Luo's second strike hit his chest. The force drove Lu Tian backward onto the broken seal. Red shadow lines closed around his limbs. Neutral council officers activated lawful restraint artifacts under suspended authority procedure. Some of Lu Tian's followers attacked to free him. Others stopped them. The chamber divided according to choices that had existed before the final blow. Lu Tian tried to rise. Qin Luo placed one hand against his shoulder. "You cannot hold me," Lu Tian said. "Probably not forever." "Then this changes nothing." Madame Luo filled the screens with suspended authority, void compulsory orders, exposed contracts, and independent custody while council representatives entered their votes. Lu Tian's command protections disappeared one by one. Qin Luo pressed him back against the seal. "It changes who must prove their authority before using it." Lu Tian looked beyond him towards Su Muwan. "You will rebuild the same structure when disorder returns." "No," she said. "You cannot guarantee that. I can guarantee the structure may investigate me when I try." The final vote removed Lu Tian's emergency command. His transcendent strength remained. His political shield did not. Qin Luo tightened the restraint. For the first time, Lu Tian stood alone inside the order he had built. Jiang City did not become peaceful when Lu Tian fell. Routes, hospitals, companies, and injured martial artists all required new lawful arrangements, and Black Rose's refusal to claim everything made the first week harder. The council appointed an interim board containing national representatives, ordinary legal observers, medical specialists, and elected martial delegates. No Black Rose member held a controlling vote. Lu Tian's patrol routes continued under rotating command. Emergency purchasing survived without permanent ownership clauses, dispute offices reopened with appeals, and hospitals kept useful logistics while returning secondary data control to patients. Followers who knowingly joined unlawful detention faced prosecution. Those bound by seals returned after review. Voluntary supporters were not punished for belief alone. Lu Tian entered martial council custody under transcendent restraint and ordinary legal preservation orders. His final judgment would require both jurisdictions. Neither could erase the other. The Su family remained permanently smaller. Only part of the estate returned after real penalties were paid. Su Jiansheng did not resume chairmanship, and Old Master Su rejected renewed unchecked control. The property company remained permanently inside its independent trust, funding displaced residents, harmed employees, and Su Yong's verified victims. Madame Luo established independent records custody and continued rejecting excessive Black Rose access. Chen Shu's network stayed independent. Lin Fan's special authority was not restored, though patients could still seek his lawful private treatment. Zhao Tianming refused a Black Rose executive position. "You need a financial director," Su Muwan told him. "You need someone willing to disagree with your financial director." "That sounds more expensive." "It is. He rebuilt his companies without claiming certainty about the future and remained both partner and rival. Tang Hao returned to Dragon Palace's neutral route. Ye Chen stayed outside Jiang City with the followers who had chosen him. Dragon Palace accepted independent review for public operations and retained its own name, oaths, and command. Jiang Mo did not return. Black Rose registered as a civilian defense alliance with limited martial authorization, independent audits, withdrawal rights, and no power to compel membership. Its headquarters remained the logistics warehouse. Su Qingya proposed restoring the estate as its central office. Su Muwan rejected the idea. "The warehouse works. It leaks during heavy rain. Repair the roof." The Grand Phoenix Hotel offered temporary conference rooms. "Those are for the engagement banquet." The room went silent. Su Muwan looked up from the reconstruction file. "I meant future public events." Qin Luo, seated across from her with his ribs bandaged, appeared deeply interested in the ceiling. Su Qingya closed her notebook. "Of course." The system waited until Qin Luo stood alone on the warehouse roof. Jiang City spread beneath him without restraint lines. The final display appeared. Ultimate Lackey mission chain complete protected Su Muwan's physical safety, protected her legitimate authority, executed knowingly given orders, removed direct threats to her future, increased voluntary loyalty, toward her ultimate Lackey rank stabilized. Mastered Enforcer, Operator, and Loyalty link abilities, retained a second panel opened. Contract completion choice, option 1, permanent binding. Remain permanently bound to Su Muwan, as system recognized master additional reward granted option 2. Contract completion end compulsory system. Contract retain mastered abilities, no future mission rewards, freedom of allegiance restored, completely Qin Luo. read the options twice. The system offered no moral instruction, no warning, no claim that one choice was loyal and the other selfish. Behind the door, Su Muwan stopped before stepping onto the roof. She could not see the panel from where she stood. She had come to ask whether his injuries were worsening. Then she heard him speak. Option 2. The system responded. Confirm contract completion? Yes. All compulsory loyalty conditions will end future actions, will not generate lackey points, permanent binding reward, will be lost, confirm. The panel dissolved into light. Something that had existed since Qin Luo opened his eyes after death disappeared. Not his strength, not his training, not the instincts developed through danger. The pressure defining every decision as part of a contract simply ended. His mastered abilities remained quiet inside him, no longer waiting for rewards. Su Muwan stepped onto the roof. Qin Luo turned before she could speak. The contract is complete. She looked at the empty air where the system panel had been. You chose freedom. Ah, yes. The answer was not a promise to stay. She had refused to ask him before guilt, duty, and supernatural reward were removed from the choice. Now they were gone. What will you do? She asked. I should test whether the system was truthful. How? By leaving. The word landed cleanly. Su Muwan had prepared herself for it since the rooftop conversation before the final battle. That did not make it painless. When? No. Your ribs are injured. I retained recovery boost. You require observation. Shen Shu discharged me from inpatient care. She did not authorize travel. I asked, and? She said, an adult capable of fighting a transcendent expert may walk to a tea shop if he stops pretending fractured ribs are a personality. Su Muwan had no procedural objection left. Qin Luo passed her at the roof door. He paused. Thank you, young lady. For what? Giving me orders worth choosing. Then he left. The warehouse felt larger without him. No one announced his departure. Uncle Gao saw him cross the loading yard and did not stop him. Su Qinya opened her mouth, reconsidered, and returned to the reconstruction schedule. Madame Luo recorded the completion of his system contract only inside the sealed inner circle file. Su Muwan sat at the operations table inside the closed loading office. For 43 minutes, she worked. At the 44th, the loading door opened. Qin Luo entered carrying 2 cups of tea and shut the door behind him. He placed one beside her. You ended the contract, she said. I did. Then why did you come back? Because now no one can claim a system forced me to stay. It was her preferred late operation blend. Prepared with less sugar than usual. You left to buy this? I also walked around the block. For freedom? For comparison. Freedom felt similar. But the tea was expensive. She wrapped both hands around the cup. You are staying? If the position remains available. There is no system position. That sounds like an administrative failure. I am serious. Am I? Qin Luo pulled out the chair across from her. I stayed first because I needed the system. Then because leaving would have harmed you. Then because we were fighting people I disliked. Those reasons are finished. And now? Now I would like to remain. The answer carried no points, mission, or command. Relief came as the quiet removal of an old weight. She drank the tea. It is too sweet. You always say that? You always ignore it, I returned voluntarily. Perfection would make the moment suspicious. She set down the cup. Qin Luo, yes. I do not want you to remain only as my subordinate. He considered her words with exaggerated seriousness. A promotion? No. Alliance co-director. Strategic consultant? Security chief? Qin Luo. Those are respectable positions. She rose. He stopped smiling. Su Muwan had faced protagonists, collapsing formations, and her own death. This required more courage. Marry me. Qin Luo stared at her. Forklifts moved beyond the closed partition while rain struck the repaired section of roof. Su Muwan refused to retreat into implication. I am not ordering you. I am not asking because you protected me. I am not repaying loyalty. I want you beside me when there is no mission requiring it. Qin Luo stood. You understand this creates a permanent position. Only if you accept. It may involve continued unreasonable instructions. Insult national ranks, and disappear for tea. I returned. She held his gaze. Ah yes, Qin Luo said. Her fingers tightened against the table. Ah yes, I will marry you, Su Muwan exhaled. Then he added, although I believe this qualifies as promotion. She picked up the nearest reconstruction file. Qin Luo stepped beyond throwing range. The file struck the wall behind him. Everyone outside the partition became intensely focused on unrelated work. Their engagement banquet took place 3 months later at the restored Grand Phoenix Hotel. The independently managed hotel had survived, paid its compensation assessments, and repaired the ballroom where Qin Luo first slapped a Dragon King. Black Rose members attended by choice. Chen Shui came from the hospital. Zhao sent a gift, certified debt-free. Madame Luo inspected the marriage papers. And Tang Hao delivered Dragon Palace's congratulations with Ye Chen's refusal to attend an event involving that shameless lackey. Su Jiansheng stood with the family without taking the chairman's seat, while property trust representatives attended independently. Su Qingye controlled the guest list, media access, emergency exits, and the number of times Qin Luo was permitted to seize the microphone. He exceeded the last limit before dinner. My lady has instructed me to welcome everyone. Su Muwan closed her eyes briefly. That is not what I said. You said to prevent the speech from becoming dull. I said keep it brief. A brief speech can still establish appropriate fear. Before she could take the microphone, the ballroom doors opened. A road-worn young man stood beneath the lights with an ancient black ring, and the confidence of someone certain heaven had prepared this stage for him. The guests turned. The young man looked toward the Su family tables. 3 years ago, your people drove my family from Jiang City and took everything that belonged to us. The ring released a faint spiritual fluctuation. Qin Luo noticed it, and Su Muwan's suspended heart began to rise. The young man stepped into the ballroom. Today, I have returned to take everything from the Su family. Qin Luo stood. Su Muwan caught his sleeve. Do not kill him. I understand. That is the entire order. Perfectly clear. He walked toward the entrance. The young man raised his chin. You must be one of the Su family's dogs. Qin Luo stopped before him. Several guests moved their chairs away from the doors. You are not worthy of knowing my lady's name. Su Muwan rose. Schlap. The young man flew backward through both restored doors. He landed across the hotel carpet outside the ballroom, unharmed except for his dignity and the complete destruction of his dramatic entrance. The ring flashed. A translucent old master emerged, then saw Qin Luo, Su Muwan, and the black rose crest. The ghost's expression changed. He seized his disciple by the collar. Honored young lady Su. Esteemed Sir Qin. This foolish child entered the wrong hotel. The young man looked up in disbelief. Master, they are the Su family, not the branch you are seeking. But my revenge was against a bankrupt outer relative whose dispute was settled under the compensation trust 2 months ago. I possess the ancient inheritance. You possess half a breathing manual and my remaining patience. The ghost bowed repeatedly. We apologize for disturbing the engagement banquet. We will leave Jiang City immediately. He dragged his disciple toward the street. The young man clawed at the carpet. Master, I am the chosen successor. You are a delivery problem. The hotel staff closed the damaged doors behind them. Silence held for one breath. Then Tang Hao began laughing. Chen Shu covered her face. Zhao Tianming checked whether the door repair would affect the hotel's valuation. Su Muwan stared at Qin Luo. I told you not to provoke the protagonist. You only told me not to kill him. Her suspended heart died once more.